After all, you can gain experience by brushing monsters, and then level up, and after leveling up, the increase in vindictiveness and magic power will be back to you. These all require energy. In order to save energy, the system certainly won't make these wild monsters refresh too fast. However, in the case of an enemy army charging, you can seize the time to brush monsters, and you will definitely gain a lot of experience. So after clearing a patrol, there won't be much danger on the way back to the city. Evil Warrior Frontline Dungeon 1, War Rekindled. Squad Copy. After entering, Chila discovered that this dungeon is actually a plot dungeon. There are not many enemies in the dungeon room, and even in the boss room, there is only one vanguard team. Boss is the captain of that vanguard team. And the plot shown in this dungeon is the war in the frontline city, because of what started. The plot is very simple, that is, the patrol team of the frontline city discovered a treasure land, and in the process of opening the treasure land, it was discovered by the people of the enemy country. In addition, the relationship between the two empires was not good. The conflict between the patrols turned into a war because of the treasure. The four-person team that entered the dungeon played the role of the patrol team that discovered the treasure and fought against the patrol team sent by the enemy country. Repeat this process of rekindling the war. It's not very difficult. Although it is the first copy, it seems to be too simple. Qilu was at the back, knocked down the boss with magic, and thought about it while touching his chin. Big brother, get the equipment. Lan Zier carried the shield on her back, excitedly ran to the place where the boss fell to the ground, and picked up the item with the light film on the ground. This is an unassigned flag. Let each take what they need. Sheila didn't make any special assignments. The people who can come to the store are actually acquaintances, especially those who often form teams together. The relationship between the guests, even if they are not familiar, can be familiar to each other. So there will be no disputes over some equipment. Boss, here is a very strange card, what do you think it is? While Qilu was still thinking, after reading Ying Feng, which belonged to his equipment, he handed him a card with a black background and a gold border. The word Guanghui in seal script is also written on it. Guild Creation Card. When Qilu saw the name of this card, he was instantly overjoyed. I just said, the first pass of the copy, how could there be no good things? As the countdown to the dungeon clearance ended, Qilu and others were also sent back to the frontline city. The prompt sound in the New World mode also sounded immediately. Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline Dungeon 1, the war is rekindled, the first passes completed, Dungeon 2, Battlefield, officially opened. The guild system is officially opened, Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline Dungeon 2, Battlefield, you need to join a guild to enter, you can only enter one guild at a time. Members of the same guild can use membership cards to communicate with each other. The prompt sound in front was fine, but the last sentence surprised Qilu. It turns out that the membership card that I proposed at the beginning still has this function? Boss, what is this guild creation card? Blood Wolf, who had been waiting in the frontline city for a long time, went to check the guild system as soon as heard it. Then when you click create, a prompt appears, saying that you need a guild creation card to create a guild. Game props, there is a chance that the boss of the dungeon will burst out. Qilu explained, then thought about it, and then said. I have one here, you can lend it to you first, and just return it to me when it comes out. Can you really lend it to me, boss? You are really kind, thank you so much. Xuanhuan heard the words, his heart was suddenly overjoyed, and he quickly thanked. What kind of guild system is this? The Blood Wolf doesn't quite understand it, but what the guild is, the Blood Wolf is very clear. No matter what guild it is, it must be created first and stronger. The Mercenary Guild took advantage of the first creation, so it is now spread all over the eastern wasteland, and its power is unparalleled. Fortunately, the Mercenary Guild is only an idle organization, so it will not be united by the Empire to crusade. Since Qi Lu was willing to lend the guild creation card to Xuanhuan, Xuelang naturally accepted this favor, and he was extremely grateful to Qi Lu in his heart. "You're welcome, just remember to return it to me." Qi Lu took out the guild creation card that had just exploded and gave it to Blood Wolf. In fact, Qi Lu is to see the new functions of the membership card. And if he really wanted to create a guild, Qi Lu didn't have the energy to manage it because he was too lazy. But lending the guild creation card to the Blood Wolf not only allows the Blood Wolf to accept his favor, but also increases the stickiness of the New World mode for the Blood Wolf team. Then let them kryptonize more gold. 3 birds with 1 stone. The Blood Wolf would definitely not guess what Qi Li's idea was. The Blood Wolf only knew that Qi Lu was willing to give up the opportunity to create the first guild, and gave this opportunity to himself. This is magnanimity, this is courage. The Blood Wolf knows that he has such an opportunity, and it is impossible to give it to others. To create a guild, you need to deliver 200 spirit crystals. As the guild creation fee, you will get a property as the guild address. Do you want to create it? 200 spirit crystals, yes. The Blood Wolf hesitated for a second, then nodded affirmatively. Good trick. Regarding the cost of creating a guild, Qi Lu could only secretly take a hand in his heart, and then scolded that the system was really black-hearted. A property in New World mode does not require any additional energy to the system at all. Dare to charge 200 spirit crystals, this is not what a black heart is. But the Blood Wolf still feels that it is not a loss. Such a system is not a good means, so what else is a good means? But of course Qi Lu will not dismantle the system platform, because the spirit crystals consumed by customers in the New World mode are actually divided into 20% of Qi Lu. After the Blood Wolf nodded and confirmed, a virtual map appeared in front of the Blood Wolf. It is the map of the entire frontline city. The properties that the Blood Wolf can choose are marked on it, which are almost all over the entire frontline city. The Blood Wolf thought for a while and chose a 3-story attic close to the city gate as his guild address. Please give your guild a strong name. Blood Wolf. The Blood Wolf Guild has been successfully created. All members who have joined the guild can use the guild system to communicate in the New World mode, and items can be exchanged using the guild system. Except for the New World mode, all guild members can use membership cards to communicate. A series of prompts sounded after the Blood Wolf confirmed the name of the guild. Membership card? Oh, membership card. The Blood Wolf was stunned for a while, before he remembered what the membership card was. Brothers of the Blood Wolf Squad, after coming to the frontline city, please open the guild system for me and apply to join the Blood Wolf Guild. The Blood Wolf roared directly in the store. Anyone who stays in the New World mode will be prompted for the announcement of the opening of the guild system, but only those who have left the novice village can create a guild or apply to join a guild. Has our guild been created yet? The captain is mighty, those who dare to compete with the Blood Wolf team should save it. Our Blood Wolf Guild also welcomes others, but we must abide by the rules. As soon as the Blood Wolf's words were shouted, the store immediately resounded with cheers from the members of the Blood Wolf team. But Qin Ming's face was not so good-looking. In the New World mode, the competition with these mercenaries is, of course, the elites of the city guards led by Qin Ming. Being in Yunwu City and entering the New World mode together, there must be a lot of energy between them. In the end, the Blood Wolf still took the lead. Of course Qin Ming was not happy. However, I felt unhappy and unhappy. In fact, the people in the store had a good relationship with each other. I can't let them be prestige for a long time. All the city guards in the frontline city will find me this guild creation card. Qin Ming immediately issued an order. In the New World mode, the Blood Wolf looked at Ing Feng again. Hey, brother Ing Feng, do you want to come to the Blood Wolf Guild? Ing Feng glanced at Gu Pingchuan, hesitated for a while, then shook his head and said, forget it, I'll wait for Dean Gu to create a guild. He still knew the identity of his brilliant academy student. The guilds in the New World mode actually correspond to external forces. The mercenaries of Yunwu City, the city guards, the guards brought by Ling Xiao, and the students of the brilliant academy. At this time, don't mess around. Alright. The Blood Wolf thought for a moment and then understood. Naturally, it will not be difficult. In the time of these few words, all the members of the Blood Wolf team who came to the frontline city one step earlier also applied to join the Blood Wolf Guild. After the Blood Wolf read it, they all agreed. Have you read the guild rules? Take out your membership cards. Blood Wolf couldn't wait to try it out. Because of the guild system, the communication function of the membership card appeared. In this world, it is not that there is no such means of long-distance communication, but there are very few such means of long-distance communication. Basically, it can only rely on sound transmission magic. However, sound transmission magic belongs to a very small group of magic. There are very few magicians who can do this kind of magic, and it is almost on the verge of being lost. Including Gu Pingchuan, there is no such sound transmission magic. Therefore, the Blood Wolf wanted to try the communication function of the membership card, and Gu Pingchuan was also very curious. Even when the Blood Wolf took out the membership card, everyone in the store turned their attention, staring at the Blood Wolf, the membership card in his hand. Brothers who have joined the Blood Wolf Guild, take out your membership card. While shouting, the Blood Wolf opened the communication function of the membership card according to the prompt. On the crystal membership card, the words Blood Wolf Guild appeared, and after a flash, a list of members of the Blood Wolf Guild appeared. The translucent membership card is like a borderless screen. The above also shows two options for one-to-one communication and guild communication. The Blood Wolf randomly selected a guild member, and then clicked one-on-one a communication. For the selected guild member, an option to ask for confirmation immediately appeared on his membership card. After confirmation, a small window will appear on the membership card immediately. What is shown above is the picture of the two sides of the exchange, each off them. This is actually image magic. The Blood Wolf widened his eyes and exclaimed. This is not image magic. Image magic is used to record images. This is obviously a directly transmitted image. Gu Pingchuan immediately denied Xuanhuan's words. Captain, I can hear you from here. The picture on the membership card also made a sound at this time. This scene made everyone who was staring at it suddenly have extremely shocking emotions in their hearts. It's actually done, using membership cards to communicate. It's amazing. If there is such a communication method, it can play a huge role in many situations. This is sound transmission magic, no, more than that. It is a higher level application than image magic, but this is impossible. How can this weak magic power not collapse during the transmission process? Those who don't quite understand image magic and sound transmission magic are all amazed. The communication function of the membership card is shocking. But Gu Pingchuan knew how to use image magic, and he had also heard of sound transmission magic. However, after performing simulation calculations in his mind, Gu Pingchuan discovered that this communication function cannot be explained by simple magic at all. Manager Qi, I have to say, you gave me another surprise, or shock. Gu Pingchuan spread his hands and said helplessly. Gu Pingchuan may indeed not be able to fully understand the magic that belongs to the magicians of the major elements. However, in addition to these exclusive magics, Gu Pingchuan's ability to understand magic can definitely be ranked among the top 3 in the Yuan Empire and even the entire Eastern Wasteland. Even so, Gu Pingchuan had no way of understanding what appeared in the Kyle store. Even Dean Gu doesn't know what kind of magic this is. It's too powerful. The things in the boss's store have never let me down. Seeing Gu Pingchuan made an assertion, the store suddenly became lively. Qi Lu pouted and said in his heart, of course you can't understand. How can a person majoring in magic understand the product of the science side? Although Qi Lu himself knows that this thing is not scientific at all, and it is very magical, to be precise, it should be magic combined with science. The Blood Wolf Guild recruits people, the only requirement is to abide by the guild's regulations. After joining, you can use the membership card communication function. Slots are limited, first come first served, don't hesitate any longer. In addition to expressing the shock of Qi Lu's Xiaodian, it was the Blood Wolf team who began to shout the news of recruitment. Be quiet, no loud noises in the store. It wasn't until Qi Lu made a sound that the store was a little quieter. Can you use it only if you create a guild, the guards, find a way for me to collect the guild creation card. Ling Xiao has always been very sensitive to such strategic resources. It's just that there is really no way to buy all the previous pills that permanently increase their properties. Ling Xiao is also very helpless about this. Gu Pingchuan also looked at Qi Lu with great interest. Dingu don't need to look at me, I no longer have a guild creation card here, and there is a chance that it will be dropped in the dungeon of the rekindled war. Qi Lu spread his hands and pointed to a clear path. For a while, the store was full of people who were leveling up. Presumably within a period of time, the dungeon of the rekindled war will be very lively. As for Evil Warrior Frontline Dungeon 2, Battlefield, the entry rules are that at least 8 members of the same guild can enter the dungeon. And after a guild enters the Battlefield dungeon, other guilds can no longer enter. You can only wait until the previous guild has all withdrawn. In the copy, it is like the name of the copy. Battlefield. This dungeon is an infinite dungeon, which is the battlefield between the frontline city and the enemy country. As long as the player does not die, they can always gain experience in it. However, after death, you can only wait until the next day to enter the battlefield copy again. Qi Lu can also foresee that these guilds will spend a considerable period off time in the battle for the battlefield dungeon. The specific method of competition is to see who comes early. Cloud City, a mercenary guild. Mu Qianqiu and Wan Chongshan frowned, looking at the table, which almost piled up a small mountain of information. There are more than a dozen documents on it. The content is that in the depths of the cloud forest, a powerful monster appeared, and it has already injured many people. And many people have been poisoned by monsters. There are mercenaries, people from caravans, and people who come to Yunwu City to visit. It's normal for monsters to hurt people, but if they happen too often, there is definitely a big problem. Wan Chongshan, what do you think that monster will be? Mu Qianqiu raised his head and asked aloud, pointing at the description on a sheepskin scroll. I can't be sure for the time being, I only know that the speed of this beast is extremely fast, according to their description. Wan Chongshan took several parchment scrolls, opened them one by one, and then pointed to the information on them to integrate them together. Have you found anything? Mu Qianqiu looked at Wan Chongshan. He is not good at such things related to brain power, so it is better to leave it to someone who is good at it. I suspect that this is a master-level monster. Wan Zhongshan watched for a long time before rubbing his eyebrows and expressing his guess. What? How could there be a master-level monster in the cloud forest? Mu Qianqiu suddenly showed an expression of extreme astonishment. The reason why the cloud forest is classified as a low-level monster forest is because the level of monsters in it is not high. Grandmaster-level monsters, even in high-level monster forests, can occupy a place at the top of the food chain. What's more, in the low-level monster forest. As for the heroic beasts, almost no one is willing to provoke them. Demons of this level, the territory they occupy, their territory, is the restricted area. And now, a Grandmaster-level monster suddenly appeared in the Cloud Forest. It was just a joke. With the mercenaries in Cloud Mist City, it is simply not enough to kill Master-level monsters. Even the strongest tiger hunter among the mercenaries is only a professional class. A mercenary team with a master-level powerhouse simply disdains coming to Yunwu City. What should I do? Do I need to ask other guilds for help? Mu Qianqiu asked it in a panic. Don't rush to ask for help, this matter is still uncertain. First release the exploration task, and set the reward and points higher. Wang Zhongshan thought about it and said slowly. Isn't this a joke about the lives of those mercenaries? Mu Qianqiu frowned slightly. If it is really a master-level monster, then the mercenaries explored in the past will probably be buried in the cloud forest. No, how could this be a joke? Wang Zhongshan said with a smile. Whether those mercenaries can come back or not, we can get the information we want. That monster is a master monster, or... No. Mu Qianqiu suddenly felt Wang Zhongshan's smile, which seemed to be a bit gloomy. Shaking his head, Mu Qianqiu threw this feeling out of his head, then hurriedly stood up and said, then I'll go to release the mission first. In the depths of the cloud forest, a kitten with fur covered in mysterious patterns was lying on a tree and licking its paws. Under the tree, several professional class monsters were guarding the surroundings, like guards guarding the kitten. In the forest farther away, there are still many monsters wandering around. The wandering route is faintly centered on the kitten. Meow. Suddenly, the kitten let out a lazy cry. The professional class demon beasts guarding under the tree immediately entered a state of battle upon hearing this cry. At this moment, a tiny crystal suddenly fell out from the paw that the kitten licked before, like a gorgeous little gem. This gem has not yet landed, and the professional class monsters guarding under the tree scattered in a hurry, and began a fierce fight. The kitten watched with interest from the tree, with a dim light flashing in the diamond-shaped pupils. The tiny crystal was finally grabbed by a monster that looked like a wild wolf, but the fierce competition also made it covered in blood, and the wounds, large and small, looked very miserable. However, this monster didn't care about the wound on his body at all, and instead gave a warning roar to the surrounding monsters. Then he swallowed the grabbed crystal in one bite. In an instant, a flash of fluorescence appeared in the eyes of this monster, and then quickly spread to the whole body. The wounds that appeared due to the battle before also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye under the illumination of the fluorescent light. Soon, an aura that far surpassed the surrounding monsters erupted from the wolf-shaped monster, and the powerful pressure rushed to the four directions, forcing the professional class monsters to retreat. The demon beasts wandering further afield were even more prone to the ground, daring not to move. Crash! The surrounding trees were rattled by the pressure. But only the big tree where the kitten was, the branches and leaves on it were not affected at all. The powerful coercion only erupted for more than 10 seconds, and it was restrained by this wolf-shaped beast. The fluorescent light covering the surface of the wolf-shaped beast slowly disappeared, and the exposed figure was 2 full circles larger than before. The light emanating from a pair of beast pupils is even more profound. The fur on the body is also more and more shiny. Ow! The wolf-shaped beast let out a loud roar, then leaned under the big tree, expressing submission to the kitten. The kitten lay between the branches, seemed to be a little tired, and let out a sullen cry. All the monsters seemed to have received some orders, and immediately began to disperse to the periphery. After a while, this area where monsters gathered seemed to have never appeared before. Since the promotion of the New World mode of the Combat Power Upgrade Arena, the decks in the Combat Power Upgrade Training Room area have always maintained a very high full rate. With Qi Li's opening time, it's almost 3.5 rounds a day. And after the guild system was updated, no one who came to the store did not have a membership card, which made UCR a lot more convenient. However, because of the opening of the battlefield dungeon, those guilds started a new round of competition. Although the explosion rate of the guild creation card was low, it still exploded several times due to the perseverance of the city guards led by Qin Ming and the guards led by Ling Xiao. So on the second and third day, Qin Ming's Yunwu Guild and Ling Xiao's Xiaofeng Guild were successfully created one after another. During this period, Ling Xiao also gave Gu Pingchuan one of the extra guild creation cards. It's a little favor. Therefore, following that, the Brilliant Guild belonging to Brilliant Academy was also successfully created. And there is another one, the Lanya Guild created by the Lanya team. The guild creation card used was the one that Blood Wolf returned to Qi Lu. Because Lan Zier was in the team when the first battle was rekindled, so Qi Lu lent them the guild creation card that he took back. However, it doesn't really matter. Because Qi Lu has no idea of creating a guild. Today, the first and second people to enter the store were Blood Wolf and Tiger Hunt, followed by members of Lan Yi squad. Because the members of the Blood Wolf squad did not dare to crowd the Lanya squad. Let's talk about it first. The rules are the first guild to enter the store, and the advanced battlefield dungeon, so my Blood Wolf guild is the first Tonter. Blood Wolf looked at Lan Yi, who followed closely, and said seriously. Hey, there's no chivalry at all. Nayland Qingqi stuck out his tongue at the Blood Wolf and made a face. Two big men, don't be irritable when competing with us little girls. Yujia pouted and said faintly. I can't say that, at least the team members led by Captain Blood Wolf are still very chivalrous. Lan Qing'er shrugged, then glanced outside the shop and teased. The members of the Blood Wolf squad stood outside the store, looking at the few people blocking the door. You don't want to use words to run on me, I won't eat your way. The Blood Wolf has won the first place with these guys for several days. It would be fine if the Lanya team won the first place. After all, the same person can only enter once a day in the battlefield dungeon. There are only 7 Lanya team members in total. No matter how powerful they are, they can only last for about an hour. The army charge in the battlefield dungeon is no joke. But if the Xiaofeng Guild or the Yunwu Guild took the first place, with their number, they would start taking turns going online and entering the dungeon. Basically one day would be exhausted. The Blood Wolf Guild has a relatively small number of people, and it takes at most half a day to go online and enter the dungeon in turn. Okay, let the Blood Wolf Guild go first. Lan Yi raised his hand, signaling them to stop talking. Sister Lan Yi is right. I don't know when the Cloud Forest started, and several powerful monsters appeared. We can't deal with it. It's better to take a rest at the store manager's place. Fei Xue said lightly. Hearing Fei Xue's words, Hu Shou paused for a moment, then turned around and said, Have you also encountered an unusually powerful beast? I thought it was just a beast that appeared by chance. But powerful monsters generally have their own territory, so how could they come to the Cloud Forest? Tiger Hunt's words also attracted the attention of others. In the Qila store, they are all the top mercenary squads in Yunwu City, so they are naturally concerned about the news released by the Mercenary Guild. It's no wonder that in the past 2 days, in the Guild Mission Hall, a mission to explore the depths of the Cloud Forest appeared inexplicably. After listening to the words of the two, the Blood Wolf quickly understood this matter. Because when the Blood Wolf team was hunting monsters in the Cloud Forest, they also encountered powerful monsters that should not have appeared in the Cloud Forest. Hu Shou and Lan Yi are of course not stupid. Fei Xue is even smarter than Bing Xue. Just mentioning the Blood Wolf, they thought of this matter, and have already guessed it closely. Mu Qianqiu and Wan Chongshan are really good calculations. Hu Shou said suddenly, the expression on his face was extremely cold. To be honest, with the character of Tiger Hunt, I just can't see such avalanche. They are businessmen, not mercenaries. It is the nature of businessmen to seek profit only. Lan Yi snorted after she understood. It's too damned, guys. If there is no boss's shop, I'm afraid even I can't get out of that guy's hands. The Blood Wolf also spat fiercely. In the quest hall of the Mercenary Guild, the quests that are hung up will be cancelled after they are completed. In the past 2 days, the mission to explore the depths of the Cloud Forest that suddenly appeared has never been cancelled. This shows that this task has not been completed. The task of exploring the depths of the cloud forest is not a difficult task, and the task reward and mercenary points, given this time, are very high. There are definitely not a few mercenaries who take this mission. But this task has not been completed. This shows what? Those mercenaries who took up the mission had an accident in the depths of the cloud forest, and no one could come back. The Blood Wolf and the others can also guess this situation. Even Lan Yi and the others felt extremely troublesome when they encountered those powerful monsters that suddenly appeared. In the entire Cloud City, apart from the Blood Wolf team, I am afraid there is no mercenary team that can walk out of the Cloud Forest alive under the hands of those monsters. Both trained in Qi Li's store, and they knew each other's details. There is no doubt about the monsters that even they can't deal with. Absolutely, a master-level monster. To let those ordinary mercenaries explore the details of the master-level monsters is not asking them to die. Then Mu Qianqiu and Wan Zhongshan released this kind of task, and they didn't need to give rewards and mercenary points, and they also got the information they wanted to know. And these monsters that suddenly appeared can be determined to be master-level monsters. This behavior of not taking the lives of the mercenaries into consideration made everyone who was also a mercenary angry. If it weren't for the support of the equipment and medicine pills in the Qi Li store, coupled with the masochistic training in the combat power-enhancing arena, with their strength, they would never have been able to escape from the master-level beasts so easily. Every big realm is a huge gap. And the gap between Warcraft and human race will only get bigger. Because the body of the beast is stronger than that of the human race, and its attributes are even more terrifyingly high. This is to compensate for monsters, which cannot learn martial skills and magic like other races, and the unique attribute compensation. Terrifying physical ability can easily complete the pursuit of the weak. If this matter can't be resolved, it won't be long before you can enter the Cloud Forest. Fei Xue frowned slightly and said slowly. That's right, if we can't even enter the Cloud Forest, let alone other people. The Blood Wolf also frowned. The master-level monster is a devastating existence for the low-level monster forest. A dominant force will only quickly collapse the ecology of the entire Cloud Forest. But the most important thing is that it will severely restrict the entry of the human race. Looking at those high-level monster forests, no city-states will be built around, because they can't prevent the invasion of master-level monsters. Not to mention heroic monsters. The reason why Cloud Mist City is prosperous is because Cloud Mist Forest is a low-level monster forest. Moreover, it is located on the border of the Xuanhuan Empire, and the business location is convenient, so it has become a prosperous trading city-state. However, with the emergence of Grandmaster-level Warcraft, this balance will soon be broken. The decline of Yunwu City is also close at hand. However, those mercenary groups that can have master-level powerhouses are all well-known large-scale mercenary groups among the mercenaries. How could he come to such a low-level monster forest? The Blood Wolf team led by the Blood Wolf, under the support of Qi Li's equipment and the training of the Combat Power Improvement Arena, except that there is no master-level powerhouse, the overall strength is definitely not weaker than those famous large-scale Servants' Corps. Even more than that. But this still can't pose a threat to the Grandmaster-level Warcraft. The lack of real powerhouses has always been one of the drawbacks of mercenary squads. As for asking Gu Pingchuan for help, don't even think about it. Hero-level powerhouses have been agreed upon by all races. Until the country is destroyed, they must not take action lightly. Because the heroic powerhouse, against the non-heroic level, is a massacre without any suspense. Once Gu Pingchuan takes action, the heroic level of Warcraft will also come over. At that time it will be more than just a Grandmaster-level monster. But it's not that serious yet. Those Grandmaster-level monsters are only active in the depths of the Cloud Forest for the time being. Hu Shou signaled them not to be too nervous. I think City Lord Qin and the others will not sit idly by. That's right, it's useless to think so much. It's better to improve your strength a little now. Blood Wolf was not too entangled in this kind of thing that could not be dealt with temporarily. Today, I managed to grab the first place, and the advanced copy is more realistic. Because no matter how those demon beasts reigned supreme in the Cloud Forest, they couldn't be arrogant in Qi Li's store. It is true that the hero level cannot be easily shot, but if someone takes the initiative to provoke it, it is another matter. After all, the majesty of the strong, the weak are not qualified to offend. Qi Lu listened to the whole thing next to him. Then he took a big bite of the bacon sandwich and wondered if he should dose him a thing. System, host, I seem to hear you calling me. Qi Lu, I didn't. Qi Lu was very accustomed to the elusiveness of the system. After hearing the prompt, he reflexively replied, and then paused. System, wait, is there another mission? Qi Lu knew that the system suddenly appeared, and there must be something wrong. As for whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, I didn't know. System, there is no mission, I just came out to remind you that what happened this time is a continuation of the previous incident. Qi Lu listened to the system and began to try to recall the so-called last event. You're talking about the beast tide? After finally recalling something, Qi Lu quickly confirmed to the system. System, yes, in view of this incident, it is the sequelae of the host that your last mission was not completed perfectly, so the host needs to find a way to solve this matter. In other words, you deducted my reward? Qi Lu asked suddenly. System, that's right. I didn't. Hearing this, Qi Lu smiled coldly. System, you really learned badly, and you actually learned to deduct my reward. If you obediently hand over the reward, I will forgive you. As soon as these words came out, the system was silent for a long time and then made a faint sound. System, looks like I'm still too honest. System, mission, the crisis in Yunwu City? Continued, the beast tide not long ago seems to have left hidden dangers in Yunwu Forest. Please host find a way to solve the crisis encountered in Yunwu City. System, task reward, open a new purchase channel. Qi Lu almost scolded after hearing the reward for this task. The reward for this task is actually to open a new purchase channel. The system wants to deduct such a huge reward. Qi Lu didn't scold the system, he had already considered his self-cultivation. You know, Qi Lu now has only 4 purchase channels. Pill egg pool, weapon egg pool, armor egg pool, ornament egg pool. And these 4 purchase channels are the foundation of Qi Li's foundation and foundation. But unfortunately, these 4 purchase channels, so far, there are only 2 grades of ordinary grade and excellent grade. As for those rare level goods, they were all drawn from the top level egg pool for 10 consecutive draws. Moreover, Qi Lu is sure that the types of rare level commodities that may be brought out by 10 consecutive draws are definitely not the total number of rare level types. Those really good things must be staying in the rare egg pool. This shows the importance of purchasing channels. Just as Qi Lu thought of this, the system suddenly appeared again and began top our cold water. System, host, there is one thing that must be explained. The highest level of egg pool purchase channels is the excellent level. What did you say? Only when Qi Lu thought of the rare egg pool, the system came up with such a sentence, which almost choked him to death. No wonder his store manager level has been upgraded to level 4, and the egg pool level is only excellent. It turns out that the highest is just the excellent grade. Then, what about those higher level commodities, treasure level, epic level commodities? Qi Lu asked eagerly. According to the system's grading display, above the rare level, there are 3 levels, treasure level, epic level, and legendary level. And so far, the highest level that has appeared is the rare level. Qi Lu can also see that the ordinary level, corresponding to the highest level, is the hero level. Excellent class, corresponding to the highest state, is the professional class. Rare grade, corresponding to the highest realm, is the master grade. Therefore, many rare-level commodities have such high usage restrictions, which are basically only available to the professional class. However, this is not very applicable to medicinal pills. This is like the equipment and medicines in the game. General equipment has a level limit. The stronger the equipment, the higher the level limit. However, the difference in level between blood medicine and blue medicine, at most, is only the difference in the amount of blood and blue. And the difference in the level of equipment is directly reflected in the attributes. However, games are games after all and cannot represent reality. In the Qile store, the attribute descriptions of the equipment produced by system are actually only a general description. For example, the biggest difference between reality and the game is the endurance of equipment. The lower the level of equipment, the more powerful the force, the faster the wear and tear. This is also the reason why the blood wolves, the mercenaries who often fight, need to frequently change their equipment and replenish their medicinal pills. Ordinary level equipment needs to be replaced almost every 2 or 3 days. Because ordinary level equipment, the most suitable users are practitioners off more than 10 levels. The hero level is already the highest applicable level. If a professional class like the Blood Wolf uses a common level weapon, then it only needs to burst out of vindictive energy twice, and this common level weapon can be completely worn out. But it is undeniable that even ordinary level weapons are not comparable to those forged by so-called master blacksmiths. And the weapons made by those master blacksmiths are not easy to wear out. That's because those weapons have no way to instill vindictiveness, and naturally they won't be worn out due to the outbreak of vindictiveness. However, weapons that cannot instill vindictiveness are more than one level lower in lethality. You must know that the weapons of the real powerhouses are all made of various rare and precious materials, and they have good conductivity for fighting Qi magic power. It's not the common goods created by those master blacksmiths, which can be compared. This is also the equipment in the Qile shop, which is really powerful. It is extremely conductive to fighting spirit and magic power, and it also has various powerful effects and skills. That's why Qile cares so much about higher level products. It's not just because of higher tier items that the price will be higher. Qile's pursuit of spirit crystals is not as persistent as that stingy system. But because of higher level commodities, the accompanying effects and skills will be more powerful and have more types. System, higher grade goods will appear in other purchase channels. Hearing this slow reply, Qile raised his brows. Then I remembered the reward for this mission. No wonder you wanted to deduct my reward just now. It turned out that you didn't want me to enter a higher level commodity. System, what you're doing is wrong. You have to know that if there are better products in the store, we can earn more spirit crystals. Isn't that bad? Qile said bitterly. System, don't talk nonsense. Forget it, I slipped away. Leave this sentence, and the system disappears at once. Well, it seems that he should know wrong. Qile nodded with satisfaction when he saw the system disappear. When arguing with the system before, Qile was always the loser. This time, standing on the commanding heights of making money, and finally winning the system of accounting for losses, Qile must be refreshed. However, after feeling refreshed, Qile still needs to think about how to accomplish this time. New purchase channels must be obtained. This is the best way to keep coming up with new products. The Goluo Empire is one of the neighboring countries of the Xuanhuan Empire. Cloud Forest borders Cloud City and also borders Goluo Empire. It's just that in the territory of the Goluo Empire, there is no city-state built outside the Cloud Forest, but a plain. Therefore, when it comes to the Cloud Forest, most people will not think of it. On the opposite side of the Cloud City, across the Cloud Forest, there is a Goluo Empire. Although the Goluo Empire does not pay attention to the place of Cloud Forest. But what happened in the Cloud Forest was still noticed by the frontier troops of the Goluo Empire. The scouts of the border troops quickly reported the news. There is a Grandmaster-level monster in the Cloud Forest, which is really big news. The generals of the Frontier Army led the camp, and the lieutenant of the South Army looked at the news from the scout newspaper, and was also thinking about the authenticity of these news and the next arrangements. The Cloud Forest was originally not under the jurisdiction of the Goryeo Empire and the southern garrison. However, an order came from the imperial city to send scouts from the southern garrison to pay close attention to the situation in the Cloud Forest. This made Lieutenant South, the highest commander of the South Frontier Army, feel an unusual taste. Previously, the Orc tribe had an action, and that time, it seemed to be the period when Yunwu City suffered from the beast tide. But this time, there was an abnormality in the Cloud Forest, but the Orkterby didn't move. Could it be an accident? Or, they have been able to hide from the scouts' eyes. Military Lieutenant Xuanhuan was in a high position, so naturally he could get a lot of news. The analysis of intelligence is far more far-reaching than the average person. No, it's impossible. Military Lieutenant Xuanhuan carefully looked at the parchment scroll on the table and denied his guess. I heard that the Orc tribe has a treasure brought back from the ruins, which can quickly catalyze the promotion of warcraft. Master-level monsters suddenly appeared in the Cloud Forest. It is absolutely impossible to be promoted naturally, so there must be the shadow of the Orkterby. But, what are they doing this for? Or, the so-called reclusive powerhouse in Yunwu City is just their guess. Slowly rolling up the parchment scroll, Lieutenant Xuanhuan knocked on the table, and a messenger immediately walked in from outside the door. This information, hurry up and send it back to the Imperial City. Yes. Orc Tribe, Beast Emperor Palace. Originally, the mere Grandmaster-level magical beasts were not enough to disturb the Beast Emperor of the Orc Tribe. But this time, there was something wrong with the place where the Grandmaster-level warcraft appeared. There is a Master-level monster in the Cloud Forest. It seems that the people of the Goryeo Empire did not listen to the advice. The Beast King leaned on the lion chair and said coldly. In order to confirm the situation of the reclusive powerhouse in Yunwu City, the Orc tribe sent several groups of people over. It was finally determined that there is indeed a heroic existence in Cloud City. One of the agreements between the hero level is that the city-state the hero level lives in. If the hero level is attacked, the hero level can take action at any time to help the city-state repel the intruding enemy. Therefore, among the various forces, the city-states where the hero lives are all recorded. These city-states are city-states that cannot be attacked unless it is a last resort. It is precisely because of this that the Beast Emperor will give up decisively and will not continue to attack Yunwu City. Although the Beast King would not be afraid of a hero, it did not mean that he was willing to offend a hero because of such trivial matters. My Emperor, you seem to be worrying about the Goryeo Empire. Beside the lion chair, there was also an orc with a black robe and a hood, hiding his face in the shadows. He is one of the Orc tribes, in addition to the Beast Emperor, another hero-level Orc High Priest. Of course I won't be troubled by this kind of thing. The Goryeo Empire wants to rob things, but wants us to contribute. This is not good. The Beast Emperor said calmly. He has already given advice, and the news that there may be heroic levels in Yunwu City has also been passed on to the Goryeo Empire. Since the Goryeo Empire still doesn't want to give up, then their Orc tribe will not be involved anymore. My Emperor, you seem to have forgotten that the catalyst stone you brought back from the ruins. The High Priest's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. What? The Beast Emperor raised his brows, sat up straight, and suddenly looked at High Priest beside him with a pair of sharp beast pupils. You mean, the catalytic stone is still deep in the Cloud Forest? That's right. Last time, in order to avoid the attention of the heroic class in time, I didn't immediately retrieve the catalyzing god stone. The High Priest said slowly. In other words, this time the Grandmaster level warcraft. The Beast Emperor frowned slightly. No, normally, the energy of the catalyzing God Stone should have been exhausted. This matter is still uncertain. The High Priest shook his head. The catalytic God Stone was brought back from the ruins. The High Priest is most familiar with the amount of energy that catalyzes the Divine Stone. I hope so. For the Orc tribe, it is not good news to offend the Ice Emperor at this time. The Beast Emperor frowned. For the heroes like them who represent a certain force, the most afraid of offending are those heroes who are alone. Because those guys do things recklessly. Even if they can't pose a threat to these heroes, they can easily destroy the forces below them. At this time, the Ice Emperor in their mouths sneezed violently. Could it be that someone is thinking of me? Why is my nose so itchy? Chi Larabet his nose and muttered to himself. Looking at the weather outside, it seems to be getting a little warmer. It shouldn't be cold. Who is thinking of me? Sheila thought happily while eating potato chips. The incident of the Grandmaster level monsters appeared in the Cloud Forest. After the mercenary guild of Yunwu City confirmed it, it soon spread to the mercenary guilds of other city-states. After confirming the news, a well-known mercenary team in the mercenary world also came to Yunwu City. Longya Mercenary Squad. The captain is called Longya, a master sword knight. It was rumored that the knight sword in his hand was forged with 3 dragon teeth. This is also the origin of the name of the Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad, as well as the origin of the title of the Captain Dragon Tooth. Mercenary Guild, Tavern. Longya sat outside the bar, sipping rum. The other members of the Dragon Tooth mercenary team occupied most of the seats in the tavern, roaring and drinking in the tavern. We have already figured out the matter of the master-level monsters, and we're here for this. Longya said with a big smile while drinking. It was as if the master-level demon beasts were not worth mentioning at all in front of him. The violent bear sitting next to Longya immediately echoed, Captain Longya is right. I don't know how many people have died for these master-level monsters. Longya put the wine glass on the bar and said, everyone knows that the Cloud Forest is famous for producing low-level magical beasts. The mercenaries who can come to this Cloud City can be a powerful character. If I hadn't heard that there were Grandmaster-level monsters here, I wouldn't they've bothered to come to such a small border town. Bao Xiong listened and smiled. That is, the Longya Mercenary Squad, which is a well-known squad in the mercenary world. It is our honor to come to Yunwu City and solve problems for us. Longya was touted by this, and said it quite comfortably. In Longya's eyes, Cloud Mist City is indeed, as he said, a place where some low-level mercenaries like to come. So I said, after we have dealt with those demon beasts, you can just come to Longya, Bao Xiong, and stay in this kind of place all the time, staying with a group of trash. How can the strength be improved? Longya laughed and took a sip of rum, and said it without any concealment. Captain Longya is right. A few Grandmaster-level monsters can't solve it. The mercenaries who stay here are not waste. Don't say that. If they don't waste, then there is a chance for us to earn points. Then don't we have to thank them? I want to say thanks to a group of trash, then should we still be in the mercenary world? That's true, haha. The members of the Longya Mercenary Squad, who were drinking in the Mercenary Guild Tavern, heard Longya's words and immediately followed suit. He started to sneer at the mercenaries in Cloud Mist City. The Dragon Tooth mercenary team with master-level powerhouses is very proud in their hearts. In the entire Yunwu City, even a Grandmaster-level mercenary could not be found, and they would not pay attention to it at all. These words, the mercenaries who are still drinking in the Mercenary Guild Tavern, their faces are ashen. Being scolded as a waste by others is a personal discomfort, not to mention these rebellious mercenaries. However, there was no way to refute it. Because they really can't solve those Grandmaster-level monsters in the Cloud Forest. Moreover, in the face of the Shanglongjia Mercenary Squad, there are not many mercenary squads that can confront them head-on with courage. After all, being a grandmaster is not a joke. However, Bao Xiong did not have this self-consciousness, and did not feel that the sentence waste included himself, and after being invited by Longye, he felt very honored. Captain Longye can invite me, of course I have no problem. In fact, I was just forced to stay here before. The so-called good birds choose wood for habitation. If I can join the Longye mercenary team and stay away from here, I would be extremely happy. After a few words, Bao Xiong stripped himself out. The meaning of the words is also following the people of the Dragon Tooth mercenary team, mocking the mercenaries of Yunwu City together, they are a group of waste. And he stayed in Yunwu City, but he didn't find a place to go for the time being. It's a blessing for the head of the storm to come to Longye. In this case, the Longye team came to Yunwu City, and it's not nothing. Longye drank the rum in the cup. Brothers, toast for the new members. Cheers. Captain, you recruited the Violent Bear into Longye. Isn't there no one in Yunwu City anymore? The rest are waste. Even if the Violent Bear doesn't leave, can Yunwu City turn over? That's right, why bother with so much, brothers, cheers. The members of the Longye mercenary team raised their wine glasses and gestured to the Violent Bear. After all, in terms of level alone, the 48th level Violent Bear is indeed the #1 mercenary in Cloud Mist City. At this level, even in the Dragon Tooth mercenary squad, they can be regarded as the top group. Oh, the rumored Dragon Tooth has only the same vision. However, other mercenaries dare not speak out, but that doesn't mean no one dares to speak up. When the members of the Violent Bear and the Dragon Tooth mercenary team were raising their glasses, a teasing voice suddenly sounded. Who is speaking? As soon as these words came out, the Dragon Tooth mercenary team, which occupied half of the tavern, immediately stood up. Why, the people of Longye, don't let people even talk now. Blood Wolf leaned back on the chair and put the wine glass in his hand on the round table in front of him. For the behavior of the Dragon Tooth mercenary team, the Blood Wolf is really not used to it. What's more, the people of Longye have repeatedly said that the people of Yunwu City are trash. The Blood Wolf is not the kind of Violent Bear who bullies the soft and fears the hard, and tends to be inflamed. How could he bear it? Oh? Dare to ask this brother, who is he? Longye raised his hand, motioning for the team members to be quiet, then looked at the Blood Wolf, and asked with a half-smile. Brother, I can't afford it. Xuanhuan was not in the mood to deal with Long Yaksu and Wei Snake. You. After choking Longye, Xuanhuan sat up straight without waiting for Longye to answer, and said, Cloud City, Blood Wolf Squad, Captain, Blood Wolf. Captain Blood Wolf, okay, you said just now that my Dragon Tooth's vision I just that, why do you say such a thing? Seeing that Xuanhuan didn't intend to speak politely to him, Longye naturally wouldn't be polite either. Why? Bully the soft and fear the hard with the Violent Bear, and you are as timid as a mouse. With your dragon teeth, you will only be arrogant and domineering. The Blood Wolf said unceremoniously. What did you say? After the Blood Wolf said so, the Violent Bear couldn't sit still. Because what the Blood Wolf said poked the pain in the heart of the Violent Bear. Obviously, among the mercenaries in Yunwu City, the level of the Violent Bear is the highest, but the strength of the Violent Bear mercenary group is the weakest among the 3 mercenary groups. Even the Longye team with only 7 people can't compare. Who do you think you are, dare to say that to our captain? There is still such a person who is not afraid of death. I think you don't want to stand out of this tavern. A mere professional class, who do you really think you are? The members of the Longye mercenary team also became angry. For so long in their mercenary career, it was the first time they were told that they would only be arrogant and domineering. Others were intimidated by the strength of their Longye mercenary team, and even if they were bullied and suffered, they would not dare to say anything. But the Blood Wolf doesn't care so much. As a mercenary, if you don't even have your own temperament, then you might as well not do it. After so many years, you are the first to dare to say such a thing. Long Ye grinned and said coldly. Pressing his hand, he motioned the members of the Longya mercenary team to calm down. However, since Captain Blood Wolf dares to say that, he must be very confident in his own strength. Having said that, Long Ye's words changed, and he sneered, then why don't you have a test to prove that you have the qualifications to say such words, dare you? Captain Long Ye really has a good plan. Is this going to bully the weak in open and honest way? Xuanhuan teased. Long Ye's face turned red when the Blood Wolf said it. With the strength of the master class, it is easy to be ridiculed by saying that he wants to fight with a professional class. However, Long Ye still said to himself, so, don't you dare? Then we only compare our combat skills without fighting spirit, how about that? Long Ye is still very confident in his own fighting skills. Combat skills, it takes a lot of time and high-intensity combat to hone. For mercenaries, combat is never lacking. So, generally speaking, the higher the level, the stronger the fighting skills. It is a mastery of one's own power. Long Ye also has absolute confidence in himself and can outperform the Blood Wolf in combat skills. It's okay to have a test. If you lose, you must apologize to all the mercenaries in Yunwu City, and then say that you are trash. The Blood Wolf sat on the chair and spoke slowly. Oh? With this condition, what if you lose? Long Ye asked with interest. Because he didn't think he would lose at all. Let's do it. The Blood Wolf said word by word. As soon as these words came out, the members of the Longya mercenary team in the tavern burst into laughter. Is this the so-called courting death? It's a daydream that even a trash dares to challenge our Captain Longya. It's ridiculous to say that it's just a matter of disposal. Captain, hurry up and get rid of this ignorant guy, it's really a waste of time for drinking. Even the mercenaries in Yunwu City, no one is optimistic about the Blood Wolf. Captain Blood Wolf, we thank you for speaking for us, but you still have to be careful. If it doesn't work, forget it, it doesn't matter. Yeah, this matter is really useless for us. A professional class actually wants to challenge the master class, even if it is just a test of combat skills, the gap in realm is insurmountable. The Violent Bear also sneered, Blood Wolf, for the sake of you and me in Yunwu City, I kindly advise you, after apologizing, hurry up and get out. It's really noisy. The Blood Wolf stood up, looked at Long Ye, and said, don't waste time, just be here. The Blood Wolf team members who came to drink together, without saying a word, immediately moved the round table to make room for the Blood Wolf. For the members of the Blood Wolf team, what the Blood Wolf says is what it is. They won't say much. This discipline has been done very well in the past. Now that he has entered the Blood Wolf Guild, his discipline will be stronger. Since you are so eager to court death, then I will fulfill you. Long Ye put the wine glass in his hand on the bar, and then stood up. The members of the Longya mercenary team all looked like they were watching a good show. The mercenaries compete for combat skills, generally without weapons. Swords face each other, and it is mostly a life and death struggle. Even if Long Ye is arrogant and domineering, he is not ignorant of proportions. If it is said that it is a competition of fighting skills, naturally he will not use his famous dragon-tooth knight sword. Bring it on. Long Ye beckoned contemptuously. If Long Ye still has the first strike against a professional class, it will be looked down upon. Since Captain Long Ye is so polite, then I'm not polite. Blood Wolf would not be modest at such a time. The lion fights the rabbit, and still uses all his strength. What's more, the Blood Wolf is not a lion to Long Ye. In the battle strength promotion arena, Guardian Knights have never been a class that takes the initiative to attack. But Blood Wolves have not only fought with Guardian Knights. There are too many classes that can preemptively attack. Taking a step forward, the blood wolf takes the lead and seizes the advantage off the first attack, which is extremely huge. In the battle strength promotion arena, the blood wolves who have fought with those monsters are familiar with this. The action is good. Longye raised his eyebrows, and immediately shot, trying to intercept the attack of the blood wolf. But how could the blood wolf make Longye wishful? Punch out like a gun, like a wave. The blood wolf imitated the attack method of the spearman. Once the first attack is seized, it will be suppressed to the end, and there will never be a chance for Longye to fight back. After several fights, Longye felt the pressure doubled. How is this possible? How can a mere professional class have such strong combat skills? Longye gritted his teeth, and his eyes showed an unbelievable look. The Longye mercenary team, who was waiting to watch the show, also felt that something was wrong. Not even drinking. However, their nervousness could not relieve Longye's pressure. The blood wolf's attack was as dense as a wave, layer upon layer, and did not give Longye a chance to breathe at all. Bam! A muffled sound came out suddenly. With an inadvertent long tooth, he let out a grunt and flew out, knocking down several round tables before falling to the ground. The appearance of this scene made everyone in the tavern stunned. I couldn't believe what my eyes were seeing. In their eyes, the almost unrivaled Grandmaster level actually lost like that. Lost so neatly. Even if it's just a competition of fighting skills, it's an incredible thing. The members of the Longye mercenary team were even more embarrassed and flushed. The words I said before were like slaps, and they were slapped on their faces, making them a little afraid to look up. Captain Longye, I admit it. Blood Wolf sneered, then clasped his fists and said, Damn. Longye coughed lightly, and stood up from the ground with a livid face. Also ask Captain Longye to fulfill the agreement between us. Blood Wolf reminded in a timely manner. Do you have to admit that you are trash? No, not possible. Grandmaster level dignity does not allow Longye to admit that he is only arrogant and domineering waste. Longye remembered what he said before, and suddenly pulled out the dragon-tooth knight sword from his waist, and said gloomily, since it is a test of combat skills, you and I are not fighters in the ranks, so you can be considered a real strength if you don't take weapons. Woolen cloth. So, are you planning to deny the account? Blood Wolf's voice also sank. How can I say that I don't admit my account? Since my rank is a sword knight, then taking the knight sword can be regarded as my true strength. Longye sneered. Dragon-tooth knight sword is the weapon that Dragon-tooth is famous for. It was this Dragon-tooth knight sword that made Dragon-tooth play his name among the master-level mercenaries. Ordinary weapons, fighting with the Dragon-tooth knight sword, are basically the end of the halberd. Even those weapons that were forged using precious materials were mostly broken when facing the Dragon-tooth knight sword. After all, the dragon race, in this world, is one of the most powerful races. The scales, bones, teeth, claws, and other items on the dragon's body are all top-notch forging materials. Ordinary precious materials are simply incomparable to dragon teeth. Now, take your weapon, let's have another test. Longye is absolutely reluctant to admit that he is a waste, so he can only show his trump card. Taking the Dragon-tooth knight sword, Dragon-tooth has absolute confidence that he cannot lose. Fighting with someone like you, who doesn't keep the promise, is really humiliating to my reputation. Blood Wolf shook his head in disappointment, and didn't even draw the Knight of Light sword. In terms of weapons alone, the rare weapon in the Qi shop, the Holy Light Knight sword, is definitely not weaker than the Dragon-tooth knight sword. It's just that the Knight of Light sword is a defensive weapon, while the Dragon-tooth knight sword is an offensive weapon. However, the Blood Wolf knows that even if he wins the Dragon-tooth again, I am afraid that the Dragon-tooth will not abide by the agreement. It is more likely that a third test will be proposed. Such arrogant and domineering people want to make them bow their heads, unless the real strength is stronger than them, otherwise, they will never be convinced. Are you afraid, as a knight, dare not take up your sword? Long Ye swung the knight sword in his hand horizontally and asked proudly. The 8 virtues of being a knight really make you lose everything. Bloodwolf snorted coldly, looking down on Long Ye even more. Humility, honesty, honor, justice. Mercy, bravery, spirit, sacrifice. Among the 8 virtues of knights, Ryuya has hardly achieved any of them. My business, you don't have to worry about it. Long Ye's face sank, and the dragon-tooth knight sword in his hand swept towards the Blood Wolf. The Blood Wolf didn't expect that Long Ye would actually make a sneak attack without any regard for his face. It's just that the speed of Long Ye's shot is much slower than that of the fast attack classes such as the swordsman, assassin, and spearman in the combat enhancement arena. Even if it was a sudden shot, the Blood Wolf also reacted. Instantly, he pulled out the Holy Light Knight sword from his waist. However, there was a figure that moved faster than the Blood Wolf, and appeared in front of the Blood Wolf the moment Long Ye shot. Clang! The sound of gold and iron symphony resounded in the tavern. A giant axe was placed between the Blood Wolf and the dragon tooth. A burly man grinned and spoke slowly. Sneak attack is not a good habit. After the words came, a huge force suddenly came from above the giant axe, and at the same time, there seemed to be a coercion that burst out suddenly, but it was fleeting. Bam! Dang dang dang! Long Ye was shocked by the force and retreated again and again, almost hitting the bar before stopping. Stabilizing his body, he lifted it up, and Long Ye's eyes were fixed on the person who came. Who are you? You dare to take care of me? I'm just an ordinary mercenary in Yunwu City. I just don't like your behavior, so I took action. The big man stood in the hall of the tavern with a giant axe in his right hand. Looking at Long Ye, he did not lose the slightest. Husho, when did you come? The Blood Wolf had just drawn out the Holy Light Knight sword when he saw a figure appear in front of him. After the dragon tooth was shaken back, the Blood Wolf discovered that the person who suddenly appeared was the tiger hunter with the dragon-marked axe. Not long ago, I was outside the door before. I didn't expect this guy to Dorito make a sneak attack. It's just unaccustomed to it, no thanks. Husha shrugged. I didn't plan to thank you either. They're all from the Blood Wolf Guild, so I am not going to say thank you. The Blood Wolf took a step forward with the Holy Light Knight sword and stood side by side with Husho. Looking at Long Ye, he said, Now, do you want to come again? As soon as the words fell, everyone in the Blood Wolf team stood up, but none made a sound. But that power overwhelmed everyone in the tavern. The Blood Wolf is not afraid to compete with the Dragon Tooth team for the strength of the entire mercenary team. What they lack is only the master-level powerhouse. And now, Tiger Hunt has also come. The two of them wanted to contain a dragon tooth, which was an easy task. Captain Long Ye, they dare to provoke, we must show them a good look. Yes, no one has ever dared to offend our Long Ye mercenary team like this. If we want to fight, we will fight, we are not afraid of you. The members of the Long Ye mercenary team also stood up. He glared at the Blood Wolf team. The rest of the idle mercenaries in the tavern rushed towards the door immediately, for fear that Chiyu would be affected by accident. But their strong curiosity kept them all outside the tavern, paying attention to the situation inside the tavern. One is the top mercenary squad in Cloud Mist City, the Blood Wolf squad. One is the famous mercenary squad among the mercenaries, the Dragon Tooth mercenary squad. The battle between them is definitely a big event that all mercenaries should pay attention to. Husho. I know you. Long Ye stared at Husho for a while, before slowly speaking. Among the mercenaries, there are not many famous loners. And Tiger Hunt is one of them. I also know you, Dragon Tooth. You were lucky enough to get 3 dragon tooths and broke through to the Grandmaster level. It doesn't mean that you have the background of the Grandmaster level. Hu Shou grinned and said coldly. You. Long Yu was choked by Tiger Hunt, and for a while, he was a little speechless. Because Tiger Hunt is right, his strength and fame are more from luck. But not many people know about it. Because not everyone is lucky, they can meet a Grandmaster level alien beast killed by a giant dragon, and also get a Grandmaster level trial crystal and 3 dragon teeth. Needless to say, I'm not a person who likes to be talkative. If you want to fight, fight. Hu Shou raised his head and raised his dragon-marked axe, pointing to the dragon's teeth. Tiger Hunt is not interested in spreading the word about Longya. Tiger Hunt doesn't care about luck or bad luck. He only knew that if Longya dared to be presumptuous in Yunwu City, then he will definitely teach Longya a profound lesson. Captain, let's do it, they dare to provoke us like this. Yes, it's just a bunch of trash. They dare to be so arrogant and don't teach them a lesson. They really think we are afraid of them. With the action of Tiger Hunt, the members of the Longya mercenary team immediately boiled. The furious Longya mercenary team members almost rushed up desperately and taught Hu Shou a lesson. The scene instantly became extremely tense. The battle is almost imminent. The mercenaries outside the tavern were also extremely nervous. But they are more worried about the Blood Wolf team. The Longya mercenary team, after all, has a Grandmaster level Sword Knight Longya. Even if the Blood Wolf was better than Longya before, no one would think that the Blood Wolf is stronger than Longya. At most, it can only prove that the fighting skills of the Blood Wolf are stronger than that of the Dragon Teeth. But if you really want to count the fighting spirit, the gap between the master class and the professional class is definitely not something that simple combat skills can make up for. The strength of the Longya mercenary squad is also very famous among the mercenaries. It also has several records of hunting Grandmaster level monsters. Being able to hunt and kill master level monsters is a dividing line between mercenary squads. In the eyes of the mercenaries in Yunwu City, the Blood Wolf squad is still far behind the Dragon Tooth mercenary squad. However, when everyone was extremely worried, Longya suddenly raised his hand. Hu Shou, I'll give you face today. Longya slowly put the Dragon Tooth Knightsword into the scabbard, and gave Hu Shou a deep look. Let's go. Longya's words surprised everyone present. Captain, why are we leaving? Yeah, Captain, they've already provoked us so much, why do you have to endure it? I'm not reconciled, Captain Longya, when did our Longya mercenary team suffer from this kind of anger? The members of the Dragon Tooth mercenary squad shouted very puzzled. His tone was full of dissatisfaction and anger. Be quiet, my order, I don't want to say it again. Longya drank in a low voice, suppressing all the voices. The power of the master level is there. No matter how unconvinced the members of the Longya mercenary team were, they could only obey Longya's orders. The mercenaries outside the tavern looked at the members of the Longya mercenary team with dull faces, and left here under the leadership of Longya. There was a huge wave in my heart. Compared to being puzzled, the mercenaries in Cloud Mist City were more shocked. Originally, in their opinion, there must be a fierce battle between the Blood Wolf squad and the Dragon Tooth mercenary squad. Even if the Blood Wolf team is very strong, at most, the Dragon Tooth mercenary team wins. It is almost impossible for the Blood Wolf team to win. Because the strength gap between the two mercenary squads is really too big. But the mercenaries in Yunwu City could never have imagined that the mighty Dragon Tooth mercenary team would retreat without a fight. This anticlimactic scene made the whole scene fall into a kind of silence. Doubt, surprise, shock, can't believe it. Various emotions revolved in the hearts of these mercenaries. Let these mercenaries have more awe and respect for the Blood Wolf squad and the Lone Ranger Tiger Hunt. Even the Longya mercenary squad was unwilling to confront them head-on. This is enough to prove that the strength of the Blood Wolf team and the strength of tiger hunting are definitely not as simple as they seem. Maybe even stronger than they thought. Although this guy is arrogant and domineering, he seems to be a little smarter than I thought. Hu Shou said aloud after watching the people from the Longya mercenary team leave. Just like him, going to the boss is another ice sculpture that was given away for nothing. Blood Wolf shrugged and put away the Knight of Light sword. Brothers, close the team. After the Blood Wolf finished shouting, he looked at Hu Shou again and said, "You said in the guild exchange before that the one who grabbed the first battlefield dungeon today was the Brilliant Guild." "Yes, I just came from the boss." "Then let's go over now, just to grab the second place." The members of the Longya mercenary squad, although they left the tavern with Longya, but still very unconvinced. They didn't understand why the captain, who had always been strong, was actually cowardly fighting this time. This is absolutely a very shameful thing to do. You must be thinking, why did I leave directly, right? Long Ye seemed to know what they were thinking, and suddenly said, "Yes, Captain, although we respect your order, we don't understand." "Yeah, Captain, why should we be afraid of them? It's just a mercenary squad off a small border city-state." The members of the Longya mercenary team immediately expressed their doubts. "You don't understand, it's normal." Long Ye sighed, and then said, "Hu Shou, you may not know him, but he is indeed a very strong guy. However, that was not the main reason for my retreat. But what you didn't notice, the weapons in the hands of Tiger Hunt and Blood Wolf are weapons of the same rank as my Dragon Tooth Knight sword." Long Ye frowned and said solemnly. This is something he never imagined. The fight against Tiger Hunt, Long Ye could feel it. The Dragon Tooth Knight sword in his hand did not have the feeling of crushing the opponent's weapon in the past. On the contrary, there is a faint feeling of being counter-suppressed. This is something that has never happened after Dragon Teeth used the Dragon Teeth to create the Dragon Teeth Knight sword. And at the moment of fighting against Tiger Hunt, the fleeting terrifying coercion made Long Ye even more terrified. To have this terrible coercion, coupled with the fact that Tiger Hunt is among the mercenaries, he is well known as a lone ranger. Long Ye chose to retreat temporarily. After all, to be able to burst out such coercion, its true strength is absolutely impossible to be weaker than himself. And Hu Shou's attitude of not caring about fighting with himself and others made Long Ye more convinced of this. But it was impossible for Long Ye to think that the terrifying coercion was just the skill of the dragon-marked axe, Long Wei. As long as you input vindictive energy into the dragon-marked axe, you can burst into a terrifying dragon might. In the battle, the dragon's might erupted, often only need to let the opponent appear distracted for a moment, and then the battle can be determined. This matter, don't need to talk about it, you don't need to ask any more, you just need to know that Tiger Hunt is more dangerous than you think. Long Ye stopped the players from making a sound. The members of the Longya mercenary team looked at each other in dismay after listening to Long Ye's words. They did not expect that the opponent they faced before would be so strong. Even Captain Long Ye is so afraid. You know, Long Ye is a master-level powerhouse. Even when he talks about tiger hunting, he is very secretive, which is evident. Thinking of this, they understood the captain's good intentions. Avoiding war is also a skill. Cloud City, Chila's shop. Ah. Chila lay on the long leather sofa, yawning lazily. As the store manager, Chilu has the privilege of being able to enter the battlefield dungeon without restrictions, without the once-a-day rule. So Chilu has been in the New World mode all night long a few days ago. Finally got to the second big map, the experience limit level of the front linie of the Ghost Warriors. Level 25. As you level up, the experience gained will be suppressed. So Chilu decided to rest for 2 days, and then went to the depths of the Cloud Forest tonight to have a look and solve the task. It's not that Chilu is procrastinating and not completing the task. But in order to be fully prepared, all the parts that can improve one's own strength are improved. After all, the task this time is not easy at first glance. Sheila didn't want to fight the Grandmaster-level monster head-on. At this time, Ling Xiao came to Qi Lu, bowed slightly, and said, "Manager Qi, thanks to your care these days, the college competition is coming soon, and we hate to go to the Imperial City." Qi Lu was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, and then sat up. "When I saw the people from the Brilliant Academy, all of them were standing in the lobby of the store, obviously preparing to leave." "You guys, are you going back?" Qi Lu asked. "Yes, boss, although we really want to stay here, the academy must go to participate in order to prove the strength of our Brilliant Academy." Ying Feng spread his hands, and said solemnly, "Brilliant Guild, #1 in the New World. Brilliant Guild, #1 in the New World." An echoing voice sounded immediately behind. "The cohesion of the guild is stronger than expected." Cough cough. Gu Pingchuan coughed twice as if reminding him from behind. The voice in the shop immediately fell down. "Manager Qi, I'm sorry." Gu Pingchuan said a little embarrassedly, because he was the president of the Brilliant Guild. "It's okay." Qi Lu waved his hand and said lightly, "The friendship of being in the same guild is a very deep bond, which Qi Lido's, not hate. Store manager, if you have time, why don't you go to Xuanhuan Imperial City with us? I will arrange everything, and you will have a good time." Ling Xiao invited. "Manager Qi, this old man also wants to invite you, as a judge, to the academy competition." Gu Pingchuan also said. The college competition of the 3 colleges has always been judged by the deans of the 3 colleges. No one else is qualified for this. Because the deans of the 3 academies are all heroic powerhouses. This is also the basis for the strength of the 3 colleges. But this time, Gu Pingchuan believes that Qi Lu also has this qualification. In Gu Pingchuan's heart, Qi Lu had long been a hero who lived in seclusion in Yunwu City. As a judge of the college competition, it was more than enough. Many thanks to Dean Gu and young Master Ling for their invitations, but IRL I don't have time. Qi Lu politely declined the 2. You know your own things. When Qi Lu was in the store, let alone a hero, even if 10 heroes came, he would still be correct. But outside the store, whoever hits, who may be in doubt. It's a pity. Gu Pingchuan didn't insist. Yeah, it's a pity that the boss can't see our heroic fighting spirit. Ying Feng also echoed. Qi Lu glanced at Ying Feng, who was full of regret, and suddenly said, "It's not that I can't see it." "Oh? Boss, are you planning to go to the Imperial City with us?" Ying Feng said in surprise. "No, in fact, the communication screen of the guild can be played in the store." Qi Lu pointed to the big screen on the wall. Then he explained it lightly. "You only need to keep 1 guild member in the store, and the others will broadcast live there." "Leave alone." Ying Feng and the others looked at each other in dismay. All of them who came to the training camp had to go to the academy competition, and even Gu Pingchuan and Zhong Lingyun also went to the academy competition. How could anyone stay here? "It's been so long, haven't you found out yet?" Qi Lu knew what they were thinking by looking at their expressions. "What did you find?" Gu Pingchuan felt a little bad when he heard Qi Lu's tone. In the guild system, under the guild leader position, there is an option for guild relations. Guilds that are set to friendly relations can communicate with each other. Qi Lu said slowly. Although Qi Lu did not create a guild, his understanding of these things was not comparable to Gu Pingchuan and the others. Hearing this, Gu Pingchuan immediately opened the communication panel of the guild system on the membership card. Sure enough, there is an option for guild relations in the corner. After clicking on it, the names of all the guilds that have been created are displayed above. I didn't expect it to exist. Gu Pingchuan laughed twice, and then set the Xiaofeng Guild created by Ling Xiao into a friendly relationship. On Ling Xiao's membership card, a prompt immediately appeared. Brilliant Guild, set your Xiaofeng Guild as a friendly guild, do you agree? Agree. After the confirmation, in the communication options of the two guilds, a list of members of the other guilds soon appeared. However, store manager, this time, the guards will also come back to the Imperial City with me. Ling Xiao said, with a little embarrassment, while being pleasantly surprised. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait a moment. Qila glanced outside the store, then stood up and took out a bottle of Midong vitamin energy drink from the counter. Although I can't go with you, I can still use this bottle of Midong. I wish you all a successful victory. Manager Qi, what is this? Gu Pingchuan is very interested in every new product in Qila's store now. Because I don't know what kind of shock the next product will bring to me. Midong vitamin functional drink, not for sale, you can't see it normally. Qila calmly introduced the function of Midong. Regardless of the level, just take a sip to instantly restore all vindictiveness or magic power of the drinker. Come back at any time. This function shocked Gu Pingchuan quite a bit. Manager Qi, you're not joking, do you know how important this is? Gu Pingchuan asked with a serious tone and a serious face. It can instantly restore all the vindictive energy and magic power of the drinker regardless of the level. This is no joke. The vindictive and magical capacity between the hero level and the brave level is the difference between a lake and a small water. The difference is more than 1,000 times. Young old man is not deceived. Qila said calmly, as if stating a fact. No, this is the truth. Produced by the system, there is no falsehood. If you try hard, it will make people suspicious. But Qi Li's flat response, as always, was even more convincing. I have no reason to doubt the things in Manager Qi's store. Since Manager Kai's willing to give away such a precious fetish, the old man will thank you in advance. As Gu Pingchuan, Rao was also moved by this bottle of Midong vitamin functional drink. This kind of item that can instantly restore vindictive energy and magic power is much easier to use than one extra life. After all, one more life may be guarded by someone. President Gu is not welcome, I can't be there to cheer you on in person, please forgive me. Qila said calmly. In his tone, he didn't care at all that this bottle, in Gu Pingchuan's opinion, was simply Shinshui's Midong vitamin functional drink. In this regard, Gu Pingchuan had to sigh. The background of Qila's shop is indeed unfathomable. However, in Qi Li's view, as long as it is not a product with a clearly marked price in the system, he will not feel much heartache when he sends it out. On the contrary, it is also a reward drawn, and you don't need to spend your own spirit crystals. Hey, looks like we're here just in time. While the two were talking, Xuelong and Hu Shou walked in from outside the store. When Ying Feng saw the blood wolf, he said hello, you guys are really on time, do you think we will leave at this time? These two are a real rookie buddy. Brilliant Academy decided to leave today, also Ying Feng and Xuelong said. Yeah, I came here specially for you. Blood Wolf nodded, then waved his hands behind him, and shouted to the members of the Blood Wolf squad, go and activate the membership card first, take up the seat, and don't let Qin Ming take the lead. Then I went to make myself a bowl of noodles. By the way, you guys came just in time, said our guild relationship to be friendly. Ying Feng suddenly said. What's friendly? Blood Wolf pressed the lid of the bucket with a fork and turned his head to look at Ying Feng. Then listening to Ying Feng's explanation, the Blood Wolf slammed his palm, and suddenly took out his membership card. It turns out that this can bed one, that's really great. We are worried that we can't go to the scene to cheer for you. After the people from the Brilliant Academy and Ling Zhao's bodyguards left, the store was indeed much cleaner. In the evening, after sending the last person of the city guards away, Qi Liuso closed the door of the store. Sheer, I have something to do at night. If you are tired, go to bed first. Qi Lu took a robe and put it on himself, and then warned at the door of the store. I see, store manager, please pay attention to safety. Yu Shir replied obediently. He would not ask Qi Lu what he was going to do. After confirming that both the keel armor and the 1000 machine ball were on, Qi Lu also took a membership card and walked towards the cloud forest. This time, Qi Lu did not go to the cloud forest to fight, but to find out the situation. Besides, when he really encountered a master-level monster, Qi Lu felt that it was quite tiring to fight, which was not in line with his lazy personality. It's a good idea to come back and decide how to complete the task after inquiring about the situation. Deep in the cloud forest, a bonfire was burning brightly, with orange flames rising. Around, there are several tents, which are crowded with people, and they seem to be resting. Longya sat by the bonfire, and in the dark and deep pupils, the reflection orange red flames flashed. The scouts have all been sent out. It's all scattered, but there has been no news of the monsters. The team member sitting on the side replied to Longya's words. After leaving the tavern of the mercenary guild in Yunwu City, Longya took the Longya mercenary team to the cloud forest. I lost so much face in the tavern, and naturally I have to find it elsewhere. Longya is not the kind of person who can be disrespected by others. And the best way to get face back is to get rid of the Grandmaster level monsters in the cloud forest. Then you can justifiably ridicule those guys, who are just a bunch of trash. The problems of your city-state can only be solved by people from other city-states. The corpse of the master-level monster is something that they cannot refute. And so is it. After the Dragon Tooth mercenary team entered the depths of the cloud forest, they never found anyone else. The mercenaries in Yunwu City are indeed afraid of the depths of the Yunwu forest. However, this is really strange. Why can't you meet the monsters? Longya stared at the bonfire and uttered aloud. Logically speaking, no matter which forest of monsters, it is impossible to encounter monsters. Unless the beasts felt the powerful breath of the person coming, and took the initiative to avoid it. This is the reason why few other monsters appear in those powerful monster territories. Probably felt your breath, Captain, so I didn't dare to come here. The team members joked with a smile. The atmosphere of the master level is indeed a very powerful pressure for low-level warcraft. Ordinary monsters would not foolishly provoke such a strong man. Longya frowned and said, in the depths of this cloud forest there are master-level monsters, don't they dare to come? Captain, you are a long-established master-level powerhouse. Those master-level monsters are probably only promoted recently. Isn't it normal to not dare to come here? The team members complimented and were extremely convinced of Longya's strength. Level 60 and level 80 are both within the scope of the Grandmaster level. However, the gap in comprehensive strength between the two may be several times or even 10 times as large. Longya was complimented by the team members, and his heart was a little high, and he began to think that this might be the case. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why in the cloud forest, there is no such thing as a monster. Even if this is the case, you can't relax, as long as there is a situation, report it immediately. However, Longya has not been completely carried away by the compliments, and gave a very solemn exhortation. However, the spirit of relaxation has begun to make Longya completely unaware. Among the branches and leaves of a towering tree, a kitten is looking at them coldly. In the shadows in the distance, a figure of a beast is rushing towards this side. Midnight is the time when people are the most tired. Even these battle-hardened, vigilant mercenaries are no exception. Whoosh dash. Just at this dizzy moment, a beast roar resounded through the sky, tearing apart the boundless night. In an instant, everyone resting in the tent was awakened. What's the matter? Longya pressed the hilt of the dragon-tooth knight's sword beside him, and stood up. Others also quickly walked out of the camp. In such a place where battles may occur at any time, everyone sleeps with their clothes on, even if the armor on their bodies is not so comfortable when they are resting. But the little time you save may save your life. I don't know, there is no news from the scouts sent out. The team members said quickly after confirming the situation. What? No news at all. Long Ye frowned and released his breath. This can be used as a means of deterrence in normal times, and it can also be used to explore the surrounding environment. But this time, the breath of Long Ye has just been released. Immediately, there were several auras that were not weaker than him. That is, the atmosphere of the master level. The rays of light emanating from the icy beast pupils emerged from the shadows, and slowly approached under the illumination of the bonfire. Chong. Oops. Everyone stands back and prepare to fight. Long Ye immediately pulled out the dragon's tooth knight sword and held it in front of him. He finally knew why no scouts came back to report the news. Because of these master-level demon beasts, those scouts would never have the chance to come back. In the darkness, those monsters also slowly appeared. The only monsters that exude a Grandmaster-level aura are the 8-headed monsters walking in the forefront. The ones who followed were almost all professional-class monsters. However, for the Long Ye mercenary squad, let alone 8 Grandmaster-level demon beasts, even if there were only 3, they would not be able to deal with them. How come there are so many master-level monsters all at once? When Long Ye said this, his voice became a little stiff. The coercion of the 8 master-level monsters, mixed together, is absolutely majestic, and in just a moment, the breath emanating from the dragon tooth is completely suppressed. Team, Captain, what do we do now? Why, how come there are so many demon beasts, so terrifying coercion, when they all be master-level demon beasts? Damn it, why are there so many monsters suddenly appearing? The members of the Dragon Tooth mercenary squad held their weapons tightly and looked at the approaching group of beasts, their legs trembling. There were even a few lower-level players whose legs were a little weak to the point of being unsteady. The group of demon beasts is not despairing, but it is those master-level demon beasts that make people desperate. Here, it can be said that as long as these master-level beasts put in a little effort, no one can escape except Long Ye. Those scouts who went out and hid to investigate the situation before, none of them came back, which is the best proof. In such a situation, I am afraid that the strongest mercenary team will Chusito escape. What's more, the Long Ye mercenary squad is not the top mercenary squad. Is the Cloud Forest really just a low-level forest of monsters before? In Long Ye's mind, such a question could not help but appear. 8 master-level monsters appear at once, even in some high-level monster forests. This is rarely the case. Because the monsters are not compatible with each other. Even gregarious beasts will choose the one with the highest level and the strongest strength as their leader. What's more, the solitary monsters all have their own territory. Unless there is a more powerful monster that can suppress these master-level monsters, this will happen. Thinking of this, Long Ye came out with a creepy feeling. Being able to suppress the existence of 8 master-level monsters is definitely not something he can handle. It may even be difficult for him to escape. How is this possible, with the group of trash in Yunwu City? Why are there such terrifying guys in the Yunwu forest? Long Ye couldn't understand at all. If this is the case, Cloud Mist City may have been destroyed long ago. After all, the strength of the Cloud Mist City Mercenary Guild is also rumored in the mercenary world. In the entire Yunwu City, not even a Grandmaster could be found. At this level of strength, in fact, there is nothing wrong with Long Ye scolding a waste. However, now, when he faced these master-level monsters, Long Ye also felt a trace of fear. There may be people who are not afraid of death, but there is absolutely none who is not greedy for life. Hey, I didn't expect people who are not afraid of death to come to my sight. A young voice suddenly sounded. Who's talking? Long Ye was startled by the sudden voice. Then he looked closely, and found a kitten, standing on top of the head of a master-level monster, looking at him with great interest. "You are talking." Long Ye was shocked. In addition to some talented beasts, the lowest level of beasts who want to speak is heroic. It's no wonder that the 8 master-level monsters, who seem to be at odds with each other at first glance, will all appear here. If there is a heroic monster as the leader, it makes perfect sense. But after he figured it out, what Long Ye got was even greater despair. If it is facing the 8 master-level monsters, Long Ye may even escape if he fights to the death. Then, in the face of a heroic beast, Long Ye has no chance to escape. Because this is not a level of power at all. Moreover, the Dragon Tooth mercenary team went deep into the cloud forest, which could be regarded as their initiative to offend this heroic monster. Even if they die here, no one can ask. There is no way that a heroic agreement has been triggered. It's really interesting. It seems that these human races are still not afraid of me. The kitten opened a small mouth, revealing sharp teeth and pink lips. "Little Chi Xiaoba, go and kill them." The kitten waved its small paws and commanded with a childish voice. The 2 Grandmaster-level beasts standing beside them suddenly let out a roar as if they had received an order, and then rushed directly towards Long Ye. And the professional class monsters who followed behind the 2 master-level monsters also swarmed up. It looks like a well-trained army. It's over. Everyone in the Long Ye mercenary team felt a sense of despair in their hearts. In the face of this group of monsters, there is no hope of survival at all. "Brothers, let's give it a shot. If one survives, it's won." Long Ye was full of pride in his heart at the end. "Since you can't escape, let's die a little more vigorously." However, just as the 2 sides clashed and a one-sided slaughter began, a voice suddenly appeared in the distance. "Wow, what a cute kitty." Following this voice, Long Ye saw a figure wearing a robe and covering his face in the shadows, appeared behind the group of beasts. Wherever this figure passed, all the monsters around him gave in. Even the few master-level monsters slowly moved away after looking at the figure and making a few low-pitched roars. With the appearance of this figure, all the demon beasts entered a state of alert. How can that be? The members of the Long Ye mercenary team were stunned when they saw this scene. Shock, consternation, filled the hearts of everyone present. It can make so many monsters retreat, even the master-level monsters are no exception. Could it be that the person who came here is a hero-level powerhouse? No, it should be said, absolutely heroic. However, why does the hero level appear in such a place? Isn't it said that the good Cloud City is a waste city-state? Why are there heroic powerhouses? Or, he is really blocked by news, and he looks down on others. However, Qi Lu, who came to the Cloud Forest in the middle of the night, didn't expect to see someone here. After all, it has been a while since the Grandmaster-level Warcraft appeared. Even the Blood Wolves will not stay in the Cloud Forest at night recently, because it is too dangerous. Who are you? Why are you in such a place at this time? Qi Lu asked curiously. After all, in this year, there are not many people who dare to die. However, Qi Li's curious tone was extremely majestic to Long Ye and others. In the case of Senior, we are the Dragon Tooth mercenary team. We came here to check, because we heard that there were Grandmaster-level monsters outside Yunwu City. Long Ye replied tremblingly. No matter how arrogant and domineering Long Ye is, it also relies on his master-level strength. But when it comes to the hero level, it's all fake. What's more, this Senior is the life-saving straw of Long Ye. Whether or not he can walk out alive from the hands of this heroic beast depends entirely on the meaning of this Senior. It turns out that even mercenaries from other city-states have been attracted? Qi Lu thought to himself after hearing this. But this silence almost scared Long Ye to death. Predecessor, Senior, if there is any dissatisfaction, we will leave here immediately. Long Ye thought that his answer angered the senior in front of him, and said quickly. Others didn't even dare to breathe. It doesn't matter, but things here are really not something you can interfere with, so you can leave first. Qi Lu was also not interested in the Longye mercenary team, so he said lightly. In the eyes of Longye and others, this plain tone is absolute confidence in their own strength. In the face of so many master-level monsters, and even a hero-level monster hidden in it, he can keep his face calm and calm. This strength, this bearing, is worthy of being a hero-level powerhouse. Since that's the case, then we'll leave first, and please be careful, senior. Since the senior said that they let him and others leave, Longye would not be polite. He also knew that even if a little bit of Yue spilled out in the battle between heroes, it would be enough to drink a pot by himself. To be able to leave is a natural desire. Hey, you guy, did you ask me before letting them go? The kitten squatting on the top of the monster's head heard this, and immediately showed the ears of the plane, and said viciously. It's just that the childish voice sounded more like coquettish. By the way, I almost forgot that you were still here. Qi Li's voice did not fluctuate at all, although he was really surprised why this kitten could speak. But it is absolutely impossible to show it in front of outsiders. Moreover, Qi Lu knew that if he showed surprise, he might not be able to frighten the group of monsters in front of him. But Qi Lu doesn't care. It doesn't mean that Longye and others cannot care. As soon as the kitten's words came out, the feet that Longye and others had raised stopped abruptly in the air, daring not to fall, for fear that the beasts around him would attack again. In this case, even with this senior human being by his side, oneself and others cannot escape death. Moreover, Longye doesn't think that he and others have weight, so that this senior can do his best to save people from the mouth of a heroic beast. Qi Lu slowly surveyed the surrounding monsters. He could still feel the master-level aura. But this talking kitten can actually squat on the top of the head of the master-level monster. It seems that the source of the accident in the cloud forest this time should all be on this kitten. Qi Lu thought so in his heart, and said slowly, these people are also the juniors of the human race. I hope you can give this seat a face and let them leave. If you say let them leave, then leave, so where do I put my face? The kitten stood up, the fluff on the plane's ears and the back exploded, looking angry. A majestic momentum also burst out. Completely crushed the momentum of the previous master-level monsters. The surrounding leaves were hit by this momentum and made a crashing sound. Some of the smaller trees were almost broken by the waste. At least 1/3 of the Longye mercenary team was frightened by this momentum, their legs softened, and they fell to the ground. This is not an aura that an ordinary grandmaster can compare to. Is this a hero? Dragon Tooth's teeth were chattering. If it was said that in the face of those master-level monsters before, Longye's aura could still resist one or two. When confronted with the aura of the kitten, he felt like a boat in the waves. It is possible to be knocked over by the waves at any time, and let yourself die without a place to be buried. Although Longye has not personally experienced the aura of the hero level, facing this momentum that can completely crush him, even if he guesses wrongly, he may not be far from the hero level. Grandmaster level peak, half-step hero level? Qi Lu felt the momentum calmly. Compared with Gu Pingchuan, this kitten was still far behind. Gu Pingchuan is also at the peak of the hero level anyway, and after he has comprehended the new world model, he has stepped into the strong level and health a step. What is still missing now is probably a heroic trial crystal. Kitten, you seem to be too confident in your own strength. Qi Lu knew that if he didn't do anything, he might really be crushed by this kitten. So between the words, a vast sea-like momentum suddenly rose up. Boom! All other auras were shattered by this vast sea-like aura, and then swallowed up completely. If it is said, the momentum that the kitten had previously erupted was the words of a rushing river. At that moment, the momentum rising from Qi Li's body was a vast ocean. The river flows into the sea, and the sea contains hundreds of rivers. At this moment, the entire cloud forest became dead silent. No monster dared to make a sound at this time. Long Ya and the others widened their eyes even more, looking at the senior in the robe in front of them with trembling all over. This is a kind of awe for the strong, and the fear of this terrifying momentum. And the place that this momentum has affected is not only the cloud forest. In the cloud city surrounding the cloud forest, it can be said that tonight is a sleepless night. The Guluo Empire on the other side of the cloud forest, the southern frontier army is even more like a formidable enemy, and the fire is bright between the camps. And farther away, the heroic powerhouses were also alarmed by this momentum. In the cloud forest, is there any guy who doesn't open his eyes, who dares to fend this existence? This terrifying coercion, who is the powerhouse passing through the cloud forest? The breath that I have never felt before should not belong to the Xuanhuan Empire. Could it be that the rumored thing is true? The feeling of this breath does not seem to be a strong human race. It seems that there are quite a few races mixed in. No matter how these heroic powerhouses guessed, no one would think that the existence with a terrifying aura would be the cloud forest or the powerhouse of the Xuanhuan Empire. If it is really heroic in these places, it is impossible for them not to know. It is impossible for an existence of such a realm to emerge at a young age. The foundation of the town is no joke. Deep in the cloud forest, Chila quietly looked at the kitten in front of him. The vastness of the sea was condensed around him, making the people around Chi Lu and the monsters almost out of breath. Seemingly feeling Chi Li's sight, the kitten, who was still angry, immediately lay down at his feet, on top of the beast's head, which was already prostration the ground. Then he closed his eyes and covered his two ears with his little furry claws. Now, what do you think this seat should do with you? Chila looked at the kitten in front of him and said suddenly. I don't think I should be treated because I'm just a kitten. The kitten's tender voice came out immediately, this time it was really coquettish. This vast, sea-like aura gave it an overwhelming sense of oppression. The kitten can feel that as long as he resists, he will be instantly killed by a move without suspense. In this regard, Chilu also had to sigh with emotion. The keel armor is really useful. That's right. This terrifying aura is the keel armor of one of the store manager's suits, and it comes with its own vast dragon might. Dragon bone armor, the top of the store manager's suit, is forged with the bones of the ancestor dragon. Zulong, what is that? The ancestor of Wanlong. That's not something that the giant dragons in this world, like big-bellied lizards with wings, can compare. In fact, Chila did not know whether there was such a thing as a real dragon in his world. But the records in the documents that Chilu had read should not exist. But these are not important, as long as Longwei is real, it doesn't matter. Moreover, Chilu can feel that the dragon's might emanating from the keel armor is more powerful and majestic than the might of a giant dragon. It is worthy of the name of Zulong. Exactly, there is still a pet missing in this seat. Since you said so, then come to this seat. Chilu pondered for a moment, pretending to be eloquent. If this kitten finds out that he is just an empty shelf, I am afraid that Chilu will run for his life. But as long as you take this opportunity to bring this kitten back to the store, it will be round or flat, and it will not be rubbed by yourself. Exactly, it can also solve the source of this task. It can be said that stepping through iron shoes has nowhere to look, and it takes no effort to get it. It's a little cat's honor to be under the command of an adult. The cat covered his small ears, slowly raised his head, and pretended to be pitiful. At this time, Chilu was able to take a closer look at the kitten's appearance. This is indeed a kitten, so small that it doesn't look awkward even if it stands on Chi Li's shoulders. The pure white fluff has no variegation, and the big eyes are sky-like blue, which looks cute and elegant. It is quite similar to the lynching snow lion that Chilu always wanted to raise in his last life. This kind of little cute thing is released, It will kill a large number of girls in seconds. Even Chila looked at the kitten's pitiful expression and felt unbearable. He kept saying to himself in his heart that this was a monster at the peak of the master level, and he broke free from this cuteness. Lynching lion cat, it's Snow White all over, with one blue and one yellow mandarin duck eyes. This one, although it doesn't have mandarin duck eyes, is considered a top-grade snow lion. Qilu was happy in his heart, but remained calm on the surface. Reaching out and grabbing the kitten, he turned over and glanced at it, and then said, "This seat sees you as white as snow, so I call you Shao Shu Jiu Hui. How about that?" Thank you for the name." It took a long time for the kitten's voice to come out. However, it can be heard that there is a kind of reluctance in it. But Qilu doesn't care about this kind of thing. Names have always been his weakness. Names like Little Black and Little White, Little Red and Little Yellow are easy to come by. As for a more meaningful name, that's fine. What are you still doing here? Qilu solved the matter, and when he looked back and saw that Long Ye and the others hadn't left, he couldn't help asking aloud. This question made Long Ye and others startled, and a layer of cold sweat instantly formed on their backs, and the cold hairs all over their bodies stood up. Front, former, senior, we'll go right away, right away. Qilu responded lightly, and then, as if warning, glanced at the surrounding group of monsters, and slowly retracted the vast sea-like aura emanating from the keel armor. However, although the momentum has subsided, the demon beasts who had been oppressed by Long Wei before were still lying low at this time. He didn't dare to despise the human race in front of him, and he didn't feel a trace of threat at this moment. Even if it is a strong hero at the peak of the hero level, Qilu can chat and laugh with him, and naturally he will not be afraid of these low-lying monsters at this time. Turn the 1000 machine ball into a small cage and put the kitten in it, just in case. Then Qilu slowly walked out of the cloud forest, neither in a hurry nor slow, showing the demeanor of an expert. The Longya mercenary team looked at Qilu's back with a look of awe and admiration. Is this the real powerhouse? If anyone tells me in the future, the city of Yunwu is all trash, and I have Ito knock out his teeth. This is the patron saint of our human race. It is what the people who carry the cauldron do. Back in Yunwu City, the kitten stared at Qilu with puzzled eyes, turned around and came to the door of a shop in a small alley. Put away the robe, put away the keel armor. Then, the kitten suddenly discovered that he might have been deceived. However, Qilu, who has returned to the store, is not afraid that the kitten will find out that he has been deceived by him. Okay, Shao Shu Jiu, this is where you will live in the future. Unless there are special circumstances, you should not be able to go out. Qilu put away the 1000 machine ball and put the kitten in the store. Then I said to the system in my mind and asked the system to prohibit the kitten from going out of the store. Taking another step in, Qilu suddenly found that Yushir was leaning on the long leather sofa, holding the quilt taken from the second bedroom on the second floor, with a sleepy look on her face. This little girl is not waiting for me. A smile appeared on the corner of Qilu's mouth, and he glanced outside the store. It's almost midnight, don't you plan to go to work tomorrow? Manager, are you back? Perhaps hearing the movement, Yushir frowned slightly, and then opened her sleepy eyes. It's me, Shir, go to sleep upstairs, I'll just come to guard the store tomorrow morning. Qilu rubbed Yushir's head gently, and said in a low voice. Yeah. Yushir nodded, then sat up from the sofa. Before Yushir could get up, the kitten who was lying at the door of the store thinking for a long time ran over and said to Qilu, Hey, you guy, were you lying to me before? You are not that strong at all. Qilu raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect this kitten to be quite smart, and I figured it out all of a sudden. But unfortunately, when I entered the store, I couldn't help it. As the level of Qilu's store manager has increased, the authority in the store has become more and more powerful. So in the face of the kitten's question, Qilu certainly couldn't admit it. I didn't lie to you, like this. Qi snapped his fingers and used the store manager's authority to directly ban the power of the kitten. The kitten suddenly turned pale. What did you do to me? Wow, what a cute kitten, come here and let my sister hug me. Yu Shi'er sat in the sofa when she realized the kitten's existence, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he hugged the kitten whose power had been banned, and rubbed the kitten's fluffy head unceremoniously. Let go of me, let me go, you weak fellow, do you know who I am? How dare you do this to me? Kitten struggled. However, without the support of a body of cultivation, it is not much different from an ordinary kitten. It didn't take long for the kitten to give up struggling. Yu Shi'er rubbed its furry head, and said to Qi Lu with a sullen face, I'm wrong, I shouldn't doubt you, but I'm just a kitten, I shouldn't be subjected to it. Treated like that. You only know now that you were wrong, it's too late, I'll help you lift Theban tomorrow. Qi Lu wouldn't be accustomed to kittens. Pets are things that need to be trained when they should be trained. Ugh. With a childish voice, the kitten let out a faint sigh. Shi'er, don't you wonder why it speaks? Qi Lu asked, curiously, standing beside the leather sofa. No, store manager, you probably don't know yet, I'm actually from the Yueling cat family. Yu Shi'er said a little nervously with the kitten in her hand. After all, many races do not get along with other races. Qi Lu was silent for half a minute before he said, actually, I knew from the beginning, but does it have anything to do with this matter? Qi Lu had no racial views at all. As a store manager, customers of any race should be treated equally. Store manager, thank you. Yu Shi'er suddenly thanked you. Then he rubbed the kitten and said, didn't the manager see that this kitten is not a monster, but a rare beast? Alien. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had seen a strange beast. Alien beasts are different from monsters. Compared with the proliferation of monsters, alien beasts are much rarer than monsters. Their bodies will not condense magic cores, but will condense crystals. The trial crystals that opened up the trial space and the skill crystals that acquired skills were obtained by hunting alien beasts. However, compared to the same level of alien beasts and Warcraft, the comprehensive strength of alien beasts definitely surpasses Warcraft. And most importantly, the intelligence of alien beasts far exceeds that of human beasts. Having said that, it is not uncommon for a master-level alien to speak. That Shi'er, do you know what kind of beast this is? Qi Lu then asked. It stands to reason that I should know all about cat-like beasts, but I haven't seen this before. The store manager will wait a moment. In an instant, a pair of cute cat ears appeared on Yu Shi'er's head. A fluffy tail also stretched out from behind Yu Shi'er and swayed from side to side. This is the half-beast state of the Moon Cat clan. The kitten nestled in Yu Shi'er's arms suddenly widened her eyes and stared at Yu Shi'er's eyes. Those beautiful eyes, at some point, turned into a pair of diamond-shaped beast eyes. The original aura was supposed to be the devouring cat, but why did it become like this? Yu Shi'er looked at the kitten in her arms for a long time before she said. The devouring cat is an extremely rare beast that can enhance its power by devouring all kinds of treasures, weapons, and other items. But the size is more like a large leopard than this kitten's size. Therefore, Yu Shi'er also doubted her own judgment. Is it the devouring cat? Then I'll ask Dingu. Qi Lu has no research on alien beasts, so it is more reliable to find a professional. Well, Dingu should know. Yu Shi'er's cognition of cat-like beasts was passed down within the clan. But when it comes to research on alien beasts, compared to people like Gupingchuan, Yu Shi'er is far behind. Qi Lu didn't walk away, he directly took out his membership card, opened the communication system, entered the Brilliant Guild, and chose the name of Gupingchuan. The store manager's privilege is so capricious. Originally, Qi Lu was a little worried about whether it would disturb Gupingchuan to rest. But the communication request was sent, and it was accepted within 2 seconds. The scene from Gu Pingchuan's side appeared on the membership card. It was a small office, with a hill of books piled on the table, and the magic lamp next to it illuminated the whole room as bright as day. Gu Pingchuan held a quill in his hand and spread it out several times in front of him, and the membership card was placed on one of the open books. "President Gu, I'm sorry to disturb your rest," Sheila said politely. The image of a cold store manager is not ignorant of etiquette. Hearing this, Gu Pingchuan smiled kindly and said, "Manager Qi, at this point in time, is there anything I can do to find the old man? It is often heard that Dean Gu is erudite and talented, so I have one thing that I want to ask Dean Gu." Sheila said very modestly. I don't dare to be. To the store manager, I don't dare to say that he is knowledgeable and talented. Gu Pingchuan said with a smile. However, even though he said so, Gu Pingchuan still had a trace of uncontrollable joy in his heart. After all, in Gu Pingchuan's view, Qi Lu is a powerhouse at the same level as himself. Gu Pingchuan's beard curled up at the corner of his mouth, and said, "If there is any problem with Manager Qi, please tell me directly. Before I ask the question, I would like to ask, Dean Gu, how much do you know about the devouring cat?" Sheila did not directly mention the kitten situation, but asked this question first. "Destroyer cat?" Gu Pingchuan was stunned for a moment, then put down the quill in his hand, and slowly touched the beard on his chin, with a look of memory in his eyes, and said slowly, "This name has not been mentioned by anyone for a long time." "So, this civet cat has not appeared for a long time?" Qi Lu keenly captured the information in Gu Pingchuan's words. "It's true that it hasn't appeared for a long time." Gu Pingchuan nodded and said slowly, "The devouring cat can be said to be one of the rarest types of beasts. To be honest, the last time this old man heard the news about the devouring cat was 20 years ago." Gu Pingchuan smiled, and then said seriously, "The rareness I'm talking about is not because the number of civet devouring cats is rare, but because the civet devouring cat is extremely dangerous." 2. Alien beasts, devouring cats, feed on heaven and earth treasures, divine weapons, and various spiritual treasures, and absorb their energy to enhance their own strength. It's changing, it's powerful, and it's very hilarious and hurtful. This is the record of the devouring cat in the ancient books. And the true strength of the devouring cat is even more terrifying than what is described in the ancient books. The devouring cat at its peak can even feed on dragons. When Gu Pingchuan said this, he paused and said again, "Manager Qi, you suddenly asked this question, could it be that you have encountered a cat?" Sheila glanced at it, and was being held by Yusier in her arms, with a loveless kitten on her face. Ever-changing. Powerful. "No, I just heard this name by chance today, so I came to ask Dean Gu for advice." Sheila felt that he had already got the answer. "I'm really sorry to bother Dean Gu at such a late hour." "Manager Qi, you're welcome, the old man hasn't rested yet, so it's not a disturbance." Dean Gu smiled kindly. "Since that's the case, don't bother Dean Gu more." "You're welcome." After a few words of greeting, Qi Lu turned off the membership card. "Then take a closer look at the kitten." Sheila didn't see that there were so many changes, but with a very hilarious and hurtful personality, in the cloud forest, Sheila could see it very clearly. After this guy appeared, almost none of the mercenaries who entered the depths of the cloud forest were able to come out alive. If it wasn't for Qi Li's whim tonight, he would go to the cloud forest to death task. I am afraid that the next day, the Longyear mercenary team will be removed from the list. Your judgment should be right, this guy is the cat. Sheila said, affirming Yueshier's feeling. Dean Gu is still knowledgeable, and it is indeed useful to read a lot of ancient books. All of a sudden, the doubts of the two were resolved. Really, that's really great. Yueshier said excitedly, Being able to relieve Qi Li's worries made her feel that she was not completely useless. The cat ears on Yu Shi'er's head and the cat's tail swaying behind her were taken back after confirming the identity of the kitten. A look of pity flashed in Qi Li's eyes, but Yu Shi'er didn't notice it. A real catgirl shop assistant. This is the dream of a two-dimensional otaku. However, Qi Li couldn't say that it would be better to let Yu Shi'er stay in a half-beast state. By the way, the store manager, did you name it? Yu Shi'er rubbed the kitten's head and suddenly raised her head to ask. For the moon civet cat family among the demi-humans, the cat-like beasts can be regarded as their relatives. The cat Warcraft can also be regarded as friends. So even though the devouring cat is a very dangerous alien beast, Yu Shi'er still likes it very much and cares about this kitten. Because of the Yueling cat clan, Yu Shi'er may be the only clan left. It's called. Why don't you give it a name? Qi Li looked at Yu Shi'er's expectant gaze, hesitated for a while, but still didn't say the name Shao Shu Jiu Hui. To be honest, Qi Li knew that the name was indeed a bit awkward. Hearing that, Yu Shi'er gently followed the fur on the fur kitten's back and thought for a while before she said, why don't you just call it Yuxuangshu? Moon Frost Snow. Good name, with a given name and a surname. As for why the kitten has the same surname as Yu Shi'er, Qi Li didn't bother to ask. You should be satisfied with this name. Qi Li glanced at the kitten. Break it out, Yuxuangshu. At least it's better than the name you gave. Kitten replied weakly. Manager, what's your name? Yu Shi'er was a little curious. It's nothing, Yuxuangshu will live with you in the future. Qi Li really didn't want to mention this. That's great, Shao Shu Jiu Hui. Yu Shi'er happily rubbed her cheek against the kitten's fluffy little face. Qi Li. So, in a few words, the kitten Yuxuangshu also joined Qi Li's store. I don't know how to choose names, it's just that I'm more suitable for a nickname. Qi Li sat on the bed and comforted himself silently. Then, a voice with no emotional content suddenly appeared in Qi Li's mind. System, host, I think you may think highly of yourself. Qi Li? System, why do you always come out to block me at this time? Qi Li asked in a very serious tone. System, host, I know that good medicine is bitter, and honest words are hard to listen to. The truth is sometimes quite annoying. Qi Li almost vomited blood from the system's anger. After finally calming down, Qi Li asked, you came out suddenly, you must knowingly come to block me. System, host, you seem to be a little smarter. This time, there is indeed good news. Qi Li's face turned serious, and said, it must be my mission completed, let's hand over the new purchase channel. System, your mission has not been completed, host, please think about it. At present, can anyone in Yunwu City come out alive in the depths of the cloud forest? Qi Li's face stiffened. This sentence, the system said there is no problem at all. In the depths of the cloud forest now, there are 8 master-level monsters occupying it. Before dividing their respective territories, for the people of Cloud Mist City, it was a dead zone. Even for the general master-level powerhouse, it is a forbidden place. After being silent for a long time, Qi Li nodded with difficulty after confirming that he could not refute the system, and said, then I will think of a way, but what is the good news you said? System, congratulations to the host for harvesting a devouring cat as a pet. You can be sure that Yuxuangshu is the devouring cat, why didn't you say it earlier? Qi Li heard this sentence and almost didn't jump up. It caused him to find Gu Pingchuan in the middle of the night. Almost lost the image of the cold store manager. System, please listen to the host. According to the system's detection, this devouring cat seems to have devoured a treasure that can catalyze the rapid promotion of Warcraft. Well, then. Qi Li still couldn't see the shadow of the good news. System, if the host can get the treasure swallowed by the devouring cat and submit it to the system, the pet extraction function can be opened in advance. Qilu was suddenly shocked and said, "Is there such a good thing?" To be honest, Qilu has coveted those divine beasts in the system, fairy beasts, and so on, for a long time. Unexpectedly, on a whim, this function can be opened up in advance. He is indeed a goddess. System, release task, obtain the treasures of the devouring cat. Please find a way to obtain the treasure that the devouring cat once devoured and submit it to the system. System, task reward, a pet card swap machine. No problem, I'll take it. Qilu said happily. Mission, Crisis in Cloud City, continued. The last question is the 8 master-level monsters in the depths of the cloud forest. However, Qilu has not yet figured out how to solve the problem of the 8 master-level monsters. After all, Qilu himself is only a professional class. It's okay to bluff people with keel armor, but if you really want to fight, you can beat it, but it's just a little harder. But why would Qilu do this? Thankless. In fact, if the master-level monsters are left, as long as their respective territories are separated, these monsters will not run around. As long as they don't provoke in the territory of the master-level monsters, in fact, they won't take the initiative to attack. After all, not every warcraft is as happy and hurtful as the devouring cat. Moreover, with the Grand Master-level warcraft, the overall strength of the cloud forest will gradually become stronger. It won't become inaccessible without heroic monsters. In this way, it can attract more powerful mercenary squads to enter the cloud forest for hunting, and after having higher-level magic cores, it will also attract more businessmen. For Yunwu City, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. And it doesn't need Qilu's efforts, just need a little patience and wait for a while to complete the task. Why not do it? This is what Qilu thought about all night, and early in the morning, he called the system out and argued with the system seriously. Finally concluded. So, system, since I don't have anything to do anymore, look, can the quest rewards be sent to me in advance? System, host, people are going to die sooner or later anyway, why don't you? Qilu immediately raised his hand to stop the system. Stop, I'll wait, I'll just wait. Hey, you bastard, how on earth did you seal the doors and windows so deadly? At this time, Xuanhuan walked back from the door of the store, jumped to the counter, and lay down weakly. This morning, as soon as Xuanhuan's power was restored, it began to try to escape from the store. Because it knows that it is definitely not the opponent of this man. It's better to run far away. A dignified master-level pinnacle, rated as an extremely dangerous civet devouring cat, a tyrannical beast that could feed on dragons and dragons at its pinnacle, but now only wants to escape. If those powerhouses who knew about the devouring cat knew about this, they would have even lost their jaws. Qilu cleaned the counter, and then said slowly, "First, I'm not called hello, my name is Qilu. Second, if you want to call me, you can call me the store manager, just like Sheer. Third, you can't walk out of the store without my consent. If you don't believe me, you can try." As soon as Qilu's voice fell, Xuanhuan stood up. At the same time, the store door was pushed open by the Blood Wolf, who came early in the morning. "Boss, wow." "What?" Halfway through the Blood Wolf's words, he saw a white shadow rushing towards him. Then at the door of the store, the white shadow flew back at a faster speed as if it had hit a transparent barrier. Then I heard a loud cry, "Qilu, why are you so embarrassing for a kitten? Will your conscience not hurt?" Xuanhuan's 2 furry little claws hugged her head tightly, rolling around in pain. The corners of Qilu's mouth twitched slightly, and then said expressionlessly, "Not only does it not hurt, but I want to laugh a little bit." "Old boss, are you a pet?" The Blood Wolf looked at the little white cat who was rolling on the ground with a bewildered face, feeling a little overwhelmed. The speed of this little white cat just now, the Blood Wolf can be sure that even if he is prepared, he will not be able to react at all. And, most importantly, this little white cat can actually talk. Those who can speak human words, whether it is a beast or a strange beast, are the existences they need to look up to. Why are there monsters in the boss shop? It's alright, just come in. Qile said he didn't care. As long as you are in the store, you don't have to worry about Xuanhuan people. By the way, in a few days, you can go to the depths of the cloud forest to take a look. Qile said suddenly after looking at the Blood Wolf team, and after basically serving the instant noodles. After the Blood Wolf forcibly swallowed the half-chewed bacon sandwich, he looked at Qile in surprise and said, "Boss, do you have any new equipment here? If it is equipped with armor that can resist the attack of master-level monsters, then it is really no problem to go into the depths of the cloud forest. Otherwise, the Blood Wolf is not someone who likes to die. To provoke master-level monsters for no reason, this kind of person is not extremely powerful, that is, he wants to die." Qile also thought of this question, and felt that it was time to get another wave of equipment. Maybe tomorrow. Great, I haven't seen new equipment for a long time. I hope I can use it. The Blood Wolf looked happy, but he was still a little worried. There are a lot of good equipment in the Qile store, but not everyone can use these equipment. Rare weapons, armors, and medicine pills all have restrictions on their use. Only accessories, it seems that there are no restrictions on use. Then tonight, I still have to take a wave of accessories to see my luck. Qile thought to himself. After Xuanhuan suffered a loss again, she completely stopped thinking about running away. Even if the store door is open, you can't get out, so how can you escape? Qile, I don't think I'm really suitable to be a pet. Xuanhuan jumped onto the counter and said sullenly while lying on it. Pets are trivial matters. I mainly don't want to let you go out and cause harm to one side. Qile said righteously. Then I added a sentence in my heart, and in order to complete the task. However, raising a lynching lion cat has always been Qile's dream in the last life, but at that time, his family was poor and he came here before he could have a cat. But it's not bad to come here, at least it's really time to have a cat. Still the best snow lion. Qile took a serious look at Xuanhuan. Well, at least from the outside, it looked like a pure snow lion. It's just that it's not easy to get the treasure it swallowed out of Xuanhuan's mouth. Devouring cats feed on various spiritual treasures and are naturally greedy. Xuanhuan is unwilling to let anyone who accidentally enters its territory unwilling to let it go. It is hard to imagine the difficulty of trying to grab food from its cat's mouth. Store manager, why are you guarding the store in person today? When Qile was still thinking about the problem of cat mouth grabbing food, Lanyi took the other members of Lanya's team into the store. Where's Sister Sheer? Xiaoya also asked, curiously. It's really rare that the store manager is guarding the store. Lan Qinger pretended to be surprised. Store manager, you won't treat Sheer last night. Yojo said with a narrow look on her face. Qile waved his hand and said expressionlessly, don't make fun of me, Sheer is sleeping upstairs. It is true that since recruiting Xuanhuan as a clerk, Qile has never been in the store again. But eating and waiting to die is not exactly what a store manager should do. Wow, what a cute kitty. Qile, when did you start keeping pets? As soon as I entered the store, I liked Lan Zier and Nalan Qingqi lying on the counter, and immediately noticed Xuanhuan lying on the counter. The cuteness index of little cute things definitely kills all girls in seconds. Kitten cat, come and let my sister hug me. Nalan Qingqi unceremoniously hugged Xuanhuan from the counter. No, let me go, you bastard, do you know who I am? Xuanhuan was immediately annoyed. As a master-level alien beast, it is also a devouring cat that likes to hurt people. It is really a bit sorry for his identity to be hugged and rubbed like this. But being stared at by Qile, Xuanhuan didn't dare to really show her strength. Otherwise, waiting for it must be another band power. Hey, kitty cat can actually speak. Lan Zier's tone contained surprise, but not much. After all, Lan Zier has the blood of the dragon family, and her understanding of these beasts is inherently better than that of ordinary people. It is not difficult for the dragon clan to speak out. Among the dragon clan, there is also a dragon language that is exclusive to the dragon clan. Even changing the human body is something that every adult dragon can do. It's just that most dragons don't like to change into such a weak body. You can really talk, store manager. Where did you find such a cute kitten? Xiaoya immediately came over. Wow, so cute. Let me need it too. The other girls also came over. Xuanhuan was instantly submerged among the girls in the Lanya team. Cute? This guy can knock you down with just one paw. Qila watched this scene quietly, thinking silently in his heart. Huh? Wait. Qila looked at it, and suddenly found something wrong. Xuanhuan's eyes seemed to be staring at Lan Zier all the time, a strange look flashed in her blue eyes as blue as the sky, and she would occasionally stick out her little tongue to lick her lips. At the peak of the civet cat, it feeds on dragons and dragons. Qila suddenly remembered Gu Pingchuan's words, his heart jumped, and he suddenly remembered something very important. That's how to solve Xuanhuan's food problem. This guy, Xuanhuan, doesn't want to eat Lan Zier, right? You must know that the dragons of the dragon family are full of treasures: dragon blood, dragon meat, keel dragon scales, dragon tendons, and dragon claws, all of which are top-level materials. Seriously speaking, it is indeed very much in line with the devouring cat's taste. Meow. Just when Xuanhuan couldn't help and rushed towards Lan Zier, a big hand suddenly appeared in the air and intercepted her. Ah. What, choking my kitty's throat? Xuanhuan was lifted by the back of her neck by Qi Lu, and immediately stopped moving, and the excited look in her eyes also turned into disappointment. Big brother, what's wrong? Lan Zier looked at Qi Lu in confusion. If you keep rubbing the kitten, it will affect its growth and development. Qi Lu said solemnly, and then put Xuanhuan on the counter. Warn him to be honest with his eyes. Ah. Lan Zier was taken aback, then looked at Xuanhuan with apologetic eyes. Sorry, I didn't know it would happen. It's okay, don't believe him, this store manager is very bad. Xuanhuan licked her little paws and said to Lan Zier very friendly. No, big brother is very good. Lan Zier retorted. That's why you were deceived by him. Ah. Qi Lu. Halfway through Xuanhuan's words, she was rewarded by Qi Lu, and she suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Qi Lu asked blankly. No, nothing. Xuanhuan closed her mouth very self-consciously. Yu Xier woke up suddenly after sleeping for 2 more hours. Damn it, it seems like I got up too late today. The store manager won't be angry, right? Yu Xier jumped off the bed, hurriedly dressed and washed, and ran downstairs. I got up a little earlier than I thought. What's for breakfast? Sheila sat behind the counter and glanced at the stairs. Bacon sandwiches and potato chips will do. Sorry, manager, I overslept. After Yu Xier answered what she had for breakfast, she immediately apologized. It's okay, I approved it this time. Sheila waved his hand, indicating that Yu Xier should not care. But these two dialogues made Xuanhuan, who was resting on the counter, catch a very novel vocabulary. Sheila. Xuanhuan stood up abruptly. What's wrong? Qi Lu was still thinking about the task. Breakfast, where's my breakfast? I'm hungry. Xuanhuan confidently stretched out her small paws towards Qi Lu. Qi Lu was stunned. And then suddenly thought of a way to complete the task. Xier is an employee in the store, so there is breakfast. If you want to eat breakfast, you can only buy it with Ling Jing. Qi Lu looked at Xuanhuan, who stretched out her small paws, and said it very seriously. Isn't feeding pets a matter of course? Why should pets pay for spirit crystals? Xuanhuan retorted. Kittens are not suitable for pets, you said it yourself. Qila said, slowly. But I gave in, you have to give me breakfast. Xuanhuan insisted. No, I choose to respect your wishes now, and I can't treat you as a pet. Qila was calm, seeing the tricks. What a joke, if I gave you breakfast for free, how could I pry the treasure out of your mouth? Qila is not in a hurry now. He didn't believe that a strange beast like the devouring cat could really stop eating. You. Forget it, I won't eat it. Xuanhuan stared at Qila for a long time before she spoke up. Anyway, in Xuanhuan's view, the food eaten by the human race is just like that. Compared with those treasures of heaven and earth, and spiritual treasures, it is not even 1/10,000th of it. The energy contained in it is almost nothing. At most, it is used to satisfy the appetite and fill the stomach. However, for a beast like the devouring cat, filling its stomach is just an optional thing. The purpose of devouring the treasures of heaven and earth is to absorb the energy in it. This kind of food without energy, don't eat it. You really don't eat? Qila raised his eyebrows. If you don't eat it, even if my kitten jumps out of here and starves to death outside, it's absolutely impossible to eat your breakfast. Qila shrugged and said nothing. This kind of thing, persuading too much, can easily lead to suspicion. Yushir has no such scruples, and she is very happy to have a cat-like animal in the company of her. Shao Shu, don't be mad, come, eat potato chips. Yushir tore open the bag of potato chips, then picked up a potato chip and handed it to Xuanhuan's mouth. I will not eat. Xuanhuan spoke very resolutely. The fragrant aroma of the potato chips around his mouth entered its nose. The breath of energy. This kind of food actually contains so much energy. Xuanhuan was shocked and swallowed half of what she said. The perception of energy is the innate talent of the devouring cat. This feeling can never go wrong. Xuanhuan can be sure that the energy contained in this unknown piece of food in front of him will definitely not be less than a high-level spirit grass. In other words, eating this kind of food is no less than eating those heavenly and earthly treasures. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan no longer hesitated. A cute cat pounced on her food. He directly grabbed the potato chips from Yushir's hand. An extremely delicious burst of deliciousness burst out in Xuanhuan's mouth, making it such a kitten that doesn't care about the taste at all, and squinted her eyes with enjoyment. Feel the potato chips quietly, and slowly turn it into energy. Xuanhuan couldn't help wiggling her little pink nose. It's delicious. Do you still want to eat? Qila suddenly asked. I want to eat. No, Xuanhuan suddenly reacted halfway through. However, Xuanhuan's gaze couldn't stop floating towards the potato chips in Yushir's hand. Why is this damn human food so delicious? A pack of potato chips, Hui, 5 spirit crystals. Qila said without losing the time. He was not worried at all. Xuanhuan would go on a hunger strike in a fit of rage. This is impossible. It is no exaggeration to say that the goods in the Qila store are treasures of heaven and earth, and weapons of magic. The energy contained on it is definitely the most coveted thing by the devouring cat. I don't have a spirit crystal. Xuanhuan opened her mouth, looking like she was hesitating to speak, hesitated for a moment, and finally said it in a low voice. If there is no spirit crystal, I will also collect treasures, you can think about it. Qila said slowly without raising his eyelids. Although the devouring cat feeds on spiritual treasures, heaven and earth treasures, and magical weapons. But in the body of the devouring cat, there is actually a small space, which can be used to store some treasures that it thinks is useful to itself. It is precisely because of this that the devouring cat is easy to attract the coveting of many powerful people. It's just that those powerhouses who covet civet cats are basically going toady. Treasure. Xuanhuan showed a painful expression on her face. To be honest, this kind of expression appears on a kitten, which looks strange and cute at the same time. Qila knew that the kitten showed such an expression, which showed that it was moved. Xuanhuan was also thinking about it. There are not many treasures it has saved, so you have to pick the one you didn't need the most. And the best thing to do is to use this treasure for a long-term meal ticket. Qila, let's say it first, if I give you the treasure, you will always take care of my breakfast. Xuanhuan said after thinking about it in her heart. Qila pretended to think for a moment, and then said warmly, if the treasure is good enough, this matter can be discussed. Hearing the words, Xuanhuan turned her heart away, endured the pain, and opened her small mouth. The little paw reached into his mouth, and he took out a stone full of inscriptions from his mouth. Here, this is my best treasure. Xuanhuan gritted her teeth and handed the stone full of inscriptions to Qila. Most? The worst is about the same. Qila laughed in his heart, but he wouldn't believe what Xuanhuan said. But this guy is really distressed. System, help me see, what is this? Qileke was not as knowledgeable as Gupingchuan, so he could only ask the system to identify the value of this stone. System, catalyzing God stone, can catalyze the rapid promotion of Warcraft, quest item. Quest items. Qila raised his brows, and his heart was suddenly overjoyed. He didn't expect to deceive the catalyst stone from Xuanhuan's mouth so quickly. But if you think about it, it doesn't seem to be a problem. If Xuanhuan can't walk out of the store, the catalyst stone is really useless if it is placed on it. Although the catalytic god stone, Qila, is not at all useful, the system needs enough. Qila was overjoyed, but his face remained calm. Otherwise, Xuanhuan caught the handle, and I don't know what the lion would say. This stone, to be honest, is a bit out of the way, and it can't sell for a good price. Qila took the catalyzing stone and looked at it with apprehensive look before speaking. How about your breakfast for a year? Qila made a price. It's only been a year. Xuanhuan hesitated. Although the catalyzing god stone is useless to it, but to the stingy devouring cat, it always feels like it has suffered a big loss. If you can't, take it back. Qila pushed the catalyst stone out, without any hesitation. If there is any hesitation, Xuanhuan will definitely have doubts. 1 year is just 1 year, you can take it away. Xuanhuan gritted her teeth and said with a pained face. It's useless to hold this thing anyway, it's better to use it for breakfast. What do you want for breakfast? Just ask Sheer to help you. Sheer is clear about the rules. Qila put away the catalyst stone with a blank expression. Then choose to submit to the system. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task so quickly. The pet card swap machine has been issued. Do you want to receive it now? No, let's talk about it tonight. Qila couldn't be sure how big the pet card swapping machine was. It is better to store it in the system first, and then arrange it when there is no one after the store is closed at night. Cloud City, a mercenary guild. Mu Qianqiu and Wan Zhongshan both sat at the table with solemn faces. On the table is the mission report of the Dragon Tooth mercenary team exploring the depths of the Cloud Forest this time. There are indeed master-level monsters, and there are a full 8 of them. Wan Zhongshan felt a bit of a headache when he said this. So many Grandmaster-level monsters, I'm afraid they didn't appear by chance. Mu Qianqiu also felt the seriousness of the matter. If there is a Grandmaster-level monster in the Cloud Forest, it may be a breakthrough, by chance of a monster at the peak of the professional level. But in a short period of time, 8 master-level monsters appeared. There must be an external push. A lot of mercenaries have died in the previously announced mission, and know in the Cloud Forest, not many people dare to enter. Mu Qianqiu's face was a little ugly. Cloud Forest is a long-known low-level monster forest, and there are more than monsters in it. Many medicinal materials, ores, wood and stone are produced. It is precisely because of the abundance of materials and profits, coupled with geographical conditions, that it attracts traders and mercenaries, and it develops so prosperously. If there is no way to enter the Yunwu forest, the decline of Yunwu city will be a matter of immediate concern. Mu Qianqiu and Wan Zhongshan were divided into Yunwu city by the mercenary guild. If Cloud Mist city declines, their status in the mercenary guild will also decrease. This is a win-win situation. Although within the mercenary guild, on the surface, it is the administrator of each mercenary branch, with equal status. But really, that's impossible. The mercenary branch guild located in a city-state with a prosperous economy and prosperous military, the true status of its administrator will definitely be higher than that of the mercenary branch guild administrator of those dilapidated city-states. Although Wan Zhongshan is cruel, he also understands this. He could not care about the life and death of those mercenaries, but he couldn't care less about his own status. With the mercenaries in Yunwu city, there is absolutely no way to deal with the Grandmaster-level monsters in the Yunwu forest. Wan Zhongshan was a little helpless. The strength of mercenaries is not equal to the strength of monsters, and the forest of monsters is a forbidden area. Otherwise, ask for help. Mu Qianqiu said solemnly. As of now, it can only be like this. Wan Zhongshan also agreed with this method. For those who slept in late, the morning almost passed in a flash. Yu Shi'er felt this way. Not long after eating breakfast, they saw Blood Wolf and the others stand up from the booth. It was obvious that the 4 hours of today had been used up. Boss, Shi'er, we're leaving today. Blood Wolf greeted. Walk slowly. Yu Shi'er replied. No. Qi Lu added. Boss, can't you say something nice? Blood Wolf couldn't help laughing. At this time, the door of the store was pushed open, and Qin Ming walked in with Qin Shi, followed by a large group of elites of the city guards. It's all here, Xuanhuan, it's time for you to go. Qin Ming habitually exchanged a few words with Xuanhuan. Almost. Xiaofeng Guild, Ling Xiao, request to communicate, do you accept it? The Blood Wolf said a few words, and the news came from the membership card. It's Ling Xiao's request for communication. Find me at this time. It won't beta start of the college competition. Xuanhuan accepted Ling Xiao's communication request while thinking. On the membership card, Ling Xiao's face immediately appeared. And behind him, the majestic hero square of the Xuanhuan Empire Imperial City. Master Ling Xiao, is the academy competition starting? Xuanhuan asked. Yes, Captain Blood Wolf, where are you now? Ling Xiao nodded and asked. It's in the boss's store, just right, we are all here, I'll let the boss broadcast it for you. Blood Wolf smiled and shouted at Qi Lu. Boss, on Ling Xiao's side, the academy competition seems to be about Tobjin. Then I'll trouble you. Ling Xiao heard the words and expressed his thanks. You're too polite. Blood Wolf waved his hand. Qi Lu didn't expect the college competition to start not in the morning, but just before noon. I actually chose to start the game at this time. Blood Wolf, bring your membership card here. Xuanhuan Empire Imperial City. Hero Square. This is the largest square in the imperial city of Xuanhuan Empire. It is located in the center of the imperial city, so it is also called the Central Square. After being selected by the Brilliant Academy as the venue for the academy competition, the Hero Square was completely under martial law. The arena, the viewing platform, the main competition seat, and the judge's seat were quickly built in a short period of time. It was not until the day of the college competition that Hero Square was opened from the state of martial law. The first to sit was naturally the students of the three major academies. The college competition is a big day, and the ranking of the three major colleges will be determined accordingly, so the students are also very excited, sitting on the viewing platform, chatting and discussing non-stop. After all the students from the three major colleges had entered, only the princes and princesses of the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire entered. After that, there was the important minister of the DPRK. Ling Xiao also used the membership card to contact the Blood Wolf after entering the venue. After the communication request was connected, Ling Xiao also saw the faces of Blood Wolf and others from the membership card. Everyone, it's been a long time, the college competition is about to start. Next, I, Ling Xiao, will broadcast this game for everyone. Ling Xiao's opening remarks were extremely fluent, as if he had practiced. Sitting beside Ling Xiao, there were two other men and two women. Fire Emperor Ling Ao has 3 sons and 2 daughters, and they should all be here. The eldest prince Ling Zhongkong, with a face like a crown jade, elegant and upright, dressed in an official robe, sealed above the court, and the general position of the 6 ministers. The 6 ministers are the chief ministers, the officials are under the left minister, and they are in charge of the officials, households, rituals, warfare, punishments, and works. The 4th prince, Ling Yun, is arrogant and domineering. In the west of the Xuanhuan Empire, the garrison in the west is all under the command of the Jinshi army captain, and the officials reside under the general of Xuanhuan. Ling Xiao first introduced his eldest brother and 4th brother, and then began to introduce the other 2. The second daughter of the Fire Emperor, the second sister Ling Xiao, Princess Mingyue Ling Yuehua. The body is tall and well-proportioned, even when sitting on a chair, you can see the perfect figure and the richness of the body. Ling Yuehua wore a half veil on her face, revealing only a pair of eyes like the bright moon in the sky, and her fair skin like cream. Looking through the yarn, it really looks like a fairy in the moon. And beside Ling Yuehua, there was a lively and lovely little girl, who was talking to Ling Yuehua, and sometimes laughed like a song. Although the little girl's face is a little immature, it is not difficult to see from the eyebrows that she will be a beautiful country in the future. This little girl is the youngest daughter of the Fire Emperor, Ling Xiao's 5th sister, the Pearl Princess Ling Diawu. The other 3 didn't pay much attention to Ling Xiao's movements, but Ling Diawu looked at Ling Xiao, curiously, chatting endlessly at a strange crystal card. "Third brother, what are you doing?" Ling Diawu couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked aloud. "Xiaodu, I'm live streaming." Ling Xiao answered directly. "This is not something to hide. Maybe it can attract a few customers to the store manager, Ji." "Live?" Ling Diawu looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously. "Yes, it's a live broadcast, just use this membership card." Ling Xiao showed Ling Diawu a look at the video window on the membership card, and then explained it briefly. "It's amazing." Ling Diawu's watery eyes widened, looking quite cute. "There are even more powerful things. After the college competition, the 3rd brother will take you to see how it goes." Ling Xiao took the opportunity to say. "Okay, Daiwu wants to see it," Ling Diawu responded happily, but soon pouted again, and said with some worry, "But the father does not allow Daiwu to gout." As the youngest daughter of the Fire Emperor Ling Ao, Ling Diawu was naturally doted on in every possible way. Therefore, in order to ensure the safety of Ling Diawu, the Fire Emperor Ling Ao prohibited Ling Diawu from leaving the imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire. A hero-level powerhouse can completely take care of anyone within a city-state. As long as there is no other hero-level shot, even if it is the peak of the master level, don't want to take away anyone under the eyes of the hero level. "It's okay, I'll leave this matter to me." Ling Xiao patted his chest and took it all in. "Thank you, third brother." Small things. After the viewing platform was fully filled, the side seats of the main game chair were also filled. That is the position of the prince and princess. And the main seat of the main competition chair is a dragon chair with a domineering appearance. The Fire Emperor is seated. The cries of prestige seem to be coming from all directions. Roar. Under the main stage, a sea of fire suddenly ignited, and a fire dragon formed from the condensed flames let out a loud roar, flapped its wings, and landed on the main stage. The flames condensed and turned into a human form. Dressed in a royal robe, wearing a golden crown, his face is upright and majestic, his body is tall, and he is not angry and arrogant. This person is the Fire Emperor of the Wild Yuan Empire, Ling Ao. Flame Sea and Fire Dragon, the short position flashes, this is still big enough. In Ling Zhao's membership card, Qi Li's voice came out. Seeing the appearance of Fire Emperor Ling Ao, Qi Li realized that magic can still be used in this way. Add stunts to your appearance. If you could add some background music, that would be awesome. Immediately afterwards, the three majestic shouts sounded one after another. Brilliant Academy, Dean Gu Pingchuan, please join the jury. Peak Academy, the Dean of the Public Repair, please join the judges. Dottie College, Dean of the Class, please join the jury. The three heroes, almost together, walked into the jury's seat and sat down behind the jury's stand. Gu Pingchuan still looks so kind, like a kind old grandfather. Ren Gongxiu, wearing a robe with a sash around his chest, is an old man with a clear face and a spirited spirit. In his small eyes, there is always a sharp gleam. Ban Jing, however, was dressed in simple clothes, revealing his explosive muscles. President Class, you are still the same, and you don't know how to be careful. Ren Gongxiu said directly after entering the seat. I'm going to practice fighting qi, focusing on forging my body, but there's no need to cover myself with a robe. Ban Jing smiled and returned carelessly. It's President Gu, in the past 2 years, your strength seems to have improved again. After Ban Jing finished replying to Ren Gongxiu's words, he suddenly turned to Gu Pingchuan. Hero-level perception, but very keen. Even if it is only a small improvement, it is difficult to hide the perception of the powerhouse of the same level. Gu Pingchuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, I still can't hide it from your eyes. I have learned something recently, and I have indeed improvised a little bit. President Gu is still too modest. Ren Gongxiu would not believe Gu Pingchuan's words. Judging from the aura on Gu Pingchuan's body, I am afraid that it would be difficult for him and the squad leader to join forces to defeat him. I don't know what Dean Gu's perception is. When the time comes, someone in the class will be able to ask for advice. Ban Jing couldn't help asking. Class President. Ren Gongxiu frowned and reminded aloud. Ah, I was abrupt. Ban Jing also responded. It's no wonder that Ban Jing has lost his temper. At their level, it is extremely difficult to improve even a little bit. Ren Gongxiu and Ban are stepping into the hero level, and it has been more than 10 years, but they are stuck here and can't make progress. That's why Ban Jing is so eager. It doesn't matter, but this matter will be discussed in the future. Today, let's watch the academy competition first. Gu Pingchuan smiled and didn't care about Ban Jing's abruptness. Qi Li's shop, as long as there is a little care, it is impossible for Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing to find it. However, the gap between old players and new players is not so easy to make up. Okay, let's watch the academy competition first. Ban Jing nodded. I don't know what Dean Gu thinks. What will be the ranking of the 3 major colleges this year? Ren Gongxiu asked aloud. This is also the competition between the 3 of them before every college competition. Your trump cards are all hidden, let me guess, then I'll guess, my brilliant academy is the first, how? Gu Pingchuan said with a smile. President Gu, the brilliant academy has always been at the bottom in the past years. You guessed it was the first, but it's a bit overestimated. Ren Gongxiu stabbed him neither light nor heavy. After all, Gu Pingchuan has some insights, but it does not mean that the students of the entire Brilliant Academy can become stronger. Even if the Brilliant Academy has cultivated some trump cards in the past 2 years, it is still far from the Peak Academy and Dottie Academy. Years of bottom ranking, so that the real good seedlings almost never choose Brilliant College. President Gu, it's a good thing to have confidence in your students, but sometimes, it's better to seek truth from facts. Banjin grinned and followed. They all know what kind of foundation the Brilliant Academy is. Not to mention, Pinnacle Academy and Dottie Academy have prepared good cards. Those are true elite students. Although Gu Pingchuan said that he was run on a few words, he still had a calm smile on his face and did not argue. Facts speak louder than words. Then look at the performance of the students. Gu Pingchuan smiled kindly and said lightly. After the 3 deans were seated, they were followed by the 2 sides of the main seat. The Wild Yuan Empire, the general of the town, Ying Kuang, please take your seat. Huangyuan Empire, Minister Zhua, Ku Zhen, please come to the table. 2 dignified shouts rang out immediately after the 3 deans were seated. An old man dressed in an official robe, with a sash around his chest, a serious face, and a majestic old man stepped onto the main competition seat and was on the left side of the Fire Emperor Linggao. It was Left Minister Ku Zhen. The other, a tall and sturdy old man wearing light armor and white hair, but not showing any signs of old age, walked up to the main competition chair and sat on the right side of Fire Emperor Linggao. It is the general of the town, Ying Kuang. Wait until the main competition chair and the judges' chairs are all seated. Fire Emperor Linggao, as the host, was naturally the first to give a speech. Then came the Left Minister Ku Zhen, and the general of the town country, Ying Kuang, got up to give a speech. Then came the speeches of the 3 deans, encouraging the students of the 3 colleges and announcing the start of the college competition. Basically, it's a set of words. Even someone from a royal family like Ling Xiao couldn't listen to him. He was bored on the side seat of the main tournament chair. Not to mention the people in the Chila store who were sitting and watching the live broadcast together. Fortunately, we don't have time to pass. Blood Wolf couldn't help sighing. President Gu has never seen so many words. Qin Ming said silently in his heart. In the Hero Square, it was very quiet. No one would speak when the Fire Emperor and the 3 deans were speaking, because that would be disrespectful to the hero. But really speaking, the Fire Emperor Linggao was just a spectator. The people who really presided over the college competition were the 3 deans. This time, the college competition was organized by the Brilliant College, and the person who announced the start of the competition was naturally Gu Pingchuan. Singles and doubles are played in rotation. 3 big arenas were built on Hero Square to allow students from 3 grades to play together. The competition system of the college competition has always been like this. There are only 3 arenas, and the 3 hero-level deans can see it completely, so there is no need to worry about omissions. But Ling Xiao, who didn't expect this, was a little dumbfounded. How can I take pictures of these 3 arenas with 1 membership card? Ling Xiao took the membership card and didn't know which arena to aim at for a while. Brilliant Guild, Ying Feng, requesting the guild to communicate, do you accept it? Brilliant Guild, Ying Shui, ask the guild to communicate, do you accept it? At this moment, 2 request prompts appeared on the membership card. Ling Xiao patted his head and breathed a sigh of relief. I almost forgot, there are still members of the Brilliant Guild here. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao glanced at Gu Pingchuan again. It's a pity that the judge's stage is too focused, otherwise, from that place, it is the position where you can see the overall situation of Hero Square. The first round was a single match between the Brilliant Academy and the Peak Academy. The first-year player of the Brilliant Academy was Kuming Lang, the second-year player was Grimace, and the third-year player was Jing Qingyun. In the first and second grades, the students of the Brilliant Academy were not worried. When the level is still low, the strength gap brought about by the level gap will not widen very much. What worries people is only Jing Qingyun, who is in the 3rd grade. We've filmed your performance on stage, and the boss is watching the live broadcast. Ying Feng held up his membership card to cheer up the people who were about to play. We don't worry about Kumingling and Grimace. The key is to win this battle with Senior Qingyun. Ying Shui also shook the membership card in his hand. Why don't we have to worry? Kumingling said helplessly. Don't worry, I will definitely win this battle. Jing Qingyun was confident. Students come on stage. 3 arenas, almost at the same time, walked up to 6 students. There were no referees in the arena, but the students of the Brilliant Academy and the Peak Academy all bowed slightly in tacit agreement, clasped their fists, and saluted. Waiting for the signal to start. President Gu, the students of the Brilliant Academy don't seem to be very good. Ban was sitting on the jury's seat, and after the 6 students stepped onto the ring, he suddenly spoke up. At first glance, the level of the 3 students of the Brilliant Academy Istwell levels lower than the 3 students of the Peak students. Even under the hero level and the hero level, the difference in strength between the 2 levels is not big. But this basically means that the results of the game have been read out. President Gu, it seems that this year's single game, My Peak Academy, has Tob accepted again. Ren Gongxiu also said with a smile. President Ren, why do you see it? Gu Pingchuan asked with his expression unchanged. A result that anyone with a discerning eye can guess. Ren Gongxiu answered confidently. The main seat side seat. Ling Chongkong sat on the chair with an elegant smile on his face, and slowly said, 4th brother, what do you think about this competition? Ling Yun, who was sitting next to Dema Jindao, carefully looked at a few people in the arena, and said, Brother Huang, in my opinion, in this competition, the Peak Academy has a slight upper hand. In one sentence, all 3 arenas were directly included. The views of the 4th brother are almost the same as mine. Ling Changkeng nodded. The Brilliant Academy has always been a side that is not optimistic, not to mention, the students who are playing now, everyone's level is worse than their opponents. I don't think so. Ling Zhao's fluttering words suddenly rang out. Oh? According to the 3rd brother's opinion, who will win this competition? Ling Chongkong raised his eyebrows and asked, calmly. Let me say, in these 3 arenas, the Brilliant Academy will definitely win. Ling Zhao's tone was very determined. 3rd brother, your eyes are still a little short-sighted when it comes to the battle. Ling Yun chuckled, dismissing Ling Zhao's words. Having fought on the battlefield all the year round, Ling Yun is still very confident in his own intuition. Then let's wait and see. Ling Xiao held up his membership card and shrugged. Ling Diayu, who was sitting on the side, blinked her eyes and leaned on Ling Yuehua, looking at Ling Xiao for a while, and the arena for a while. Dai Wu, when you go out, you should pay attention to your demeanor. Ling Yuehua didn't care about the battle in the arena, and instead trained Ling Daiwu softly. It's just the doting in the tone, anyone who hears it can hear it. In the 1st grade ring, Kumingling took out the long knife from his waist. This was an ordinary weapon, not the flaming saber in the Qi shop. To be honest, Ying Feng and the others agreed that it would be a very bullying thing to use the weapons and armor in the Qi shop in the college competition. They want to test their true strength without resorting to external objects in his arena. Looking at your breath, it seems that you have just been promoted to the hero level. Kuminglang's opponent is a bald head with a strong back, and he looks full off strength. That's right, your perception is not bad. I did pass the warrior level trial these days. Kumingling shrugged and said nonchalantly. I'm sorry, I won this game. The bald head twisted his neck and made a few crisp sounds. In the 1st grade, those who can be successfully promoted to the brave level can be regarded as top students. The bald head is very clear about his own strength. In fact, with his strength, he could have become a second-year student long ago. It's just that the second grade not only has requirements for strength, but also for the number of years of enrollment. So the bald head came to participate in the first-year college competition. To win, a rookie who has only become a hero for a few days is simply a piece of cake. "Boy, come here for me." The bald head let out a low roar, the grudge wrapped around the palm of his hand, reached out his hand into a claw, and plucked it directly towards Kuminglang's chest. "Yo, fighter." Kuminglang's eyes narrowed. Although his attitude was contemptuous, he would not be slighted in the face of the opponent's attack. The speed of the bald head was very fast, and his fingers became claws, and he came to Kuminglang almost instantly. As long as he catches Kuminglang, the follow-up attack will allow Kuminglang to lie down directly from the ring. "Boy, the competition is over." "I also think it's over." Kuminglang raised the corner of his mouth. "The attack of this guy in front of him has too many flaws. He simply gave up defense for the sake of attacking." If the speed of the bald head can be fast enough for Kuminglang to react, then attacking and not defending is the biggest advantage. Unfortunately, the speed is too slow. Kuminglang suddenly turned to one side and took out his knife. The bald head's sharp claws brushed past Kuminglang's eyes, while Kuminglang's long knife slid across his waist and abdomen from under the bald head's ribs. "Get off!" Kuminglang burst into force, and his bald head was directly picked up and smashed off the ring. There was an uproar on the stage. It never occurred to me that in this competition, the winner and loser were decided within one move. Ren Gongxiu on the jury's seat also widened his eyes and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a long time. When I just finished speaking, I was slapped in the face in a blink of an eye, which was really uncomfortable. "President Gu, the brilliant academy has received a good seedling." Banjing seemed to have discovered something, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise. It is not easy for this child to turn the knife over and attack with the back off the knife during such a tense time. Ren Gongxiu and Gu Pingchuan naturally noticed this. Otherwise, Ren Gongxiu's face wouldn't be so ugly. On the ring, one-shot kills are not very rare. Even if it is a little unexpected, it is still acceptable. But the most surprising thing about Kuminglang is that in a very short reaction time, he has figured out how to deal with it, and at the last moment off the shot, he can flip the blade without hurting his opponent. In the ring, the sword is ruthless, fists and feet have no eyes. During the battle, the wounds were relatively light. Kuminglang's move does not say that his character is high and his conduct is good. This terrifying ability to respond alone is enough to shock people. The dean of the class has won the award. Gu Pingchuan naturally smiled happily, and then said to Ren Gongxiu, "Ren Dean, accept the concession. Don't be too complacent, there are still 2 competitions without a winner." Ren Gongxiu said stubbornly. On the main stage, Ling Ao looked at Kuminglang, who was bowing in the ring with interest. "Sui Xiang, this one is your eldest grandson, who just entered this year, Kuminglang." Ling Ao looked at it for a while, then suddenly said. Left Prime Minister Ku Zhen and Zhen was General Yin Kuang were both loyal ministers who followed the previous emperor in battle. It's a pity that the late emperor passed away too early, so he gave Ling Ao Tugu to the 2 of them. So, if you have to count it, Ku Zhen and Yin Kuang can be regarded as Ling Ao's uncles. In the Yuan dynasty, apart from the Fire Emperor Ling Ao, Ku Zhen and Yin Kuang had the highest status. Of course, if Gu Pingchuan had to be included in the list, compared to Ku Zhen and Yin Kuang, Gu Pingchuan's status would still be a bit higher. "Your Majesty has good eyesight." With a smile on his face and a provocative look in his eyes, Ku Zhen took a deep look at Yin Kuang, who was sitting on the other side. Ku Zhen and Yin Kuang, from the time they followed the late emperor, liked to compete with each other, and neither would obey the other. Now that the 2 of them are older, they can't compare themselves. They began to compare with their own children and grandchildren. So it is true to say that the Ku family and the Ying family do not deal with each other, but it is also true to say that the two families are in harmony. What's the matter? You old guy, looking at me like this, do you want to be beaten? Ying Kuang didn't like Lai Shu, and when he saw Ku Zhen's eyes, he glared at him on the spot. Tisk, reckless man, it hasn't changed at all after so many years. Ying Kuang glared at Ku Zhen, he couldn't help shaking his head. What's wrong with the reckless man? Why didn't you say that when I rescued you? Ying Kuang raised his eyebrows and said indifferently. You still have the guts to say this. If it wasn't for your disobedience, I could have you come to the rescue? Ku Zhen got angry when he heard this. Ling Ao sat in the middle, listening to the two bickering, feeling a little helpless. The two elders of the uncle generation had been bickering for a lifetime. Ling Ao had said it many times, but after a few days of silence, it was still the same in the end. Even in the courtroom. The two choked each other for a few words, and Ku Zhen put his hands together and said, Okay, let's not mention the past. Lao Ying, I heard that your grandson and granddaughter also entered the brilliant academy. Yes, that's right, what's wrong? Ying Kuang answered. We are getting older now, and there is nothing to argue about. Ku Zhen said to him. Ying Kuang understood what Ku Zhen meant. When I'm older, I have nothing to fight for. Then don't you have to watch your children and grandchildren fight? The students who can participate in the academy competition are the top ones in the academy. Now that Ku Mingling has appeared, but Ying Feng and Ying Shui have not yet appeared, isn't it clear that Ku Mingling is stronger than Ying Feng and Ying Shui? Thinking of this, Ying Kuang's eyes widened, and he couldn't find anything to refute for a while. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the side seat, also looked at Ling Yun proudly at the moment, and said, Fourth brother, how is it? My vision is fine, right? This is impossible. Ling Yun couldn't believe it. In the first arena, Ku Mingling was inferior to that bald head in terms of rank and imposing manner. How could he shoot so fiercely and end the battle with one move? Ling Xiao smiled in his heart. Most of the people who came out of the Qile store were introverted. After all, things like combat skills are all memories engraved in the bones, and they cannot be displayed in the momentum. It's just clumsy for a while, there are still two arenas that have not been decided. Ling Yun snorted coldly and turned his eyes to the other two arenas. Then the next second. On the arena of the second year of the college competition, Grimace turned around with a knife, and his foot was wrong, and his figure suddenly appeared behind his opponent. The opponent who couldn't react in time let out a groan, and his body suddenly fell softly to the ground. Don't worry, I just fainted. The grimace was hidden under the iron mask, and no expression could be seen. But the movement of his slowly retracting the knife seemed quite imposing and full of aura. Seeing Ling Yun stunned. It hurt so much in the face. The students sitting on the viewing platform were in an uproar again. The loudest among them was the second-year students of the brilliant academy. Wow, when did Grimace become so strong? Is this really the messenger of the newborn gospel from the beginning? Leave for 3 days, treat me with admiration. I heard that Grimace was so strong when he came back from the training outside the hospital. Where is the training outside the hospital, and the effect is so powerful? The sound of surprise continued. It attracted the eyes of the people around him and asked if the grimace was something. And the second-year students of the brilliant academy decided that after the academy competition, they must ask where the training outside the academy was. President Ren, accept it. Gu Pingchuan said to Ren Gongxiu with a smile when bowed with a grimace. It's not easy, as a sword warrior, his movement is so agile, it can even be said to be weird. Ban Jing commented on the battle of the grimace, and he was amazed. Knife fighters are more inclined to fight head-on. The martial arts that use the sword as a weapon also tend to be fierce. Therefore, like a grimace, a sword fighter with agile movement as the core is really rare. Moreover, the grimace also proved to everyone that the sword fighters with body technique as the core are also extremely tyrannical. I really don't know where you recruited these students, it's really interesting. Ren Gongxiu had to say a word after watching the grimace battle. Overwhelmed. Gu Pingchuan said modestly. To be honest, Gu Pingchuan didn't expect that the rank of grimace was obviously a swordsman, so why the fighting style was so much like a swordsman, and his movements were cunning and unexpected. Could it be that in the single-player mode of the combat power improvement arena, he was abused by the swordsman a lot? But it's not surprising that Gu Pingchuan thought so. In the single-player mode of the combat power improvement arena, there is a saying, if you can't beat the opponent, then join the opponent. This sentence is very applicable to those who have been abused in the battle strength promotion arena. Even Gu Pingchuan has learned from the great magicians in the battle strength arena in terms of combat skills. However, Ding Gu, although you have recruited some good seedlings in the past 2 years, the third-year students probably have no hope of winning. Although Peak Academy had lost 2 games, Ren Gongxiu was still not convinced. 3rd grade, professional class. This is a watershed moment. The brave level just proves that a person has the aptitude to cultivate. And only after being promoted to the occupation class and determined his own occupation class can he be regarded as a true cultivator. A cultivator who has completely clarified his own path forward. After confirming the class, you can learn martial skills and magic that belong to the class, and attribute enhancements that belong to the class will also appear. That's why it is said that the professional class is a huge watershed. The college competition is held every 2 years. In a mere 2 years, it is impossible to train a third-year student who is strong enough to carry the beam. President Ren, why did you say this? Gu Pingchuan still asked with a smile. Third-year student, Wang Yu, I wonder if Dean Gu still remembers it. Ren Gongxiu didn't say it directly, but just said a name. But Wang Yu, the top student in the Peak Academy? Banjing was slightly startled and asked aloud. Exactly. Speaking of this Wang Yu, he is also a legendary student of the Peak Academy. At the age of 15, he was recruited into the Peak Academy with his amazing achievement of the 30th level of the Brave class. At the right time, I directly participated in the college competition that year, easily won the first-year competition, and competed with the second-year students after the competition, which was also an easy victory. In another year, when Wang Yu was 16 years old, he was successfully promoted to the professional class. Begin to challenge third-year students in the Peak Academy. In less than a year, Wang Yu was invincible among the third-year students. Just when everyone thought that Wang Yu was going to participate in the college competition again as a third-year student, Wang Yu actually asked the college for instructions and went outside the college to hone himself. Unexpectedly, 2 years later, Wang Yu actually came back. Of course, Jing Qingyun had heard the name of this talented student of the Peak Academy. But I didn't expect that this talented student would actually stand in front of him. Peak Academy, Wang Yu, please enlighten me. This is what Wang Yu would say before each challenge when he challenged the third graders. Since entering Peak Academy, Wang Yu has never lost. Brilliant Academy, Jing Qingyun, please enlighten me. Losers do not lose. Jing Qingyun also clasped his fists and cupped his hands, and said aloud. The feeling you give me is very weak, you are not my opponent. Wang Yu's tone was calm, as if he was saying something for granted. Arrogant, I think the so-called genius is nothing more than that. Jing Qingyun's face changed slightly, but he recovered quickly. From your tone, it seems that you know me, then you should also know that geniuses are different from ordinary people. Wang Yu slowly pulled out the halberd behind him. Class, gunfighter. Come on, let's see how big the gap between you and the genius is. Wang Yu swung the halberd diagonally down, stretched out his free left hand, and gestured towards Jing Qingyun. That's right, I'll let you see how big the gap is between you and the real powerhouse. Jing Qingyun pulled out his long sword, but what he recalled in his mind was the figure of Qi Lu. Qi Lu's fighting skills in the battle strength promotion arena really shocked Jing Qingyun. However, under this miraculous fighting skill, he is as humble as an ordinary person. This is the real powerhouse. Really strong? Interesting. Wang Yu pointed his toes a little, and the halberd in his hand stabbed straight at Jing Qingyun. Gunfighters are not the same as gunmen. The spearmen pay attention to forging ahead, and there is no life or death. But the gunfighters, the point is that within the gun circle, I am invincible. Wang Yu's fighting skills are indeed worthy of the name of genius. Point, split, protrude, stab, hook, hang, swing, pick. A halberd was in Wang Yu's hand, like a dragon, roaring in the air. Wherever the halberd reaches, I am invincible. Jing Qingyun was also attacked by Wang Yu, and he was defeated steadily. This time, on the viewing stage, the students of the Peak Academy, whose morale had been low before, suddenly raised their eyebrows. See it or not, this is the genius of our Peak Academy, Senior Wang Yu. The first and second grades are just good luck. Compared with your real strength, you can't do anything about it. Senior Wang Yu was already ranked first among the students 2 years ago. 2 years later, how could anyone beat him? Brilliant Academy has always been at the bottom. Good luck, what's the use of recruiting a few stronger freshmen? On the jury seat, Ren Gongxiu also looked at the third ring with a smile on his face. Wang Yu's fighting skills have improved a lot. It seems that the 2 years off training have indeed made him a lot stronger. Banjing made an objective evaluation. President Gu, you are still so certain now, can your students win? Ren Gongxiu suddenly asked aloud after listening to Banjing's evaluation. It's better to come to a conclusion after reading it. Gu Pingchuan just smiled, non-committal. On the ring, Wang Yu got close to Jing Qingyun and slashed the sword with a halberd. How, do you feel the gap between you and the genius? While speaking, Wang Yu twisted the halberd and shook violently, almost knocking the long sword out of Jing Qingyun's hand. Jing Qingyun took a few steps back and pulled away from Wang Yu. You are indeed very strong, Jing Qingyun sighed and slowly put the long sword into the scabbard. The store manager often says that if you know yourself and your enemy, you will be safe in 100 battles. I've always been curious about genius, but now it's nothing more than that. Jing Qingyun repeated this sentence, as if confirming his point of view. What did you say? Wang Yu was furious. Since you say so, then you try to beat me, otherwise, you should die. Wang Yu shot in anger, and the halberd was like a dragon, biting towards Jing Qingyun. If he was bitten by this halberd, Jing Qingyun would be seriously injured. Clang! Jing Qingyun suddenly drew his knife, cutting off Wang Yu's attack from bottom to top. At the same time, there was a slump in the figure. After image. Wang Yu's heart tightened, and his pupils shrank suddenly. You lose. Accompanied by Jing Qingyun's voice, there was also a bit of biting coldness, which crossed Wang Yu's neck, and wiped a trace of blood, and the faint blood slowly flowed out. Wang Yu turned his head, took a deep look at Jing Qingyun behind him, and asked unwillingly, when did you appear behind me? When I figured out your attacking moves. Jing Qingyun put his sword into the sheath and returned quietly. Wang Yu's eyes widened with disbelief written all over his face. Could it be that this guy was beaten by himself before, and he was just trying to figure out his offensive moves? That's it, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will be able to fight 100 battles without being imperiled. Jing Qingyun clasped his fists and cupped his hands, bowed slightly, and said without the slightest complacent, I've given up. What was even more shocking than Wang Yu was the silent viewing platform of moment. Who is Wang Yu? That is a genius that is once in a century at the Peak Academy. When both the first-year students and the second-year students lost, Wang Yu was the last hope and the one who was the least likely to lose. However, he still lost. Under the last move, he lost cleanly and without any hesitation. The sudden appearance on the ring made everyone on the stage stunned, and the cheers or ridicules that were about to be shouted were all stuck in their throats. Just staring blankly at the ring. The single-player matches of the Brilliant Academy and the Peak Academy are all over. Brilliant Academy, all wins. The sudden reversal of the battle situation in the arena made Rengongsho smile extremely stiff. Then gradually disappear from the face. President Gu, congratulations to the Brilliant Academy for being such a hero. Given time, he will surely be able to soar into the sky. Rengongsho said in a gentle tone. You have already lost the game, but you can't lose anymore. Then take over as Dean Jiyan. Gu Pingchuan smiled as always, as if he had expected this situation. Is not that right? If Wang Yu can really win against Jing Qingyun, it will be not just a genius, but a fighting genius. Is it really so fun to increase the combat power in the arena? I didn't see that Gu Pingchuan didn't take any advantage in it, but he still suffered a lot. Ban Zhang's heart is also extremely complicated at this moment. He knew in his heart that the third-year singles contestants of Dadi College would definitely not be able to defeat Wang Yu. When facing Jing Qingyun, there is even less hope. The main seat side seat. Ling Yan's face had already turned dark, leaning back on the chair, his face was cold, and he did not say a word. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the side, knew that he had won this round of the secret fight, so he accepted it as soon as he saw it, and did not speak out to stimulate Ling Yun. After all, the official Ling Yun made Xinshi Junwei, and he actually held the military power in his hand. And Ling Xiao just had an idle job in the imperial city. In comparison, Ling Xiao still has to suffer. Third brother, I haven't seen you for a while, your eyesight has really improved a lot. Ling Chongkong also looked at Ling Xiao a little higher when saw Ling Yun slumped. Whatever the reason, this is Ling Xiao's ability. Moreover, Ling Chongkong and Ling Yun argued, Ling Yun was deflated, which was also a happy thing for Ling Chongkong. Brother Huang is wrong, but it's just a little luck. Ling Xiao responded politely. Are you lucky? The third brother might as well watch this round-off competition again, what do you think? Ling Chongkong narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a light smile. This round is a double battle between Dadi College and Brilliant College. Ling Xiao didn't expect Ling Chongkong to ask such a question, and after a little pondering, he said, I still think that the Brilliant Academy has a better chance of winning. Ling Chongkong gave Ling Xiao a meaningful look, but didn't speak any more. In the main seat, Ying Kuang saw the students appearing in the ring, and immediately became proud. He coughed at Ku Zhen, and Shi Shiran only spoke when Ku Zhen looked over. It's a pity, Lao Ku, you only have one grandson studying in the Brilliant Academy. The implication is that both Ying Feng and Ying Shui participated in the college competition, more than Ku Mingling alone. Since both are eligible to participate in the college competition, those two people are definitely better than you alone. What's the use of having a lot of people, it's the ability to win. Ku Zhen's mouth was stern, and his heart was also depressed. Ying Kuang is only an only son, but has two grandsons and a granddaughter. On the other hand, Ku Zhenxing has a son and a daughter, but only one grandson and one granddaughter. Although his daughter is already married, he has yet to give birth to any children. If you think about it like this, it's no wonder you're not depressed. You're right, it's the ability to win. Ying Kuang nodded in agreement. Ku Zhen was stunned for a moment, thinking, this old guy, why didn't he refute him this time? Then he looked up at the arena and felt even more depressed. In less than a minute, on the first ring, Ying Shui and Ying Feng had already defeated their opponents and bowed to thank them. On the jury seat, this time it was Ban Zhang's turn to be stunned. President Gu, this year's college competition, your brilliant college will not plan to sweep us away. Ban is smacking his mouth, feeling a bit bitter in his mouth. Ren Gongxiu sat next to him, showing a wry smile that he felt. What the dean of the class said, victory and defeat are common things. Victory is not arrogant, defeat is not discouraged, that is what a cultivator shall have. Gu Pingchuan said with a smile. Raise your eyebrows. The brilliant academy has been at the bottom for so many years, and this time everything has come back. But no matter how happy Gu Pingchuan is, his superficial skills still need to be done well. Yeah, what Dean Gu said makes sense. Banjing nodded. Victory is not arrogant, defeat is not discouraged, I have been taught. Ren Gongxiu looked humble. However, both of them were slandering in their hearts. If it wasn't for the glory of the brilliant academy today, Gu Pingchuan, if you could say such a thing, they would dare to eat the table in front of them. Victory is not arrogant, defeat is not discouraged, those are the words you said to comfort the losers. If you can win, who wants to lose? The three deans continued to pay attention to the situation in the arena while smirking with Wei Snake. On the viewing platform, the students of the three major academies watched the competition on the three arenas below, and gradually there was only the cheers of the brilliant academy. Shame. Whether it was a single match or a double match, the Peak Academy and the Earth Academy all lost. Competing students from the brilliant academy, their combat skills are not on the same level as those from the other two academies. Almost completely crushed the other participating students. After hitting the back, the students of Pinnacle College and Dadi College began to feel disheartened. Ren Gongxiu and Ban Zhang's faces became more and more ugly. Only Gu Pingchuan always had a smile on his face, thinking in his heart that this kind of training outside the hospital could come a few more times. Cloud City, in Qi Li's small shop. Blood Wolf and others watched the live broadcast with relish. Only Qi Li sat on the long leather sofa and yawned, looking at these superficial fighting skills, he really couldn't get up. Why are their opponents so weak? Qi Li was fortunate in his heart, fortunately, he did not go to the scene, otherwise, he would not be able to watch such a drowsy game. System, congratulations to the host, triggering the hidden mission, Glory. System, hidden mission, Glory, the store manager has witnessed the achievements of the customers, this honor, the store manager is honored. System, task reward, in view of this achievement, it mainly comes from the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. The system will increase the Combat Power Improvement Training Room by 200 seats. This series of prompts sounds directly startled Qi Li's sleepiness away. Wow, system, when did you become so generous? Qi Li was so surprised that he almost jumped off the sofa. Unexpected joy. Unexpectedly, I just watched the live broadcast and actually triggered a hidden mission. System, host, the system has always been generous, please don't wantonly slander the system in your heart. Haha. Qi Li smiled without saying a word. Qi Li can't know what virtues the system has, and he can't take the slightest loss, and taking advantage of it is definitely the first. Qi Li can guarantee that the reward this time will be 200 seats in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. The system must also feel that the Combat Power Improvement Training Room is going to become popular. Which is profitable, it will give this reward. However, Qi Li felt that this hidden task could still be studied with effort. The last hidden mission was triggered by the two orcs who came to the store and helped Qi Li, giving Qi Li the opportunity to make suggestions for the upgrade of the training room for combat power improvement. This kind of reward given for nothing, do not take it for nothing. Here, Qi Li received the reward. In the imperial city of Huangyuan Empire, on Hero Square, the college competition ended. Ying Feng and others also took the stage, waiting to receive the reward for the first place in this college competition. Although the college competition ranks among the top 3 colleges, the winning colleges will receive very generous rewards. It's not a shame to the boss. Ying Feng said happily while standing on the stage. And Ding Gu. Ying Shui reminded next to him. There is also the Brilliant Guild. Kumingling added another sentence, then shook the membership card in his hand, telling them that the live broadcast was not over yet. Mo Hei and Mo Bai, who were on the side, patted against the shoulders, and there was an urge to hug and cry. Brother, we finally got our name right. After returning, whoever dares to call us the messenger of the new life gospel, I have to knock his teeth out. Okay, it's all over. Grimace patted the brothers on the shoulders and comforted them aloud. Wu Ji stood quietly beside Jing Qingyun, and suddenly said, "The battle between you and Wang Yu took 16 minutes and 43 seconds. Jing Qingyun's face changed slightly, and he whispered back, "Can you forget about this matter? Isn't it just an extra minute and 43 seconds? He's the first genius of the Peak Academy." This incident was also said by Jing Qingyun to Wu Ji, worried that he would lose. So I posted it in the guild exchange, saying that it only takes 15 minutes to defeat Wang Yu. Senior Qingyun, the message you sent before is still in the communication system. Xuanhuan immediately spoke out, expressing his support for Sister Wu Ji. If Wang Yu knew about this conversation, he couldn't help vomiting 3 liters of blood. The first genius of Dangtang Peak Academy was challenged, not to say whether could win, but to directly say whether he could defeat it within 15 minutes. Although the college competition is not long, it cannot be denied that the college competition is serious and grand. The luxurious lineup witnessed by 4 heroes is enough to overwhelm most of the events. Here, I announce that this year's college competition is over. At the end of the college competition, it was still Gu Pingchuan who came to the stage to give a speech, announcing the perfect conclusion of this college competition. Ren Gongxiu and Ban are slandering in their hearts. Of course, it's a perfect ending. Your brilliant academy has swept both the Peak Academy and the Earth Academy, and your brilliant academy has eaten up all the benefits. When the ranking of the 3 major colleges comes out, the brilliant college can make a fuss about the situation of this college competition. Maybe in the past 2 years, the good seedlings will be recruited by the brilliant academy. On the main seat, Fire Emperor Ling Ao also showed a hint of unnoticeable joy in his face. In any case, among the 3 major colleges, only the brilliant college is located in the territory of the Huangyuan Empire. Now the brilliant academy ranks first, and the Huangyuan Empire can also benefit. Gu Pingchuan didn't say much, and after finishing his concluding remarks, he walked off the stage. President Gu, the college competition is over, we will leave first. Ren Gongxiu and Banjing will not stay on the judges' seats too much. The students will have their own mentor organization and return to their respective colleges. However, after returning to the academy this time, Gongxiu Ren and Banjing would lose their temper. Didn't win a match. Originally, the 2 deans planned to take the stage to inspire their students and say a few words of shame and courage. But seeing Gu Pingchuan's proud eyes, he lost his mind. Fire Emperor Ling Ao was on the main stage, watching Ren Gongxiu and Banjing leave. Before the college competition started, the 4 of them had a conversation. So now Ling Ao didn't make a sound. The 4 heroes all knew each other, but only Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan were really familiar with each other. Hero-level powerhouses are not easy to stand in line with. Especially the deans of the 3 colleges. As a standard neutral force, the academy would have some scruples even if it was a hero. It's just that in his early years, Gu Pingchuan had the title of the law god of the Huangyuan Empire. So there is not so much fear. After the show, Ying Shui, Ying Feng, and Ke Minglang were all ready to go home. I finally returned to the imperial city once. If I didn't even go home, I guess I would be beaten up and couldn't get out of bed for half a month. Outside the hero square, Ku Zhen and Ying Kuang were still blowing their beards and staring. A splendid carriage was parked beside him, and the driver driving the horse in front did not look sideways, as if he did not see the 2 ministers arguing and bickering. The 3 of Ying Shue went up immediately. Grandpa, Ying Grandpa. Grandpa, Grandpa Ku. You three came just fine. Kuzhan and Yingquan have been fighting for many years, and even if they have stabilized now, their insight into the surrounding movements has not diminished in the slightest. The sound of footsteps coming from the three of them had long been heard by them. I'm just too busy arguing to ignore it. Kuzhan put his hands together, glanced at Ku Minglang with relief, and praised, Minglang, you performed very well in the ring today. I am very satisfied. Grandpa is satisfied. Ku Minglang said modestly. Yingquan snorted aside, then looked at Ying Shui and Ying Feng, and said, You haven't lost face to the Ying family with your performance today. Ying's family was born in the military, and Yingquan, as a general of Zhenghua, holds the military power and controls all the troops and horses of the Xuanhuan Empire. Even the guards of the Xuanhuan Empire's imperial city are in Yingquan's hands. It's already a big compliment for not humiliating the Ying family. Grandpa Xia is sure that we will continue to work hard. Ying Shui and Ying Feng said in unison, and the answer was sonorous and forceful. The Ku family is a civil minister, and the Ying family is a military general, and the requirements of the two are different. Well, Yingquan nodded and asked again, have the three of you ever learned from each other? Who is stronger and who is weaker? When he said this, Yingquan deliberately glanced at Kuzhan. People from the military are used to going straight. Kuzhan also knew about this. After all, Kuzhan also followed the late emperor to fight everywhere. Although he was only a military advisor, his style of work was much more decisive than that of a simple civil servant. Go ahead. Kuzhan's eyes flashed with hope. No matter how brilliant the old man was, his expectations for his children and grandchildren are the same. Ying Feng is more powerful. Ku Minglang opened his mouth and hesitated, but finally said it. No way, who made Ying Feng be the first to enter the New World mode among the three of them? Being led by Qi Lu for leveling guidance, even Ying Shui did not enjoy this treatment. Ying Feng's energy came from behind, surpassing Ku Minglang and Ying Shui, and Qi Lu made great contributions. Hey, Lao Ku, this time you lost. That bottle of fine wine that has been treasured for 30 years, remember to bring it to me tomorrow. Yingquan suddenly became proud when he heard the words. I'll take care of you when I get home. Kuzhan glared at Ku Minglang. Ku Minglang's mouth twitched. Ying Feng and Ying Shui next to him could only look at him sympathetically, and then silently prayed for him in their hearts. On the other side, Ling Diawu tightly pulled Ling Zhao's clothes. Third brother, you promised to take me out to play. Ling Diawu's tender voice was ethereal and pleasant, and her watery eyes were full of curiosity about the outside of the imperial city. In the entire imperial city, there is no such noble child as Ling Diawu. So Ling Diawu has been lonely since childhood. Ling Chongkong needs to follow the teacher to learn to handle court affairs, and Ling Yun also needs to practice martial arts. Ling Xiao, who is left with an idle job, will play with Ling Diawu everywhere. So speaking, the closest person to Ling Diawu is not Ling Yuehua, but the unreliable third brother Ling Xiao. Of course there's no problem, we'll go to the father now. Ling Xiao said that, but in fact he had no confidence in his heart. After all, after leaving the imperial city, if someone wanted to plot against Ling Diawu, it would be too easy. You said, do you want to take Ling Dai out of the imperial city? After Ling Gao heard Ling Zhao's words, he just narrowed his eyes and looked at Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao, behind his back, cold sweat broke out. The majesty of the emperor and the coercion of a hero, mixed together, are definitely more terrifying than imagined. It's Cloud City. Ling Xiaoqiang defended himself. Ling Diawu followed Ling Xiao, bowing her head nervously. Cloud City? Ling Ao repeated lightly. Looking at that expression, it seems that he is thinking about something. After a moment of silence, Ling Ao continued, it's not peaceful recently. Big and small matters within the Wild Yuan Empire, under the leadership of the Fire Emperor Ling Ao, were collected and sorted by special officials, and then presented. During this period of time, in the Cloud Forest, the matter of the Grandmaster-level warcraft was a big deal. It was impossible for Ling Ao not to know. And because of this incident, many forces were moved. To put it a bit harsher, Yunwu City is a major breakthrough in the Wild Yuan Empire. This year's college competition also has the meaning of shocking those younger generation. But for the forces that really want to do it, the four heroes who are not sure whether they will take action alone are not capable. Therefore, Ling Ao would never rest assured that Ling Diawu would go to Yunwu City. When Ling Xiao heard this, he probably knew that this matter was over. Ling Diawu, who was following behind, also seemed a little lost. Children, by nature, love to play. Ling Ao, if you go to Yunwu City, this old man can protect them, and nothing will happen. At this time, Gu Pingchuan suddenly appeared outside the hall. President Gu, what's the matter? Can I trouble you to protect me? Ling Ao was a little surprised when he saw Gu Pingchuan coming. When Gu Pingchuan became a hero, he was more than 10 years earlier than Ling Ao. Even though Ling Ao has become a hero now, compared to Gu Pingchuan, he is still a lot worse. There is no way, the longer the time in the same realm, the more abundant the foundation and the more trump cards. What's more, Ling Ao noticed when Gu Pingchuan came to the imperial city a few days ago. Gu Pingchuan took another half step at the peak of the hero level. Now, only one powerhouse-level trial crystal is needed to truly step into the legendary powerhouse level. The chance of this old man comes from Yunwu City. Gu Pingchuan spoke only to the point, paused, and then said, "Where, if that person wants to save someone, I'm afraid even the old man can't hurt that person in the slightest." Gu Pingchuan's words already carry a lot of weight. Under the attack of Gu Pingchuan, he can protect an ordinary person who has no vindictive energy and magic power. Could it be that that person is a legendary powerhouse? Ling Ao was stunned. If there is such a strong person, why did he not get any news at all? But as Gu Pingchuan, if these words can come out of his mouth, it must be true. Because he can't afford to lie. And Gu Pingchuan's breakthrough was a real thing. Ling Xiao, who was standing on the side, did not expect that Gu Pingchuan would come out at this time to speak for him. But in the end, it was still in the light of Qi Lu. Because in Qi Li's store, if Qi Lu insists on protecting someone, then only one Gu Pingchuan can't really hurt the person Qi Lu wants to protect. Cloud City. Ah Qiao. Qi Lu sat on the sofa and sneezed suddenly. Is there anyone thinking about me? Even if I'm handsome, I don't have to. Qi Lu rubbed his nose and thought to himself. Since Dean Gu has come forward, then if I don't agree, it will be a bit inhumane. Ling Ao thought for a while, and although he was still a little surprised, he was relieved. In fact, Gu Pingchuan took action. Those who want to attack Ling Ao by attacking Ling Diawu must weigh their weight. Annoying an ordinary hero level and angering a hero level who may be promoted to a strong level at any time are two completely different things. Even if it is a newly promoted powerhouse, it is not too difficult to kill a hero. Okay, your goal has been achieved, now go out and wait for the old man to go to Yunwu City together. Gu Pingchuan said these words to Ling Xiao and Ling Diawu. Ling Ao also nodded slightly, signaling Ling Xiao to take Ling Diawu out. As Gu Pingchuan, how could he come here on purpose, just for Ling Xiao? When the two of them went out, Gu Pingchuan's magic power turned around, and a soundproof magic was released, covering the room. The surrounding forces are beginning to move. Gu Pingchuan said lightly. This matter, he just reminded Ling Ao. The real decision on how to deal with it is still Fire Emperor Ling Ao. Probably it's all for the ruins. Ling Ao snorted coldly, a sullen look flashed in his eyes. There are too many people who covet the ruins. The last beast tied in Yunwu City was the beginning. Although Ling Ao didn't know about these things, he could guess one or two things. Not only that, there are orcs in Yunwu City. Gu Pingchuan suddenly said. Orcs? Even the orc tribes are involved. This is really interesting. Ling Ao frowned, feeling a headache. Orcs are not a particularly gifted race. Seriously speaking, it is half a caddy with the human race, and the number is far worse than that of the human race. Only the participation of other races made Ling Ao feel a sense of crisis. Although there are not many races with more powerful talents than the human race, they are definitely not many. If you don't improve the superior dragon race, it is said that the elf race, the winged race, and those demi-human races are much stronger than the human race. If they were mixed in, it would indeed be a headache. If it were just these issues, I wouldn't bother you. Gu Pingchuan's tone this time became much more solemn. President Gu means. Ling Ao heard Gu Pingchuan's tone change, his brows furrowed even deeper. A few days ago, on the day when the old man left Yunwu City, the breath of the dragon clan was heard in the Yunwu forest. Gu Pingchuan thought about it, and still told the matter. Dragon clan. Ling Xiao was taken aback, and he didn't expect that even the dragon clan would come. This is well-deserved, standing at the top of the pyramid, overlooking the race of all beings. The dragon family doesn't necessarily come for the ruins. The treasures of Long Island are no less than the ruins. After Gu Pingchuan said this, he didn't stay any longer. All that needs to be said, and the rest, let Ling Ao think about it alone. Achio dash. Chi Lu sneezed again, and then rubbed his nose, with a depressed expression. Store manager, are you catching a cold? Yu Shi'er had already heard Chi Lu sneeze several times, so she asked worriedly. Cold? Even if you freeze to death, Chi Lu won't catch a cold. Yu Shuangshu said angrily, lying on the counter. In the store, Yu Shuangshu could not see through Chi Li's strength. But looking at Yu Shi'er, it was clear. Professional class. For Yu Shuangshu, it is really a level so weak that it can be crushed to death with a small paw. Can you say something nice? Do you want to be banned from power again? Chi Larabet his nose, reached out and tapped Yu Shuangshu's head. Do you have a sense of accomplishment for bullying a kitten like this? Yu Shuangshu immediately held her head and said aggrievedly. It's okay. Chi Lu shrugged. If you don't know the details of Yu Shuangshu, Chi Lu might be really confused by its cute appearance. But now that he knew that this was a powerful devouring cat in front of him, Chi Lu really felt a sense of accomplishment. Looking at the sky outside, it was getting late. Okay, Shi'er, go and close the store door. I'll go to the warehouse Torpelnish. Chi Lu pointed to the store door, then got up and went to the warehouse to sort out the goods that needed replenishment. Weapon egg pool, armor egg pool, and medicine pill egg pool have not released new products for a long time. It seems that before the egg pool is expanded again, there should only be so many types. It's just that this jewelry egg pool, because it was not welcomed by those mercenaries, Chi Lu did not take it again. After all, those mercenaries are big men, and big men. Wearing those exquisite necklaces and rings on their bodies is really detrimental to the tough guy's demeanor. But now, Chi Lu still intends to give it a try. Because in the jewelry egg pool, there are no restrictions on the use of rare jewelry. Before I came in, I washed my hands specially. I hope it can be of some use. Chi Lu recharged the money with ease, and then clicked on the altar representing the egg pool for accessories. 10 draws, start. Bronze storage ring, premium jewelry, binding with blood, destroying the dead. The interior has 10 cubic meters of space and cannot accommodate living creatures. Wind jade pendant, premium jewelry, with active skills, wind, condensed wind to protect the target, the wind is endless, and the defense is not broken. Wind bracelet, premium jewelry, increases the wearer's shooting speed. When attacking, there is a small chance to trigger the wind/effect. Wind slash, condense wind blades and attach them to the next attack to increase destructive power and armor piercing. Lin Ji's headband, premium accessory, improves the wearer's movement technique. When attacked, there is a small chance to evade the attack directly. Earrings of fire, premium jewelry after entering the battle, add the same amount of fire damage to each attack of the wearer. Belt of the mountain, premium accessory after entering the battle, a shield off the mountain is generated for the wearer. Before the shield is broken, the wearer cannot be knocked back or knocked down. Charm collar, rare jewelry, the wearer is immune to all attack magic below the Grandmaster level, and reduces the damage of half the Grandmaster level magic. At this point, Qila suddenly widened his eyes. Immune to all attack magic below the master level. Are rare level accessories already so powerful? This jewelry is simply a disaster for magicians. However, Qilu knew in his heart that immunity to magic was true, but at the same time as immunity to magic, the charm collar would also be damaged. It's just that this durability problem, the system will not show it. The great sword of rage, the blade of greed, the great sword of gluttony, the staff of jealousy, the heavy armor of laziness, the light shield of arrogance, and the charm collar drawn this time, the equipment of the 7 Deadly Sins series has finally been drawn. Qi Lu has to say that the equipment of the 7 Deadly Sins system is more than a supermodel in terms of attributes. Compared with the equipment of the same level, it is much stronger. And the most powerful thing is that the charm collar adheres to the consistent style of accessories, and still has no restrictions on its use. I just don't know if anyone can accept this type of jewelry. Qilu was not without worry. Although it is not clear whether it is a bad taste of the system, the collar is classified as an accessory. But thinking that the system can even classify instant noodles and buckets into snacks, Qilu is relieved. Picking up the sorted equipment, just as he walked out of the warehouse, Qi leveled a hot gaze staring at him. No, to be precise, staring at the equipment in his hand. You want to get knocked again? Qila glanced at Yu Shuangshu, who was lying on the ground and kept waving her tail towards him. I vaguely remember that cats should not wag their tails at people. Qila, I'm hungry. Yu Shuangshu lay on the ground, trying her best to widen her eyes, showing a pitiful look, and wagging her tail very obediently. You're so hungry. Qila returned expressionlessly. It's all said and done, how could Qila not understand? The equipment he brought out of the warehouse, if not counting the durability, can be regarded as a real weapon. For the devouring cat, it is a powerful weapon, but it accounts for a large proportion of its rations. The more powerful the magic weapon, the more the devouring cat likes it. Yu Shuangshu does not have the appetite that most races have. For it, as long as it contains a lot of energy, it is delicious food. So it's not just the equipment in Qi Li's hands. In fact, those medicinal pills are also a huge temptation for Yu Shuangshu. It's just that relatively speaking, the magic weapon contains more energy than the heaven and earth treasures and panacea. Qi Lu, you said you would take care of my breakfast for a year, then I'll eat these, tomorrow morning. Yu Shuangshu raised a fleshy, furry little paw and pointed at Qi Li's hand stubbornly. Equipment. Don't even think about it. Qila said decisively. How many spirit crystals are in a pack of potato chips, and how many spirit crystals are in a premium weapon? Are the two comparable? But we agreed. Yu Shuangshu blinked her big watery eyes, as if there was water vapor inside. You don't have enough spiritual crystals. If you eat this, I will take care of your breakfast for half a month at most. Qila shrugged indifferently, not at all affected by the poor Yu Shuangshu costume. You bully the cat. Qila, you hate it. Yu Shuangshu shouted angrily, her tender and lovely voice attracted Yu Shi'er, who was fighting in front of the crystal ball. Manager, are you bullying Shao Shu again? Yu Shi'er asked curiously. No. Qi Lu seriously denied. Oh. Yu Shi'er also nodded seriously, expressing her belief. Damn, you two are so arrogant, and you will bully a kitten who has no power to tie the chicken. Xuanhuan was so angry that she was a little confused when she spoke. Although you can't eat, you can't talk nonsense. Qi walked back slowly while arranging the shelves. I don't care, I want to eat, Qi, I'm hungry. Xuanhuan couldn't talk about Qi, so she started to roll around on the ground. A fluffy snow-white kitten rolled on the ground, but it looked quite cute. Old God Qi watched Xuanhuan rolling, and felt that he really had to find something to do for Xuanhuan. I originally brought Xuanhuan back to the store, just to complete the mission. But it is not a problem to keep it idle in the store all the time. System, can Devouring Cat enter the New World mode? Qi asked in a whim. System, host, this shop can accommodate guests of all races, please don't ask such low IQ questions in the future. I shouldn't have asked. Qi, who was choked, helped his forehead helplessly. Then he mentioned Xuanhuan, who was still rolling on the ground, and said, you can eat if you want, but you have to buy spirit crystals. If you don't have spirit crystals, I have a way to teach you how to earn spirit crystals. I've run out of treasures. Xuanhuan immediately stretched out her small paws and covered her small mouth forcefully. Qi rolled his eyes, then carried Xuanhuan to one of the decks in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. There is a New World mode, where you can sell equipment, sell skill books, or take people through dungeons. I believe these should not be difficult for you. Qi pointed to the crystal ball and introduced Xuanhuan how to earn spirit crystals. Xuanhuan stared at Qi with a look of are you really not lying to me? I'm not going to lie to you in such a place, Shi'er, come and guide Xiaoshuan. Qi was dumbfounded by Xuanhuan's eyes. Okay, store manager. After Xuanhuan finished brushing the copy, she came over quickly. Xiaoshuan will be handed over to you, don't play too late. Qi threw Xuanhuan to Xuanhuan, turned around and went up to the second floor. Qi really didn't lie to Xuanhuan about earning spirit crystals in the New World mode. I believe that after the college competition, there will be a new batch of new customers in the store soon. Peak Academy and Dottie Academy are too far away, so it may be more difficult to come. But the students of the Brilliant Academy will probably run over unwillingly. For these newbies, in order to quickly travel from the Goblin Mountains to the front line of the evil warriors, they definitely need veterans to bring dungeons. As for equipment and skill books, the equipment of the New World mode will not be mentioned for the time being. Although the skill books that can be exploded now are all those low-level goods, but after the number of saved is more, it will not depreciate. Because even if it is a commonplace, not everyone will learn everything. Learning martial arts, learning magic, it takes time. It takes a lot of time and energy to improve the proficiency of martial arts and magic. Therefore, most cultivators, when learning martial arts and magic, choose what they need, useful martial skills or magic to learn. I am afraid that there are not many other than the great magician who has a lot of time like Gu Pingchuan. You must know that even the Fire Emperor Ling Ao, who will go deep into research, is mostly fire element magic. Then these students who don't have much time and patience themselves will not dabble in so many martial arts or magic. Therefore, with such an easy opportunity to learn new martial arts and new magic, how could they not be tempted? What's more, there are Qin Shi's young masters who can only learn magic by means of skill books. That's why Qi will say that the skill book is definitely a huge market. Because of this, in fact, in the current New World model, it is vaguely reflected. Qi is also happy to see this happen. Because no matter what, in the end it will definitely be Qi. Why? Because using the skill book to activate the martial skills and magic on the skill tree requires the consumption of spirit crystals. The more powerful the martial arts and magic, the more spirit crystals need to be consumed. Moreover, after the martial skills and magic levels on the skill tree are high, if you continue to add points to upgrade, you will also need to consume spirit crystals. In short, it is a sentence: how can you become stronger without Krypton gold? Back in the bedroom, Qilu immediately called the system in his mind. System, what kind of pet card changing machine? Can you put it out in the bedroom first? Qilu planned to study the pet card changing machine first, and then put it on the first floor. System, yes. As soon as the voice in my head finished, a square machine appeared in the open space of the bedroom. At first glance, the machine looks a bit like a slot machine. It's just that the place for the marquee has become a screen, and there is only one button below. Next to that button, there are several openings. Qilu knew at a glance that the circular opening must be where the spirit crystal was thrown. I have an ominous feeling that I hope it's not true. Qilu swallowed and turned on the pet card changing machine. Welcome to the pet card drawing machine. Throw 10 spirit crystals to get a chance to draw a card. Puff. Qilu took a mouthful of old blood and almost vomited it out. Should have guessed it earlier. System, explain to me, what's going on with this pet card swap machine? Qilu really didn't want to waste these 10 spirit crystals. System, the pet card drawing machine can draw out all kinds of pet cards. System, pet cards can summon powerful pets to fight for the summoner, or assist the summoner to fight. System, the pet card details, the host can check in the backstage of the store manager of the pet card swap machine. Can't you say the last word earlier? The corners of Qi Li's mouth twitched slightly, and in the end, he could only silently let out a breath of foul breath in his chest, and opened the backstage of the store manager of the pet card exchange machine. The rarity of pet cards, that is, the quality of pet cards, from low to high, is divided into 5 levels: B, A, R, SR, and SSR. Here Qilu knows. R stands for rare, which means rare. S stands for super, which means super. SR means super rare. What else did the Irby system read from my mind? Seeing this, Qilu couldn't help rubbing his constantly beating temples. But it is undeniable that this card-drawing product is indeed a major source of inducing Krypton gold. Qilu has been exposed to many games of this type in his last life. It's a pity that Qi Li's last life, because his family was poor, he could only live on an iron liver in the game. In the world of Krypton gold, Qilu can't even see it. However, Qilu was sure that the second pen system also read this situation, so the possible situation of big guy is full of liver was eliminated from the pet card exchange machine. The higher the rarity of the pet card, the higher the quality, and the higher the attribute increases with each level. This is something that cannot be changed by the liver. Because there is no other way to obtain pet cards except in the pet card swap machine. In terms of the degree of black heart, the heartless guy in the system is really powerful. Qilu shrugged helplessly, and then continued to read about the pet card. The pets summoned by the pet card can be upgraded together with the summoner. And it's easier to upgrade. The way to upgrade pets is a bit similar to devouring cats, as long as you devour items that contain energy. For example, monster meat, magic core, and the like. Very much like a real monster upgrade. However, the energy in the pet's body is not vindictive and magical, but rather the energy in Qi Li's body, which can perfectly simulate the effect of fighting Qi and magic. That is to say, these pets, like Qi Lu, can use both martial skills and magic. That's a big selling point. Qi Lu thought that the system only knew about Pit Ling Jing, but he didn't expect it to be a good idea. However, unlike cultivators, pets can only rely on upgrades to enhance their attributes, and they are not like cultivators, who have the attributes of promotion. It has been said before that in the realm of cultivators, every 20th level needs to pass the trial space to improve their realm. And after reaching a fixed level, it is impossible to continue to upgrade the level until the realm is improved. Every time you pass a trial space and advance to a realm, you can get a full attribute enhancement. But pets produced by the system are not acceptable. This is good and bad. The advantage is that there is no need to consume trial crystals. The downside is that pets with too low quality will be completely inferior to summoner in their combat effectiveness in the later stage. However, this disadvantage is not a problem at all for high-quality pets, such as SR and SSR level pets. Because of this high-quality pet, the growth of its own attributes is extremely high, and the attribute improvement of each level must completely surpass the summoner. It is impossible for the summoner to catch up with these pets in terms of attributes by relying on the enhancement of the trial space a few times. Just like humans and dragons. It is basically impossible for the human race to simply surpass the dragon race in various attributes. Wake up? Sheila continued to look down, and suddenly saw a very interesting word. The pet card can be awakened and promoted, and each awakening can greatly improve the pet's own attributes and attribute growth value. The same pet card can be awakened up to 5 times. Seeing this, Qilu was solidly taken aback. Isn't this so-called awakening promotion just a cultivator's test space to improve his realm? And it is even stronger than the cultivation realm of a cultivator. Because the cultivator will not strengthen his aptitude after passing the trial space. Just like Gu Pingchuan can become a hero, it is because he is a genius, not because the trial space can improve his aptitude. But these pets can. It's amazing, my system. Seeing this, Qila couldn't help clapping his hands for the system. As soon as the idea appeared in his mind, the system appeared. System, the host has won the award, it's all your creativity. Qilu was stunned for a moment, and then burst into anger. You Urbi system, you copied the idea from my memory, and you are spying on my memory. System, master, what else is there between you and me? Let's make a fortune together. Probably because of self-knowledge, this time the system's voice was significantly weaker. No, if you snoop on my memory without my consent next time, I will not open the store. Qila suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have a particularly good way to threaten the system. But with the stingy character of the system, Qila felt that not opening a store should be a threat to it. System, host, you should continue to open the store. If it's a big deal, I'll look at it with your consent first. Sure enough, the system immediately softened. A small stingy system that dares to fight against a great host. Qilu was instantly happy. System, by the way, host, if you agree, I need a suit template to connect the pet card swap machine and the skill system of the New World mode. What? Qilu was obviously stunned. The suit template was a reward Qilu got for completing the task a long time ago, but it was useless to keep it in the warehouse. I didn't expect to be targeted by this stingy system. Then after a systematic explanation, Qilu finally understood. It turns out that the pets summoned by the pet card have no skills available, neither martial skills nor magic. So the system thought of a way to connect to the skill system in the new character mode, so that you can use the skill book to help pets learn martial arts and magic. As a result, the price of the skill books in the New World mode will increase again. Thinking of this, Qi Li's eyes suddenly lit up. System, can you make a trading system in the New World mode? System, host, please explain in detail. It's very simple, that is, players can put what they need to sell into the trading system, and other players can buy through the trading system, and we can extract a small fee from it. Qilu explained it as simply and clearly as possible. System, no problem, it's very simple, it's still easy to use your brain, the host. Qilu sneered and said, it was agreed before, and I can't spy on my memory until I agree. System, no problem, what the host said is very true. Qilu thought about it for a while, and then said, in the trading system, add the auction option, and accept the bid and bid. System, no problem. This kind of voltage stabilization system feels really good. Qi sighed in his heart, and after confirming that the problem was solved, he began to study the problem of pet cards. For an awakening, on the basis of having pet cards, the pet needs to swallow 10 identical pet cards. The second awakening, on the basis of the first awakening, swallows 20 identical pet cards. 3 awakenings, on the basis of the second awakening, devour 50 identical pet cards. 4 awakenings, on the basis of 3 awakenings, devour 100 identical pet cards. 5 awakenings, on the basis of 4 awakenings, devour 200 identical pet cards. Seeing this number, Qi was really surprised. Awakening promotion is not only to improve the overall attribute, but also to increase the pet's aptitude and strengthen the growth value of the attribute. If the asking price for the system is too low, Qi may suspect that the stingy system is fake. As expected of a good hand in accumulating money, Qi asked himself how many ideas he had to make money, but he could never be as absolute as the system. Division of labor and cooperation can earn more spirit crystals. The system is completely interpreting a sentence, only Krypton gold can make you stronger. However, the awakening and promotion of pets is also worthy of this price. Because Qi saw the back and found out that every time the pet awakened, a skill would be activated randomly. That's right, it's not martial arts, it's not magic, it's skills. A skill blessed by the power of heaven and earth. Seeing this, Qi can be completely sure that this pet card will definitely be popular. There are only so many instructions for the pet card, so it can be moved tomorrow. Can the connection between the system, the trading system and the skill system be done tonight? Qi looked down in the backstage of the store manager and found that it was gone. System, host, rest assured, as long as you agree to use a set template, your request will be completed immediately. Co-authoring this stingy system is still thinking about my suit template? Qi suddenly felt the urge to curse. But think about it anyway. Agreed, hurry up and finish these things. After speaking, Qi clicked on the Pokédex option of the pet card. This is also something that can only be seen in the backstage of the store manager. It records the types of pet cards that can be drawn in the pet card swap machine. Puppet doll, quality B, wood pet, main attribute, agility. Earth doll, quality B, earth pet, main attribute, constitution. Golden doll, quality B, gold pet, main attribute, strength. Earth demon bear, quality A, earth pet, main attribute, strength. Water spirit white fox, quality A, water pet, main attribute, spirit. Flame-toothed dog, quality A, fire pet, main attribute, strength. Thunder tiger, quality A, thunder pet, main attribute, strength. Death knight, quality R, undead pet, main attribute, strength, spirit. There are a total of 8 pet cards that can be drawn. Why so few? Qi scrolled down in disbelief, and found that there were really only 8. And the highest quality is only R-rated cards. System, did you make a mistake? System, host, you read that right, there are currently only 8 types of pet cards, which will be added in the future. Qi was silent. Constant updates are the best way to attract players, and cheating also needs to be done slowly. Tomorrow, I will install the pet card swap machine in the lobby on the first floor and put it next to the store door, so that people who come in can see it at a glance. Qi finally decided to make this machine the strongest cheater so far. Krypton machine, installed in the store. The next day, Yu Shi'er came down from the second floor, and at first glance, she saw the pet card changing machine next to the store door. The pet card swap machine installed in the store is not the bare look Qi used to study last night. Instead, decorations are added to the periphery. A death knight riding on an armored horse, wearing heavy armor, holding Ignite's spear, and surrounded by black air, was confronting a fierce tiger surrounded by lightning. Even if it is just a decoration, it is also imposing. Wow, it's only been one night, why is there such an extra thing? Xuanhuan saw the Death Knight and Thunder Tiger outside the pet card swapping machine, and they released their momentum, which made the hair on her back stand up. Calm down, this is a new item in the store. Qilu followed closely, walked down from the second floor, reached out and tapped Xuanhuan to calm it down from this state of being like a formidable enemy. Store manager, is this a new item in the store? Yu Xier was a little surprised. Has the store started to sell Warcraft now? Moreover, these monsters are still a type that has never been heard of before. These are not monsters, this is called a pet card changing machine. Qile brought Yu Xier to the front of the pet card changing machine and explained the pet card information in detail. Pet card. Yu Xier's eyes began to light up. Manager, can I have a try? Of course. Qilu generously took out 10 spirit crystals from the receipt box. As a great store manager, Qilu certainly wouldn't be stingy with the mere 10 spirit crystals, not to mention that he never paid Yu Xier a salary. Moreover, Qilu also wanted to see what the pet card looked like after the pet card was drawn. Yu Xier happily threw 10 spirit crystals into it, and after praying, she pressed the draw button. A burst of white light flashed on the screen, and in the white light, a clear spring appeared on the screen, a snow-white fox stuck its head out of the clear spring, and a sly light flashed in its long and narrow eyes. Water Spirit White Fox. A card the size of a palm spit out from the card outlet, and on it was a little fox, with smart eyes. What a cute little fox. Yu Xier happily picked up the pet card spit out from the card slot, and the information about the pet card also appeared in Yu Xier's mind. Pet card, a Xueling White Fox. Primary attribute, Spirit. Awakening times, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, Water, Auxiliary, Magic, Soft and Cute. In addition to these superficial information, as long as you click on one of the items, you can display the detailed information of that item. For example, clicking on the main attribute will display the growth value of each attribute of this pet card in detail. The main attribute of a pet card only means that the growth value of this attribute of this pet card is a strength, and does not mean that this attribute is the only one. And the specific attribute growth value of each pet card is different. Will float within a range. But one thing is certain, that is the comprehensive growth value of the attributes, and it is absolutely impossible for a low-quality pet card to be higher than a high-quality pet card. The number of awakenings and skills are nothing to say. However, the positioning of this pet card is a very interesting thing. For example, the position of the Water Spirit White Fox that Yu Xier drew is the water element, support, and magic. This is to tell the summoner that the Water Spirit White Fox is an auxiliary type pet. It is recommended to learn auxiliary magic. When using water magic, there will be a certain degree of bonus. But the summoner insists that Shui Ling Baihu learn martial arts, that's fine too. As for the unsatisfactory effect, it is also asking for trouble, and it has nothing to do with the pet card itself. Pet summons, Water Spirit White Fox. Yu Xier shouted excitedly according to the instructions of the pet card. The pet card in her hand instantly turned into a white light, and then a snow-white little fox condensed on the ground. As soon as the Water Spirit White Fox appeared, after blinking his eyes twice in the ground, he showed an agile figure and quickly climbed onto Yu Xier's shoulder. The fluffy little head rubbed against Yu Xier's cheek affectionately. Haha, it's so itchy, come down quickly. Yu Xier touched the Shuiling White Fox, with a happy smile on her face. The corners of Qi Li's mouth also raised, but he still didn't laugh. Keep it cold, keep it cold. Okay, I should have understood the pet card swap machine by now. If someone asks, it's enough to introduce it truthfully. Qilu ordered. Understood, but, store manager, do pets really need to eat? Yu Xier asked worriedly while holding the Shuiling White Fox. No, if you're worried, you can take it back into the pet card. Qi Lu waved his hand. Pets really don't need food, but they can be fed monster meat, magic cores, medicine pills, and pet cards. Devouring the same pet card can help the pet to awaken and advance. Devouring different pet cards will be converted into experience points to help pets level up. Yu Shi'er's current Xueling white fox is just a first-level little fox. He has neither awakened nor learned magic, and is basically useless except to Bakuda. But when the level of Xueling Baihu goes up, the number of awakenings and magic learning keep up, it is definitely a big helper. The attribute growth value of A-rank pet cards is similar to that of ordinary practitioners. Although it's not as good as those who have gained class attributes after having a class, it's not bad. The so-called class attribute enhancement. For example, it means that the strength attribute growth of the Berserker class will be higher, and the physical attribute growth of the Knight class will be higher. This is another reason why the occupational class is a watershed for practitioners. And here, there are new accessories. If someone asks, remember to introduce them. Qi Lu brought Yu Shi'er to the shelf again. Introduce the new accessories drawn last night. The beautifully shaped accessories make Yu Shi'er's eyes sparkle. Don't look at the products in the store with this kind of eyes, I'll give you a set at the end of the year. Qi Lu said dumbfoundedly. Really, thank the store manager. Yu Shi'er thanked her with joy. Really? Qi Lu shook his head, shrugged, took a bacon sandwich, and found a booth to sit in. Just entered the New World mode, and a message popped up, introducing the newly updated trading system, and the handling fee was only 2% of the transaction price. Although it's not high, it can't hold a lot. Qi Lu is still very satisfied with the speed of the system. After the pet card becomes popular, the number of skill book transactions will definitely skyrocket. With the trading system in place, Qi Lu can make a lot of money by drinking soup with him. When Qi Lu started to wander in the frontline city, Yu Xuanxue also carried a bacon sandwich, ran to the booth next to him, and squatted on the table. No way, if Yu Xuanxue sat on the sofa, she wouldn't be able to touch the crystal ball. After getting acquainted with Yu Shi'er for half the night, Yu Xuanxue already knew exactly how to play in this New World mode. The only pity is that in the New World mode, the system gave Yu Xuanxue the identity of the cat, although there is also a skill tree, but there is no way to learn martial arts and magic. But this does not prevent Yu Xuanxue from playing a high game in the New World mode. After all, the fighting instinct is there. And there is also the natural martial arts of the devouring cat. Boss, good morning. Good morning. Qi Lu heard the voice and knew that it was the Lan Yi team who came to the store. Shi'er, good morning. Good morning, Sister Lan Yi, there are new accessories in the store. Yu Shi'er greeted with a smile. The Xueling white fox squatted firmly on Yu Shi'er's shoulder, sly eyes rolled, and looked at the few people who came into the store. Is there any new accessories in the store? I'm going to take a look. Hearing this, Xiaoya immediately turned around and walked into the shelf area. Lan Qing'er glanced at the watery white fox on Yu Shi'er's shoulder and smiled, very beautiful little fox. Thanks. However, the attractiveness of accessories to women is always huge. It was so big that the Lan Yi team members, after hearing that new accessories were on the shelves, all chose to ignore the pet card swap machine that they saw as soon as they entered the store. Except for Lan Zier and Nayland Qingqi, two little lowly, they don't seem to understand this. But they are very fond of those cute little animals. Sister Shi'er, can I touch the little fox on your shoulders? Nayland Qingqi asked, pointing at Xueling white fox. Before Yu Shi'er could speak, the Xueling white fox jumped off Yu Shi'er's shoulder and disappeared. Pets will instinctively get close to their summoners, but for outsiders, it depends on the pet's own character. The character of this water spirit white fox is obviously not a relative. Nayland Qingqi stared blankly at the white fox running far away, and pouted angrily. Sister Sheer, what happened to the kitten and cat yesterday? Lan Zier was laying on the counter and asked Yu Xier. Shao Shu Jiu Hui is over there, it should be next to the store manager. Yu Xier pointed to the area of the combat power improvement training room. Lan Zier and Nalan Qinqi immediately ran to find Qi Lu. And then followed by a few Lan Yi people who came to the counter with a bunch of accessories to check out. They didn't even understand the function of these accessories. Yu Xier glanced at it, and all the necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and rings came to check out. As for headbands, belts, and collars, Lan Yi and the others are not interested. Especially the collar, I feel very strange when I look at the shape. As everyone knows, the charm collar is the one with the highest value among the accessories. This is the bracelet of the wind. Yu Xier dutifully introduced every piece of jewelry that Lan Yi and the others brought. But Lan Yi and the others don't know if they listen. Perhaps in their opinion, the appearance of these accessories is already worth the price. As for the skills that come with accessories, it's a buy one get one free deal. Anyway, as long as the customer is satisfied, there is no problem. Sheer, what is this? Han Ming deliberately woke up early today. After entering the store, he was immediately attracted by the standing signs of Death Knight and Thunder Tiger. That intimidating aura made Han Ming stand in front of the store and didn't dare to go inside. He didn't even buy the instant noodles. Good morning, this is the pet card swap machine. Yu Xier introduced Han Ming about the pet card information in detail. The content of the introduction was very simple, and Han Ming quickly understood what this intimidating machine was used for. That is to say, pet cards can summon powerful pets to help fight. Han Ming concluded. Yes. Yu Xier nodded affirmatively. Great. Han Ming clenched his fists hard, trying to suppress the joy in his heart, but in the end he couldn't help it and shouted with great joy. The significance of pet cards may not be that great for practitioners. After all, the strength of pets, if you want to catch up with some powerful practitioners, you still need a lot of experience to upgrade. But for a son like Han Ming, he is the best bodyguard. And it's the kind of bodyguard who never has to worry about being betrayed. More importantly, you said that this guy called the Death Knight can also be pulled out of it? Han Ming pointed at the Death Knight's card in disbelief, and asked Yu Xier. This intimidating aura, a mighty posture lingering in black air, and a cold and stern temperament. As long as he is a pure man, he will never dislike such a domineering pet. Yes. Yu Xier answered in the affirmative. But it didn't say that the chance of drawing an R-rank pet card is really pitiful. I have to say that Han Ming's vision is still good, and he saw the only R-rank pet card at a glance. Just know you can pull it out. Han Ming took out his wallet. Since Han Ming sent a letter to his father saying that he could practice cultivation, Han Ming's father Han Jiuzhong was so shocked that he rushed back to Yunwu City overnight. Han Jiuzhong is a pure businessman and has no talent for cultivation, so he doesn't have much hope for Han Ming. At the beginning, I thought of a lot of ways, but then I gave up. However, this time, Han Ming's surprise to Han Jiuzhong was too great. It is definitely a huge surprise for a pure businessman that his son can start practicing. For Han Jiuzhong, there is absolutely no shortage of spirit crystals. Therefore, the spirit crystal in Han Ming's hand became extremely wealthy. 10 spirit crystals are put into the pet card swap machine. Han Ming prayed twice in his heart, and then pressed the draw button. A white light flickered on the screen, and then a marionette fell from the sky and appeared in the center of the screen. Puppet doll. B-level pet card, come again. Han Ming took a look at the pet card that came out of the card slot, and didn't choose to release it, he just stuffed it into his pocket. At that time, let's make rations for the Death Knight. This time, Han Ming directly poured a bag of spirit crystals into the pet card swap machine. It was displayed in the lower right corner of the screen that it called be drawn 18 times. I don't believe it anymore. Han Ming kept pressing the extraction button. Dolls. Golden doll. Dolls. Earth demon bear. Puppet doll. Flaming fangs. The pet card exchange machine produced by the system does not have a bottom guarantee mechanism like Chila's purchase channel. Here, bad luck is the blue sky and white clouds. If you want to draw an R-rank pet card, it is probably not possible. Han Ming stared at him, looking at the pet cards in his hand, most of which were B-level pet cards. It was really tight in my chest. Damn, I don't have enough spiritual crystals. Han Ming didn't think it was his bad luck at all, but he just felt that he didn't have enough gold. In the past, Han Ming's father spent much more spirit crystals than this in order to make Han Ming have the aptitude for cultivation. This sentence happened to be heard by Qi Lu. This is the model customer we need in our store. Qi Lu was in awe of Han Ming's mentality. But a purse can't hold many spiritual crystals, so just bring the magic core. Han Ming put away the pet card and decided to go back to get the spiritual crystal, vowing to get the Death Knight. Qi Lu felt that it was necessary to take care of such a model customer. Han Ming. Qi Lu got up and stopped Han Ming. Hello, store manager. Han Ming said hello politely after seeing Qi Lu. Qi Lu immediately took down a simple bronze ring from the shelf, handed it to Han Ming, and said, "Bronze storage ring, let's get one." Han Ming? What does this store manager mean? Although he didn't quite understand what Qi Lu meant, after Han Ming knew the function of the bronze storage ring, he bit his finger and began to bind with blood. Things like storage rings also exist in this world. But those are extremely precious alchemy creations, and additional space-folding magic is required on them. Gu Pingchuan and Ling Ao are not in short supply, but for others, storage rings are high-end goods that they have only heard of, but never seen. However, in the Qi Lu store, there are 300 spirit crystals. The interior space is also larger than those of the legendary premium goods. I hope he can bring more spirit crystals and implement the truth that kryptonite can become stronger. Qi Lu said silently as he watched Han Ming walk out of the alley. Less than half an hour. Han Ming came back, and behind him were the two sons, Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing. Store manager, thank you for your bronze storage ring. Han Ming waved his hand, and 3 more hero-level demon cores appeared on the counter. Before this bronze storage ring, Qi Lu paid special attention to Han Ming and gave it to him on credit. You're welcome, you are a competent guest. Qi pointedly said. Han Ming didn't hear the second half of Qi Li's words, but he didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he greeted Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing and asked them to draw pet cards together. As the third sons of Yunwu City, they belonged to the same affliction in terms of cultivation qualifications. Today, I heard Han Ming say that there was something funny in Qi's store, so I couldn't wait to rush over. The stand where the Death Knight and the Thundering Tiger faced off was indeed imposing. After staring at it for a long time, there is still an inexplicable coercion, which makes people sweat from the back and chills in the heart. If Qi Lu knew that Han Ming and the others felt this way, he would probably tell them that this was one of the undead skills that might be activated when the Death Knight was awakened and promoted. Death Stare. Although pets activate skills randomly when they are awakened and promoted. But this randomness has a range. Passive skills and enhanced skills are mostly general types, but they can all be activated. But the skills that belong to the pets department are another matter. For example, the Thunder Tiger of the Thunder element cannot activate the skills of the undead element no matter what. However, things like activating skills, in the final analysis, depend on luck. At least Qi Lu doesn't suggest that Han Ming rush to wake up the Death Knight. Well, the premise is that if he can draw it. Store manager, for me, the pet card is the best product in my opinion. After listening to Han Ming's introduction before, Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing thought they were exaggerating. After all, the taming of warcraft has been suggested by human cultivators for a long time, and they have all heard of it, but it is very difficult to implement. Because most of the demon beasts are wild and hard to tame, in the end, this matter is not settled. Up to now, most of the beasts with low strength and docile personality have been tamed. It may not be possible to take care of the home and the nursing home, but it is still no problem to pull the goods and drive the car. But now, seeing the standing sign in Qi Li's store, the suspicion in Qin Shi and Luo Yuanqing's heart disappeared immediately. Because these pets are not the monsters they are familiar with. In particular, the Death Knight that Han Ming was thinking about, his mighty and domineering figure, was really what their sons and brothers wanted. Fortunately, Han Ming reminded me that I brought a lot of spirit crystals with me. Luo Yuanqing patted his pocket, and suddenly turned his attention to the bronze storage ring on Han Ming's finger. However, your ring. That's right, it's the storage ring. Han Ming answered cheerfully. Sheer, give me a bronze storage ring. Qin Shi rushed in front of Luo Yuanqing and shouted these words out. The regular customers who come to the store now know that unless Qi Li takes the initiative to stand up, calling you Sheer is definitely more effective than calling the store manager. Please wait a moment. Yu Sheer replied with a smile. Let's start. Qin Shi rubbed his hands and came to the front of the pet card-changing machine. The spirit crystal is thrown in first, and then the hand is placed on the extraction button. I don't know what Qin Shi was thinking about in his heart. Anyway, after being silent for a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted angrily, "Come out, Death Knight." Although the higher the quality of the pet card, the more difficult it is to cultivate, but the Death Knight can't stand the handsome. As for the subsequent pet upgrades, pet awakenings, and equipping with suitable martial arts and magic, they are all things to be considered after they are drawn. A white light flickered on the screen. Luo Yuanqing and Han Ming were both at the side, looking at the screen with anticipation. Then, under Qin Shi's confident gaze. Golden doll. The three looked at each other. The expression in Qin Ming's eyes was extremely complicated. Han Ming's eyes had empathy, and Luo Yuanqing's face seemed to have a trembling that he wanted to laugh, but did not laugh. Qin Shi's luck was not much better than Han Ming's. After spending all the spirit crystals he brought over, he didn't get the Death Knight he wanted. The shipment rate of R-rated pet cards is really terribly low. As for the SR and SSR that will appear in the future, Qi Li can't imagine the probability that they can be drawn. I don't have enough pocket money this month. Qin Shi was also assimilated by Han Ming's thoughts. It's okay, there's me too. Luo Yuanqing touched the bronze storage ring on his hand. As the Lord of Yunwu City, Qin Ming directly ordered anything to purchase. It was normal that Qin Shi couldn't get much pocket money. But Luo Yuanqing's father, Robert, is the vault manager of Cloud City. That's where the finances go. Among the three of them, Qin Shi's pocket money seemed to be a little tight. Luo Yuanqing was very forthright and threw 300 spirit crystals into the pet card swap machine, which was all the pocket money he brought this time. Then, with an imposing slap, he slapped the extraction button. Come out. In the white light flickering on the screen, a trace of black air suddenly appeared, and with the sound of a dull horse's hoofs, a Death Knight in heavy armor appeared on the screen. The rich black air obscured the white light. Death Knight. I got it. Luo Yuanqing screamed in surprise, attracting the attention of everyone else in the store. The pet card swap machine is something you can see as soon as you enter the store. It's just that the Lanyi team was attracted by the accessories before, and they didn't come to see it again after that. Now alarmed by Luo Yuanqing's cry, he naturally became curious again. How could it be possible to win the first time? You're lucky to travel far, and let us see the Death Knight. In Qin Shi and Han Ming's tone, envy and jealousy were flying together, and excitement and anticipation coexisted. Seeing Luo Yuanqing getting the pet card from the card exit, he hurriedly urged. Wait, now. Luo Yuanqing looked at the pet card in his hand. The Death Knight on it was so heroic and extraordinary. Pet card, Arc Death Knight. Primary attributes, strength, spirit. Awakening times, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, undead, knight, charge, deterrence. Come out, Death Knight. Luo Yuanqing raised the pet card in his hand and shouted extremely. In the lobby of the store, a black air appeared out of thin air, and then spread around, forming a gate nearly 3 meters high. The armored bone horse was the first to show its head from the gate. Immediately afterwards, there was a Death Knight wearing a mighty heavy armor, holding a knight's spear, and showing a pair of scarlet eyes only from under the visor of the helmet. As the bone horse came out of the gate completely, the gate where the black gas condensed collapsed, turning into a thick black mist, lingering around the Death Knight. Let the figure of the Death Knight appear looming. Bam! The Death Knight jumped off the bone horse, and this muffled sound was enough to prove how heavy the heavy armor was. Similarly, the defensive power of this heavy armor is as amazing as its weight. Even if the Death Knight is only level 1 now, the aura and coercion it exudes are enough to make people feel astonished and frightened. That's what Death Knight, pet orientation, deterrence is all about. There is only one R-rank pet card at present, and it seems to be pretty good now. Qilu also looked at the Death Knight. With only 1 level, this coercion can already affect the battle of the professional class. Although the master level can completely ignore this coercion. But what if the Death Knight's level is raised? Qilu does not know this question. But one thing is for sure, it won't be bad. And no matter what, the 3 of Luo Yuanqing were very satisfied with the Death Knight. This momentum, this coercion, this heroic and extraordinary appearance, is far more domineering than the stand. Perhaps because of the visor, the Death Knight doesn't seem to speak. But after he dismounted, he came to Luo Yuanqing, knelt down on one knee, lowered his head slightly, put the knight's spear on the ground, clenched his fist, and placed it on his heart. This is to swear allegiance to Luo Yuanqing. Your luck, that's really not good. Luo Yuanqing immediately froze. After mocking Qin Shi and Han Ming mercilessly, Luo Yuanqing straightened his waist, cleared his throat, and said sternly, I accept your allegiance, McKnight. The Death Knight's scarlet eyes flashed, and then he stood up and guarded Luo Yuanqing's side. The bone horse also came over, and Ruowu separated Qin Shi and Han Ming from the side to prevent them from attacking Luo Yuanqing. Wow, so handsome. Yu Jiu, who is lying on the partition of the deck, has a pair of eyes that are shining. As an assassin, Yu Jiu has a natural love for such creatures in the dark. How is this possible? Although Lan Yu was shocked, his eyes were fixed on the bone horse beside the Death Knight. Is this drawn from that machine? Lan Qinger opened her mouth slightly, looking at the Death Knight in the hall in astonishment. It should be. Fei Xue also widened her eyes. The shock of Lan Yu team was inevitable. Qilu saw that in the class of magicians, without the class of summoner, heckna that people in this world did not seem to know about summoning magic at all. Of course, pet cards are not summoning magic either. It's just that if you know summoning magic, it's easier to accept pet cards. On this side, Luo Yuanqing continued to draw pet cards. After the remaining 29 draws were drawn, another Death Knight came out. Qin Shi and Han Ming stared at Luo Yuanqing for a long time, and finally accepted their fate. What if you can't draw a Death Knight? It's no fun to use the same pet as you. Han Ming said angrily after he had drawn a Death Knight 120 times. Then, from a pile of pet cards, I chose one. Pet card, a Thunder Tiger. Primary attribute, strength. Awakening times, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, thunder, beast, offensive. It was on the standing card outside the pet card swapping machine that the Thundering Tiger confronted the Death Knight. Come out, Thunder Tiger. Han Ming stared at Luo Yuanqing and shouted loudly. The pet card in his hand flashed white light and instantly turned into a lightning bolt. Boom! Along with a thunderous explosion, a tiger roar sounded in the store, and a ferocious tiger surrounded by thunder and lightning appeared beside Han Ming. Between the flashes of lightning, the momentum is not weaker than the Death Knight on the opposite side. As expected, it was the pet that Qi Lu chose to use as a brand. Exactly, there are 10 Thunder Tigers. Han Ming counted the pet cards in his hand, and then took out all the Thunder Tiger pet cards inside. 10 cards, just enough for Thunder Tiger to perform an awakening promotion. Han Ming didn't hesitate at all. Anyone who knew the pet card would know Theta pet that awakened once was definitely better than 10 pets that awakened 0 times. As the Thundering Tiger swallowed the pet card in Han Ming's hand, the thunder light surrounding him became even more prosperous. The aura that came out also became more vigorous. One awakening is completed, activate the skill, Lightning Protection. Lightning Shield, the thunder and lightning attached to the surface of the Thunder Tiger's body will condense a lightning shield when it is attacked, and cause high lightning damage to those who touch the lightning. 2 pieces of information flashed in Han Ming's mind. The activated skills are not very good, but they are not bad. They belong to strengthening of the thunder and lightning surrounding the Thunder Tiger. The lightning that originally only had weak damage and was basically used for decoration, became a very strong defensive skill. Roar. The Thunder Tiger let out a roar, and after an awakening, it already had the ability to fight. This scene made Lan Ye's eyes shine. Lan Ye's rank is a Spear Knight. Unlike most other knight classes, the Spear Knight class must have a mount if they want to exert their full strength. However, it has always been a regret in Lan Ye's mind that he could not find a qualified mount. When she saw the Death Knight earlier, Lan Ye had been looking at the Death Knight's bone horse. I thought to myself if I also smoked a Death Knight and borrowed his bone horse to use it. But now, after seeing this Thundering Tiger, Lan Ye felt that the mount in his mind had been found. The body of the Thundering Tiger is bigger than the average war horse. Its combat power is unmatched by ordinary war horses. The reason why Lan Ye didn't choose a warhorse was because when fighting a monster, a warhorse with low strength could easily be disturbed and uncontrollable by the aura of the monster. But the Thunder Tigers won't. On the contrary, the imposing manner of the thunderous tiger might even deter the lowly powerful beasts. Sister Lan Ye. Yojiao caught a glimpse of the light in Lan Ye's eyes. It was a longing light. Yojiao. Lan Ye seemed to have heard something from Yojiao's tone, and then nodded seriously. Sheer, what is that machine at the door of the store? Yojiao asked aloud after receiving confirmation. That's the pet card swap machine. Facts have proved that creatures like the European Emperor are still rare. Lan Ye is only going to draw a Thunder Tiger as a mount, but there is no problem. After all, it is only an A-level pet card. But when it was Yu Jiao's turn to slap the Death Knight, the 3 professional class demon cores were dropped, and he didn't even see the shadow off the Death Knight. For a professional class demon core, 1,000 spirit crystals can be deducted from the Qi store. That is to say, Yu Jiao has drawn 300 times without drawing a Death Knight. Then, the rest of the Lan Ye team also joined up, just to test the water, or to see if there was a pet they liked. After 1 round was drawn, there was still no shadow of the Death Knight. Seeing this scene, Qi Lu glanced at Luo Yuanqing in surprise, and then looked at Yu Jiao with sympathy. These 2 people are simply 2 extremes of luck. Is my luck really that bad? Yu Jiao couldn't believe it. If Luo Yuanqing hadn't drawn the Death Knight, she would have doubted whether there really was a Death Knight's pet card in this pet card swap machine. Yojo, I think you might as well buy one, it's more cost-effective. Faiksha suggested seriously. A pet card is bound to the summoner only if the pet has been summoned once. New pet cards will not be bound. Because Qilu does not intend to restrict transactions between pet cards. You must know that the pet card is only the foundation. Awakening and promotion, learning martial arts and magic, are the big head of Hualing Jing. Yojo listened to Feishua's proposal, hesitated for a moment, and then put her eyes on Luo Yuanqing. Currently, only Luo Yuanqing has an extra Death Knight in his hand. What should you do now? Qin Shi, one of the 3 young masters of Yunwu City who had been paying attention to the situation, suddenly spoke to Luo Yuanqing. Sell her 10 spirit crystals. Luo Yuanqing replied without thinking. 10 spirit crystals are the cost price of the pet card, and the rest of the luck value should be given away. Luo Yuanqing is not short of spirit crystals, but if you don't receive spirit crystals, Yu Jiu will definitely not want them, so charging a cost price is the most appropriate. What? Qin Shi was stunned by Luo Yuanqing's answer. What is your expression? Luo Yuanqing glanced at Qin Shi. You only told me 10 minutes ago that you absolutely cannot sell Death Knight's pet cards. You have to keep awakening. Now you are talking about selling 10 spirit crystals? Qin Shi pointed at Luo Yuanqing, his fingers were shaking. It was because Luo Yuanqing refused to sell the Death Knight that Qin Shi helplessly summoned the flaming toothed dog as his first pet. I plan to develop a pet that can only fight first. But now, Qin Shi can be regarded as reacquainted with Luo Yuanqing. You guy, you really have the opposite sex, no brothers. Han Ming on the side can't help but spat. Luo Yuanqing silently compared his middle finger to the 2 of them. This is learned from Qi Lu in the New World mode. Come out, Thunder Tiger. As the leader of Lan Yi's team, Lan Yi immediately summoned the Thundering Tiger he was thinking about after the first one. 10 Thunder Tiger pet cards, take them out directly. 1 awakening is completed, activate the skill, Thunder Flash. Thunderbolt, active skill, consumes the power of thunder and lightning, turns the Thundering Tiger into a thunder and lightning, and makes a short distance dash. The power of thunder and lightning that the skill needs to consume refers to the unique power of thunder pets. For the Thunder Tiger, the manifestation is the lightning flashes around it. What a powerful skill! Lan Yi was involuntarily exclaimed after receiving the information of the Thunder Tiger's awakening from the pet card. Thunder Flash and Magician use short flash differently. Short position flash is just a displacement type of magic, while Thunder Flash is a skill that combines attack and displacement. When the Thunderous Tiger turns into thunder and lightning, this thunder and lightning has a lot of damage. Lan Yi was very satisfied with the first randomly activated skill. You must know that awakening and promotion and randomly activating skills are the biggest difficulties in developing a powerful pet. None of them. Once a tasteless skill is randomly activated, the pet's strength can be Sato dropped by 20% immediately. Sister Lan Yi, this is the Thunder Tiger pet card we drew. When Lan Yi was still admiring the Thunder Tiger, Xiaoya drew the rest of Thelen Yi team to get the Thunder Tiger pet card and gathered them all together. Because Xiaoya and the others are not interested in a beast of the size of a thunderous tiger. They want to train a water spirit white fox to come out. I still have 4 water spirit white foxes here, you can take them first. Lan Yi took the thick stack of pet cards in Xiaoya's hand and counted them carefully, there were more than 40. 20 cards were drawn out of them, which was the number needed for the second awakening. Hopefully it doesn't disappoint me. Lan Yi stared at the Thundering Tiger squatting on the ground and prayed silently in his heart. Thunder Tiger was also staring at Lan Yi, thinking in his heart why the owner kept holding the pet card and hesitating to give it to eat. Second awakening is successful, activate skill, swoosh. Push, active skill, perform a violent pounce, cause a lot of physical damage, and have a high probability to stun the target. The stun duration depends on the target's strength. Another active skill. Lan Yi, who received the second skill information, felt a little complicated. This skill of swooping can be said to be a very strong single skill. Damage plus control. But this is not what Lan Yi wants. She just wants a mount that can cooperate with her and can exert the full strength of the Spear Knight. However, the Thunder Tigers went further and further on the road of fighting alone. What's going on here? Could it be that Warcraft has invaded the boss's shop? Just when Lan Yi was hurting himself, he brought his team members to the Blood Wolf outside the store. When he saw the Thundering Tiger, he was shocked and almost stepped on his left foot and threw himself to the ground. However, the Blood Wolf quickly calmed down. If there are magical beasts that can reach Qi Lu, I am afraid it will be after Yunwu City has become a pile of ruins. Boss, what's the matter with the monsters in the store? Blood Wolf walked into the store and asked Qi Lu, looking at Lan Yi, who had a dull face in front of Thunder Tiger. Pet, if you're interested, it's next to the store. Qi Lu replied simply. Immediately after, Yusiara began to introduce the pet card swap machine to Blood Wolf. Good stuff. After listening to the Blood Wolf, he came to a conclusion. However, if you want to help the Blood Wolf team with one, it is not reliably at all. Pets are indeed strong, but to cultivate a pet with sufficient combat power, a lot of resources are needed. Therefore, in the early stage, we can only focus on cultivating a few powerful pets, and the other team members can only rely on time to slowly accumulate pet cards. In that case, isn't the skill book very important? The Blood Wolf was keenly aware of this, and then his face suddenly became very ugly. Then we sold so many skill books in exchange for in-game gold coins, how many spirit crystals we have to lose? At this moment, the Blood Wolf was quite distressed. Because when I brushed the battlefield dungeon before, the number of enemies was not at the same level as other dungeons. Therefore, even if the explosion rate of the skill book is relatively low, there are still a lot of them. However, the skill books that came out were all general merchandise, and the members of the Blood Wolf and Blood Wolf squad did not need these skills at all. So the Blood Wolf sold these skill books to the store in the New World mode, and then used the game gold coins to exchange new equipment for the Blood Wolf Guild. But now, I can't regret it. Cloud City Mercenary Guild. Due to the threat of master-level monsters, Mu Qianqiu issued a mission to the mercenary guilds of other city-states through the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild. Request the support of Grandmaster-level mercenaries. So these days, there are some more master-level powerhouses in Yunwu City one after another. Grandmaster level, whether in the mercenary, in the army, or in other fields, can be regarded as the top powerhouse. You know, the entire Xuanhuan Empire has only 2 hero levels on the bright side. Maybe there are other heroes hidden in the dark, but in real terms, there will never be more than 2 hands. The scarcity of heroes is not only because of the strong aptitude and demand, more because of that heroic trial crystal. This is the difficulty for the human race to advance to the realm. It is precisely because of this that he has the seal of trial and the skills that are blessed by the power of heaven and earth. In fact, it's not just humans. There are quite a few races, and when they advance to the realm, they need Taos trial crystals to open the trial space. And Warcraft is a unique race. Like alien beasts, they don't need to go through the trial space to advance to the realm, and they also don't have skills. Therefore, in contrast, the attributes of beasts will exceed those of the races with skills by a lot. Therefore, the names of various realms are all common. Because in terms of comprehensive strength, whether it is a race with skills, beasts, or other special races, the same realm, under normal circumstances, is at the same level. Of course, special cases need to be ruled out here. Because the Grandmaster level dragon race, under normal circumstances, is really stronger than the Grandmaster level human race. The Longya mercenary team, as the first Grandmaster level mercenary team to come to Yunwu City, has been here for a long time. However, he never heard any news about the heroic powerhouse he met in the Cloud Forest. But Longya didn't find it strange. If a hero who is deliberately secluded is so easy to be inquired about, it does not deserve to be called a hero. Therefore, Longya is even more in awe of that one, a hero who doesn't even know what he looks like. And today, Longya got the news. There are 2 other Grandmaster-level mercenary groups coming to Yunwu City. The Rock Broken Mercenary Squad, the Broken Waves Mercenary Squad, it turned out to be them. I hope they won't provoke the powerhouses of Cloud Mist City. After taking the team's report, Longya didn't care much after reading it. The Rock-Shattering Mercenary Team is much stronger than the Longya Mercenary Team. Captain Yan Lu and Vice-Captain Shuo Zijing are both master-level powerhouses. The Broken Waves Mercenary Team, Captain Qi Yang, is a master-level powerhouse, but the overall strength is higher than that of the Longya Mercenary Team. However, even the mercenary squads that belong to the master level, even if strength of the Dragon Tooth mercenary squads are not outstanding. But as long as the Dragon Teeth are still there will be no mercenary team, and they will take the risk of offending the Dragon Teeth and come Toth Evil Dragon Teeth mercenary team. So after receiving the news, Longya didn't have much emotion. Go on, let the brothers avoid their people as much as possible. If those 2 guys dare to underestimate Yunwu City, let them regret it afterwards. Longya finished his last sip of wine in his glass, put down the money, and left the tavern of the mercenary guild. He didn't want to meet the captains of the other 2 mercenary squads so early. Longya's people, didn't they come to Yunwu City a long time ago? Why can they even complete the task of a master-level monster? Yan Lu tapped his fingers on the table, and his voice was indescribably disdainful. We know the strength of the Longya mercenary squad, we don't need to say such things here. Shuo Zijing said calmly. Wearing a robe, the hood covered half of his face in shadow. Am I wrong? For so many years, Yunwu City has not had a Grandmaster level, but Longya can't even solve the task of such a place. A group of trash has come to a trash city state. Yan Lu snorted coldly and drank the rum in the wine glass. Shut up, Yan Lu, this is not what you should say. Shuo Zijing warned seriously. As the captain of a mercenary team, Yan Lu's words and deeds represent the meaning of the Rockbreaker mercenary team. This kind of clear and sarcastic words are very taboo among mercenaries. Unless it is between 2 mercenary squads, it has been determined that the relationship is hostile. Or maybe both, they are simply mercenary squads that are not at the same level. Hey, Vice Shuo, do you want a drink? Seeing that the atmosphere between Yan Lu and Shuo Zijing was a little dignified, the members of the rock-shattering mercenary squad seemed to be commonplace, and immediately walked up with rum. No, the magician needs to keep a clear head. Shuo Zijing refused the invitation of the team members as always, then got up and came outside the tavern. Want to breathe? I saw a few tall and strong mercenaries wearing animal skins and armor, and they walked over with one person. The person in the lead was slender, with 2 swords pinned to his waist, and his eyes were as cold as a snake. He was the captain of the Broken Waves mercenary team. Qi Yang. Shuo Zijing, have you quarreled with Yan Lu again? I said earlier, why don't you come to my Broken Waves mercenary team? Qi Yang knew what was going on when he saw Shuo Zijing walking out of the tavern. The relationship between the Captain Yan Lu and the Vice-Captain Shuo Zijing the Rockbreaker mercenary team is not a secret either. Thank you Captain Qi for the invitation, but I'll just stay at Broken Rock, I feel very happy. Shuo Zijing declined Qi Yang's invitation without hesitation. Is it very pleasant? Since Vice-Captain Shuo said so, then I won't say more. Qi Yang didn't say much to refute. Instead, he took the team members behind him and walked into the tavern of the mercenary guild. However, as long as Vice Captain Zhua is willing to come to my Broken Waves mercenary team, the position of Vice Captain will always be open to you, waiting for you. Immediately following, Qi Yang's voice came from the tavern. Bam! The sound of a wine glass shattering followed. Damn Qi Yang, can you also recruit my Yanlu people? Yanlu suddenly stood up and stared gloomily at the members of the Broken Waves mercenary team who entered the tavern. Calm down, I didn't mean that. Qi Yang's mouth moved slightly, revealing offhand smile. Then what do you want to do? Yanlu asked in a deep voice. I don't want to do anything. I know it's a waste of time for Zhuazi to stay under your command. Qi Yang still kept smiling, but one hand was already on the hilt of Tai Dao. You. Strict law. Zhuazi was standing outside the tavern and stopped Yanlu's preparations to make a move. Once the Broken Rock mercenary team and the Broken Waves mercenary team fight here, it will not only be a lose-lose situation, but it will also become a joke among the mercenaries. Moreover, this time, the task of coming to Yunwu City, don't even think about completing it. Captain Yanlu, I'm here just to have a drink. I'm not here to fight you, please. Qi Yang smiled and walked away. So that the members of the rock-shattering mercenary squad can immediately go to the tavern of the mercenary guild. The few mercenaries who followed Qi Yang immediately stepped aside, leaving away. Yanlu looked at Qi Yang's hypocritical smile. No matter how angry he was, he wouldn't be able to take another shot. If you do it again, it will be a loss for the people of the Rock Breaker mercenary team. Let's go. Yanlu had a dark face and walked at the front. When passing by Zhuazijing, his footsteps paused. Are you really related to that guy Qi Yang? Only a person like you would be provoked by that guy. Zhuazi replied expressionlessly. What do you mean? Yanlu frowned. It doesn't make any sense. Where do we go next? Zhuazijing shook his head, and then asked with a serious face. Find a place to live first, and then go to the Cloud Forest to check the situation tomorrow. When it came to business, Yanlu's face became better. In the tavern. The members of the Broken Waves mercenary team gathered around the round table and asked for a bucket of rum and half a roast lamb. One of the team members asked Qi Yang, Captain, if Zhuazijing really commito us, would you really give him the position of vice captain? Yes, as long as Zhuazijing is willing to come over. Qi Yang answered quickly and affirmatively. In the rock-shattering mercenary team, Yanlu is just a grumpy reckless man. The one who is really worth winning is Zhuazijing. Thank you. Halfway through, Qi Yang stopped and thanked the waiter who brought the wine. You're welcome, this is what we should do. The waiter seemed to be thanked for the first time, and he was also a master-level powerhouse, with a flattered look on his face. After the waiter left, the team members immediately looked at Qi Yang. Captain, is there anything special about Zhuazijing? Why is it worth attracting? In terms of force value, it must be stricter. Although Zhuazijing is also a grandmaster, he is more of a wise general in the mercenary team of Shattered Rocks. But when it comes to tactics, Qi Yang is not the kind of martial artist with strict discipline, and he is not bad at tactics. Therefore, the members of the Broken Waves mercenary team will be puzzled. It won't do you any good to tell you about this. Just remember that it's okay to be evil, but don't be evil to Zhuazijing. Interrupted by the waiter, Qi Yang didn't plan to continue. Okay, the roast lamb is here. Fill your stomach first. In the Qila shop. Hu Shou sat on the long leather sofa, flipped through the pet card in his hand, and then shouted to the blood wolf, you have a few earth demon bears over there, I will exchange other pet cards with you. I still have more than 10 earth demon bears here, is that enough? Blood wolf replied after counting. Before, the blood wolf took the team members in the New World mode, and after they used up 4 hours today, they began to draw pet cards. Then I happened to see Hu Shou coming to the store, so I recommended it to him. As a result, Hu Shou fell in love with the strong and violent earth demon bear at a glance, and decided to cultivate one. So the Lone Ranger is convenient. In the Blood Wolf team, there are many people who are going to cultivate a golden doll or earth doll as an auxiliary first. Although the attribute growth value of the B-rank pet card is not high, it has enough awakenings, and after activating the appropriate skills, the combat power it exerts is quite good. No matter how bad it is also a good choice to use as an auxiliary. For example, taking out a doll with a high physique to make a meat shield to mock beasts or something. More than 10 cards, that's enough, plus your more than 10 cards, there are still a few left after the second awakening. Hu Shou happily gave the other pet cards except the Earth Demon Bear to the Blood Wolf. Then go to the front of the pet card extracting machine, and put a pet card of the Earth Demon Bear in the card slot next to the extract button. Awakening a pet does not necessarily require summoning the pet. It can also be awakened on the pet card swap machine. To load martial skills and magic for pets, you must use the skill book on the pet card swap machine. A successful awakening, activate the skill, the power of the bear. Bear's power greatly strengthens the power of the Earth Demon Bear. When the Earth Demon Bear attacks, there is a small probability of smashing the target's armor and weapons. Second awakening is successful, activate the skill, the Gift of the Earth. Blessings of the Earth, passive skills, as long as the Earth Demon Bear touches the ground, it can greatly enhance the recovery speed, and it will become invalid after it leaves the ground. The skills activated twice can be regarded as superb skills. This made Tiger Hunt almost jump with joy. This is luck. Hu Shou looked at the pet card in the card slot, and the joy in his heart was beyond words. With the two skills, Bear's Power and Blessing of the Earth, it is basically certain that this Earth Demon Bear's pet card can be cultivated all the time. Even if the next activated skills are tasteless skills, it doesn't matter. I looked at the pet location of the Earth Demon Bear. Earth Element, Giant Strength, Meat Shield, Martial Skill. Hu Shou already knew it, and then inserted his membership card into the pet card drawing machine. This is how Yusier told Hu Shou how to log into their character backpacks in the New World mode on the pet card swap machine. Even for convenience, the system took over the trading system at Qilu's suggestion. Skill Book, Charge. Skill Book, Crushed Stone Palm. Tiger Hunt rummaged through his character's backpack, and only found 2 skill books suitable for the Earth Demon Bear. When choosing martial skills and magic for pets, it is also a time to test the brain power of the summoner. If it is a pet that learns magic, it is a better choice. After all, to cast magic, as long as the magic power is sufficient, it does not require high physical fitness. Auxiliary pets, learn auxiliary magic. Offensive pets, learn offensive magic, at most a little requirement for magic. Water pets learn water element magic, and fire pets learn fire magic. But if it is a pet that learns martial arts, it can make the summoner lose a lot of hair. Because the use of martial arts requires the cooperation of the body. For example, Thunder Tiger has learned sword-like martial arts. But the Thunderous Tiger can't even hold a sword, so what's the use of learning this kind of martial arts? Useless. Not only is it useless, it may also account for the pet's comprehension value. No, 2 martial arts are not enough. After careful consideration, Hu Shou still clicked on the trading system in the upper right corner of the screen. Search, Martial Arts Skill Book. Condition, Unarmed Martial Arts. Skill Book, Crushed Stone Kick, Price, 200 Spirit Crystals, Seller, a kitty. Skill Book, Heavy Cannon Fist, Price, 260 Spirit Crystals, Seller, a kitty. Skill Book, Collapsing Mountain Palm, Price, 420 Spirit Crystals, Seller, a kitty. Tiger Hunt glanced down at a glance, the Unarmed Martial Arts Skill Book, as long as these three, all the sellers are this person called a kitten. The seller of the trading system can be named independently. This is also to protect the seller's information. But people with the name a kitten are too strange. Hu Shou stared at him, not knowing what to say for a long time, so he only glanced at the balance in the membership card. The number of remaining spirit crystals, 223. Sheer, help me recharge, a professional class magic core. Hu Shou shouted towards the counter. Okay. Yu Sheer moved quickly. Tiger Hunt was not slow, and after the recharge was completed, he took down all 3 skill books at one price. Yu Shuangxiu, who was sitting in the deck next to Qi Lu, was struggling in the dungeon. The prompt sound of the trading system made it stunned for a moment. Dear guest, your skill book, Crushed Stone Kick, has been successfully traded. After deducting the handling fee, the remaining 196 spirit crystals have been stored in your character backpack. Dear guest, your skill book, Heavy Cannon Punch. Dear guest, your skill book, Collapsing Mountain Palm. Qi Lu, I have earned a spirit crystal. The method you taught is really useful. Yu Xuanhuan clicked on the information of the trading system, and after confirming it again and again, Qi Lu said happily. So soon? Those skill books should have been put into the trading system by you just now. Qi Lu only turned around within 5 minutes, then turned back and glanced at the crystal ball in front of Yu Xuanhuan. Qi Lu taught Yu Xuanhuan how to use the trading system. I don't know who bought it, but I can have dinner tonight. Yu Xuanhuan seemed very happy. After listening to Yu Xuanhuan's words, Qi Lu chose to smile silently. According to Yu Xuanhuan's appetite, he must choose rare equipment first, but with such a small amount of spirit crystals, it is not enough for a quarter of the rare equipment. Manager, good afternoon. The voice outside the store interrupted the conversation between Qi Lu and Yu Xuanhuan. Hello, I didn't expect the college competition to end yesterday, and you came over today. At the same time as Qi Lu replied, he glanced at the door of the store and found that Ling Xiao was holding a little loli carved in pink and jade. Can't help but stunned, where did you abduct this from? Store manager, who do you think I am? This is my 5th sister, Ling Diawu. Ling Xiao was a little dumbfounded. Hello, store manager, I'm Ling Diawu. Ling Diawu hid half of her body behind Ling Xiao and greeted Qi Lu timidly. Hello Ling Diawu, welcome to my store. Qi Lu looked at Ling Diawu with a kind smile. Manager Qi, it's rare to see someone who can make you laugh. Gu Pingchuan followed closely and couldn't help joking when he saw the smile in Qi Li's face. Qi Li's face straightened immediately, returning to his previous expressionless appearance, and said lightly, President Gu, since you have followed along, you are also protecting them along the way. On the way. Gu Pingchuan was non-committal. Qi Lu could see clearly, Ling Diawu knew at a glance that he was an ordinary person. Whether it is fighting spirit or magic, there is no trace of it circulating in Ling Diawu's body. I don't know if it's because I don't have the aptitude for cultivation, or I haven't reached the age suitable for cultivation. But it doesn't matter. Since Gu Pingchuan can be sent over together, whether it is by the way or deliberately escorting, it can show that Ling Diawu's status in the eyes of the Fire Emperor is still very high. Since the status is high, it is a quality customer. Okay, Xiaoju, don't be so shy, the store manager is very good. Ling Xiao comforted Ling Diawu by the side. The Shui Ling White Fox, who was squatting on Yu Xier's shoulder, also ran to Ling Diawu's side in a hurry, raised her little furry paws, and tried to play with Ling Diawu. Probably because she didn't feel the dangerous aura in Ling Diawu. Previously, Lan Zier and Nayland Qingqi couldn't hold it if they wanted to. Because Lan Zier has the aura of dragon blood, it is quite threatening to Shuiling White Fox. This is why the Shuiling White Fox is timid. If the Death Knight senses the breath of the Dragon Clan, even if he knows that he is defeated, he will mount his spear and face the enemy head-on. What a cute little fox, are you here to play with me? Ling Diawu was really attracted by the Shuiling white fox. While Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, it was a little strange. Store manager, since when have pets been kept in the store? This is not the pet in the store, it's Shears. Sheila said without looking back. Shears? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yu Shear. Although he didn't speak, the look of doubt in his eyes was better than words. Gu Pingchuan also noticed the watery white fox that suddenly jumped out. After looking at it carefully, he suddenly said, Manager Qi, this beast doesn't seem to have been recorded. After a short pause, Gu Pingchuan stroked his beard again and said, moreover, from it, I felt a faint magical aura. Magic? This time, it was Qi Li's turn to be stunned. Yu Sierra Shuiling white fox has not learned magic yet. Logically speaking, the energy in the Shuiling white fox is still in its original state. It shouldn't imitate the nature of magic. Yes, it's the magic power. It's very light. Maybe I'm wrong. Gu Pingchuan felt it seriously again, but he couldn't catch the breath. On the other side, Ling Xiao stared at him with puzzled eyes. Yu Xier also introduced the pet card swap machine aloud. Qi keenly found that Gu Pingchuan seemed to be more serious than Ling Xiao about the introduction of pet cards. President Gu, are you interested in this pet card? Qi couldn't help but ask. But Gu Pingchuan didn't answer, but walked quickly to the pet card swap machine, threw 10 spirit crystals into it, and then drew a pet card out. Golden Doll. It can be seen that Gu Pingchuan's luck is not very good. However, Gu Pingchuan didn't seem to care what pet card he had drawn, but just stared at the pet card in his hand in astonishment. Then the golden doll was summoned. This is so possible. After confirming that the introduction of the pet card was not false at all, the shock on Gu Pingchuan's face became even stronger. This scene made Qi look at a loss. Even if there is no summoning magic in this world, Dean Gu wouldn't be so shocked. In the end, young people are more receptive. Qi sighed silently in his heart. Thinking of Han Ming and others before, or the Lanya squad and the Blood Wolf squad, even if they were extremely shocked by the appearance of the pet card, they quickly accepted it. And happily raised their own pets. But looking at Gu Pingchuan's expression now, it seems that he still can't believe it at all. After a long time, Gu Pingchuan took the golden doll back into the pet card, took a deep look at Qi Lu, and said, Manager Qi, your identity is becoming more and more difficult for me to see. President Gu thinks a lot, I'm just an ordinary store manager. Although Qi Lu didn't know what Gu Pingchuan was referring to, he still said it modestly. Since store manager Qi doesn't want to say more, then the old man won't ask more. Gu Pingchuan put away his pet card and smiled. Gu Pingchuan would not believe even a word of Qi Li's words. An ordinary store manager can bless such a large space folding magic in the store? Gu Pingchuan glanced at the area of the combat power improvement training room. After seeing it, Gu Pingchuan suddenly found that the area seemed to have become larger than the previous space. Although the number of space magicians is indeed a little rare, at least they still exist. However, the pet card that appeared in the Qi store reminded Gu Pingchuan of a class that had long since disappeared in history. Summoner. This is a class that only existed in the long history, and should have disappeared long ago. There is no description in the ancient books. Most people don't know the rank of summoner, that's normal. In a very long history, summoner is an extremely terrifying class. They can communicate with another world with their spiritual power by engraving the magic circle, and summon terrifying monsters to be driven by themselves. Those terrifying monsters have tyrannical power and extremely high magic resistance. Almost every summoned object can be defeated by 1 and 10. Summoners rely on their own abilities to summon powerful summons that do not belong to this world, forming a terrifying army of monsters, sweeping the entire world. That's a dark history. It was not until a rebel among the summoners appeared, who led all the oppressed practitioners, rose up, paid countless blood, and overthrew the rule of other summoners. In order to prevent this power from being abused, the rebel among the summoners, after overthrowing the rule of other summoners, voluntarily accepted the seal and completely erased the traces of summoners' existence in history. This is why there are no summoners in the existing classes. That's why no one would know the reason why such a terrifying class had ever appeared. Even Gu Pingchuan learned about the existence of the summoner by chance in an ancient ruin when he traveled to the mainland. However, he only knew about the existence of this class. However, it now seems that all the circumstances show that behind Qi Lu, there really is a powerful summoner. These unrecorded monsters. This method of summoning with pet cards. To be precise, the summoning circle should be engraved on the card and used as a medium to summon. This high-level summoning magic further confirmed Gu Pingchuan's guess. But at present, it seems that the summoner behind Qi Lu is more like the rebel who is willing to sacrifice himself, rather than an ambitious guy. Rebels, to summoners, are rebels. But for others, a truly great hero. And the reason for this feeling is that Gu Pingchuan can feel that the pet summoned by the pet card have a close connection with the summoner himself. This connection is in the first place, above all other influences. This is what shocked Gu Pingchuan. Because this approach is exactly the same as the rebel in history. After all, no matter how powerful a summoner is, every time he summons a summoned object, it will occupy part of his spiritual power. When the mental power is exhausted, there is no way to continue the summoning. But the great hero thought of a way, that is, to connect the summoned objects summoned with the spiritual power of others, and cut off the connection with himself. This is equivalent to giving the summoned item to someone else. For other summoners, this behavior is tantamount to weakening themselves and strengthening the enemy. So it is absolutely impossible for them to do such a thing. But the rebels are different. He uses this method to enhance the power of others and overthrow the dark rule of those summoners. Therefore, although Gu Pingchuan was shocked behind Qi Lu, there was actually a summoner. But don't worry, the summoner behind Qi Lu will reproduce the darkness that has disappeared in the long river of history. On the contrary, because of the summoner's actions, it can greatly strengthen the power of the human race to fight against other races. Gu Pingchuan asked himself that he would not be able to make such a selfless contribution of his own strength. In this regard, Gu Pingchuan is also very admired. However, Qi Lu had absolutely no idea what Gu Pingchuan was thinking. I just saw the look in Gu Pingchuan's eyes, from the initial shock, to stunned, and then to the current respect. Then I heard Gu Pingchuan say solemnly, Manager Qi's move is indeed a righteous move, and the old man admires it. Qi Lu? What the hell did I do? Why am I being arrogant? What are you admiring me for? Although his heart is full of confusion, Qi Lu has a calm expression on his face, and said in a very calm tone, President Gu is serious, these are midgeties. The store is all about fair trade. Qi Lu sometimes even feels that the pricing of the system is a bit dark. After listening to Gu Pingchuan's words, Qi Lu thought that Gu Pingchuan was talking about the pet card swap machine, so there was nothing wrong with saying this. But what Qi Lu said was different to Gu Pingchuan. Is 10 spirit crystals expensive for a pet? In Gu Pingchuan's opinion, not only is it not expensive, but it even has the meaning of half selling and half giving. When Qi Lu said what's in his own hands, Gu Pingchuan was able to see a stalwart figure whose mission was to enhance the overall strength of the human race. Manager Qi's shop, opened in the Wild Yuan Empire, is really a great blessing for the Wild Yuan Empire. Gu Pingchuan left this sentence and walked into the area of the combat power improvement training room alone. Qi Lu looked at Gu Pingchuan's back with a confused expression on his face. In fact, even if Qi Lu knew what Gu Pingchuan was thinking, he probably wouldn't care. Not to mention that the class of summoner has been wiped out in the long river of history, and the current practitioners have basically never heard of this class. Even if the summoner still exists, as long as he dares to come to the store, it will be a dead end. The operation mode of the pet card swap machine is much more advanced than that of the summoner. At least the pet card does not need to be engraved with a magic circle, nor does it take up the summoner's mental power, and the summoned pet can continue to improve its strength. At most, it's just a comparison of Fei Ling Jing. After all, if the pet dies, the pet card will shatter. If you want another pet that is equally powerful, prepare Hua Ling Jing and cultivate it from scratch. Qi smacked his mouth in confusion, feeling that he had to eat something. Then it felt like someone was pulling the corner of his shirt. When Qi looked back, he saw a little loli carved in pink and jade, with big watery eyes, looking up at him beside him. Ling Diawu is indeed a little princess from the royal family. Cute little loli are always lovable. Xiaoju, what's the matter? Qi Lu wanted to smile, but when he saw Ling Xiao beside him, he still didn't laugh. Only the tone softened a little. Brother the store manager, I also want a little fox. Ling Diawu said seriously, her soft voice was very nice. Yu Shier's water spirit white fox wandered around Ling Diawu's feet. Of course. Qi Lu returned softly. Then he looked up at Ling Xiao and asked seriously, have you brought enough spirit crystals? Bring a lot of magic cores, it should be enough. Ling Xiao did not expect Qi Lu to suddenly ask himself this question, and he was stunned for a while before making a sound. Xier should have made it very clear about the pet card information. In fact, it is better for Xiaoju to keep two powerful pets than those guards who hide in the dark. When Qi Lu spoke, he glanced outside the store. The guards hidden in the dark could not hide from Qi Li's eyes. It's just that with Gu Pingchuan there, Ling Diayu's safety doesn't need them to keep an eye on them, so they are farther away. The store manager's words are indeed true, but Ling Xiao knew that what Qi Lu said was right. If Qi Lu had a plan, there would be no need for such a big trouble. However, Ling Xiao was a little worried that the spirit crystals he had brought with him might not be able to resist such splurge. Looking at Gu Pingchuan's attitude, you know that pets are strong, but if you really want to cultivate them to the point of being independent, the spirit crystals you need to spend are definitely not a small amount. At least for individuals, that's true. Not to mention wanting to use it against a hero-level powerhouse. Try it, Xiaoju should also want a water spirit white fox. Qi Li's tone was so flat that people couldn't hear it at all. This was actually a sales pitch. Third brother, I want a little fox. Ling Diawu rubbed the head of the shuiling white fox at her feet. The smooth fur is very comfortable to touch in the hand. Ling Xiao was called to tears by this third brother, and looked at Qi Li resentfully. Store manager, you are really deceiving people. He came here this time, and he was going to collect a complete set of rare equipment in the store. As if he didn't see Ling Xiao's gaze, Qi Li led Ling Diawu to the pet card swap machine, and then introduced the information about those pets. Seeing Ling Xiao follow him with a bitter face, Qi Li said coldly, actually, you can raise a pet yourself. Ling Xiao immediately reacted to these words. That's right, since pets are also a great power, it's enough to train a few of them yourself. Gu Pingchuan was tyrannical and didn't care about a pet's combat power. But Ling Xiao was just a professional class spearman. So in order to match his rank, Ling Xiao finally decided to train a doll as a meat shield, and then train a death knight to attack with him. Qi Li watched from the side, and didn't plan to persuade him. When Ling Xiao found out that he couldn't draw a death knight, he should have changed his mind. As for raising two pets at once, because a new pet card will be released in the future, Qi Li doesn't know what type it is. So Qi Li still didn't make a sound. Besides, things like cheating Krypton must come in waves, and there is no such thing as leaving the spirit crystals for the next wave. However, it has to be said that Ling Xiao is still a son of the royal family, and he brought a lot of spirit crystals. I don't know if Ling Xiao grabbed the magic core from the treasury in the Imperial City, most of them were professional class magic cores. There was even a Grandmaster level magic core mixed in. A Grandmaster level magic core can deduct 10,000 spirit crystals. However, a lot of spirit crystals does not mean good luck. Ling Xiao took the pet card more than 2,000 times in front of the pet card swap machine, but he didn't take out the Death Knight. Qilu was stunned. Since ancient times, the saying that the gunman is lucky is really not a joke. Why don't you forget it? Qilu couldn't bear it. He stretched out his hand to hold Ling Xiao and wanted to continue drawing the pet card, and said in a very serious tone. Qilu couldn't bear this luck anymore. Nearly 2,000 card draws, but no Death Knight was drawn. This operation is really shocking. But the store manager, I'm not reconciled. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, his face full of stubbornness. Well, I have a proposal. In the hall, Qi Chao, who was chasing and having fun with the Shuiling white fox, beckoned and said, Xiaoju, come here, your little fox is coming out. Really, where? Ling Diayu immediately ran over, staring at Qi Lu with anticipation. Press this button and it will come out. Qi Lu said, pointing to the draw button on the pet card changing machine. Ling Diayu had no doubts. She stretched out her little hand and pressed it on the extraction button. Immediately a white light flashed on the screen. The black air from the white light almost blinded Ling Xiao's eyes. Death Knight. Why? Ling Xiao stared, and the expression on his face was filled with these 3 words. It's a good thing to draw, don't ask so much. Qi Lu patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and comforted him kindly. As for why, it probably is. Cute as justice. But no matter what, the nearly 2,000 pet cards Ling Xiao had drawn were not useless. At least, the doll Ling Xiao wanted was enough to complete 5 awakening promotions. And the water spirit white fox that Ling Diayu wants, it is estimated that at least 4 awakening promotions can be completed. If the remaining pet cards are all used as experience points and fed to Shuiling white fox, they can probably rise to about level 35. After all, the experience value given by the B-level pet card is not much. Little fox, little fox. Ling Diayu took all the Shuiling white fox pet cards from Ling Zhao's hand. Then immediately summoned a water spirit white fox to come out. Little fox, you will be called Xiaobai from now on. Ling Diayu held up a large number of pet cards, rubbing the head of Shuiling white fox while feeding it. A successful awakening, activate the skill, Magic Amplification. Magic Amplification, the magic released by the Shuiling white fox, will be slightly enhanced. The first skill limits the future development direction of Shuiling white fox, in order to fit this skill. It is better for Shuiling white fox to learn Magus in the future. Mediocre general skills. Qi Lu stood behind Ling Diayu and commented silently in his heart. Then Ling Diayu continued to feed the pet card to the Shuiling white fox. Second awakening is successful, activate the skill, Linghu. Linghu, passively increase the agility growth value of Shuiling white fox. And release it actively, you can forcefully dodge an upcoming attack. Seeing the second skill, Qi Lu was a little dazed. Passively strengthen the property growth of the water spirit white fox, and actively release it to evade the next attack. If used well, this can almost be regarded as a small magic skill used to save life. Is it true that the lovely people have better luck? Thinking of this, Qi Lu peeked at Ling Xiao next to him. To be honest, the blood of the royal family is always based on the best, and in the end, it is almost always handsome and beautiful. Ling Xiao looks really good. In this way, it really is the wrong class selection. While thinking about it, the Shuiling white fox swallowed another 50 pet cards. 3 successful awakenings, activate the skill, Water Spirit Barrier. Water Spirit Barrier, active skill, after the release, it will form a resistant barrier around the water spirit white fox, which can be automatically closed. All friendly units shrouded by the barrier will greatly increase the release of water magic and greatly reduce the amount of water they receive. Harm. Seeing this, Qilu was stunned. Range-enhancing skills, appearing on a support pet, are really powerful. Although it is limited to only enhance water magic, when there are more water pets in the future, this skill is definitely one of the core skills of the water magic team. Seeing this, Qilu glanced at Ling Xiao with some pity. Store manager, why are you looking at me like this? I'm a little scared. Ling Xiao was horrified by Qilu's glance. It's nothing, I just hope you will be stronger in the future. Qilu patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder, wanting to comfort him, but he couldn't find anything to say. Maybe Ling Xiao's luck is so bad because he gave Ling Diwu all his luck. How much does this guy dote on his little sister? For successful awakenings, activate the skill, Fountain of Recovery. The Fountain of Recovery, active skill, condensing spring water that greatly speeds up the recovery speed, which can be used to speed up the healing offwounds and restore vindictive energy and magic power. Finally, it is no longer the rare and terrifying skill that it used to be. Compared with the two skills of Water Spirit Barrier and Spirit Fox, the Fountain of Recovery can really be regarded as quite satisfactory. But for an auxiliary pet, it is indeed a high-level skill. TSK. Loveliness is justice, and the ancients did not deceive me. Qilu was still amazed. Ling Diawu began to raise her hand towards the shuiling white fox, whom she named Xiao Bai, and said, "Look at Xiao Bai, it's gone." In the end, the 5 awakening promotions were not completed. In terms of skills alone, as long as the level keeps up, Ling Diawu's water spirit white fox is no weaker than an R-rank pet in terms of overall strength. Xiao Bai twitched his nose, his pointed triangular ears moved, and tilted his head to look at Ling Diawu. In the small black gem-like eyes, there is a thoughtful look. After a while, Xiao Bai suddenly stretched out his soft tongue and gently licked Ling Diawu's fingers. It doesn't look like a little fox, it looks like a puppy. Giggle, it's so itchy, Xiao Bai is good. Ling Diawu hugged Xiao Bai, her little face rubbed against the soft fur on Xiao Bai's body, smiling like a nightingale singing. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Diawu with a doting face, feeling that all the bad things before were diluted by this smiling face. Bringing Ling Diawu here is indeed the right choice. At this time, Qilu suddenly said that water spirit white fox has a high training value. Well, as long as Xiaodu likes it. Ling Xiao nodded and asked, curiously. Store manager, you said that the white fox's training value is very high, can you tell me how high it is? It was the first time Ling Xiao knew that Qilu would actually praise ascertained thing or a certain life form. It's so high that after your father breaks your leg, you can save an intermittent pill, and it can directly heal you. Qilu glanced at Ling Diawu, and then spoke deeply to Ling Xiao. Speaking of. What are you talking about, store manager? Why did the emperor break my leg? Ling Xiao looked bewildered. A good pet is definitely a ruthless spirit crystal swallowing machine. Qilu's income from the pet card swap machine was the highest in the store only on the first day, so he was fully aware of this. So after nightfall, Qilu lay on the bed and couldn't wait to shout in his mind, System, how to add new pet cards. System, the host just needs to wait quietly, and it will be updated when necessary. This statement is extremely irresponsible. If it wasn't for Qilu to take the system, he had to let it know who is the host. So Qilu can only use the old method to persuade the system. System, don't I think that this kind of thing will affect our spiritual crystal income if we don't discuss it with me first? Qilu used we as a self-proclaimed name, trying to make the system deeply understand that their interests were tied together. System, the pet card is worth the money. Qilu understood the meaning of the system, that is to say, the pet card is a good thing, and he does not worry about sales. Adhering to the principle that the fragrance of wine is not afraid of deep alleys is not acceptable. Qi Lu is also a man who has been baptized by the overwhelming advertising campaigns of modern times. If I could know the information about the new pet card in advance, wouldn't I have time to build momentum and use the power of propaganda to make them more money? In the process of inducing the system, Qi Lu did not mind at all to portray himself as a black-hearted businessman. Anyway, Qi Lu is not really cheating them. The products produced by the system are really worth the money, and they are not worried about depreciation. The spent spirit crystal is actually just a more valuable way to accompany the customer. While persuading, Qi Lu suddenly found that the system was silent. After half a day. System, host, what you said makes sense, but the energy of catalyzing the divine stone is only enough to develop 8 kinds of pet cards for the time being. The catalyst stone was the treasure that Qi Lu had cheated out of Yuxuang's weed for. According to the system, it is a treasure that catalyzes the rapid promotion of Warcraft. Could it be that the function of the pet card swap machine is based on the transformation of the catalytic god stone? But the new species that have appeared don't make sense. Qi Lu had some headaches. Since the system has already told him the truth, it means that there is no need to think about the new pet card. Forget it, the Death Knight should be able to last for a while. The plan failed, Qi Lu lost his mind, and simply closed his eyes and went to sleep. Deep in the cloud forest. In the dark night, the howl of the beasts seemed particularly infiltrating. The beast pupils with dim light can be seen everywhere in the forest, making people daunting. Under the gaze of the beast pupils of the beasts, a few green-skinned orcs with fangs sticking out of their mouths seemed to be looking for something in the forest. The leading orc, the momentum exuding from his body, proves that he is strong. Master level. After Yuxuangshu was captured by Qi Lu, the Grandmaster level monsters in the cloud forest began to fight each other and divide their own territory. In the face of the master-level powerhouses who came to the cloud forest, as long as they did not invade their territory, they would not attack rashly. The orc tribe also guessed this. The Grandmaster level who came over was only used for deterrence. Boss, it seems that the catalyst stone has disappeared. One of the skinny orcs reported the situation aloud after searching for a long time to no avail. Disappeared? That's a treasure brought out by the high priest from the ruins, a treasure refined by an ancient alchemist. The Grandmaster level orc said in a deep voice, with a rather displeased tone. Leader, rest his anger, the location we were looking for is not wrong, but it seems that the catalytic stone has been taken away. The orcs who came to report said with sincerity, for fear that the master level orcs in front of him would take anger at him. Take it away? The Grandmaster orc frowned. Yes, we found traces of being broken by a blunt weapon in the place where the catalyzing god stone was buried. The skinny orc immediately told what he and others found. There are also a small number of demon beast paw prints. Judging from the comparison, it should be a cat demon beast. A blunt weapon, a cat monster, is it because someone knew that we buried the catalytic stone in the cloud forest? So we took the opportunity to avoid the hidden powerhouse to steal the catalytic stone. The master-level orc frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, is there a way to find the person? You can give it a try with a locust. The person who broke the rock and soil used a grudge. Although the residual breath is very weak, it was discovered by us. The skinny orc answered immediately. Beast seekers are beasts deliberately cultivated by orc tribes to find those prey that are too hidden. However, a locust is a very fragile magical beast. It takes a lot of resources to cultivate a mature locust, and a locust can only find prey once in its lifetime. Therefore, to use information worms, you must ask the high-level orcs for instructions. The master-level orc nodded and said, it is permitted to use, and the matter of catalyzing the divine stone must not be lost. Yes. The skinny orc took the lead and carefully loaded the gravel and soil contaminated with the aura of vindictiveness. Wild Yuan Empire, Imperial City. In Ling Chongkong's study room in the main residence of the 6 ministers, the light of the magic lamp radiated a faint orange through the window paper. Ling Yin sat on the chair, took a sip of tea, frowned and swallowed, then put the teacup back on the table. Brother, I really don't understand, how can you drink this bland and even bitter tea? Ling Yin smacked his mouth twice and said very honestly. When he was in the military, when he was resting, he mostly drank. Therefore, Ling Yin did not like this kind of bland tea. Tea, I drink Huigan. Ling Chongkong replied lightly. Then put away the memorial in his hand, and put the quill on the memorial. 4th brother came to me tonight, not just to complain that my tea is bad. Ling Chongkong sat up straight and said in a relaxed manner. You and I haven't seen each other for such a long time, I'm just here to catch up. Ling Yin said with a smile. Since it's a reminiscence, how can there be no good food and wine? 4th brother, wait a moment, I will order to go. Ling Chongkong was not in a hurry, and tapped the table with his fingers. A servant who was guarding outside the door pushed the door open and came in. After being instructed, he immediately retreated. Not long after, a table of wine and food was set up in the study. Ling Chongkong took it personally and poured a glass of wine for each of them. After eating a cup of warm wine, Ling Yin opened his mouth and let out a breath of hot air, and the chat box was opened. Ling Chongkong listened at the table, responding from time to time. There were not many dishes on the table, and a few plates were quickly emptied. Tomorrow, I'm going to Yashui City. Ling Yin said these words coldly. Yashui City is a checkpoint on the western border of the Xuanhuan Empire, and it is also a city-state where the border troops are stationed. As the commander of the Junshi army, Ling Yin was in charge of the garrison in the west, and naturally he had to be stationed in Yashui City. This time, I returned to Xuanhuan Imperial City to participate in the ceremony of the college competition. Then this glass of wine should be treated as your big brother's farewell. Ling Chongkong knew that Ling Yin still had something to say, so he didn't ask more, just raised the glass in front of him. The West is getting more and more unstable, and the surrounding forces are beginning to move. Ling Yin raised his glass and drank it. The West garrison sent a letter, and it was their decision to first pass the hands of the Fire Emperor and the great general of Zhengua, and then to Ling Yin to return to Yashui City quickly. After the aura that was suspected of being a dragon clan erupted in Yunwu Forest, the forces around Yunwu City calmed down in a tacit understanding. But those forces far away from the Cloud Forest began to take new actions. If it was normal, it would be fine for Ling Yin to stay in Xuanhuan Imperial City for a few more days. However, when the situation is turbulent, the frontier army must have a general in charge to stabilize the military. 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Ling Yin finished talking about the old things, put down the wine glass, got up and said goodbye to Ling Chongkong. The 4th brother came to me specifically to reminisce about the past. I'm afraid he came to explore my bottom line by the way. Ling Chongkong looked at Ling Yin's back, and his heart was like a mirror. The more turbulent, the more Ling Yin holds the military power, the greater the possibility of ascending. I came here to drink and reminisce with Ling Chongkong, but I just wanted to see how much the Ministry of War had the right to speak at such a time. It's a pity that the Emperor's mind is unpredictable. The way of imperial power lies in checks and balances. After the system handed over the information, Qi Lu had a rare good night's sleep. No way, not sleeping is also sullen. Early the next morning, Qi Lu went downstairs to open a bucket of instant noodles, then found a booth with a bacon sandwich in his mouth and sat down. Turning his head to look, he found that Xuanhuan was still sitting on the table next to the deck. Aren't you afraid of sudden death by staying up so late? Qi Lu was a little curious. Don't compare my physique to your weak human race. Xuanhuan shook her pointed ears and said disdainfully. Qi Lu was speechless for a moment. He had forgotten that Xuanhuan was a strange beast, and its physique was much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. By the way, there may be a large number of newcomers coming these days. With your image, I think it's better for you to find an identity for yourself. Qilu said slowly, biting his bacon sandwich. What identity are you looking for? Xuanhuan was a little puzzled. It's up to you to think for yourself. Qilu entered the New World mode and opened the trading system. There are not many items in it, and the market price is not clear enough. However, Qilu could not intervene in the matter of market price. Players need what items, and the prices of what items can go up, although they can stock up at a premium and manipulate the market. But in the New World model, there is no such professional businessman yet. But Qilu doesn't care about this kind of thing, because it's easy for him to punish such people. There is no price for an item that cannot be suppressed by one version. If there is, then update another version. Just as Qilu was pulling the trading panel, a familiar voice sounded outside the store. Manager Qi, I haven't seen you for a long time, stay safe. Qin Ming took a step closer to Robert, beside him, walked into the store, and said hello to Qilu. City Lord Qin, if I remember correctly, you were still in my shop 2 days ago. Qilu sat on the sofa and returned without any disturbance. I haven't seen you for a day, it's like every 3 autumns. Qin Ming, as Acidi owner, still has a thick skin. After seeing the pet card swap machine, Qin Ming said again, last night, he heard that there are new products for sale in Manager Qi's store, which seem to be tamed monsters, so I came here to have a look. Did you say pet card, Shier? Introduce it to the city master Qin. Qi Li immediately shouted. Okay, store manager, Yu Shier said with a smile, City Lord Qin, please come here. Mr. Qi, good morning. Robert, who was beside him, also greeted. Hello, Robert, you seem to have gained a little weight again. Qi made a rare joke. If you want to say who has contributed the most spirit crystals to Qilu, there is no doubt that it is the Vault Administrator of Cloud Mist City. Whether it is to replenish the pills for the city guards or to replace the equipment, it will require a lot of money. So Robert also ran to the Qila store every 3 days. Although I never got the qualification for a discount, I got a little friendship anyway, so it's not a waste of time after all. Manager Qi is joking. The weather is getting hotter and hotter recently, and it's almost giving people no appetite to eat. Robert wiped the sweat on his forehead and lifted his trousers belt, feeling that he had been a little bit off a belly strain recently. Yeah, it's getting hotter. It's okay not to mention it. As soon as the heat is mentioned, Qilu realizes that summer is getting closer. It's just that the store is warm in winter and cool in summer, and the temperature can be adjusted automatically, so Qilu doesn't feel anything. Fortunately, Manager Qi's store is cool and pleasant. Otherwise, I wouldn't they've run with Lao Qin early in the morning. Robert is not Qin Ming's kind of cultivator, and his resistance to temperature is much worse. After the sweat on his back died, Robert went to the snack vending machine and bought all the 4 snacks he had. You said you have no appetite? Qilu looked at Robert with an unfinished expression, and couldn't help but want to ask a question. Before the pet card swap machine, Yu Xier had already introduced the pet card information to Qin Ming. The products in Manager Qi's store have always been so amazing and surprising. Qin Ming tried to draw a pet card, and then summoned the flaming tooth dog. The result in front of him immediately shocked Qin Ming. Qin Ming didn't know the rank of summoner, but it didn't prevent him from having other guesses. For example, the pet card in his hand is actually an alchemy product blessed with space magic, and the summoned pet is a tamed beast that is housed in it. Or something else. Whether it's reasonable or not, this is something that really appeared in front of Qin Ming's eyes. In addition to making Qin Ming feel shocked and incredible, there is a kind of excitement in it. After being the city owner for so long, Qin Ming's vision is still there. It is difficult to quickly increase the strength of the city guards. Not only because there are few people with high qualifications in the city guards, but also because the price of trial crystals is expensive. Therefore, if you want to improve the overall strength of Yunwu City in a short period of time, even if there is a store in Qilu, it is an unlikely thing. But, now, there are pet cards. It is entirely possible to quickly improve the overall strength of Yunwu City. Cloud City is a typical city-state with prosperous economy and low military force. Qin Ming would definitely be willing to use spiritual crystals in exchange for an increase in strength. Robert, come here quickly and give me the calculation. How many spirit crystals are needed to cultivate a pet of level 40? Qin Ming couldn't wait to shout to Robert. How many spirit crystals does it take to cultivate a level 40 pet? In fact, you can get the result by asking Qilu directly. However, the pet card is a big deal and must be discussed with the vault manager first. Qilu watched as Robert calculated the number of spirit crystals to be spent according to the rules of the pet card. He wanted to say a few words, but he still didn't say it. In fact, there is a little error in Robert's calculation method. That is, the quality of the pet card and the number of awakenings are not taken into account. The higher the quality of the pet card, the more awakenings, and the more experience points are required for each level. If you simply feed a pet card, the lower the quality of the pet card, the less experience points will be given. So the simple calculation is not very accurate. But there is no doubt that the number of spirit crystals needed is absolutely large. Otherwise, Qilu wouldn't say that the pet is a ruthless spirit crystal swallowing machine. Sure enough, by the end, the fat on Robert's face was shaking, and the more he counted, the more frightened he felt. City Lord Qin, I think it's better to arm the elite troops first. There really isn't so much money in the treasury to take care of every city guard. Robert had to complain to Qin Ming. If so many spirit crystals are scattered, the vault will be empty. Do you need money elsewhere? You need so many spirit crystals? Qin Ming was also a little surprised. He expected that the goods in Qi Li's store were definitely not cheap, but hadn't expected it to be so expensive. City Master Qin, it's actually not expensive. If the pet card is as Shier said, it should be said to be worth the money. Robert has been the vault manager of Cloud City for so long, and he still has vision. Even if he is just an ordinary person, he can see the value of pet cards. At least last night, the Death Knight summoned by Luo Yuanxing was worth that price. What you said makes sense. Qin Ming had to admit this. Perhaps the spiritual crystals needed to cultivate a pet that is enough to stand on its own are not many for Yunwu City, but don't forget that Qin Ming wants to give everyone in the city guards a pet. Manager Qi. Qin Ming looked at Qilu. No discount, Qin City Lord, please don't open your mouth. Qilu immediately interrupted Qin Ming's words. It only takes 10 spirit crystals to draw a pet card, which is already very cheap. The system provides a pet card, which also consumes energy. Hey, Robert, then please allocate funds. For the time being, we will provide the elites of the city guards with pets. Qin Ming knew Qi Li's character and knew that it would be useless to talk too much. In the end, he could only let out a sad sigh. Okay. Robert gritted his teeth, so distressed that his flesh was shaking. After Qin Ming and Robert discussed and decided, they did not leave. It's coming, it's not too late to just brush up on the level in the New World mode. For Qin Ming, the significance of the New World mode is of course needless to say. It is not a loss to quickly improve the proficiency of martial arts, and to increase the fighting spirit by the way. Although Robert has no cultivation qualifications, it is always right to add a little grudge to strengthen his body. The main thing is that they need to know the price of the skill book. Boss, Shier, good morning. Good morning. It's tiger hunt, early. Qi greeted and leaned back on the sofa. After the second big map, Evil Warrior Frontline reached the restricted level, Qi has been in a state of doing nothing. But this also suits Qi mind, the store manager should always eat and wait or die. Boss, you are really leisurely. After Hu Shou entered the store, he bought Abacon's sandwich, not in a hurry to enter the New World mode, but sat beside Qi. Anything? Qi asked casually when he saw Hu Shou sitting next to him. It's nothing, I just received an escort mission today, and I'll be leaving in 2 days. I probably won't be able to come to the boss's shop for a while. Hu Shou took a bite of the bacon sandwich and said regretfully. Is it very far? Qi asked a little more curiously. It's not far, it's in Yantan City of the Goryeo Empire. The reward for the task is very rich. It's a last resort for living. Tiger Hunter shrugged helplessly when he said that. There is something you need in the remuneration. Qi Lemon is very clear. With the strength of Tiger Hunt, it is impossible to worry about livelihood issues in Yunwu City. The boss is much smarter than I thought. There are 3 master-level trial crystals in the reward this time. I am one of the participants in the mission, and I can get one. Hu Shou did not hide it and said it carelessly. Master-level trial crystal. Qi repeated. Only then did I notice that Tiger Hunt unknowingly had reached the 60th rank, reaching the threshold for promotion from the professional rank to the Grandmaster rank. All this still needs to be attributed to you, boss. If there is no boss shop, I am not qualified to take this task now. Hu Shou laughed. In fact, Tiger Hunt's aptitude is not bad, but the appearance of Qi shop has accelerated his growth. Okay, I wish you all the best. Qi nodded and said politely. It didn't mean to mention the trial room. In fact, the original intention of the trial room was that the system specially provided it to Qi to improve his realm. At the very beginning, after Qi opened it up to Qin Ming once, it can be seen from Qin Ming's reaction that the impact of the trial room on the world is really too great. And Qin Ming didn't mention it again after that. Because Qin Ming also knew the impact of this kind of trial space that could be formed at any time, he made up his mind from the beginning to rot this matter in his stomach. If it is only a hero-level trial space, then those strong people will not care too much. After all, no matter how many heroes there are, it can only intimidate ordinary people. For the hero level, the difference between the hero level and the ordinary person is not much. But if Qi dares to say that the current trial room can even provide a Grandmaster level trial space, then he can guarantee that his shop will be surrounded by a group of heroes the next day. Because this is definitely a force that can change the pattern of forces. And most importantly, when Qi opened the trial room, the risks he had to take were not proportional to the spiritual crystals he could earn. Qi was too lazy to do such a thankless thing. But when he thought of this, and then thought of the 2 skill stones that were still on the shelf, Qi was stunned. Suddenly a flash of light flashed in his mind, and then he quickly grabbed this aura. By the way, system, since you can provide the trial room, then you should be able to provide trial crystals directly. Qi called out to the system in his mind. Since skill stones similar to skill crystals can be provided, why not provide trial crystals? And compared to the trial room, the trial crystal is much safer. Even if a lot of trial crystals appeared all at once, and people knew about it, at most, they would be surprised by the vastness of Qi door, but they would not have other ideas. On the contrary, because of this, Qi store is afraid. Because you can get such a large number of trial crystal shops in one breath, those who dare to make up their minds should also consider themselves, whether they have such strength. System, the host is right, the system can certainly provide trial crystals. But before Qi was happy, the voice in his head rang again. System, however, host, your current thoughts are still free. Trial crystals are also one of the commodities. They need to be extracted from the purchase channel before they can be supplied. Qi Lu was suddenly choked by the system's words. However, with the affirmation of the system, Qi Li's decision not to open the trial room was even more determined. Because of selling trial crystals, it will definitely be able to sell for a higher price. Compared with opening the trial room, it is much more cost-effective. Thank you, boss, for your blessing. This kind of small task is not difficult for me. Hu Shou took the last bite of the bacon sandwich, wiped his hands, and walked to the pet card exchange machine. It seems that he is going to spend all the spiritual crystals on his body before the mission, and use it to cultivate pets. Cloud Forest. After spending a round of buying accessories, the Lanyi team found that their spiritual crystals seemed to be insufficient, so they decided to hunt down monsters. Compared with the mercenary guild to receive the task, hunting monsters to obtain the magic core is much faster. Because in Yunwu City, it is rare to have high-reward tasks. Occasionally, it is also very popular. Lanyi didn't bother to fight for those tasks. After all, they didn't lack a little reward, it's just a special situation now. However, after the Lanyi team came to the Cloud Forest, they were targeted by another team of mercenaries. It was the rock-breaking mercenary team that entered the Cloud Forest and was about to investigate the situation of the master-level demon beasts. The two met by chance in the forest. It should have passed by, and everything was fine. At most, it's just because they are mercenaries and say hello. But after the encounter, the rock-breaker mercenary team immediately dispersed after a brief pause and surrounded the Lanyi team with only 7 members. Who are you? Why did you stop us? Seeing that the visitor was unkind, Lanyi immediately raised his spear, put on a defensive posture, and asked with a frown. Others also clenched their weapons. Stop you? No, my rock-shattering mercenary team wouldn't do such a thing. Yan Lu said coldly. The rock-broken mercenary team, it turned out to be you. Lanya's face became even more serious when she heard the name. Grandmaster-level mercenary regiments, among the mercenaries, are all famous. Lanyi had naturally heard the name of the rock-smashing mercenary squad. Could it be that the dignified master-level mercenary squad will only use power to bully others and bully the weak? Lanyi couldn't help but sneered. Bullying the weak is not something I would do, Yan Lu, but that little girl isn't included in this list. Yan Lu ignored Lanyi's sarcasm, but stretched out his finger. The object he was referring to was Lan's ear. Seeing the person Yan Lu pointed to, Lanyi seemed to remember something, and her face suddenly turned white. Lan's ear is a little unclear. Dragon girl, alien species, shouldn't appear here. Yan Lu's voice was very firm, and when he talked about Dragon Girl, his eyes became extremely hostile, vaguely, with hatred. It seems that the rumors among the mercenaries are true. You are really from the ruins of the dragon. Lanyi stared at Yan Lu and said slowly. Yes, I come from the ruins of the dragon, and I hate all dragon bloodlines. Yan Lu said in a deep voice. The ruins of the dragon were once one of the empires that belonged to the human race. But in the war between the human race and the dragon race, the empire was destroyed, and the former Wanlixing city was now completely reduced to ruins. The land that has been burned by the dragon's breath is barren. Although in the end, the dragons were driven away by the top powerhouses of the human race. But the former empire is long gone, and those affected by the dragon's breath are also cursed by the dragon family. The destroyed empire is now known as the dragon's ruins. Those survivors who came out of the ruins of the dragon, bear the curse, hate the dragon clan extremely, and also hate those who have the blood of the dragon clan. Yan Lu came from the ruins of the dragon. Among the mercenaries, there has always been speculation, but there is still no conclusion. But now it seems that the rumors are true. Can't we just stop here? Lanyi asked with frowning. After the dragon bloodline hidden in Lan's ear's body was activated, some characteristics of the dragon family have been maintained on the body, such as these sharp horns on the side of the head and the tail behind him. Maybe when the level is high in the future, these characteristics can be taken back. However, now, Lan Zier's identity is clearly revealed. Stop? The dragon clan back then never said such a thing. Yan Lu's tone was cold, so determined that there was no room for negotiation. The Grandmaster level aura was suddenly released. Doqi lingered on Yan Lu's fists, condensing into a pair of ferocious fists. Leave that dragonborn, and I won't stop the others. Yan Lu said coldly again. Zhuo Zizheng, who had not spoken all the time, also raised the staff in his hand. The magic power surged towards the surroundings, and the 4 earthen walls rose up in an instant, locking everyone inside. Although Zhuo Zizheng is vigilant, this vigilance will never be used on such a mercenary team that does not even have a Grandmaster level. Zhuo Zizheng was very clear about Yan Lu's identity from the dragon's ruins. It is also known that the conflicts between the survivors of the dragon ruins and the dragon clan and dragonborn cannot be reconciled. Moreover, Zhuo Zizheng wouldn't speak at this time, even to maintain Yan Lu's majesty as the leader of the Shattered Rock mercenary squad. The other members of the Rockbreaker mercenary team also raised their weapons. 2 masters, you really look down on us. Lan Yi couldn't help sneering when saw that there was no room for turning things around. Make a decision. Yan Lu clenched his fists, his fighting chi surged like a tide. With your strength, it's impossible to compete with the Broken Rock mercenary team. I hope you don't make a mistake and can make the right decision. Zhuo Zizheng exhorted. The members of the Broken Rock mercenary team also cooperated with Zhuo Zizheng's words and took a step forward. The disdain and contempt on his face were clearly visible. Our Lan Yi team has never had the idea of abandoning any member of the team, and it is absolutely impossible. Lan Yi snorted coldly and said this sentence without the slightest hesitation. Immediately, the spear was raised, and the tip of the spear pointed at Yan Lu. Since you are going to fight, then our Lan Yi team will accompany you to the end. The other team members who followed Lan Yi also raised their weapons and aimed at the rock-breaking mercenary team in front of them. As soon as these words came out, the rock-shattering mercenary team burst into laughter. I didn't expect them to dare to take up arms. I don't even think about my own strength, yet I dare to go against our mercenary team of shattered rocks. The remnant of the dragon bloodline should not have appeared in the human race. There are still people who are willing to protect her and make it difficult for our mercenary team. It's really self-defeating. In their opinion, with the strength of their rock-shattering mercenary squad, it is easy to take down the 7 people in front of them. Yan Lu was also a little surprised, and couldn't help but say, I admire your courage and friendship, but if it's just like this, you can't protect that dragon girl. Whether it can be protected or not, you will only know if you try it. Lan Yi responded rudely. Don't eat and drink fine for a toast. Yan Lu waved his hand sharply. Take them. Zhuo was waving his staff and facing forward a little, Earth Thorn. In an instant, Lan Yi and the others' feet suddenly shook, and several rows off ground were pierced out of the ground. If it is hit by a ground stab, it is basically declared incapacitated. Zhuo Zizheng made a sudden attack with this move, and in the past there was almost no disadvantage. If there was a slight hesitation, he would be stabbed by the ground and stabbed in his legs. However, for Lan Yi and others who had been trained in the combat strength training ground, the speed was not fast enough. Almost at the moment when the ground shaking appeared, everyone in the Lan Yi team tapped their feet and flashed to the side. The movement is not big, and it can dodge the thorns, without wasting any effort. There's still a sneak attack, but it's really a master-level face. Lan Yi's spear turned in his hand and swept away the thorns that broke out of the ground. The gravel was like raindrops, flying towards the people of the crushing rock mercenary team that rushed over. Bang bang bang, dash. However, the members of the Shattered Rock mercenary squad are indeed not weak. None of the rubble that flew past them hit them, and they were all intercepted. Small trick of carving insects. Yan Lu did not stay behind, but followed in the team, like a phantom, rushing towards Lan Yi. The fighting spirit above the fists roared loudly. A boxer is a strict class. Using both fists as a weapon to launch a stormy attack to destroy the enemy is the fighting style of the boxer. In the face of the last Grandmaster-level powerhouse, Lan Yi did not dare tobe careless. Several medicinal pills appeared in Lan Yi's hands, and between the flipping off the palms, they were put into the mouth. The medicinal pill melted in the mouth, and quickly turned into a soft energy, which flowed into the belly of Lan Yi, and then rushed to the whole body. Courage pill, wind speed pill, body protection pill. Strength, speed, physical defense, and magic resistance, in just an instant, completed the process of improvement. A layer of body shield also appeared on the surface of Lan Yi's body. Fall for me. Yan Lu punched out like a heavy cannon, and the fist armor with the condensed vindictive chi pierced the air, accompanied by bursts of sonic booms, and slammed into Lan Yi. The attacking vindictiveness surged, making bursts of roaring sounds. Lan Yeshou frowned, and she stepped on the ground. The huge force printed a clear footprint on the ground, and the clenched spear was like thunder. The tip of the spear cut through the sky and collided with Yan Lu's fist. Bam! The impact of Do Qi made a loud noise. The airwave was centered on the two of them, and spread out to the surrounding, like a storm, rushing towards the surrounding. Cough. The terrifying impact made Lan Yi take a dozen steps back before he could stabilize his body. As expected of the master class, compared to the professional class, it is still much stronger. Lan Yi breathed a sigh of relief, because he took the medicinal pill to temporarily increase his attributes, so he was not injured. It's just that the body shield on the body has been weakened by more than 30%. Yan Lu also took 3 steps back, staring at Lan Yi in disbelief. The Doukai armor condensed on his fists still had a trace of burning aura. That's the fire damage that comes with the fire earring. How could you resist my attack? Yan Lu couldn't believe his eyes. Even among all the Grandmaster ranks, Yan Lu's combat power can be ranked in the forefront. Moreover, the strength growth and agility growth brought by the boxer rank, the formation of a high attack power is enough to be comparable to the berserkers, who are known for their attack power. However, today, he was actually blocked by a professional class spear knight. Nothing is impossible. Lan Yi raised his left hand and waved it gently. Golem Ring passive skill is activated. The khaki light flashed away, and the ground under Lan Yi's feet began to vibrate violently. Crack! A crack appeared on the ground, and then it shattered, and 2 stone giants nearly 10 meters high broke out from the ground, and countless rubble scattered. The members of the rock-shattered mercenary squad were stunned. The nearly 10-meter-high stone giant stood upright, with a thick body, like a walkable hill, full of deterrence. Call. The stone giant, who had just stood up straight, raised his huge palm after seeing the mercenaries rushing up, and patted them down, bringing up the whistling sound of the wind. Boom! The terrifying force slammed on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The smashed mercenaries, either dead or injured, fell to the ground, almost unable to move, and could only wail in pain. What is this? How could such a thing suddenly appear? Was it summoned by those guys? Come back, come back. The appearance of the 2 stone giants instantly disrupted the formation of the rock shard mercenary squad. Countless panicked shouts rang out. Shuo Zijing opened his mouth wide and looked at the 2 stone giants in talk. It's actually a stone giant, how is this possible? How could they have the magic of a stone giant? As an earth element magician, Shuozi is no stranger to the magic of stone giants. The stone giant is one of the high-level magics in the earth element magic. Itis is the earth magic to condense the body of the stone giant and drive the stone giant to fight. It is one of the puppet magic, not the summoning magic. But the magic of stone giant is not something that can be learned casually. Even in those academies and sects, there are many that have not recorded this magic, which shows its preciousness. At least Zhuo Zizheng won't know the magic of stone giant. No, there is no earth element magician among them. Even if there is, it is impossible to condense two stone giants with the magic power of a mere professional level magician. After Zhuozi was shocked, he quickly calmed down. It's a magic orb. A magic orb that can store magic and release it at the right time. This is the only reasonable explanation. The magic core inlaid on the staff of many magicians will be created to function as magic orbs. Yan Lu, go and stop the stone giants, they won't have a second time. Wanting to understand this, Zhuo Zizheng immediately told Yan Lu aloud. The 60th level stone giant is considered an invulnerable and powerful monster for the professional level members of the Rockbreaker mercenary squad. But for the master level Yan Lu and Zhuo Zizheng, it was not enough. Although Yan Lu could not withstand the attack of the giant stone head-on, but faced with the relatively slow stone giant, Yan Lu had a way to kite them. No problem, leave it to me. Yan Lu heard the words, immediately abandoned Lan Yi, and charged towards one of the stone giants. In battle, Yan Lu's main role is to take the lead and boost morale. The one who really observed the battle situation and gave the command was Thetis Captain Zhuo Zizheng. It won't let you succeed. Lan Yi raised the spear and swept away, leaving Yan Lu behind. The passive skill of the stone giant ring has been activated after entering the battle, strengthening the physical defense, and the stone shield that appears after being attacked can give Lan Yi full confidence to hold on to Yan Lu without getting hurt. Moreover, Lan Yi and the active skills of Wind Jade Pendant were not used. Although it was impossible to defeat Yan Lu, there was absolutely no problem in wanting to hold Yan Lu and let the two stone giants wreak havoc in the Rockshard mercenary squad. Damn, you're a monster. After Yan Lu and Lan Yi fought dozens of moves, he really felt Lan Yi's difficulty. Although the attack power is far less than that of the Grandmaster, but in terms of defense, it can be done without losing the slightest, which is really scary. I said, if you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Lan Yi took a few heavy breaths, sweat dripping from his forehead. Lan Yi knew very well that the set of equipment on her body, including the medicinal pills she had used, was close to 20,000 spirit crystals. With so many spirit crystals, she has a short period of time that is enough to compete with the master-level power. Otherwise, with Yan Lu's strength, Lan Yi wouldn't be able to stop it with just the first punch. But since the battle, Lan Yi has begun to feel exhausted. Good. Yan Lu laughed in anger and said 3 good words in a row. Turning to look, the members of the Lan Yi team, under the cover of the giant stone, forced the members of the mercenary team to retreat. Especially the dragon girl, holding a heavy shield to protect the others. Xuanhuan heavy shield. Xuanhuan Guardian, passive, all attacks cannot cross the Xuanhuan heavy shield and attack the friendly units behind the user. Damn Dragonborn. Yan Lu let out a breath of hot air, and suddenly felt a piercing pain behind him. Follow me to the end. He, congratulations, you succeeded in angering. Yan Lu's voice became extremely cold, and his eyes turned crimson red, like blood. Zhuo Zizheng, who was observing the battle situation at the back of the team, noticed Yan Lu's situation immediately, and was immediately shocked. Yan Lu, stop for me. But Yan Lu, as if he hadn't heard Zhuo Zizheng's words, suddenly appeared on his wrist with a beautiful circle of the mark of the brave. Brave level skill, strength enhancement. Damn, we can't go on anymore. Zhuo Zizheng shouted. However, Yan Lu remained deaf. On the arm, another circle of rank seals emerged. Class skills, blood is boiling. Blood boiling can greatly enhance strength and agility in a short period of time. After this skill was activated, the crimson red in Yan Lu's eyes became even more intense, like a puddle of blood that could not be dissolved. But it's not over yet. The seal of the master, followed closely, also appeared on Yan Lu. Master-level skill, Shattered Rock. This is a master-level offensive skill, and it is also the origin of the name of the Rockbreaker mercenary squad. The 3 seals of trials are superimposed, and this is Yan Lu's most peak blow. The doqi covering his fists seemed to boil, and a terrifying aura radiated out, as if the wind was raging, hunting and hunting. A punch was thrown, and the air made a harsh sonic boom. The grudge wrapped around the fist armor made an angry roar. Before the battle chi arrived, Lan Yi felt a strong sense of oppression, which made her feel a dull feeling of being out of breath. The power of this punch, even if it is subversive at the master level, does not dare to face its edge. What's more, Lan Yi only relies on equipment and medicinal pills to deal with the master level. Stone Giant. While Lan Yi stepped back again and again, he shook the giant stone ring. One of the giant stone giants received the order and stepped forward immediately, stopping in front of Yan Lu. Get out of here. Yan Lu let out a low roar, and his fists with vindictive aura slammed heavily on the stone giant. Boom! Only a loud explosion was heard, and the stone giant nearly 10 meters high, under the strict fist armor, instantly turned into rubble, splashing everywhere. The stone armor, which even the masters found it difficult, was as brittle as thin paper under the fist of strict law. However, the strict attack did not stop because of the crushing of a stone giant. On the contrary, it accelerated the speed of attacking Lan Yi. The stone giant was smashed, and the members of the rock-breaking mercenary team who were beaten and retreated because of the appearance of the stone giant suddenly boiled. Captain Yan Lu is angry, they are all dead now. Even if you can condense stone giants, under the fist of our captain, you are not like a turkey. Brothers, follow along. The remaining stone giant can be contained by the vice-captain. Let them taste our power. From the point of view of the people from the Rockbreaker mercenary team, the members of the Lan Yi team just relied on having 2 stone giants. The destructive power possessed by this kind of war machine, in the absence of any restraint, is enormous. However, once the stone giant is restrained, the Lan Yi team members are just a pile of fish and meat on the chopping board, and can only be slaughtered by others. Suffer to death. Yan Lu quickly approached Lan Yi, and the momentum on his body continued Taurus. Punch like lightning. Carrying terrifying power, he went straight to Lan Yi. It's so fast. Lan Yi's eyes widened. Even if she had already reacted, her body couldn't keep up with the speed of her reaction. This punch, as long as it hits, with Lan Yi's current strength, it is impossible to stop it, and it will either die or be disabled. Just at this juncture, a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of Lan Yi. Xuanhuan Guardian. Yan Lu's fist slammed into a heavy shield. Boom. The air wave that erupted was like a terrifying storm, raging towards the surroundings, stirring up smoke and dust all over the sky. The air waves hit the surrounding trees, snapping trunks and tearing branches and leaves. If you look at it from the sky, you will find that the area where the airwaves exploded has directly turned into an open space. In the lush cloud forest, it seems like a piece is missing. In the end, what happened? Has the captain killed them? Although they can't see it yet, no matter what they think, it's impossible for them to block the leader's rock-shattering punch. The members of the Rockbreaker mercenary squad were hit by the air waves and retreated again and again. The smoke and dust in the sky made it impossible for them to see the center of the collision between the two and what was going on. But even without looking, they could guess what was going on inside. A mere professional class received the strongest blow from a masterclass peak head-on. What the result is, one can imagine. That is, the professional class was killed by one punch. There is no suspense. However, as the smoke gradually dissipated, none of the three figures standing inside fell down. Lan Zier held the basalt-heavy shield and completely blocked Yan Lu's attack from the shield. "It's you. How is this possible?" Yan Lu looked at Lan Zier in astonishment, and even began to wonder if he was dreaming. A mere professional class actually took his anger-inducing blow. This was an attack that even a grandmaster would not dare to take. This strange scene made all the members of the Broken Rock mercenary team shut their mouths. Shocked, astonished, in disbelief. Even the giant stone couldn't take Yan Lu's punch, and it instantly turned into rubble. This little girl who exuded the aura of the professional class actually blocked it. And it seems that there is still some energy left. Zier. Lan Yi gasped and shouted with lingering fears. "Sister Lan Yi, are you all right?" Lan Zier raised her basalt shield and pushed forward half a step before asking aloud. "It's all right, it's just a little exhausted, but unfortunately there is no medicinal pill to restore physical strength from the store manager." Lan Yi calmed down her breathing a little. Elixir can indeed restore vindictive energy and magic power. But it does not restore physical and mental strength. Fighting a grandmaster, Lan Yi has to keep his full attention in order to keep up with Yan Li's speed. For the consumption of physical and mental strength, it is much faster than usual battles. Fortunately, Lan Zier caught Yan Lu's attack at the last moment. The double resistance increased by the Xuanhuan heavy shield, the double resistance increased by the active skill Xuanhuan Guardian, plus the double resistance increased by the lazy heavy armor, and the physical defense increased by the hero-level skill, Body of Steel. As well as various other small equipment, pills that permanently increase attributes, heavy warrior class, plus Lan Zier's own dragon bloodline. Only then did he receive the strict attack. Moreover, only Lan Zier can do this. But the members of the rock-shattered mercenary squad do not know these things. In their opinion, it was Lan Zier who blocked Strict Law's attack by relying only on the strength of the professional class. This completely impossible thing happened before their eyes. This is impossible. The captain's attack was blocked. Am I dreaming? What kind of monster is this little girl? Is it a giant dragon transformed into a human body? Frightened cries rang out. This scene completely overturned their previous thoughts. These beautiful women and girls were simply a group of monsters. Dragonborn, really, damn. Halfway through Yan Lu's speech, he suddenly clenched his teeth, and the piercing pain behind him became heavier, and even began to spread throughout his body. The severe pain made Yan Lu's grudge begin to show signs of disintegrating. There were also cracks in Yan Lu's fist armor due to the disintegration of Do Qi. I knew it would be like this. Zhuo Zixing noticed Yan Lu's abnormality and immediately waved the staff in his hand. Dungeon. The magic power surged, and the earth wall rose from the ground, restricting the movement of the remaining stone giant. Zhuo Zixing flew forward, set up strict rules, and retreated to the rear. Everyone obey the order and evacuate. The morale has been exhausted, and the morale of the army is scattered. If you continue to stay, it is more likely to increase casualties. Zhuo Zixing knew in his heart that their rock-shattering mercenary team lost this battle, and they actually lost to a little-known mercenary team that did not even have a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Lan Yi breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the mercenary team of shattered rocks that quickly fled. She didn't know why the Broken Rock mercenary team left, but if Yan Lu continued to attack, Lan Yi knew that she would definitely not be able to survive. The overall strength of Lan Yi's squad is still far from that of the Shattered Rock mercenary squad. If the pet has been cultivated this time, it shouldn't be so difficult to fight. Everyone is fine. Lan Yi looked at Lan Qinger and the others. We're fine. I didn't expect the giant stone to be so strong. I knew I should buy 2 more. Xiaoya said with a little regret. The giant stone ring is a rare jewelry, and the price of 6,000 spirit crystals is enough to discourage many people. And the fine-level stone puppet ring, the 40-level stone puppet summoned out, is much weaker than the stone giant. If they dare to come again, I must let them know what magic is. Nalan kinkawayed his staff and said viciously. With the support of these kryptonite equipment, although their strength is not as good as that of the master class, it is far from what the average professional class can match. That's good, let's go back to Yunwu City now. Lan Yi nodded. After this battle, it is impossible to continue hunting monsters in the Cloud Forest. If they are unlucky and encounter a master-level monster, it may be difficult for them to escape. Perhaps it was the previous battle that consumed too much physical and mental energy, and there was always some silence on the way back to Yunwu City. Okay, Zier, don't be so gloomy, it's not your fault. Lan Qing'er noticed that after the battle, Lan Zier's eyes were always filled with loss, and she couldn't help but comfort her. Sister, is it true? Lan Zier looked up at Lan Qing'er, as if she wanted to find out the answer from her face. On the other side, the Rockbreaker mercenary team has also arrived at the edge of the Cloud Forest. At this time, Yan Lu's face was like golden paper, his breath was weak, and black and red blood was overflowing from the corners of his mouth. Alert! Shuazi was carefully putting down Yan Lu, and with a wave of his staff, a rock and soil barrier rose up, protecting him and Yan Lu. The members of the Rockbreaker mercenary squad also quickly dispersed, closely monitoring the surrounding situation to prevent enemy sneak attacks. Among the rock and soil barriers, Shuazi was condensing a stone blade, which cut Yan Lu's clothes. A scorching breath rushed towards him. On Yan Lu's back, there is a large scar that seems to have been burned, but if you look closely, you will find that it looks like a large piece of complex seal script, firmly attached to Yan Lu's skin. This is the dragon breath curse of the dragon family. Shuazijing flicked his finger, and the magic in his body formed a shield on his body, blocking the heat wave of the dragon's breath curse. This is what Yanli told him. The dragon's breath curse is the curse of the survivors of the dragon's ruins. When the attack occurs, you must not use half a minute of grudge or magic power. Otherwise, it will be devoured by dragon breath. But Yan Lu was so angry that he completely forgot about it, or in other words, he just took the initiative to ignore it. Now the dragon's breath curse begins to strike. The pain caused by the terrifying dragon breath body can definitely make life worse than death. Shuazijing, dragon blood should still be there, crushed, sprinkled on my back. Yan Lu, leaning on the rock wall, said intermittently. His consciousness was already blurred with pain. There was no trace of blood on his lips, and when he spoke, he trembled with pain. This is the reason why the survivors of the ruins of the dragon hate dragons and dragonborn so much. The terrifying dragon's breath curse will kill these survivors at some point. And before he died, he had to endure this kind of torture. And it is very simple to ease the curse of dragon breath. As long as the blood off the dragon is sprinkled on it, the power of this curse can be quelled. Therefore, as long as Yan Lu encounters people with dragon blood or beasts, he will not show mercy. Every time you get a piece of dragon blood, you have another way to live. This is the last one, and I must not be so selfish in the future. Shuazijing took out a small sandalwood box from his arms and opened it, revealing the flannel inside, and a red pill quietly placed on the flannel. The pills were crushed into powder and sprinkled on Yan Li's back. The curse of dragon breath, which seemed to be written in seal script, seemed to have come to life, quickly swallowing the powder formed by the condensed dragon blood, and then slowly fell silent. Feel sorry. Although Yan Lu's breath has calmed down, it is still weak. No need to apologize. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have been rescued by you. Shuazijing shook his head and stood by cross-legged. If it wasn't for Yan Lu's hatred for the monsters with dragon blood, Shuazijing, who was besieged by monsters to the point where his life was hanging by a thread, would not have been rescued. Shuazi is staying in the Broken Rock mercenary team, and there is no lack of payment. After today, let's leave Yunwu City for now. Yan Lu leaned against the rock wall weakly and said slowly. You are the captain, there is no need to discuss this with me. Shuazizing knew what Yan Lu wanted to say, but he would not take the initiative to say it. I knew you would say that, let's go to the ruins of the dragon. Yan Lu said slowly, although his breath was weak, his tone was very firm. If there is any place in Yunwu City that is the most comfortable, safest, and most suitable for recuperation, it is undoubtedly in a remote alley, Chila store. This is the name of the regular customers who come to the store. On the contrary, it was Chi Li's whim and the name of the Vientiane grocery store, which no one knew at all. There are pills, snacks, and soft and comfortable sofas here. So after the Lanyi team returned to Yunwu City, the first place that came to mind was this place. Mr. Qi, good morning. Lanyi pushed open the store door and greeted him a little tiredly. It's getting late, it's almost noon. Qila sat on the long leather sofa, holding a slender grass stalk in his hand, teasing the watery white fox running in his footsteps. The slender grass stems are obviously very fragile. As long as they are swung faster in the wind, they will be broken, but in Qi Li's hands, they are like aspirate snake. The dexterous Shui Ling white fox flicked left and right, but couldn't catch the grass stem in Qi Li's hand. Lanyi, who was standing in front of the store, was stunned by this scene. This control over power has reached its peak. You are so useless, Xiao Bai, you can't even catch the grass in the hands of the store manager's brother. Ling Diayu, who was sitting beside Qi Lu, Paodadan said unhappily. Okay, Xiao Bai is still very powerful. Qi Lu smiled, and then gave Ling Dai with grass stem in his hand. Let her play with Xiao Bai by herself. And that sentence, Qi Lu, is really not comforting Ling Diawu. If you put aside vindictive energy and magic power, and only talk about the control of power, let alone this little fox can't grasp the grass stem in Chila's hand, even a master-level powerhouse may not be able to catch it. What are you doing standing at the door of the store, don't you come in? Qila glanced at Lan Yi, who was standing at the door of the store, and said lightly. Sorry, I was stunned just now. Lan Yi sneered. Come in, bacon sandwiches are still very effective for replenishing physical strength. Qila didn't care about Lan Yi's reaction, but continued to say. When Lan Yi and the others came to the door of the store, Qila noticed fetteredness hidden in their eyes. It's not sleepy, it's like having just experienced a battle. Thank you Manager Qi for your concern. Lan Yi smiled. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised, which is really good looking. Don't be polite to me. Qila returned expressionlessly. I thought to myself, even if you thank me, I can't possibly give you a discount. After Lan Yi and others entered the store, as Qila said, they went to the snack vending machine to buy bacon sandwiches and a bucket of instant noodles. Lan Zier, who was at the back, came to Qi Lu. Big brother. Zier, what's wrong? Qila looked at Lan Zier curiously, but found that Lan Zier had extremely complicated emotions such as annoyance, pain, and confusion on her face. Big brother, is Zier really weird? Lan Zier looked up at Qi Lu and reached out to grab the sharp corners on both sides of her head. Why, Zier is so cute. Qi Lu reached out and gently rubbed Lan Zier's head. Soft strands of hair were ruffled at the fingertips. But it gave Lan Zier a sense of peace of mind. But, why do people want to arrest me? Lan Zier asked very puzzled. Who? Qila raised his eyebrows. I remembered when there were no snacks in the store before, when Qila ate steamed buns and Lan Zier brought barbecue over to improve the food. Lan Zier pursed her lips and told what happened in the cloud forest. Big brother, did I cause trouble to my sisters? Speaking of the end, Lan Zier asked very carefully. Of course not, Zier should have seen it, your sisters, you never thought it was your trouble. Having the blood of the dragon family is your luck, not your fault, because with this power, you can pick up your shield and protect your sisters at the forefront. If someone dares to bully you next time, tell me, and Big Brother will help you teach him a lesson. Sheila rubbed Lan Zier's head and said it seriously. Well, I see, thank you Big Brother. Lan Zier seemed to understand the brilliance of her smile, and even the light in the store seemed to dim for a moment. It shouldn't be, the lights in the store are controlled by the system. Sheila raised his eyebrows, feeling that the system was playing tricks. In a blink of an eye, Lan Zier ran into the store and lay down on the counter. Sister Sheer, I want a bacon sandwich. All right. Sheila rubbed his hands, then turned his back to his back. The store manager is not good. After having a clerk, the manager seems to be useless. Boss, do you still remember me? Before Sheila could finish feeling emotional, a voice came from outside the store. Looking back, it was a boy. I had an impression, but I didn't know him. Must have been here a few times. Chi Yongqiu saw Chili's emotionless face, and knew that the shop owner must not remember him. Forget it, I've heard too many rumors about the boss in the academy. It doesn't matter if I don't remember it, it's impossible to get a discount anyway. Chi Yongqiu was optimistic, waved his hand, and said again. Boss, this time I will lead the team and bring the seniors and sisters of the Brilliant Academy to the store to identify the way. After finishing speaking, Chi Yongqiu pointed to the outside of the store, where a large group of people were already standing, rubbing shoulders and making a noise outside. Is this where Grimace and the others trained? It's such a remote alley. Is there any secret to making people stronger in his kind of place? Junior Chi, you won't bring it to the wrong place, right? The boss, seeing so many of us coming together, didn't come out to receive it. What kind of store is this? Is the boss's shelf so big? Most of the students of the Brilliant Academy are complaining about the remoteness of the place and Chi Li's arrogance. There are so many of them that they go to any store at random. No matter what the owner of that store is doing, he will immediately put down what he is doing and come out obediently to greet customers. The owner of this shop, obviously standing in front of the shop, didn't even intend to move. Boss, you see that we have so many people all at once. It's fine if you don't come out to greet us. At least give us a discount on the items in the store. In the crowd outside the store, a boy who looked a bit sharp-mouthed and monkey cheeks came out and said to Chi Lu. Yes, there are so many of us coming together, boss, don't say you want to give a discount. For such a big business at one time, you won't lose any money. Don't be ignorant. And the place is so remote that we have to travel a lot, and we must be compensated. The students who followed behind the boy also agreed. It's cheap, everyone wants to take it. Sheila looked at these noisy students blankly, and then glanced at Chi Yongqiu meaningfully, meaning to ask him why you didn't speak. Boss, you look down on me too much, I'm the one leading the way. Chi Yongqiu said with an embarrassed expression. The reason is that the mentor Zhong Lingyun of the Brilliant Academy is temporarily unavailable. The two vice presidents didn't know why they couldn't let go for the time being. That's why Chi Yongqiu, who had been to Chila's store, was asked to lead the way. So that's how it is. Chila nodded in agreement, then turned his head and shouted into the store. President Gu, your students are here. This sentence shocked the students who were crowded in front of the store for a moment, and then burst out laughing. This boss is a bit interesting. Do you really think that just calling the dean can scare us? No, this boss really made me laugh. He thought he was somewhere here. Could it be that Dean Gu of our Brilliant Academy would come to such a broken place? If Dean Gu can come to this place, I will apply to go back to the college to clean in the toilets for 3 years. The leading students became happier as they talked, and walked into the store with a big smile. Then I saw a very familiar figure. For a moment, as if being strangled by the neck, the laughter stopped abruptly. Gu, 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 Gu. The leading students looked at Gu Pingchuan as if they had seen a ghost. Those who didn't know thought it was a hen laying eggs and croaking there. Manager Qi, even if the people from the Brilliant Academy really arrive, you'd need to call me. Gu Pingchuan was sitting not far from the hall, so after hearing Qi Li shout, he walked out to save face. If you don't call me, I won't call you out. They insist on giving me a discount. Qi Li said calmly. Discount? Manager Qi, you're not being kind, you've never given me a discount. Gu Pingchuan couldn't help joking when he heard this. Don't worry, there will be no discounts in the future. Qi Li said very seriously. A few joking conversations like old friends scared the students who were crowded in front of the store almost to quit. Even Gu Pingchuan, Dean Gu, can't even get a discount, but they are clamoring for it. Then look at the relationship between Dean Gu and the owner of this shop. Not to mention other things, just talking about their attitude of equal communication, you can guess that the strength of this shop owner is definitely on the same level as Dean Gu. No matter how kind a hero is, as long as you and him are not strong at the same level, you will always feel a faint sense of oppression when facing a hero. But the owner of the shop in front of him is obviously not the type of newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. It is the kind of spirit possessed by powerful and tyrannical people. When he thought of how he was yelling in front of a hero just now, the timid student almost fell to his knees. Okay, one by one, what are you doing standing at the door? Don't cause trouble, to the store manager, Qi. Gu Pingchuan couldn't help but speak when he saw the students who were crowded at the door of the store. All of them were silent. After all, it is still a student in his own academy, and it is no good to be frightened. However, after today's situation, I believe they will also know what it means to be outside people, and there are heavens outside, so as not to think that they are students of the Brilliant Academy, and they will look arrogant. When those students were told by Gu Pingchuan, they all smiled and looked at Qi Lu, neither entering nor exiting. Everyone is watching what I'm doing, and I didn't stop you. If you have something to do, go to the clerk. Of course, Qi Lu didn't have any mood swings, because of the little things before, and his face was still expressionless. If he was really angry because of what others said, Qi Lu would be pissed to death sooner or later. Yes, thank you, Manager Qi, for your magnanimity. The boss's tolerance is really admirable. I said something bad before, I'm sorry, I beg you to forgive us. After Qi Lu spoke, the students began to apologize again. No matter what, the attitude must be in place. Otherwise, offending a hero, they probably wouldn't even be able to eat. Qi Lu squinted his eyes, ignored them, turned and sat back on the sofa. This kind of attitude, which is similar to ignoring, is actually a good thing for these apprehensive students. As a result, after the apology, these students looked respectful when they faced Yusier, the clerk, for fear that they would annoy Qi Lu again. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The students of the Brilliant Academy, one by one, are also addicted to the new world model of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. However, there seem to be very few people who have the financial resources to raise pets. On this day, 2 unexpected people came from outside the store. Sure enough, it is hidden in the world. If I didn't find you to lead the way, I really couldn't find this place. Wang Yu raised his head and stared at Qi Lu Xiaodian. His face did not show any contempt. Because Wang Yu could vaguely feel that this terrifying force was hidden in his store. Of course, I also had a relationship with the manager of this store and found it here. Jing Qingyun glanced at his mouth and said with a bit of show-off. Thank you for leading the way. Wang Yu thanked politely. You're welcome. Jing Qingyun waved his hand. Wang Yu has a natural obsession with martial arts. Since the last time he lost to Jing Qingyun in the college competition, Wang Yu took the initiative to find Jing Qingyun, hoping to learn from him. Although the Peak Academy is not within the territory of the Huangyuan Empire, Wang Yu is an exception in the Peak Academy. Therefore, in the entire Peak Academy, Wang Yu stayed in the Wild Yuan Empire alone. When Wang Yu found Jing Qingyun at first, Jing Qingyun couldn't believe it. This is the former genius of Peak Academy, but even now, in Peak Academy, Wang Yu is still a genius. Unexpectedly, there will be a day when I will take the initiative to learn from him. This made Jing Qingyun realize, once again, how precious the fighting skills taught in Qi Li's store were. After all, they are not the enemy of life and death. It is nothing more than some inconsistencies, caused by different colleges. But Wang Yu's obsession with martial arts made Jing Qingyun decide to bring him to Yunwu City. Hello, store manager, I'm Wang Yu. I want to be here to learn from you for a while. As soon as Wang Yu entered the door, he said hello to Qi Lu as Jing Qingyun reminded him. Then he stated his intentions. Ask me for teaching and learning? Do you want to come to the gym? But I'm not running a martial arts gym. This was the first time Qi Lu encountered such a situation, and asked rather curiously. Store manager, there's nothing wrong, don't misunderstand. Jing Qingyun followed behind, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. Quickly stepped forward to explain. Just kidding, if Wang Yu responded, he might be frozen by Qi Lu on the spot. The two ice sculptures at the intersection are examples. On the condensed ice sculpture, there is still magic power lingering on it for so long, and in such a hot weather, there is no trace of melting. Even Gu Pingchuan was afraid of this. What's the matter? Didn't you ask the store manager for advice? Wang Yu turned around and asked with some doubts. If you are qualified to ask the store manager, then you are really capable. Jing Qingyun said with a bit of tears and laughter. What do you mean? Wang Yu still didn't understand. Who do you think is better between you and Ding Gu? Jing Qingyun didn't answer, but asked instead. President Gu of the Brilliant Academy? Wang Yu first confirmed that Jing Qingyun was talking about Gu Pingchuan, and then continued after receiving confirmation. President Gu's strength is astounding. Compared with President Gu, I'm really not worth mentioning. Wang Yu also admired Gu Pingchuan's strength. It's good that you know. In terms of combat skills, Ding Gu doesn't dare toast the store manager for advice, you should save it. Jing Qingyun patted Wang Yu's shoulder and said very solemnly. What? After listening to Jing Qingyun's words, Wang Yu widened his eyes in astonishment, with an expression of disbelief on his face. But the words came out of Jing Qingyun's mouth, but Wang Yu couldn't help but not believe it. Gu Pingchuan is the dean of the Brilliant Academy. Anyone can slander Gu Pingchuan, but it is impossible for the students of the Brilliant Academy to slander Gu Pingchuan. Because Gu Pingchuan is the guardian of the Brilliant Academy. Gu Pingchuan's contribution to the Brilliant Academy's status and achievements today is indisputable. The strength of the store manager is so terrible? Wang Yu glanced at Qi Li in disbelief. That face that seemed to be too young made people completely unbelievable that it would have the strength to be comparable to the peak of the hero level. Only high, not low. Jing Qingyun affirmed his words again. Hey! Wang Yu took a deep breath. The look in Qi Li's eyes changed obviously. Become extremely respectful. If you're here to learn combat skills, it's over there. Qi Li didn't want to listen to the nonsense of these two guys, and directly pointed to the area of the combat power improvement training room. Because honestly, you know your own business. With Qi Li's own strength, it is still impossible to walk out of the store and want to be shoulder to shoulder with Gu Pingchuan. But as long as he's in the store, I'm sorry, Qi Lu is not afraid of how many heroes come. So when they said that, Qi Li didn't want to go out even more. Thank you, boss. Wang Yu thanked him, and then was taken by Jing Qingyun to go to use to get a membership card. However, unlike Jing Qingyun who hurriedly entered the New World mode, Wang Yu immersed himself in the standalone mode after inquiring about Jusier's battle enhancement arena. In the end, he is still a martial idiot, and he is different from ordinary people. At the north gate of Yunwu City, a caravan slowly drove out of the gate after passing the guard's inspection. The size of the caravan is not small. There are more than 20 carriages carrying a large amount of baggage, and the caravan is followed by a number of carriages and mercenaries. But horses are of no use at all when faced with combat. To be able to guarantee that there will be no chaos is already great. Hu Shou rode his horse behind the caravan, and there were many weak mercenaries beside him. The people behind the palace are relatively more dangerous, because they may be abandoned at any time when they are attacked by the enemy. Therefore, the mercenaries placed in the rear for escort tasks are basically idle mercenaries similar to tiger hunts, or mercenary squads with weak strength. There are quite a few mercenary squads participating in the escort mission this time. The Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad is one of them, and was placed on the left by the caravan for escort. On the right side carrying out the escort mission is another Grandmaster-level mercenary squad, the Autumn Rain Mercenary Squad. The captain of the Chuyu mercenary team, Hua Manqiu, and the deputy captain, Hua Ruoyu, are a pair of brothers and sisters. Originally, they came to Yunwu City for the task of master-level monsters. It's just that after seeing this escort mission in the mission hall, I got Yupan decided to take over this mission. A Grandmaster-level trial crystal can completely make a mercenary team have an extra Grandmaster-level powerhouse. This is definitely a huge improvement for a mercenary squad. This is much more rewarding than the task of hunting Grandmaster-level monsters. Brother, what do you think the escort will be this time? But the employer has paid a lot of money to hire 2 master-level mercenary squads. Hua Ruoyu Rodito Hua Manqiu's side and asked, curiously. Her charming appearance with bright eyes and white teeth did not look like a battle-hardened mercenary at all, but rather like a young lady traveling on a trip. Only the light armor on Hua Ruoyu's body is proving her identity. Don't ask more if you shouldn't. You have been a mercenary for so long, you should know this very well. Hua Manqiu pointed to the carriage ahead. There sat their employer this time. I'm not curious, I'm just guessing, it should be fine. Hua Ruoyu pouted. It's best not to guess. The employer this time is different from the previous one. Except for the one time when our identity was confirmed, it has not appeared since then. Hua Manqiu pointed to the pile of luggage on the carriage beside him. Then he said slowly, he doesn't even want us to know his identity, so how Sanha let us know what he really wants to escort. A mere amount of baggage is not worth using the master level at all. But as long as the remuneration is generous, these mercenaries don't care what the employer wants to escort. Tiger Hunter, who was walking behind the caravan, looked at Yunwu City, which was getting farther and farther away and gradually became invisible, and took out a pet card from his arms. With a flash of white light, a water spirit white fox appeared in Hu Shou's hand, and then quickly climbed onto his shoulder. Whether my mission can be delivered safely is up to you. Hu Shou touched the head of Shuiling White Fox. This water-spirited white fox was an unexpected gain when Tiger Hunt was vigorously cultivating the Earth Demon Bear. After an awakening, the activated skill was called Dangerous Premonition. Although there is no substantial improvement in combat power, it can greatly enhance the perception of upcoming danger. Mainly used to prevent premeditated ambush. It is really useless in normal times, but it is a rare and powerful skill during this kind of escort mission. Shui Ling Baihu stood on Tiger Hunt's shoulder, his nose twitched slightly, as if he was smelling something in the air. Even if there is an ambush, it must not be outside Cloud City. Seeing that the Shuiling White Fox had no warning, Tiger Hunt relaxed a little. Being tense all the time is a very tiring thing, and it is also an unnecessary thing. About 1/3 of the journey from Yunwu City to Yantan City is in the Cloud Forest. After walking out of the Cloud Forest, the rest of the journey is the desert within the territory of the Gu Luo Empire. The overall journey of the escort mission will take about 2 weeks. Because the speed of the truck is really not fast. Into the night. The caravan didn't stop to set up camp. Instead, a notice came from the employer's carriage. Don't take a break, rush on the road overnight. Get out of Cloud Forest early. After Husho was notified, he suddenly felt the change of the water spirit white fox squatting on his shoulders, frowned and asked, "Is there any situation?" Shui Lingbaihu nodded affirmatively, and then called out a few times. This is telling Tiger Hunt what kind of danger it feels. I see. Husho took the Shuiling white fox back into the pet card, then slapped his horse and stepped forward, coming to Hua Manchio's side. Who are you? Hua Manchio gave Husho a strange look. In the mercenary team that took the mission together this time, Hua Manqi only knew one Longya mercenary team, and only knew Longya alone. My name is Husho, an idle mercenary. Husho introduced himself. Then what's the matter with you? Hua Manchio recalled in her mind and asked after confirming that she hadn't heard the name before. Although Hua Manchio's tone was not very good, Husho didn't care. It is normal for the Grandmaster to be a little arrogant when facing the professional class. I feel that there are magical fluctuations ahead. If you want to travel overnight, I suggest detouring for safety reasons. Husho combined Shuilingbaihu's hunch and gave his suggestion. You feel the magic wave? Hua Manchio looked at Husho with some playfulness, with an expression on his face that he wanted to laugh, but held back. Obviously, Hua Manchio didn't believe in Tiger Hunt's feeling. But this is also a matter of course, even the master class did not feel the fluctuation of magic power. A professional class walked up and said that he felt the fluctuation of magic power. Doesn't that mean that his perception is stronger than that of a grandmaster? This is simply impossible. Yo, even a mere professional class dares to show his perception in front of her captain. Not even at the master level. What are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf here? Even if there are people in ambush, with the strength of our 2 master-level mercenary squads, do we still need to be afraid of them? You'd better go back and guard your back. The members of the Amity mercenary squad who were following next to him immediately mocked Tiger Hunt mercilessly. You know, the Amity Rain mercenary squad has 2 master-level experts. And one of them is a light swordsman class specializing in perception and agility. As far as perception is concerned, it's up to Tiger Hunt, a professional class who didn't know what to do in that corner, to speak. Yeah, I didn't feel any magic fluctuations. Why did you feel it first? Huaruoyu also rode up and said with some doubts. Huaruoyu's rank is a light swordsman. This is a class that requires extremely strong perception and agility attributes to attack the enemy's flaws. It can be said that in the class using Do Chi, the perception of the light swordsman is enough to rank among the top 5. Huaruoyu asked this sentence. Husho opened his mouth, but couldn't answer. The Shuiling White Fox's danger premonition skills are indeed magical, but for those who have never been to Chila's store, it is really hard for them to believe. Even if Husho said it, I am afraid it would only get more ridicule. Since I can't say why, I'll take it as you were joking. Now, go back to your own position. Hua Manchio said unpleasantly when he saw Husho's hesitant look. That's right, it's not good to follow the caravan. What are you doing here? I didn't travel well in the middle of the night, and I came to entertain us.do. You really think that you are a hero-level powerhouse, and you dare to say that your perception is stronger than our vice captain. Let's go, our captain has a good temper and doesn't care about you. When the members of Amity Rain's mercenary team saw that Hua Manchio was speaking, they immediately sneered. I've already said it, you can't help it if you don't believe it. Husho shook his head, and patted his horse again beside Longya. 2 Grandmaster-level mercenary squads, no matter which Grandmaster-level powerhouse opinion, the employer will take seriously. Since Hua Manchio and Huaruoyu didn't believe it, they could only find Longya. However, the Longya mercenary squad was not much better than the Amity mercenary squad. The Longya mercenary team who suffered a loss in Yunwu City once again saw Tiger Hunt, and when he saw that this time he was actually showing off his perception in front of them, it was an instant ridicule. Longya said with a sarcastic expression, "There are indeed strong guards in Yunwu City, but not everyone in Yunwu City is as powerful as that adult. Hu Shou, you may have some strength, but in terms of perception, the professional class is still much worse than the master class. Looking at that lord's face, I won't care about you this time. Now, you should go back and guard your own position, instead of being like a clown, making grandstanding here." Long Ye gave Hu Shou a cold look, then walked forward. Seeing that the anger in Hu Shou's heart suddenly rose. "Boss Chi's strength is thousands of times stronger than you, and I have never seen him arrogant and domineering once. It's no wonder that Boss Chi can reach such heights at such a young age. Even the old man who often goes to the store is stronger than you. I don't know how much. With your arrogance, your future achievements will probably stop here." However, Tiger Hunt was too lazy to say these words. "It's not that I'm afraid of things, but I feel that there is no need to talk to these people, let them be complacent." Hu Shou glanced at his employer's carriage and felt that he should try again. After all, if he took over this task, he would be responsible to the employer. As a mercenary, the professional ethics of Tiger Hunt still exist. The guards who were standing beside the employer's carriage immediately stopped Tiger Hunt as he stepped forward. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" the guard asked, with a stern face. "I am a mercenary who participated in this escort mission. I have something important to report here." Hu Shou replied. "What happened outside?" In the carriage, a strong voice suddenly came out, with a hint of displeasure in his voice being disturbed. "My lord, it's the mercenary who participated in the mission this time. He said that he has something important to report." The guard replied immediately. "Important? What's important? Say it." The displeasure of the voice in the carriage became heavier. "I feel the fluctuation of magic power ahead. For the sake of safety, I suggest that the caravan take a detour." Hu Shou heard this and immediately said his advice. "Oh? Magic power fluctuations? May I ask who you are?" The voice in the carriage became playful. Anyone can hear the meaning of this. Asking who Tiger Hunt is nothing more than saying that even the 3 grandmasters in the caravan didn't speak. Where would it be your turn to be a little-known person like you? Hu Shou frowned and didn't answer. When the people in the carriage saw that Hu Shou didn't answer, they laughed mockingly. "Since Longya and Hua Manqiu didn't speak, can you be better than them? And this time the mission time is very tight, there is not so much time to tour, so no need to mention it again." The employer's intention was very firm, and after replying, he directly issued an order to evict the guest. Hu Shou's face froze, and he sighed, "I have already told you, if you don't listen, there is nothing you can do." Then he shook his head and returned to the rear of the caravan. The caravan moved slowly. The matter of Tiger Hunt also became a joke between the members of the Longya mercenary squad and the Amity mercenary squad. However, it didn't wait until halfway through the night. The horses pulling the goods at the front of the caravan suddenly became restless and snorted and refused to move forward. "How is this going?" Immediately, there was a sound of inquiries from the employer's carriage. The guard pulled the reins and replied loudly, "Sir, the cargo horse suddenly refused to move forward. I am worried that there may be powerful monsters in front of me, and the breath affects the cargo horse. Send someone to check, this time the mission can't be delayed." "Yes." However, before the guards took a few steps, a group of men and horses appeared in front of the caravan, facing the caravan from afar. One of the leaders stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Gao Lai, you don't need to send someone over to check, it's us who are blocking your way." "Sure enough, it's you, Xuanhuan, you are really haunted." The curtain in front of the employer's carriage was lifted, and a tall man stepped out, looking at the person who came out to shout, and sneered with a gloomy face. Of course it's us, this thing, can't let you transport it out of the Xuanhuan Empire. Xuanhuan pulled out the night sword from her waist and said, this time, I won't let you escape again. Do you think your night guards can stop us? You already guessed that you would come to block the road, so I paid a lot of money this time and hired 2 master-level mercenary squads. Gao Lai said disdainfully. He has strong confidence in the 2 Grandmaster-level mercenary squads around him. As far as Gao Lai knew, Xuanhuan's night guard, including Xuanhuan, were only 3 master-level experts. And Gao Lai himself is a master-level powerhouse. In addition, among Gao Lai's guards, there is also a master-level powerhouse. 5 Grandmaster-level powerhouses against 3 Grandmaster-level powerhouses. No matter how you look at it, Gao Lai doesn't think he will lose. If you take a detour, I really can't stop you, but unfortunately, you still took the nearest road. Xuanhuan sneered and waved the knight's sword in her hand. Get up. Before he finished speaking, 10 magicians came out of the night guard behind Xuanhuan. The staff in their hands had already accumulated a lot of magic power, and with Xuanhuan's order, the magic power was quickly injected into the ground. In an instant, around the entire caravan, the magic cores that had long been buried in the ground flashed violently. It's like it's on fire. In an instant, streaks of magical rays of light appeared on the ground. With the magic cores as nodes, they instantly formed a complex and mysterious magic array, which was particularly conspicuous in the dark night. Gao Lai was startled, and immediately, he felt the power in his body rapidly passing. The strength of the whole body has been directly reduced by more than 30% in the magic circle. Seeing the panic expressions on the guards beside him, Gao Lai knew that they were not much better. Looking at Xuanhuan and the others, there was a shimmer of magic power on their bodies. It was obvious that this magic circle had blessed them with various attributes. You are plotting against me. Gao Lai said with a look of shock on his face, gritted his teeth. Calculating you? Humph, I just calculated that you are in a hurry to get out of the Xuanhuan Empire, and you will definitely take the nearest road, so I just set up a magic array on the road ahead of time. You can't afford to delay time, because the pursuers are behind you. After a little delay, my reinforcements will arrive. Xuanhuan said in a cold voice, and suddenly changed into a sarcastic tone, saying, if you were smarter and detoured a little, you wouldn't be able to poke into this magic circle. If she could verbally attack her opponent, Xuanhuan wouldn't mind doing it. Detour. When Gao Lai heard this word, he suddenly remembered what a mercenary told him in the middle of the night, persuading him to detour. It's a pity that at that time, Gao Lai disdainfully made a mockery of the mercenary. Looking back now, I really regret it. If he had listened to the mercenary at that time, how could he have been intercepted by Xuanhuan and others, and walked into the magic circle, prepared be the other party's surprise? A look of remorse appeared on Gao Lai's face, but it was quickly concealed by him. However, the members of the Lanya mercenary squad and the members of the Amity mercenary squad, who were guarding the caravan, had strange expressions on their faces. A series of emotions, such as shock, regret, disbelief, and annoyance, mixed into an extremely complicated look. How is this possible? Could that guy really feel the magic power fluctuations? It's just a professional class, and the perception is even stronger than Arvis Captain. Impossible, it must be a wild guess. Guessing blindly? If you have the ability, you can also make a blind guess. Long Ye and Hua Manqiu were also shocked. Hua Ruoyu almost wanted to ask Tiger Hunt directly how he sensed this magical fluctuation. You must know that before the magic circle is activated, it is just a pile of magic cores placed in a special position. The fluctuation of magic power is almost negligible. But the mercenary of that class could actually sense this weak magic power. Even at the peak of the master level, it is impossible to have such a terrifying perception. Brother, that guy is really right. Huaruoyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said something unimaginable. There really is such a talented person in this world. If I can bring him under my command and train him to become a grandmaster, our Chuyu mercenary squad will be enough to rank among the top 10 mercenary squads. Huamanqiu looked at Tiger Hunt at the rear of the caravan, and for a while, he was full of ambition. Long Ye even had a ghostly look on his face, and muttered to himself, are all the people who come out of Yunwu City so scary? Last time and this time. It is strangely strong in terms of strength, and in terms of perception, it is also so terrifyingly strong. But no matter how their mood changes, it cannot affect the outbreak of this battle. Gao Lai had a gloomy face. Although he regretted that he did not listen to the words of the professional class mercenary, this was the end of the matter and there was no way to avoid it. Can only fight. Xuanhuan, don't be too happy, even with the help of the magic circle, your master class is still too few. Gao Lai did not forget to beat the morale of the opponent before the battle. It won't bother you anymore. For things that don't belong to you, you should stay obediently. Xuanhuan raised the knight's sword in her hand and shouted loudly, top armor. Crack dash. Crack dash. Under the light of the magic circle, the people who followed Xuanhuan put down the visor on the helmet, leaving only a pair of eyes outside. The ferocious visors covered their faces, and with a dark armor, they looked like a group of demons crawling out of the abyss. Draw the sword. Xuanhuan shouted loudly again. Chong dash. Chong dash. Behind Xuanhuan, the knights in armor pulled out the knight swords from their waists. The uniform sound was full of momentum, and along with the fighting spirit radiating from their bodies, the momentum should be soaring into the sky. Even just standing still with their swords raised and staring at their opponents can make them feel enormous pressure. Everyone listens and prepares to fight. Not to be outdone, Gao Lai shouted loudly, with a strong breath and a sound like thunder. The guards and mercenaries in the caravan pulled out their weapons with Gao Lai's order. All the horses pulling the goods were driven to the rear. Come on, Xuanhuan, let me see how much you have grown in this period of time. Gao Lai reached out and grabbed a giant sword from his carriage, snorted lowly, and charged towards Xuanhuan. Humph, that's what you want. Xuanhuan also raised her knight sword and shouted loudly, Knight Guard, move forward. Gale slash. Gao Lai swung his sword vertically, and his fighting spirit lingered on him. The giant sword brought the sound of hunting and hunting, as if it had the potential to break the river. There was a sneer at the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth, and the fighting spirit surged up to her arm, wrapped around the knight's sword, and swept across without dodging or evading, and collided with Gao Lai's vertical slash. Clang! Boom! The sound of the symphony of gold and iron was instantly covered by the sound off the collision of fighting chi, and the airwave rose and spread to the surrounding. The ground under Gao Lai and Xuanhuan's feet was shattered into countless cracks at the moment when the fighting chi erupted, causing rock fragments to splash, swept up by the air waves, crushed into powder, and raised smoke and dust all over the sky. Gao Lai groaned, and a hint of sweetness came out of his mouth. There was also an unusual flush on his face. Get back! Xuanhuan took a step forward, and the fighting spirit in her hand instantly solidified, and a huge force erupted, and the horizontal slash that had already been shot suddenly slashed forward. In Gao Lai's incredible eyes, Gao Lai was thrown away. Puff! The remaining energy that was not exhausted hit Gao Lai's chest, and the sweetness that had been smothered in Gao Lai's mouth turned into a mouthful of blood and spit it out. Scarlet blood fell on the ground, seeping into the ground. Before everyone found it, it was slowly absorbed by the magic circle. You can't become so much stronger in such a short period of time. This is the power of the magic circle. Gao Lai stood up with the giant sword, and looked at Xuanhuan in astonishment. He was a berserker who competed with a sword knight in strength, and he actually lost. Moreover, Gao Lai's level was much higher than Xuanhuan's. Even if the magic circle weakened Gao Lai's strength by nearly 30%, in terms of strength, Gao Lai was confident that even if he only used half of his strength, he would never be forced back so easily by Xuanhuan. Yes, it is the power of the magic circle. This is specially for you. The magic array that was set up used 16 master-level magic cores. Xuanhuan spread it out, without any intention of hiding. 16 master-level magic cores, you are really willing to pay for your blood. Gao Lai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's just 16 master-level demon cores. If you take that thing out, the loss will be much greater than these. Xuanhuan swung the night sword, looked at Gao Lai, and advised. Leave things, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I can only kill you and take the things myself. Xuanhuan said, raised the knight's sword, pointed the tip of the sword directly between Gao Lai's eyebrows, and his eyes were clear. I'm really unfavorable. This is my first mission this year, and I encountered this situation. Gao Lai clenched the hilt of the giant sword and glanced of battle from the corner of his eyes. Using 16 master-level magic cores, the magic circle is absolutely irresistible to those below the master level. The energy contained in the 16 master-level demon cores will definitely not be lower than 5 real master-level powerhouses. Hua Manqiu, Hua Ruoyu, Langya, and a grandmaster in the guards, the 4 of them joined forces, and under the suppression of the magic circle, they were unable to defeat the 2 grandmasters in Xuanhuan's night guard. Not to mention those mercenaries and guards who were only professional class. In the magic circle, he was almost powerless to fight back, and was defeated by Xuanhuan's night guards. With this destructive momentum, I am afraid that within 2 hours, all of Gao Lai's men will be slaughtered. Trust you, you should be able to see the form clearly. Xuanhuan said slowly. From the moment Gao Lai stepped into the magic circle, Xuanhuan knew that her recovery mission, this time, was a success. He was not worried at all that Gao Lai and others would escape. Because this magic circle not only has the effect of strengthening friendly forces and weakening enemies, but also has the effect of blocking terrain. From the moment the magic circle was activated, the inside of the magic circle was in a state of being unable to enter or exit. Of course I can see the form clearly, I just regret it a little bit. Gao Lai slowly raised the giant sword, and remembered the reminder of the unknown mercenary. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret it now. Regret? Do you regret taking this mission? Xuanhuan asked playfully. Of course not, Gao Lai said, taking a deep breath, with a straight face, and said loudly, Xuanhuan, listen carefully, unless I die in battle, I will never let you escape from me. Take things out of your hands. Say it with guts. Then I can only ask you to die. Xuanhuan shrugged indifferently, but there was a trace of regret in his eyes. Although it is inevitable that old rivals will sympathize with each other, in the final analysis, they are not from the same camp. The power of this magic circle is much stronger than I imagined. Hua Manqiu waved his sword and bounced off the attacking sword from the opposite side, feeling that the speed of his power draining was much faster than usual. It's still in your opinion, the 2 grandmasters on the opposite side can beat the 4 of us, not by the magic circle, but by their own strength. Langya took the time to spit out a mouthful of blood. The strength of his side is obviously stronger than that of the other side, but because of a magic circle, he was pressed and beaten by the opposite side. This feeling of suffocation is really uncomfortable. If I had heard that call before. Tiger hunting. That's right, if I listened to Hushou's advice and took a detour before, I wouldn't be so aggrieved now. Hua Ruoyu clenched her silver teeth and was reminded by Langya, before she remembered Hushou's name. Now is not the time to talk about this, first think about how to deal with the 2 people in front of you. Hua Manqiu interrupted Hua Ruoyu's complaint. That's right. Langya nodded in agreement. The members of Amity Rain's mercenary team and the members of Lanya's mercenary team continued to die, which made them extremely distressed. Every time they die, it makes their hearts twitch. These are his own brothers, his own team. Even if you are a mercenary, you are used to seeing life and death on the battlefield, but you don't want to die like this. In the face of the well-trained night guards, with the blessing of the magic circle, the mercenaries who were also suppressed by the magic circle were unable to fight at all. This is simply dragging time. But unfortunately, Langya and others were also injured. As for the Grandmaster level knights with neat armor, although they couldn't see their expressions through the armor, it was certain that their condition was much better. Roar. At this moment, a terrifying beast roar sounded. The shocking roar attracted everyone's attention. A nearly 4-meter-high black bear emerged from nowhere, standing on a node off the magic circle at this moment, roaring up to the sky. That tall and sturdy figure proves that it possesses terrifying power. What is this? No one knows where this tall black bear came from. Who is that? Someone with sharp eyes immediately saw a figure standing next to the black bear. It's Tiger Hunt. Did he also make this black bear? Langya recognized the figure at first sight. What does he want to do this time? Huamanqiu was stunned. Others were even more stunned. Gao Lai, who was half kneeling on the ground and supporting his body with ancient sword, also looked over. That guy seems to be your person. Xuanhuan stood in front of Gao Lai, looked down at him, and said slowly in a victor's tone. What does he want to do? It's unfortunate, I don't know what he wants to do either. Gao Lai breathed heavily and smiled while enduring the pain. With every breath, I could feel the blood in my chest being drawn into my mouth. The fishy sweetness makes people vomit. The power of the magic circle was beyond Gao Lai's expectations. Don't you know, it doesn't matter anymore, it doesn't matter anymore. Xuanhuan slowly raised the night sword to Gao Lai's throat. No matter what you do, it can't change the tide of the battle, can it? The magicians who stayed outside the magic circle and maintained the magic circle also noticed Tiger Hunt's actions. The position of that person seems to be the position of the central node of the magic circle. One of the magicians suddenly said. The central node of the magic array is where the magic powers of the array meet. As long as the central node is destroyed, the magic array can be destroyed. But it is precisely because of the convergence of a large number of magical powers that the central node is extremely strong and is not afraid of attack at all. However, if you start to destroy the magic circle from those weak points, it will be quickly repaired by the magic power gathered at the central node. And starting from other places, it is impossible to destroy the entire magic circle. Only by destroying the central node in one go can the magic circle collapse instantly. Central node? What does he want to do? Do you want to destroy the central node? Another magician asked in a funny way. Grandmaster level magic array, if you want to destroy the central node, you need at least 3 Grandmaster level peaks, and it is possible to do it with all your strength. Do you think that guy can do it? The magician next to him said disdainfully. If he can do it, then I will abandon my cultivation and return to the countryside. Okay, stop joking, this kind of jumping clown, don't worry about it, maintain the magic circle. The magician who seemed to be the leader spoke. There was also a mocking look on his face. There are 2 ways to destroy the magic circle. The first is to destroy the central node. The second is to use powerful power to directly destroy the entire magic circle. If you want to use the second method to destroy the master level magic circle, it must be at least hero level. Therefore, these magicians are not worried at all, the magic circle laid by themselves and others will be destroyed by this person. Finally found the central node of the magic circle. Hu Shou took the Shuiling white fox back into the pet card, and then patted the earth demon bear beside him. Now is the time to show your strength. Roar. As if responding to Tiger Hunt's words, the earth demon bear let out a high-pitched roar. Tiger Hunt narrowed his eyes and glanced at the pet card in his hand. Water Spirit White Fox, the skill activated by the Second Awakening, Magic Perception. Magic Power Perception. The Water Spirit White Fox's perception of magic power is greatly enhanced, and it can keenly distinguish the distribution of magic power. It is relying on this skill to find the central node of the magic circle. Next, just destroy this place. Tiger Hunt has also heard about the central node of the magic circle. This is where Xuanhuan's confidence lies. Earth Demon Bear, one blow. Hu Shou waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice. The Earth Demon Bear awakens 3 times to activate the skill, breaking the spell. Destruction Strike. The Earth Demon Bear unleashes a powerful slap, completely destroying a martial skill, magic, or skill. Cooldown, 48 hours. This is a very tasteless magic trick. Used well, it can play an unimaginable huge role. If you don't use it well, it's just an ordinary slap. The magic circle is actually one of the compound magics, and the central node of the magic circle is the core magic. Whoosh dash. After the Earth Demon Bear was instructed, it immediately raised its huge bear paw, and a group of brilliant brilliance instantly appeared on the bear paw. Smash this magic circle. Tiger Hunt gave a low drink, and the Earth Demon Bear slammed its paw on the center node of the magic circle. The energy of the smash hits the center node. Keka. The magic power in the entire magic circle was stagnant, and the central node even made a sour shattering sound, and the magic light on the ground became flickering and darkening. Then there was a sound similar to glass breaking. The magic circle collapsed suddenly, and in a very short period of time, it completely collapsed and disappeared. The Grandmaster level magic core buried under the ground also shattered one by one as the magic circle collapsed, and the energy contained in it disappeared in an instant. Puff. The magicians who stood outside the magic circle and maintained the operation of the magic circle suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood because of the magic backlash, and then fell to the ground. No way. How is this possible? Everyone in the magic circle did not expect that Tiger Hunt was actually planning to destroy the central node of the magic circle. However, what was even more unexpected was that he actually succeeded. This sudden scene shocked everyone. The situation on the field suddenly slowed down at this moment, and inexplicably stagnated. The magic circle was actually destroyed, and it was destroyed by this little-known character. After Xuanhuan was shocked, she was extremely angry. It's really endless, Xuanhuan, without the blessing of the magic circle, I didn't know your night guards, and they can't stop me. Gao Lai stood up from the ground and laughed. Humph, just based on your current injury, even if there is no magic circle, you are still not my opponent. Xuanhuan snorted coldly and said sternly. Even if the magic circle collapses, Gao Lai's injuries will also drastically reduce his strength. You don't have to worry about it. I only need to hold you here, and the battle over there will be resolved soon. Gao Lai held the hilt of the sword with both hands and raised the giant sword. On the other side of the battlefield. After Long Ye and others were shocked, they felt the power that they had been suppressed by the magic circle before and came back. Hu Shou actually really destroyed the magic circle. Long Ye was shocked, but felt somewhat unexpected. I don't know why, but such incredible monsters can always appear in Yunwu City. So is the Blood Wolf, so is the Tiger Hunter, and so is the hero who still doesn't know its true colors. He actually still has this ability. I really underestimated him before. Huarwayu also said with great emotion. With his ability, even if he only has the strength of the professional class, its importance is no less than that of a master-level powerhouse, or even more than that. Huamanqiu is even more aware of how important this perception, and the ability to destroy the magic circle, is. If there is no tiger hunting this time, they will definitely be wiped out there. Since the strength has recovered, let's end the battle quickly, but we can't let Hu Shou finish everything alone. Huang Manqiu raised the knight's sword in his hand and shouted loudly. Autumn Rain Mercenary Squad, attack! Longya Mercenary Squad, attack! Without the suppression of the magic circle, the two grandmasters of the night guard were no match for the four of them, including Longya. As for the members and guards of the mercenary squad, after the addition of the extra grandmaster level, they killed the night guards for a while. The ground is full of fallen people. Damn. Xuanhuan knew that once the magic circle was broken, the mission could no longer continue. This time, I'll let you escape again. Xuanhuan swung his sword and stabbed straight, looking at Gao Lai with a gloomy face. Clang! The giant sword swayed away the knight's sword that Xuanhuan stabbed, and the powerlessness brought about by the injury caused Gao Lai to stumble for a while. Xuanhuan seized the opportunity and stabbed the knight's sword into Gao Lai's shoulder. As soon as the knight's sword turned, blood splashed, instantly dyeing half of Gao Lai's body blood red. I didn't expect that you still have the last remaining strength. Xuanhuan glanced at the Grandmaster level guards who came to support him, took a step back, and pulled out the knight's sword. Laugh. The sprayed blood reflected a bewitching color in the moonlight. If there is a chance for you to stab the knight's sword into my heart, you will definitely not hesitate. Gao Lai grinned, the smile on his face distorted duetto the pain. But you can see the joy in Gao Lai's smile. The giant sword guarded his heart, blocking Xuanhuan's last attack. Certainly. Xuanhuan took a deep look at Gao Lai before opening her mouth and shouted the unwilling words. Night Guard, retreat. The chaotic scene of the collapse of the army did not appear in the well-trained Knight's Guard. Even though Xuanhuan shouted the order to retreat, the Night Guards were resisting. They evacuated outside the battlefield in an extremely orderly manner, and then disappeared into the dark night. There is no nonsense in the whole process. All that was left were the corpses on the ground, broken weapons, and broken armor. The blood almost dyed the ground red. What? After confirming that Xuanhuan and his night guards had left, Gao Lai staggered under his feet and almost sat directly on the ground. The large amount of blood lost made Gao Lai's brain dizzy, and his eyes were a little dark. When fighting with Xuanhuan before, in order to stabilize the morale of the army, Gao Lai forced a sigh of relief to prevent himself from falling down because of the severe injury. Now that the battle is over, the after effects will come all at once. Sir, are you all right? The guard rushed up immediately, supported Gao Lai, and did not let him fall. I can't die, help me to go to the mercenary who destroyed the magic circle. Gao Lai's face was pale, and although his voice was weak, he said very firmly. Sir, you need to rest and recover now, the guard advised. Help me over. Gao Lai insisted on ignoring the guard's persuasion. But, my lord. Seeing Gao Lai's expression, the guard knew that it was useless to persuade him, so he could only grit his teeth and say, yes. After the battle, Hu Shou had long since recovered the Earth Demon Bear into the pet card. Losses are now being counted. Then he saw Gao Lai come to him under the support of a guard. You are called Tiger Hunt, right? You are the employer of this mission. Hu Shou took a few serious glances before recognizing Gao Lai's face that was mostly covered with blood. Yes, just call me Gao Lai. Gao Lai said slowly. Even if he speaks a little faster, it will affect his injuries. Mr. Gao is very polite, don't know what to do with me? Hu Shou asked. Whether it's because of his employer's status or his master-level strength, Gao Lai deserves to be a little more polite. It's just that the previous disobedience still made Tiger Hunt a little unhappy. It's my fault that I didn't listen to your advice before. As soon as Gao Lai spoke, he directly admitted his mistake without any unnecessary nonsense. If I hadn't acted my own way, I wouldn't have allowed so many people to sleep here forever. Thank you for this mission. Gao Lai took a deep breath and bowed to Hu Shou. Gao Lai is a straight man. If Tiger Hunt destroys the magic circle, it means saving them all. As an employer, he should do it all. Why should Mr. Gao do this? This is what I should do. Hu Shou quickly stretched out his hand to help Gao Lai. Gao Lai's straightforwardness instantly made the uneasy feeling in Hu Shou's shirt dissipated. As a master-level powerhouse, he can admit his mistakes without hesitation, and he does not care about his identity at all. Even with a wound, he comes to admit his mistakes to a professional class. This arrogance is enough to be admired. Sir, you need treatment now, the guard reminded worriedly. I know. Gao Lai waved his hand, indicating that he understood. Then he looked at Hu Shou and said apologetically, then I'll excuse me first, and I'll thank you again when I get to Yantan City. Tiger Hunt also noticed Gao Lai's face. Because of the loss of blood, he became bloodless and pale, and almost all Ophi's body was stained red with blood. Every breath was a little uncoordinated. There must be serious internal injuries. The wound that was finally pierced by Xuanhuan, if Gao Lai raised a sword of last moment to block it, it must have directly pierced the heart, not the current shoulder socket. If Mr. Gao is at ease, I have a healing pill here. Hu Shou sighed and took out a healing pill. Sir, no. The guard immediately wanted to stop it. Pills, something that I have never even heard of before. As a guard, naturally, I want to stop it at the first time. Why not? Bring it. Gao Lai took the healing pill and put it in his mouth. The healing pill instantly melted into a soft force, pouring into Gao Lai's body, quickly repairing his injuries. Gao Lai only felt that there was a warm current flowing around in his body, and the warm feeling was very comfortable. And the severe pain was relieved a lot in a short period of time. It can be seen from Gao Lai's breathing that gradually calms down. Sure enough, this magical medicine is many times better than those alchemy potions. As Gao Lai, he naturally used alchemy potions for healing. It's just that there is no effect of any kind of alchemy medicine, and it is good to have this healing pill. It's just that Gao Lai's injury is too serious, and a healing pill cannot completely heal his injury. Rao is so, with this healing pill, Gao Lai's injury will also be much lighter, and the pain can also be alleviated by 9 out of 10. This love, I highly accept it. Gao Lai knew the effect of the healing pill, and naturally, he could guess how precious the healing pill was. However, Hu Shou was able to take out the healing pill without hesitation, which touched Gao Lai's heart. Mr. Gao is very polite, the caravan is still waiting for you to command. Hu Shou cupped his hands, and there was not much fluctuation in his tone, and hadn't seemed to be excited by this favor. This point made Gao Lai high 3 points. And Gao Lai was also very sensible and did not ask about healing Dan and the Earth Demon Bear. After all, the preciousness of the healing pill and the Earth Demon Bear can only be seen from what Gao Lai saw. These things, if Hu Shou did not take the initiative to say it, but asked himself first, it might cause the relationship between the two sides to stalemate. A person's secrets, it is better not to explore too much. Only in this way can the relationship between the two parties be long-lasting. However, if Hu Shou knew what Gao Lai was thinking, he might have said something like, "Where's the secret? Isn't there a lot of these things in Bosky's shop?" However, Tiger Hunt didn't know what Gao Lai was thinking. Gao Lai also bowed to Hu Shou, and then went to command the guards of the caravan to start clearing the battlefield, preparing to leave overnight. In the cloud forest, such a strong bloody smell, it will not take long to attract a large number of monsters. Gao Lai and the others don't have so much energy to deal with those beasts that are coming one after another. What's more, in the current cloud forest, there are such master-level monsters. If those guys are attracted, with the wounded guards and mercenaries in the caravan, it won't last long. After Gao Lai walked away, Long Ye and Hua Manqiu also came over to thank Hu Shou. For those who are still alive, and for those who have died. It's just that after being slapped in the face twice in a row, Long Ye was really embarrassed to see Tiger Hunt, so after thanking him, he stayed away from this side. Leaving Hua Manqiu and Hua Ruoyu, they surrounded Hu Shou with great interest. Hu Shou, I know you are an idle mercenary. I don't know if you are interested in joining my early reign mercenary team. If you want, you are another vice captain of the early reign mercenary team. Hua Manqiu sincerely invites you. Judging from Tiger Hunt's ability and his performance in this mission, he could be said to be more than enough to serve as the vice captain of the Amity mercenary squad. And those old players won't have any opinions. Because no matter how you say it, among the mercenaries, it is also based on strength. Thank you, Captain Hua Manqiu, for your invitation, but I'm used to being idle, so let me refuse your invitation. Hu Shou refused without thinking. If you want to join the mercenary squad, Blood Wolf squad is more suitable than the Chuyu mercenary squad. It doesn't matter, if you change your mind one day, the Amity Reign mercenary team will always welcome you to join. Hua Manqiu knew Tiger Hunt's ability, and it was useless to try to stay. It's better to be free and easy. Hu Shou nodded, but did not speak. Hu Shou, what about the black bear that was beside you before? Hua Ruoyu asked another question aloud when Hu Shou refused the invitation. Black bear? Oh, if you meet me in Cloud City next time, I'll tell you. Hu Shou was stunned for a moment before reacting. It's just that he took out a pet card alone, and Tiger Hunt couldn't explain it clearly. It would be better to take them directly to the Chila store to see when they met in Yunwu City. The guards were quick to clear the battlefield. The caravan soon set off again. And the battle situation in the Cloud Forest, before dawn, spread to the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city, the general residence of the 6 ministers, and Ling Chongkong's study. Xuanhuan actually missed, didn't Gao Lai only bring a Grandmaster level guard? Ling Chongkong slapped the letter on the desk and said with a warm expression. His Royal Highness, according to the news from Yunwu City, Gao Lai seems to have released a mission in Yunwu City long before the plan and hired 2 master-level mercenary teams to escort him. The guards who were half-kneeling below immediately reported to him. 2 Grandmaster-level mercenary squads? Where did Yunwu City come from 2 master-level mercenary squads? Ling Chongkong asked in a cold voice. Yes, it was a request for help issued by the Yunwu City Mercenary Guild. He heard that it was because of the sudden appearance of several master-level monsters in the Yunwu forest. The guard returned. What? In a low-level monster forest, a Grandmaster-level monster suddenly appeared. Ling Zhongkong narrowed his eyes. Seems to be thinking about something. You go down first. After a while, Ling Chongkong stood up and sorted out his court clothes. Yes. The guard stepped back. The Guluo Empire really had a plan. This matter must be reported to the Emperor as soon as possible, and preparations should be made early. Ling Chongkong is very clear about what Gao Lai brought out. A heroic trial crystal is enough to affect the overall strength of an empire. Cloud City, Chila's shop. Chilu opened the store door, stretched out, and took a deep breath of festal cool air. In summer, the air will become very hot and dry before noon. Good morning, boss. The Blood Wolf took the members of the Blood Wolf team, and took advantage of the morning when the temperature was not high, and came to the outside of the store on time like a punch card. Good morning, Blood Wolf, have you been to the Cloud Forest recently? Chi lisped with great concern after greeting. Why did you suddenly ask this question, boss? Blood Wolf was a little puzzled. Just ask casually. Of course, Chi Lu would not be too impatient, which would damage the store manager's image. Okay, in fact, I have been to the Cloud Forest recently. It seems that those Grandmaster-level monsters have already divided their territories, and they have become much quieter. The blood wolf did not doubt that he was there, and replied aloud. As long as there is a bit of strength of warcraft, all have their own territory. As long as you don't step into the territory of those powerful monsters, in fact, many forests of monsters are relatively safe. It's just that many people who enter the forest of monsters do not know where the territory of those monsters is, so they need people like mercenaries who are familiar with the territory of monsters to lead the way. Don't think that the mission of mercenaries is to fight and kill. Many times, the benefits of avoiding danger are much higher. Quiet down. Sheila nodded, turned around and went into the store without asking more. Yu Xiar happened to finish washing up on the second floor and walked down. Boss, good morning. Yu Xiar showed a smile and greeted energetically. Xiar morning, I have something to go to the warehouse. Sheila dropped these words and slowly walked into the warehouse. Then he sat on the floor of the warehouse and shouted in his mind, System, you give me the system. System, what's the matter? Host. Chi Li's face turned serious, and he said seriously, System, I'm a little suspicious now, have you forgotten my reward? System, what reward? Chi Li heard the words, his face stiffened. This damn two-stroke system, it really forgot the task reward. You can't put chi with the Irby system, it will hurt your body. Chi Li had to comfort himself in his heart, and then reminded, the crisis in Yunwu City, continue, new purchase channels. System, what? What new purchase channel? You two system, you are still here to play stupid to me. I just asked the Blood Wolf, the Grandmaster level monster in the Cloud Forest has quieted down, and you should also give me the reward. Sheila said confidently. System, I didn't expect your memory to be so good, host. This is a bit like the system is hiding its embarrassment. But I just can't hear the compliment in it. Sheila waved his hand and said, okay, it's useless to flatter me, and I don't want much. Just give me the reward I deserve. Perhaps it was a mistake, the system responded very quickly this time. System, okay, please wait a moment, host, the reward is being drawn. System, congratulations to the host for picking up a new purchase channel, rank inheritance scroll. Wait, what is the new purchase channel? Chi Li felt as if he had heard something extraordinary. System, class inheritance scroll. Chi Li jumped in his heart, and immediately opened his attribute panel, to check the information of the new purchase channel. Class inheritance scroll, contains the legendary class and scrolls with the power of inheritance. They are waiting for the arrival of the qualified person, and give this legendary inheritance power to the qualified person. There is no cost to extract a class inheritance scroll, and only one class inheritance scroll can be extracted a month. Sure enough, it's the kind of thing I imagined, although it's a little different. Chi Lu now only feels extremely happy and excited. A legendary class. Isn't that the so-called hidden profession? The importance of rank, for cultivators, goes without saying. It can be said that a suitable rank is enough to double a person's strength. The stronger and rarer the class, the higher the class enhancement attribute attached, but also the more difficult it is to complete the class transfer. The more powerful the rank, the more requirements for the transfer, and the higher the qualification requirements for the transfer. Such as those rare ranks. This is something that was mentioned a long time ago. Chi Lu is also very clear about this. But unfortunately, in this world, the real rare class is too rare. And many powerful rare class transfer methods have been lost. Otherwise, with the qualifications of today's hero-level powerhouses, and the resources they have, they wouldn't choose such an ordinary class. But now, the class inheritance scroll can change this problem. No other conditions are required, only the qualified person recognized by the scroll can accept the power of inheritance and become a legendary class. This is definitely a huge change for the class. The only pity is that only one class inheritance scroll can be drawn a month. Of course, Qi Lu can also understand. Because the class inheritance scrolls are not like medicine pills, orthos equipments. When the pills are used up, the equipment is worn out and broken. However, such a thing as rank is something that can completely change a person's aptitude and accompany a cultivator for a lifetime. If the class inheritance scrolls were flooded, Qi Lu couldn't imagine what would happen. System, I'm very satisfied with the reward this time, so I don't care about you trying to swallow my reward. Qi Lu said with a pretense of generosity in his mind. Anyway, the rewards are in hand, and if you say a good word, you will not lose 2 pieces of meat. System, the host is satisfied. If there is nothing else, I will dive first. It's okay for now, you can step back. Qi Lu waved his hand. However, it is still very strange in my heart, why does the second stroke system always want to swallow his rewards? It stands to reason that it should be a good thing that the level of my store manager has been improved, and the system has become humanized, at least it is more convenient to communicate. But why is the system after evolution a greedy and stingy second stroke? Qi Lu couldn't understand, and was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, with the IQ of this Urbi system, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of him. Qi Lu stood up from the ground, sorted out his clothes, and then Xuanhuan walked out of the warehouse. Store manager, what are you doing in the warehouse? Yu Shi'er looked at Qi Lu strangely, feeling like he had only been in the warehouse for less than 10 minutes. In such a short time, Yu Shi'er really couldn't think of what she could do. And I didn't see Qi Lu take out the goods. Clearance. Qi Lu replied slowly, then walked to the second floor. Store manager, what are you doing here? Yu Shi'er felt even more strange when she saw Qi Lu walking to the second floor. Didn't sleep well, so go back to sleep now. Take a bath. Qi Lu replied with a word, and then disappeared at the entrance off the stairs. Blood Wolf stood beside the counter with a bucket of instant noodles. He glanced curiously at the direction of the warehouse, and then said with certainty, the boss must have new products. Qi Lu, who came to the second floor, really came to take a bath. This class inheritance scroll can only be drawn once a month, and it must beta Ken seriously. Bathing is just the most basic respect. If Qi Lu hadn't found the incense, he would still want to burn incense and fast for 2 days to show his sincerity. Open class inheritance scroll extraction. Qi Lu sat cross-legged on the bed, sinking his consciousness into his mind. A new purchase channel immediately appeared in front of Qi Lu, which looked a bit like a gasopon machine. As long as you twist the knob, it will drop a gasopon. It's not such a serious purchase channel, you made it like this for me, system, what did you peek at in my memory? Qi Lu was furious. But this time, the system was very clever and didn't make a sound. Forget it. Qi Lu spat, then turned the knob hard. The gasopon machine immediately made a crashing sound, and after a while, a gashapon fell out of the exit. Qi Lu picked up the gasopon easily and opened the eggshell. A mass of white light floated out from the inside and turned into a rather simple-looking scroll. Looking at the material, it seems to be a parchment roll. It is tied with a very delicate ribbon, giving a simple and elegant feeling. Qi Lu tried to open the parchment, and then received a system prompt. Unqualified persons cannot open. Tisk, I'm the store manager, so I don't have any privileges. Qi Lu said tisk in dissatisfaction, but the privilege of being a store manager still exists. That is to be able to clearly know which rank the power of inheritance in this scroll belongs to. The Peerless Gun Soul Class Heritage Scroll. Unparalleled Spear Soul, the only weapon, unparalleled Spirit Spear, along with the power of class inheritance, it will be inherited by qualified people. This thing also comes with a weapon? Qi Lu was really surprised. However, Qi Lu is really not sure about bringing his own weapons, whether every class has inheritance scrolls, or only the class of Wuxuan Gun Soul has it. After all, this thing is really expensive, and you can only draw one a month. System, how to price this class inheritance scroll, you or I? Qile asked in his mind. I was also thinking in my heart, what price should be set more appropriate? System, since the class inheritance scroll is too precious to be priced uniformly, to purchase the Peerless Gun Soul class inheritance scroll, you need 5 master-level magic cores. 5 Grandmaster-level magic cores, according to the store's conversion method, are 50,000 spirit crystals. Moreover, the system directly said that 5 Grandmaster-level demon cores were needed. According to the system's usual way of speaking, there was no way to buy them with spirit crystals. In this way, it's really a little expensive. Qile was also taken aback by system's quotation. But it was soon relieved. Those who are qualified to be picked by the Peerless Gun Soul rank inheritance scroll will definitely not lack such a few spirit crystals. Even if they don't have a master-level demon core, it's more than enough to spend more spirit crystals to collect them. Are you afraid that no one will buy good things? System, host, along with the class inheritance scroll, there is a new pet card that can be updated. Qile was about to take the scroll in his hand off and put it on the shelf, but he did not expect another sound from the system, interrupting his thoughts. New pet card? What is it? Qile really didn't expect to draw a class inheritance scroll, and there are such additional benefits to get. Wind Treader, Quality A, Wind Pet, Main Attribute, Agility. A brand new pet card appeared in Qile's mind. The pattern on the card was a high-headed horse of a godlike steed with snow-white fur, like an elf walking out of the wind and snow. Unparalleled spear soul matches a white horse, but you can match it. After Qile complained silently, he decided not to hype the white horse on the wind. It's just an A-level card, there's no need to promote it. The most is to hang a stand and tell them that there is a new pet card. Because in terms of combat power, the combat power of this wind-treading white horse may be the weakest among the A-rank pet cards, maybe one of them. After all, Qile deeply felt the bad taste of the system. When Qile came down from the second floor with the great inheritance scroll, he happened to meet Gu Pingchuan coming in from outside the store. Manager Qi, what are you holding in your hand? Gu Pingchuan was attracted by scroll exuding peculiar power in his hand when he first saw Qile. That is the inheritance power that the class inheritance scroll uses to select qualified candidates. This? A new item, a grade inheritance scroll. Qile raised the scroll in his hand and answered. Dare to ask, what is the role of this rank inheritance scroll? Gu Pingchuan then asked. Transfer a job or change a person's rank. Qile said lightly. What? Gu Pingchuan was shocked when he heard the words, and he quickly asked, Are you sure what Manager Qi said is true? Of course. Qile nodded. As expected, it's no wonder that the breath I feel is so familiar, but I can't remember it. It turned out to be the power of inheritance. After Gu Pingchuan got Qile's affirmation, he was even more shocked. The power of inheritance is not without it. In fact, in this world, there is indeed a place called the place of inheritance. It's just that the place of inheritance is the last hope for the powerful class that has disappeared in the long river of history, in order not to cut off their inheritance. And most of these inheritance places are in very secret places. Before inheritance, there were still a lot of traps to test the aptitude of outsiders. Today, the number of inheritance places is very rare, and those places of inheritance that have been made public are also some not very strong ranks. Those really powerful classes have long since disappeared. For example, the summoner class, which is not known at all, has no place for inheritance. Moreover, because no one wants to watch those powerful classes pass down and make others stronger, but they have no way to get this power. Therefore, in the land of inheritance, the destroyed ones account for the majority. However, under this circumstance, Qile was still able to get the rank inheritance scroll. To be precise, in Gu Pingchuan's view, it should be a scroll with the power of inheritance. But that's what's really shocking. Because of the rank inheritance scroll, the steps to find the place of inheritance are omitted, and the steps to pass the test of the inheritor are also omitted. This is something that no amount of spirit crystals can buy. And most importantly, being able to transfer to a more powerful class. Rare ranks are powerful. But those ancient classes that have disappeared in the long river of history are the real power. However, Qi Lu did not know these things. In fact, Qi Lu did not know whether the ranks in the rank inheritance scrolls produced by the system were the ranks that had ever appeared in this world. But Qi Lu is sure that no one in this world knows that these ranks produced by the system have never appeared before. Because these are all classes that once appeared but disappeared. Who can tell? And under the guise of an ancient class, not only will they not be suspected, but they can sell better. Manager Qi, I don't know what rank this rank inheritance scroll inherits? Gu Pingchuan asked expectantly. Gu Pingchuan could not say he was dissatisfied with his great magician rank, but he could not say he was satisfied either. After all, the Grand Mage class is indeed just a very popular class. The rare class of the magician type is very rare. If it can be replaced with a more powerful class, the improvement of one's own strength will definitely be earth-shaking. President Gu, I understand what you're thinking, but the class inheritance scroll, it doesn't matter what you and I said, it will choose the qualified person who is suitable for inheritance. Qi Lu said slowly. Qi Lu is the most worry-free when it comes to the new product, the rank inheritance scroll. Because there is no need for him to introduce at all. If you are not qualified, it is useless to buy it. If it is a qualified person recognized by the class inheritance scroll, then as long as you touch the scroll, the information about the class inheritance will appear in the mind of the qualified person. You put your hand on the scroll. If it admits that you are qualified, you will naturally know what rank this inheritance is. Qi Lu handed the scroll over. Let me try. Gu Pingchuan couldn't wait to put his hand forward. How? Qi Lu asked with interest. No response. Gu Pingchuan's mouth twitched, and he said a little embarrassedly. Qi Lu pouted, thinking in his heart, it would be a strange thing if a fighter-type class inheritance reacts to a magician class. Forget it, although it's a pity, a miss is a miss, and this old man doesn't force it anymore. After Gu Pingchuan was embarrassed, he smiled rather freely. The heroic mentality is still much stronger than that of ordinary people. Although it is regrettable, the inheritance is indeed something that cannot be said. Hey, store manager, Ding Gu, what are you doing? At this moment, Ling Xiao pushed open the door and entered the store, found Qi Lu and Gu Pingchuan together, and asked, curiously. I'm researching new products, do you want to take a look? Qi Lu raised the scroll in his hand. New product? What is this? Martial arts or magic? Ling Xiao walked over and asked, with interest. In his cognition, the things written on the scrolls are generally those high-level martial arts or magic that are not passed on. Class, inheritance. Qi Lu said lightly. What? Inheritance. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then almost jumped up in shock. The place of inheritance may be relatively unfamiliar to ordinary people, but for cultivators and people with a little identity, although they have never seen it, they have heard of it. After all, as long as you are a cultivator, you will definitely come into contact with the class. Even if the qualifications are not enough, the level cannot be raised to level 40. But that doesn't prevent them from preparing for the class they want to transfer from the very beginning. What rank inheritance is this, store manager? The new products in your store are really better each time, and you can even take out this kind of thing. Ling Xiao was so excited that his hands were shaking, and he said incoherently with excitement. If you want to know what rank inheritance is, you must first get its recognition. Qi handed over the rank inheritance scroll and said, "Hold it, if you get the scroll's approval, you will know what kind of inheritance it is." Well. Ling Zhao's trembling hands carefully caught the rank inheritance scroll, as if he was holding a rare treasure. But really speaking, the class inheritance scroll can really be regarded as a rare treasure. The rank inheritance scroll was held in Ling Zhao's hand, and suddenly it emitted a faint fluorescence, completely unlike Gu Pingchuan's unresponsiveness when he contacted it. This is the power of inheritance? Gu Pingchuan's eyes widened, and he looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Qi Lu also raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao would be the first qualified person. The faint fluorescent light on the scroll slowly circulated and slowly penetrated into Ling Xiao's palm. Class inheritance, peerless spear spirit. Based on the information that suddenly appeared in his mind, Ling Xiao slowly read out the content of the inheritance. System: the first qualified person in the Peerless Gun Soul class inheritance scroll has appeared, with a 42% fit, and can inherit the power of the Peerless Gun Soul's rank. It is temporarily impossible to activate the only weapon. A system reminder also appeared in Qi Li's mind. It seems that this qualified person is also graded. Ling Xiao is indeed qualified, but only half qualified. And how to improve the degree of fit, the system did not say. It seems that it can only be left to the inheritor to explore. Store manager, I succeeded. I have been recognized by the class inheritance scroll. Ling Xiao said excitedly, with tears of excitement in his eyes. This is too exaggerated. Qi Lu couldn't understand the excitement at all. But a powerful class, for a cultivator, is definitely a pass to a stronger realm. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has improved a person's potential and aptitude in disguise. So it is understandable that Ling Xiao would be so excited. Congratulations, Ling family boy, you are really lucky. Gu Pingchuan's tone also contained an undisguised look of envy. But in the matter of inheritance, fate is indeed a very important measurement point. Gu Pingchuan was just envious, not jealous. President Gu, I believe you can find a more powerful and suitable class in the future. Ling Xiao returned without losing his manners. Okay, don't be cheap and be good, hurry up and accept the inheritance. Gu Pingchuan said with a smile. Yes. Wait a minute. Please pay before accepting the inheritance. Qi Lu immediately stretched out his hand and stopped Ling Xiao as he was about to untie the ribbon and open the scroll. Ah, I almost forgot, the store manager, how much is it? Ling Xiao was stopped by Qi Lu and asked, with a smirk. 5 master-level magic cores. Qi Lu said the price slowly. How much? Ling Xiao was shocked, thinking he had heard it wrong. 5 master-level magic cores. Qi Lu repeated. Store manager, I didn't bring so many. Ling Xiao looked embarrassed. He is just a third prince who is not respected, and it is still a bit difficult to take out 5 master-level magic cores in one breath. There is no counteroffer, anyway, you are the only one who is qualified now. Qi Li's implication is that the class inheritance scroll can be left first, and then wait for the magic core to be gathered. This? Ling Xiao looked at the scroll in his hand and hesitated. I'd better pay for you first. Gu Pingchuan smiled, then took out 5 master-level magic cores and gave them to Qi Lu. Many thanks to Dean Gu, I will definitely pay back the magic core. Ling Xiao bowed his hands and thanked him. You brat, 5 magic cores are nothing to this old man, go and accept the inheritance. Gu Pingchuan scolded with a smile, then waved his hand and told Ling Xiao to hurry up and do the right thing. Ling Xiao didn't leave either, and was ready to open the scroll in the store. In case something happened, Gu Pingchuan and Qi Lu could protect him. Shoot dash. The ribbon was untied, the scroll was opened, and it became a somewhat curly parchment scroll. The simple and elegant shape was suspended in front of Ling Xiao, and the faint fluorescent light gathered into a figure who was riding a horse and holding a gun, looking up. Later inheritor, is it you who woke me up? The figure turned his head slightly, and a vague gaze fell on Ling Xiao. The terrifying coercion instantly oppressed Ling Xiao, making his face pale. It's just a figure, and the aura that it exudes is so captivating. Yes, it's me. Ling Xiao responded with terrifying pressure and gritted his teeth. Inheriting the unparalleled spear soul is a road full of thorns. If you are ready to die, then sprinkle your blood on this scroll. A domineering and bleak voice appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. I'm ready. Ling Xiao used the knife he carried with him to cut open his arm. Blood dripped down the fingers and scattered on the scroll. Inheritor, I feel your will, and I recognize your candidacy. Please make good use of the power of this inheritance. The domineering voice appeared in Ling Xiao's mind again. At this moment, the fluorescently condensed figure also scattered into the sky again, and then merged into Ling Xiao's body. At this moment, Ling Xiao's aura changed drastically. Become fierce and domineering. When that figure recognized the qualifications of Ling Xiao's inheritance candidate, Ling Xiao's spearman rank was replaced by the peerless spear soul rank. The power of inheritance is the power recognized by this world. After watching this scene, Qi Le can naturally know what happened from the system prompt. Sure enough, I didn't get the Wuxuang spirit gun. It seems that there is still a long way to inherit the Wuxuang gun soul class. In fact, Qi Le had already guessed that the inheritance of the rank inheritance scroll could not be so simple. It only required the conditions of a qualified person. There must be other trials. Or some other conditions need to be met in order to fully obtain inheritance. But I have to say that even if it's just an inferior spear soul rank, it is much stronger than Ling Xiao's previous spearman rank. Not to mention the peerless spear soul class in full state. I succeeded. Manager Qi, Ding Gu, thank you very much. Ling Xiao felt the surging power in his body, and bowed deeply to Qi Lu and Gu Pingchuan. It's your own ability. Qi Lu knew that Gu Pingchuan was inconvenient to support Ling Xiao because of his identity, so he stretched out his hand to support Ling Xiao. Then he said meaningfully, you still have a long way to go. I know. Ling Xiao nodded. By the way, the store manager, I wonder if there are any pets suitable as mounts in the pet card swap machine. Ling Xiao then asked. The peerless spear spirit class passed down to Ling Xiao, not only fighting skills, martial skills, but also riding skills. The previous figure was the former unparalleled spear soul. Yes, white horse treading the wind. Qi Lu now understands why the system will update a pet card after he draws the class inheritance scroll of Wuxuang Gun Soul. Emotions are matched with rank. That's great. Ling Xiao immediately ran towards the pet card changing machine. Before Ling Xiao walked away for half a minute, the very curious blood wolf who had been beside him came over and asked, Boss, is the one that appeared earlier, is it a new product? The blood wolf made a gesture. Qi Le could see that the figure drawn by the blood wolf was the inheritor of the unparalleled spear soul. That's the rank inheritance scroll, which is used to change careers, but things have already been sold, please come early next time. Qi Le patted the blood wolf on the shoulder, then walked away with his hands behind his back. Class. Inheritance? The blood wolf reacted for a long time before shouting suddenly, Boss, you still have such good things here, why didn't you tell me earlier? The sadness in his tone was earth-shattering. Several days have passed since the class inheritance scroll. This incident also gradually spread, and one after another was known to the regular customers in the store. So Qi Le has to endure countless inexplicable resentful eyes every day, which is horrifying. It's not my problem, it's because the system doesn't let me buy the goods, what can I do? Qi Le was depressed, but he couldn't say it. Therefore, these resentful eyes can only be tolerated silently. In the past few days, Ling Xiao has also accepted part of the power of inheritance belonging to the candidate. In terms of level, he has successfully completed the leap to quickly reach the 60th level. Grandmaster level trials can be performed at any time. Moreover, after getting rid of the spearman rank, Ling Xiao's luck seems to be much better. When he was pumping the wind and white horse, he successfully drew 3 awakenings. And looking at Ling Xiao's expression when activating the skills, the activated skills should all be useful skills. In these days, there is something else to say. That is, Xuanhuan finally came to the front line of the evil spirit warriors from the Goblin Mountains after earning a fortune from the students of the Brilliant Academy in the New World mode. So the frontline city has an extra kitten who is crazy about dungeons. And more importantly, following the discovery of the battlefield dungeon of the evil warrior frontline, a 3rd dungeon also appeared. This might sound a little hard to say, because the 3rd instance was discovered by Xuanhuan. After Xuanhuan came to the frontline city, she created a guild by herself and named it the Kitten Guild. And then often a cat in the middle of the night went to the battlefield dungeon to brush up experience, and as a result, under an accidental situation, it sneaked into the camp behind the enemy. Triggered the opening condition of the 3rd copy. Evil Warrior Frontline Dungeon 3, the secret of the enemy camp is officially opened. The secret of the enemy camp, the number of copies, 1 to 4. This is a stealth-type dungeon, there is not much combat plot in it, it is mainly to avoid the sight of patrols in the enemy camp and explore the secrets of the enemy camp. In the middle of the plot, you will pass through a tent where equipment is stored. Although the equipment inside cannot be moved. But if you are lucky, you can find 1 or 2 skill books inside, but these skill books can be taken. Therefore, as soon as the copy of Secrets of the Enemy Camp came out, it was very popular. After all, because of the popularity of pet cards, the price of skill books has remained high. Who doesn't like this opportunity to earn spirit crystals effortlessly? In this regard, Qilu can only sigh, the devouring cat is indeed a master of treasure hunting, even in the New World mode, it will not change their innate instinct. Wild Yuan Empire, Yashui City. This is the western border of the Yuan Empire, and it is also the city-state where the western garrison is stationed. There are not many traders here, most of them are carriages that escort cargo to the front line, and some guys who are bold enough to make money from war. As the frontline Bianca Castle, Yashui City did not serve as the city owner. Instead, Zhenshi Junwei, who came to guard, served as the temporary city lord, and the position of the city lord also changed with the transfer of Zhenshi Junwei. Outside Yashui City, nearly 100 miles away, there is a majestic checkpoint. That is the huge barrier that separates the Xingyao Empire and the Huangyuan Empire, Yashuiguan. Looking from above, Yashui Pass is like a long dragon lying across the earth, completely blocking the army of Xingyao Empire from the pass. In Yashui City Lord's mansion, Ling Yun was reviewing the news from Yashui Pass. The scouts have reported. 200 miles away, the army of the Xingyao Empire is gathering. A lot of baggage is gathering outside Yashui Pass, and the army of Xingyao Empire has not yet started. What does the Xingyao Empire want to do? Their army is in battle, and they are not the opponents of our army of the Huangyuan Empire. Ling Yun frowned, looking at the news in his hand. There are various indications that the Xingyao Empire is preparing to attack the Huangyuan Empire. But in terms of military strength, it is well known that the overall strength of the Xingyao Empire's army is low. Unlike the Huangyuan Empire or the Goryeo Empire, the Xingyao Empire was an empire that started by fighting, while the Xingyao Empire was an empire that grew by faith. There are two heroes in the Xingyao Empire, one is the white-clothed high priest who stands at the highest position of faith, and the other is the paladin who leads the entire empire's forces. These two hero classes are not the class of the main battle. But at this moment, the signs show that the Xingyao Empire seems to be prepared. Have we prepared enough food and grass for our army? Ling Yun suddenly asked aloud while pressing the table with his palm. Report to your lord, the food and grass have already been prepared, and you can transport it to Yashui Pass only after the lord's order. The soldiers below reported immediately. Okay, immediately transport the grain and grass to Yashui Pass. Ling Yun immediately ordered. Xingyao Empire's move is simply an undisguised provocation. When the food and grass are moved, they will fight if they don't want to. Since the Xingyao Empire dared to move, Ling Yun would not be afraid. Grain and forage go first, and the army will start immediately. Once the war begins, Ling Yun must be commanded at Yashui Pass, and the frontier troops who stay in Yashui City will only leave a minimum number to ensure the security of Yashui City. The food and grass are well stocked, which is a good thing for the front line off the frontier. Ling Yun sat on the horse and let out a long breath. Looking back at Yashui City. In recent days, there have been many more carriages escorted to Yashui City. It seems that the Xuanhuan Empire's imperial city has also noticed the eagerness of the Xingyao Empire, and has already begun preparations for war. Ling Yun burst into pride in his chest and pulled the reins. Set off. Brother the shopkeeper. A petite figure riding a thunderous tiger entered the store. It's Xiaoju, why didn't you come with your third brother today? Qi Lu responded with a smile, then glanced at Ling Xiao, who was hiding in the booth and roaring through the guild's communication system. Since Ling Diawu cultivated Shuiling White Fox and Thunder Tiger, it doesn't matter if Ling Xiao follows. And in Yunwu City, Gu Pingchuan is still looking after him, no one dares to be detrimental to Ling Diawu here. The second emperor is coming to Yunwu City today. The third brother said he didn't want to wait for the second emperor, so he came first. Ling Diawu said with a smile on her face. After coming to Qi Lu's shop for a long time, Ling Diawu knew that Qi Lu was actually a good person to get along with. So the shy and reserved at the beginning has also become the lively and lovely now. Ling Diawu jumped off the thundering tiger, took it back to her pet card, and then opened the store door, welcoming a tall, well-proportioned woman with a temperament as cold as the bright moon. Those white skin like frost and snow, and eyes like bright moon made Qi Lu quite familiar. Brother the store manager, this is my second imperial sister, Sister Yue Hua, who is known as Princess Mingyue. Ling Diawu introduced to Qi Lu like a treasure. Ling Yue Hua is different from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only had time to come to Yunwu City because he was in an idle job. And Ling Yue Hua only had time to see Ling Diawu because she was a daughter and was inconvenient to be involved in political affairs. Hello, store manager Qi, Diawu often mentioned you in her letters. Ling Yue Hua said lightly, her tone as cold as her temperament. Hello, why didn't you wear a veil today? Qi Lu said coldly. Ling Yue Hua opened her mouth, but she didn't keep up with Qi Li's words for a while. It's nothing, Qi Lu waved his hand and said, since you're here, come and have a look at the store. You can ask me or Shier if you don't understand anything. Okay, if the store manager is busy, you can do it yourself. Ling Yue nodded slightly. Then he walked around the store by himself. Although the Qi Lu store looks small from the outside, after several expansions off the system, the interior space is still very large. It looks like they are all ordinary weapons and armor. Ling Yue Hua was hanging out in the store's shelf area. As Princess Mingyue, Ling Yue Hua usually does not contaminate swords and soldiers, and her evaluation of equipment depends more on its appearance. The equipment produced by the system can be said to be exquisite in appearance, mighty, and domineering, but it will never make people feel that this equipment is very strong at first glance. But it sure looks good. And beautiful things, generally speaking, are not very practical. Second Huangjia went to see the equipment, then I'll go and play with the kitten. Seeing Ling Yue Hua wandering around alone, Ling Diawu took out her membership card, went to the counter to activate it, and then ran to the area of the combat power improvement training room. Recently, Ling Diawu found a very cute kitten in Frontline City. This kitty even created a kitty guild. Under Ling Diawu's hard work, Ling Diawu joined the kitty guild and became the second member of the kitty guild. Kitty, are you here? After entering the New World mode, the first thing Ling Diawu did was to send a private message to Xuanhuan. A kitten, why are you here again? Ling Diawu, I'm here to play with you. Kitty, are you brushing the dungeon? A kitten, I'm in the copy of Secrets of the Enemy Camp and it's full of people. Ling Diawu, I know that dungeon. It seems that 2 people can go in. Kitty, come out and brush the dungeon with me. A kitten, the dungeon is open, let's chat. Ling Diawu, little cat, wait. On the other hand, Xuanhuan did not hesitate to set the chat box with Ling Diawu to do not disturb mode. I don't think you can do this. Sheila found Xuanhuan hiding in a corner booth, just in time to see Xuanhuan closing the chat box with Ling Diawu. I think it's pretty good, that little girl's fighting skills aren't very good. Xuanhuan glanced at Qi Lu, stretched out her pink tongue and licked her lips, then said, and he likes to talk. Come on, just these 2 points, there is no way to brush any copy. Don't be so old-fashioned when a kitten talks. Qi Lu reached out his hand unhappy, and rubbed Xuanhuan's 2 hands, rubbing its white fur into a mess. In the shelf area, Ling Yuehua walked through the weapon area, the armor area, and the medicinal pill area. Ling Yuehua was not interested in anything related to battle. It seems that there is really nothing worth seeing in this store. Ling Yuehua gave birth to a feeling of disillusionment. Ling Yuehua, who was born in the royal family and lives in the inner courtyard, doesn't need to be involved in the battle at all. Naturally, she doesn't have such a deep feeling about the power of these equipment and medicine pills. But in the accessories area, Ling Yuehua stopped. What? No matter when, this shiny thing has the same attraction to women and dragons. Wow, these accessories are really beautiful. In a place like this, there are actually good things that even the Imperial City doesn't have. Ling Yuehua's eyes suddenly lit up. These ornaments are at least 2 grades stronger than those collected in one's boudoir. The magic power contained in the accessories makes these already exquisite accessories look dazzling and eye-catching. This is a fatal attraction for Ling Yuehua. Purchase. With Ling Yuehua's identity and financial resources, she didn't bother to look at the price, she just took down the accessories she liked from the shelves. Feeling that every style she likes has been obtained, Ling Yuehua brought a bunch of accessories to the counter to check out. Just when Sierra recommended Ling Yuehua to get a membership card, a loud roar suddenly came from the area of the combat power improvement training room. Blood Wolf. Why are you still so rude after coming here so many times? This kind of thing, the regular customers in the store have become accustomed to it. It is very normal to be scolded for mistakes when brushing the dungeon. In fact, it will not affect the relationship between the 2 after the fact, viewed it seems intimate. But Ling Yuehua had heard who the owner of the roar was. It was Ling Shao. I managed to get that rare skill book, but as soon as you got excited, the soldiers on patrol discovered it. Ling Shao was still patting the table, dissatisfied with the Blood Wolf. The Blood Wolf sat next to him and smiled shyly. Rare skill books refer to those semi-high-level skill books with extremely low explosion rates. The martial skills and magics recorded in them are all uncommon ones. It is indeed much rarer than those big road goods. If it is linked to the trading system, at least 2,000 spirit crystals will be sold. However, Ling Shao was not angry with these 2,000 spirit crystals, but because the Blood Wolf made a mistake and let the patrolling soldiers discover it. Ling Shao. Just when Ling Shao was about to say a few more words, a cold and intimidating voice suddenly appeared in Ling Zhao's ear. Ling Shao shuddered unconsciously. Second Emperor, you are here. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands together and said with a smirk. The flattering expression on his face was even worse than that of the previous blood wolf. You didn't wait for me to come over before, and asked Xiaoju to pick me up, just to come here to play with things a minute earlier? Ling Yuhua narrowed her beautiful eyes, revealing a dangerous light. How dare you, Sister Huang, I'm not looking at the safety of Yunwu City and thinking about exercising Xiaoju. Ling Xiao immediately defended. Safe? No matter how safe Yunwu City is, the Imperial City can be safe. Even in the Imperial City, Xiao Diawu has to bring guards when she goes out. Ling Yuehua raised her eyebrows. The slender willow leaf eyebrows are raised, quite majestic. Or else, you become so frustrated with things that you don't even care about Xiaoju's safety. Ling Yuehua said with a hatred of iron. I'm really not playing with things. Ling Xiao didn't know where to start. Who knew that the news that Ling Yuehua was going to come to Yunwu City come so late? Ling Xiao had already made an appointment. If I knew it earlier, I would bleed the wolves and their pigeons, and come back later. Kid Ling, does it take you so long to go out and organize your equipment? Before Ling Xiao could come up with an explanation, Gu Pingchuan's voice rang out. President Gu. Why are you here? Ling Yuehua glanced in the direction of the voice, and saw a familiar face. Isn't this the daughter of that fellow Ling Ao? Why did you come here? Gu Pingchuan said with a smile after seeing Ling Yuehua. President Gu, I came to see Ling Diawu. Ling Yuehua replied immediately. Gu Pingchuan is a character on the same level as the Fire Emperor, and even in terms of identity, Gu Pingchuan may be slightly better. After all, Gu Pingchuan was a strong man of the late Emperor's generation. It turns out that Ling Diawu has me to take care of you, so you don't have to worry. Gu Pingchuan smiled and didn't ask any further questions. The previous words were just polite greetings. With Dean Gu taking care of him, I don't think there are people who can't open their eyes yet, who dare to take action under Dean Gu's eyelids. Ling Yuehua's words were not compliments. Actually, it's true. Kid Ling, are you not ready yet? Gu Pingchuan and Ling Yuehua chatted for a while, and then shouted again. All right, Dean Gu, let's enter the book. Ling Xiao replied immediately. This time, Ling Yuehua was embarrassed to say anything more. Gu Pingchuan will take care of Ling Diawu's safety. If Ling Yuehua has any more opinions, she will be worried about Gu Pingchuan. On Ling Zhao's side, although he didn't know what he was playing, even Gu Pingchuan was playing, and to describe it as a plaything, wouldn't even Gu Pingchuan say it together. How about I try it myself? Ling Yuehua suddenly had such an idea in his mind. Then, taking 3 steps and 2 steps, he came to the counter and began to ask about the battle strength promotion arena. There is the area of the combat power improvement training room. The mode that Dean Gu and the others are in is called the New World mode. If you want to play, it is recommended to open a membership card. Yu Xier put down the bucket of instant noodles in her hand and recommended it. Membership card, well, get one, Ling Yuehua nodded even though she didn't know what the membership card was. Then he gently swayed his delicate Qiong nose twice, and suddenly smelled a mouth-watering fragrance. By the way, Xier, what are you eating? The instant noodles and barrels are in the snack vending machine next to him. So, when Qi Le happened to pass by, I saw Ling Yuehua wearing a necklace, earrings, a ring and a bracelet on hand, and a bowl of instant noodles in a bucket, leaning against the counter to chat with Yu Xier. After a good month, the fairy turned into a mortal in the blink of an eye. South of the Yuan Empire. Here, there is a vast expanse of wasteland. On this great wasteland, no empire has been established, there are only some scattered human tribes, and wasteland monsters that appear from time to time. And in the south of the great wasteland, there is an endless ruin. The broken walls and ruins there cover thousands of miles, and there are intermittently scorched earth that has been scorched by the dragon's breath. On the lifeless earth, occasionally people haunt the ruins, just to see if there are any valuable objects hidden under the ruins. Here is the former empire. Here is the current dragon ruins. Above this endless ruin, at this moment, there is a team of mercenaries walking on it. It was the Shard Rock mercenary squad. After the failed battle between Cloud Forest and Lanyi squad, in order to suppress the curse of dragon breath on Yen Lu, Shuo Zijing used up his last dragon blood. That's why Yen Lu decided to come to the ruins of the dragon race and needed a beast with the blood of the dragon race. Dragon blood is not so easy to find. Now is not the ancient times, the dragons of the dragon race will roam freely in the territory of the human race. Today's dragon clan has long gone to Long Island to live in seclusion. There are very few giant dragons that will appear in the human race territory, and it is almost impossible to find them. And most of the magical beasts that claim to have the blood of the dragon race are actually just under the guise of the dragon race. Even if you really have the blood of the dragon family, the weight contained in the blood of the dragon family is very small, almost nothing. Unlike Lan Zier that I met before, almost 1/3 of the blood on the whole body is the blood of the dragon, and even the characteristics of the dragon are revealed by the power of the blood. Such a strong dragon bloodline is exactly what Yen Lu covets. If you can collect enough dragon blood to train your body, maybe you can completely assimilate the dragon breath curse and turn it into your own power. Even though Yen Lu hated the dragon family, he was also jealous of the dragon family's power. The race of giant dragons is a race favored by heaven. The strength of the physical body ranks among the top among all races. The fully grown dragon scale can make the dragon immune to most low-level magic, and the unique dragon language magic is a field that humans can't set foot in. And the terrifying dragon breath requires the power of dragon blood to use it. That's why the dragon's blood can be used to make the dragon's breath curse. Because dragon blood itself can be used to control dragon breath. Dragon ruins, I'm back. Yen Lu looked at the ruins that covered thousands of miles, and some not-so-good memories emerged in his heart. Yen Lu, are you healthy? Shuo Zijing asked worriedly. Don't worry, as long as I don't use too much grudge, I won't trigger the dragon breath curse. Yen Lu replied. The ruins of the dragon are the place where the human race and the dragon race once fought. Here, it is also the place where the dragon blood is left the most. In the war that year, countless dragon blood was spilled on this land, and a large number of magical beasts obtained this good luck, and luckily got a bit off the power of dragon blood. Yen Lu came back here because of this power. From now on, everyone will be on alert. In this ruin, there may be danger at any time. After Yen Lu conveyed the order, he walked in front and took the rock-smashing mercenary team to the legendary place in his memory. Although Yen Lu is not the first aborigines of dragon ruins. But he is also very clear about the legends handed down from the dragon ruins. There are many discussions about why the dragon race and the human race went to war back then. They said that the dragons coveted the treasures of the empire, so they sent troops to attack the empire, and finally the strong human race intervened and drove the dragons back. It is also said that the human race offended the dragon race, so the two will go to war. But no one knows the real situation. Because the empire was completely destroyed, those in the know were buried in the dust of history. But among the aborigines of the dragon ruins, there has always been a legend that there is a seal somewhere in the dragon ruins. In this seal, buried the treasures left behind after countless wars. Whoever obtains this treasure will be able to rebuild the empire of that year. Because of this rumor, countless people flock to the ruins of the dragon. But after so many years, the seal has never been found. And the real reason is just because, without the guidance of the dragon clan's breath, it is impossible to find that sealed place. The sealed land. Yen Lu pushed aside the surrounding debris and swept away the surrounding rubble with his hands. Gently brushing off the floating soil, a corner of the seal formation buried below was exposed. Yen Lu, what is this? Could it be the sealed place of the ruins of the dragon that has been circulating all the time? Shuazi was following Yan Lu, and immediately found the pattern outlined on the ground. Yes, this is a corner of the sealed land. Yan Lu grinned, revealing a hideous smile. It's really a sealed place. Could it be that there are rumors that there are treasures left behind after the war between the human race and the dragon race? Shuazi was looking at Yan Lu's hideous face and asked with some unease. There is indeed a treasure here, but it's not the treasure that those guys imagined, but dragon blood. Yan Lu stood up and said in a cold tone. Dragon blood. Shuazi Jing's eyes widened, looking at Yan Lu, as if thinking of something. That's right, it's pure dragon blood. This is the survivors who survived the war in the ruins of the dragon, for the sake of future generations. The curse of the dragon's breath in the body of the first-generation survivors can't be quelled with dragon's blood. So they sealed the dragon's blood for future generations to use. Yan Lu spoke slowly, his eyes swept over the members of the Rockbreaker mercenary team one by one. It seems to be trying to remember everyone's face. Then, why are there rumors that the sealed land is full of treasures? Shuazi asked aloud when he wanted to verify his guess. You should have guessed it, it's for sacrifice. Yan Lu sneered and said, to take dragon blood naturally requires a price to sacrifice those greedy people in exchange for our vitality. Isn't that a good deal? The sealed land is scattered throughout the ruins. Those who die in the ruins of the dragon will be regarded as sacrifices and swallowed by the pattern. No wonder the ruins of the dragon are called the dead place. Shuazi Jing looked at Yan Lu with some horror. The reputation of the dragon ruins is not very good. Every year, many people die in the ruins of the dragon because of the search for the sealed land. Don't look at me like this, since they dare to be greedy, they should pay the price for their greed. Yan Lu cut his wrist with a knife. The blood dripped down Yan Lu's fingers on the formation pattern of the sealed land. The array pattern devoured Yan Lu's blood in an instant. After a while, hot dragon blood emerged from the pattern. Use the power of the dragon's breath to draw out the dragon's blood. That SWHY, only the survivors of the dragon ruins can find the real reason for the sealed land. The dragon's blood spilled on the earth, this power should be accepted by descendants of us survivors. Yan Lu greedily devoured the dragon's blood, and there was a hint of madness in his eyes. Shuazi was taking a deep breath. Because he finally understood why Yan Lu looked at everyone in the rock-broken mercenary squad with those eyes, before explaining the sealed land. Those who know the secrets of the sealed land cannot survive in this world. To use dragon blood, it is natural to need someone to sacrifice. All the members of the Rockbreaker mercenary squad are the objects of this sacrifice. Cloud City, another peaceful day. After the Blood Wolf pushed the door into the store, he saw that the Lan Yidium was also in the store, and immediately said loudly, Captain Lan Yi, do you want to hear good news? What's the good news? Lan Yi looked at the Blood Wolf suspiciously with the instant noodles in the bucket. It's about the Shattered Rock mercenary squad. I heard that the members of the Shattered Rock mercenary squad were wiped out in the dragon ruins. Bloodwolf said with a smile. Things between mercenaries are rarely hidden. However, only the people in the store knew about the conflict between the Lan Yi team and the Shattered Rock mercenary team. And the fact that the mercenary team of the Broken Rock entered the ruins of the dragon was seen by some mercenaries, and it was not a secret. However, the news that the members of the Broken Rock mercenary team were wiped out in the ruins of the dragon came out in the past 2 days. Because someone saw Zhuo Zijing, the deputy captain of the Broken Rock mercenary team, meet Qi Yang, the captain of the Broken Waves mercenary team, and agreed to join the Broken Waves mercenary team. And the news of the annihilation of the Shattered Rock mercenary team was said by Zhuo Zijing himself. Is this true? Lan Yi asked in surprise. This is what Zhuo Zijing, the original vice-captain of the Broken Rock mercenary team, said personally, and let Qi Yang, the leader of the Broken Waves mercenary team, spread it out. It doesn't seem like a lie. Blood Wolf also bought a bucket of instant noodles, and said while soaking in water. Furthermore, the Rock Breaker mercenary team has indeed disappeared from the mercenaries recently, and I haven't heard of them for a while. Great. Lan Yi clenched his fists and said happily. The conflict between Lan Yi squad and the Rock Breaker mercenary squad is simply irreconcilable. If we meet again next time, we will definitely beat you to the death again. Now that the members of the Broken Rock mercenary team have been wiped out in the ruins of the dragon, it is no wonder that Lan Yi is not happy. However, do you know what happened? Lan Yi asked aloud after she was overjoyed. Unlike the Blood Wolf squad, the Lan Yi squad has only 7 people in total. They usually stay together, fighting or resting, and the news is naturally not as well informed as the Blood Wolf. According to the rumors, Yen Lu coveted the treasure of the ruins of the dragon and found the sealed land, but because of greed, all the mercenary teams of the Broken Rock stayed in the sealed land. Shuzi just escaped by luck, because he was at the back. The Blood Wolf told the news he knew. This kind of thing will be clear after a little inquiries, and there is none to hide anything. The sealed land of the ruins of the dragon. So it is. Lan Yi nodded, and had no doubts about the rumored news. After all, the treasure of the dragon ruins is not only a legend among the mercenaries. Among those explorers, traders, and others, it is also widely circulated, and makes them rush for it. There are not a few people who die in the ruins of the dragon every year. Sealed land? Impossible. Just when Xuanhuan and Lan Yi thought it was very reasonable, Lan Qing'er, who didn't know where she came from, suddenly said aloud. Why is it impossible? Isn't the danger of the sealed land not a well-known thing? Blood Wolf looked at Lan Qing'er and asked inexplicably. You must not know the secret of the sealed place of the dragon ruins. Lan Qing'er said firmly. Or rather, few people know about it at all. Qing'er, what's the secret, can you let us know? Lan Yi asked. The implication is that if you can't let us know, then don't talk about it. It's not a big deal. In fact, in the sealed land of the ruins of the dragon, it is not a treasure that is sealed, but the dragon blood spilled from that war. Lan Qing'er said lightly. It didn't seem embarrassing because it was a secret. In fact, the reason why Lan Qing'er had never mentioned this before was just because Lan Yi team had never thought about the sealed place of the dragon ruins. Seriously speaking, dragon blood is also a kind of treasure. The Blood Wolf was beside him, haha. For some classes that need to temper their physique, dragon blood, a good thing that can be directly used to temper their physique, is definitely a treasure. It's just that the dragon's blood that has been sealed for so long is definitely not as good as the fresh dragon's blood, but it is true. You can't say that, because the dragon's blood in the sealed land, strictly speaking, is another layer of seal. Lan Qing'er said here, her expression suddenly became serious. What do you mean? Seeing Lan Qing'er's serious expression, the Blood Wolf knew that this was not the time to joke. This? Lan Qing'er showed a look of hesitating to speak. It seems to have scruples. Don't worry, no one outside can hear what you say in the store. At this time, Qila suddenly came out of the booth and grabbed the back of his head with a helpless look on his face. Because at the same time Lan Qing'er interjected, the system prompt sounded in Qili's mind. System, host, a new mission has been triggered, do you want to accept it? What mission? Qili was so frightened that he immediately sat up straight. How come a new mission is triggered all of a sudden? System, task, the ruins of the dragon, please find a way for the host to obtain the blood of the dragon, the bone of the dragon, and the soul of the dragon, and submit it to the system. System, task reward, 2 chances to draw a drink, and a random pet card will be added. Note, there is a high probability that a pet with dragon blood will appear, and the upgrade task will be activated. It's actually a drink. Qilu was excited at that time. System, Host, shouldn't you be excited to activate the upgrade task? Qila smiled coldly, and said disdainfully, what's the use of upgrading tasks, as long as I stay in the store? Is there anyone else who can treat me? System. So, for the opportunity to draw the 2 drinks, Qila stood up resolutely. I'm going to ask Lan Qing'er about the dragon ruins. Because Qila can be sure that this Erbi system must have heard the word dragon blood before it suddenly appeared. Store manager, why did you suddenly come out? Lan Qing'er was startled by Qilu, who suddenly made a sound. Don't worry about me, you go on to say yours. As long as you don't say it yourself, no one will be able to spread the news from the store. Qilu waved his hand, then found a place on the sofa to sit down. A look of listening intently. Lan Qing'er, if you can't say it, I'm not that curious. Blood Wolf said in a timely manner, finding a step for Lan Qing'er. Lan Qing'er looked around. There were not many people in the store now, and the people around were only Lan Yi, Xuelong, and Qi Lu. Everyone else is doing their own thing, not paying attention to this side addle. It's okay, it's all my own, it doesn't matter what I say. After getting along for so long, Lan Qing'er can still trust these people. This matter will start from the very beginning of the ruins of the dragon, and the war between the human race and the dragon race will begin. Lan Qing'er raised her head halfway, revealing a look of memory. I also listened to my mother about this matter. It was a long time ago. At that time, the dragon family hadn't completely lived in seclusion on Long Island. With Lan Qing'er's eloquent story, the past events of the dragon's ruins also slowly surfaced. In the East Wasteland at that time, there was a very powerful empire, called the Huang Empire, which is now the ruins of the dragon. At that time, dragons would occasionally turn into human beings, enter the territory of the human race, and experience the culture of the human race. The incident happened in the Huang Empire at that time. The youngest son of the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, and the little princess of the Huang Empire, came together. This should have been an epic love story, and it could even lead to the first marriage between the human race and the dragon race. However, it backfired. The Star Emperor of the Huang Empire felt that the human race and the dragon race could not live together. The Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan believes that the Dragon Clan is inherently nobler than the human clan, and the Dragon Clan members must never condescend to be with the human clan. As a result, the Star Emperor of the Huang Empire put the little princess under house arrest. Unexpectedly, the little princess was already pregnant with a dragon child. Pregnancy before marriage is definitely a shame for the royal family. The Star Emperor ordered the little princess to give up the evil in her stomach. The little princess would rather die. However, they did not expect that the power of the descendants of the dragon race was simply not something that the human race could afford. Because of the house arrest, the little princess did not get enough dragon power to nourish her body. At the time of giving birth, because the dragon descendants demanded a lot of energy from the mother's body, she died after giving birth to a child. After the Dragon Emperor's youngest son learned of the news, he desperately snatched back the dragon bloodline borne by the little princess from the Huang Empire. In the end, he was defeated by the powerhouses of the Huang Empire, and he could only leave the blood of the dragon to the heirs of the two, and used his own life to protect the crystallization of their love. The news of the sacrificial love soon spread back to the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Emperor was also furious because of this, and launched an army to attack the Huang Empire. The war between the human race and the dragon race began at this point, until the Huang Empire was completely destroyed and turned into the current ruins off thousands of miles. The Dragon Emperor was also forced to lead the Dragon Clan back to Dragon Island under the joint efforts of the Terran powerhouses, and recalled the Dragon Clan people who were still wandering in the Terran territory. Having said this, Lan Qing'er also sighed. Love between different races has always been a taboo. Even if the two truly love each other, they can't resist the obstacles of reality in the end, and in the end, they both end up dead. Even the relationship between the human race and the dragon race has completely deteriorated. And this matter is not over. Before the Dragon Emperor returned to Dragon Island, he left the dragon breath curse on the survivors of the Huang Empire, cursing those survivors can only be under the burning of the dragon breath die painfully. Lan Qing'er continued. It turns out that there is such a thing. The blood wolf showed an educated expression. Prejudice between different races always exists, not to mention the arrogant dragon race. Lan Yi also sighed for the legendary love between the dragon prince and the human princess. Only Qi Lu was silent. From this legend, Qi Lu couldn't find where to find the quest items at all. What about dragon blood? What about the dragon bone? What about dragon soul? Wasting most of the day and listening to a poignant love story? Next, that's the point. Lan Qing'er cleared her throat and continued, the Dragon Emperor stays behind to get the dragon breath curse. It is a curse that will be passed down from generation to generation until the descendants of the Huang Empire completely perish. However, the survivors of the Huang Empire found that dragon blood can't suppress the curse of dragon breath. So, they saved the broken dragon blood from the war between the human race and the dragon race, and used the seal to keep the power of the dragon blood for future generations to use. This is the truth of the sealed land. Lan Qing'er finally concluded. In this way, the treasure of the dragon ruins is the dragon's blood that was collected back then. Lan Yi nodded. Qi Lu also nodded. In this way, the blood of the giant dragon has fallen. In that case, who released the news of the treasure sealed in the ruins of the dragon? Xuanhuan suddenly thought of this question. Who is it? When Lan Qing'er was asked this question, she squinted her eyes and was silent for a long time, before slowly spit out a few words. It's the dragon family. What? Both Xuanhuan and Lan Ye's eyes widened, and their faces were astonished, thinking they had heard it wrong. Even Qi Lu almost didn't spit out. After the war, the dragons all returned to Long Island. Why did they spread such rumors? What I can say next is the lucky secret passed down by the dragon clan back then. Lan Qing'er shook her head and had no plans to continue. After all, there are many people here, and it is better not to spread the secrets of the dragon clan. It's simple. Qi Lu snapped his fingers. Now your voice can only be heard by the four of us present. Store manager, I can't see that you still have such a side. Lan Yi pursed his lips and joked aloud. Just curious. Qi Lu returned without changing his face. We are all curious about this matter, and it's not just the boss alone. Don't sigh these digressions, Lan Qing'er, let's talk about it. Blood Wolf stared at Lan Qing'er with interest and urged. All right. Looking at the expectant gazes of the three, Lan Qing'er sighed. Actually, under the seal, in the dragon's blood, there is something that the survivors of the Huang Empire don't know about. That is the youngest son of the Dragon Emperor, the heir of the two who were desperately protected. This is the last thing the Dragon Emperor did for his youngest son. That is to send his own granddaughter to the sealed land and nourish it with dragon blood. Those who died trying to find the sealed land, after being swallowed up by sealed land, I am afraid all of them will be assimilated by the dragon's blood and used to warm the surviving dragonborn. Lan Qing'er slowly revealed the biggest secret of the sealed land of the dragon ruins that no one knew at all. This is simply a pit dug by the Dragon Emperor for the survivors of the Huang Empire. All are deceived. Okay, that's all I know. Lan Qing'er ignored the shocked gazes of the three, shrugged, turned and walked into the area of the combat power improvement training room. Who the hell is Lan Qing'er who knows so many fortunate secrets? The blood wolf opened his mouth and finally could only let out a sigh. When Lan Yi heard the words, a pair of beautiful eyes swept over. Relax, I swear, I will never say it. Blood Wolf immediately raised his hand and swore at the lights in the store. Qi Lu also nodded silently. Dragon's bone and dragon's soul also have eyes. It seems that in the end, we still have to dig that sealed land. Just don't know how far. Thinking of the problem that is not far away, Qilu decided to study the map. Maybe for this task, the store would have to be closed for 2 days. However, this matter is not in a hurry for the time being. After all, the situation of the ruins of the dragon is still unclear, and Qilu has to improve his strength first. A temporary meeting point for the Broken Waves mercenary squad. Zhuozi was sitting at the table, rubbing his eyebrows, to relieve the fatigue of his thoughts. Qi Yang pushed open the door, walked into the room, and said with a smile, "Zhuozijing, I didn't expect that you would choose to join the Broken Waves mercenary team at this time. Don't say these are useless, Qi Yang, since I joined Duanlong, I won't have a second heart." Zhuozijing sighed. "I definitely won't doubt your loyalty, at least I haven't heard that you Zhuozijing has a glorious history of betrayal." Qi Yang continued to smile, and no one could see that there were other emotions in this smile. It's a pity that Zhuozijing doesn't believe Qi Yang's smile. Qi Yang is like a harmless-looking snake. No one knows when he will suddenly shoot, bite you hard, and inject the venom into your body. Has the news spread out? Zhuozi asked seriously. Of course, but, are you sure this news is true? Qi Yang nodded slightly and asked aloud. The Shattered Rock Mercenary Squad, among the Grandmaster-level mercenary squads, is also a well-known mercenary squad. If the entire army was wiped out in the ruins of the dragon so silently, there must be some doubts. Of course it is true. I have seen these with my own eyes. All of them were killed by Yan Lu, and even himself was swallowed up by the sealed land. Zhuozijing said coldly. In the depths of his eyes, there is a touch of heart palpitations for the rest of his life. Of course I believe you, but I'm still curious about what is in this sealed land. Qi Yang narrowed his eyes. You want to know? Zhuozijing glanced at Qi Yang. Of course I want to know. It's not just me. I'm afraid there are many people in the world who want to know what treasures are buried in the sealed land of the ruins of the dragon. Qi Yang said without hesitation. The sealed place of the dragon ruins is a place that countless people coveted. Since you want to know, I can tell you. Zhuozijing sighed deeply. He escaped from the ruins of the dragon and thought of this before he came to the Broken Waves mercenary team. In the sealed land, dragon blood and treasures of the dragon family are buried. Zhuozijing raised his head and said very seriously. Qi Yang stared at Zhuozijing's eyes. There is no half-truth in it. Dragon blood, and the treasures of the dragon family. Qi Yang repeated. That's right. Zhuozijing affirmed. Half-truths are the hardest to decipher. Okay, Yan Lu has no luck to consume these treasures, so I will accept it with a smile. After confirming the authenticity of the news, Qi Yang couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. That is the treasure of the dragon family. Dragons have always been known for their power, and their treasures are also known for their preciousness. Do you remember the place? Qi Yang asked. Don't worry, I figured it out before I came to the Broken Waves mercenary team. This is my vote. Zhuozijing said indifferently. It's easy to talk to smart people, and we'll start tomorrow. Qi Yang couldn't help but let out a burst of laughter. When we get the treasures of the dragon clan, our Broken Waves mercenary squad will surely become the first mercenary squad. Zhuozi was bowing his head, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Fleeting. Dragon's ruins, sealed land. Yan Lu was bathed in dragon blood, and the scars on his back seemed to be burnt by the flames, which seemed to be lighter. In the surrounding ruins, there are a lot of bones. I feel that the power of the dragon's breath curse is gradually disappearing, and dragon blood is really the best medicine to cure the dragon's breath curse. Yan Lu slowly spit out a suffocating breath. From the formation pattern of the sealed land, the dragon's blood gushing out continuously slapped Yan Lu's body. All the members of the Rockbreaker mercenary squad were swallowed up by the sealed land. But there was no pity or sympathy in Yen Lu's eyes, only the ease that was about to eliminate the dragon's breath curse, and the madness that would do anything for power. Not enough, not enough. These dragon blood are not enough, there is no way for me to completely wash away the curse of dragon breath. The cruelty contained in Yen Li's voice made people feel terrified. Zhuozijing. Orc tribe. The two worms were released, and a group of orcs followed closely behind the worms. This time, be sure to bring back the catalytic god stone. The high priest looked at the worms that were gradually moving away, and waved to the orc who was half kneeling in front of him, go. Yes. A master-level orc leaned over to lead the order, and immediately chased out. It's the direction of Yunwu City again. Could it be that the people of Yunwu City took away the catalyzing stone? This time, I am afraid that the people of the Goryeo Empire will be eager to move again. The high priest's eyes looked into the distance. During this period, any action will make other forces misunderstand. Let me see how the Ice Emperor guarding Cloud Mist City reacts. The high priest muttered to himself with a solemn expression. Be quiet, don't let the patrolling soldiers find your location. New World Mode, Evil Warrior Frontline Dungeon 3, The Secret of the Enemy Camp, Chi La shouted in the guild's communication system. In New World Mode, there are two ways to communicate. One is to shout face to face, in the same way as in reality, and everyone around can hear it. Including those system characters. The other is the guild's communication system, where only the target person can hear the shouting. In a sneak dungeon like Secrets of the Enemy Camp, I have to say that the guild's communication system is particularly useful. Brother the shopkeeper. Ling Diawu followed Qi Lu and pouted a little aggrieved. It's not about you, Xiaoju is the best. Qi Lu smiled and rubbed Ling Diawu's head. Isn't she saying that she is still talking about me? Yu Shuangshi muttered a little speechlessly. Ling Xiao followed beside him without saying a word. He understood that Qi Lu would not be angry with Ling Diawu at all, and it will be better for him to be more conspicuous. So as not to take the blame for Ling Diawu for no reason and not know. Keep going, you'll be out soon. Qi Lu waved his hand and pointed to the front. The process of the dungeon Secrets of the Enemy Camp is very simple. It is to enter the enemy's camp, search through all the tents, and then escape from the enemy's camp to complete the mission. During this period, it cannot be detected by patrolling soldiers. Of course, being discovered is not a direct failure, but because after being discovered, it will be submerged in the enemy camp by a steady stream of soldiers. After all, the maximum number of people in this dungeon is 4. In a place like the enemy camp, there is no upper limit on the number of enemy troops, and the enemy will only be constantly refreshed. And since this is a sneak dungeon, brushing monsters doesn't give experience at all. So after the Secrets of the Enemy Camp dungeon came out, no one would spawn monsters in it from about the next day. As long as it is found, just exit the copy and re-enter. This also saves some time. Beep. A sharp whistle sounded suddenly. The 4 of Qi Lu were suddenly shocked. This was the whistle of the soldiers off the enemy patrol. Oops, how did it get discovered? It must be because you didn't hide it well. Qi Lu pulled Ling Diawu back, and then gave Ling Xiao a fierce look. Yu Shuangshi saw with her own eyes that Ling Diawu was discovered by the patrolling soldiers. Ling Xiao was full of grievances, but he really didn't know who to talk to. Don't talk too much, take out the weapon. Qi Lu immediately took out the staff from his backpack. Store manager, don't we quit the dungeon? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. What are you doing with your exit? It's just right now. You guys hold those miscellaneous soldiers, and I'll go to the main general's tent. Qi Lu waved his hand and kicked the fire stand beside him. The fire spread immediately. Then Qi jumped out before the 2 and 1 cat could react. After the patrolling soldiers are alerted, there will be one more person in the tent used to store weapons and equipment in the enemy camp. It is the main commander of the enemy army. This incident was also accidentally discovered by those newcomers when their infiltrating ability was insufficient. However, the strength of the main general is simply not something they can handle at this stage. Of course they can't deal with it. The sneak dungeon is not a combat dungeon. Why do you want to open Wushuang when you can assassinate it? Qi quietly opened a gap in the tent, confirming that the main general was facing away from him. If you don't find it, then the mission is complete. Qi waved his staff, condensed an ice thorn, and directly gave the master who had his back to him a backstab. What? The main general let out a scream, and then fell to the ground without making a sound. The typical front is fierce as a tiger and the back is as crisp as paper. Qi knew that this was the setting of the dungeon, so he didn't hesitate. After backstabbing the main general, he immediately ran into the tent. There is a treasure chest in front of the master. There is a treasure map inside. Qi quickly picked up the treasure map, which was something that had never appeared when searching for this tent before. System announcement: the secret of the enemy camp, the treasure map of the main general was discovered, and the 4th instance of the front line of the evil warrior, officially opened. The system announcement sounded 3 times in a row. Then Qi found that he, Ling Xiao, and others had all been sent out copies. Store manager, you didn't get the treasure map after defeating the main general. Ling Xiao looked at Qi with a horrified expression. In the copy of the secrets of the enemy camp, Ling Xiao had seen how powerful the main general was. Whether it is an attribute or a level, it is a crushing level. The basic situation is, don't let the main general's attack touch in the battle, even if it is wiped to the side. Once it is touched, it is an instant kill. Of course, you can get the treasure map only after you kill the main general. Qi glanced at Ling Xiao and said lightly, "Store manager, you really are, really amazing." Ling Xiao didn't know what to say about Qi Li's tone. In such a short period of time, he had killed such a formidable opponent, yet still had such an indifferent look. I really don't know how strong the store manager really is. Okay, let's not discuss this. The new dungeon is open, go get ready, let's continue. Qi waved his hand to stop the topic from continuing. Although Qi was determined to stop it, the story of the store manager's victory over the godlike commander on the land in 1 minute was still circulating in the store. So that these people have a clear understanding of Qi Li's strength. That is Qi Li's strength, which has reached a point where it is difficult for them to match. Manager Qi, your fighting skills, the old man is ashamed. 2 days after the news of this incident, even Gu Pingchuan couldn't help patting Qi Li's shoulder, sighing that he was getting old. Every time I encounter such a situation, Qi would like to say something in particular. You have to fight head-on with an assassination target, so what can you do? Fighting head-on with the main general is the plot kill set by the dungeon Rao is because your strength is against the sky, and you have to kneel in the dungeon. But in the end, Qi still did not say this sentence. Because that battle was not the main storyline of the dungeon anyway, speaking it out would hurt their self-esteem. 3 weights and 1, you can drive when you come, preferably a shield knight. Come to the pastor, there is no pastor. If you want an earth element magician, it's best to know dungeon magic and earth barrier magic, or you won't be able to survive. After the Evil Warrior Frontline Dungeon 4, Evil Warrior Dungeon was opened, it was really lively under the city walls of the Frontline City. The reason is because of a skill book that appeared on the trading system. Evil Spirit's Body Skill Book. After using it, you will learn the Evil Spirit's Body skill, which is limited to fighting Qi class. Body of Evil Spirit, continuously augmented martial arts, when activated, will temporarily obtain the Body of Evil Spirits, burn Do Qi, greatly enhance various attributes of oneself, and greatly strengthen other martial arts. The enhancement rate increases with the level of the evil spirit's body skill. While the body of the evil spirit is on, when the user receives a fatal attack, it will be immune to the death and turn off the body of the evil spirit. After that, the evil body skill will enter a cooldown period of 720 hours. After the skill level of the body of evil spirits exceeds level 30, the enhanced body of evil spirits will be turned on. After the body of evil spirits skill is forcibly turned off and enters the cooldown, the enhanced body of evil spirits can be turned on. Enhanced evil spirit body, burns blood, greatly enhances its own attributes and all moves. During the duration of the enhanced evil spirit body, the user is completely immune to death. It is the skill book that is produced only by this evil warrior dungeon, which makes all the fighting chi classes in the store go crazy. Even Qi Lu was somewhat amazed at the power of the body of evil spirit skill. This is the second big map, the front line of the evil spirit warriors, the only one of the self-created martial arts that the system has put in the New World mode. Not the original martial arts of this world. So when someone sees this skill book in the trading system, the first reaction is to not believe it. But after someone learned this skill with a curious mind and used the martial skill of the body of the evil spirit, everyone's first reaction was, we must learn this martial skill. This is definitely a magic trick. Even if there is a 1-month cooldown after being immune to a death, the value of the evil body skill will not be reduced by half. Because after turning on the body of the evil spirit, the increase of various attributes and the strengthening of other martial arts can also make the body of the evil spirit skill ranked among the magical skills. The only pity is that it is limited to the class of fighting chi. This made the magician class staunchly depressed for several days. In fact, after the appearance of the evil spirit's body skill book, Qi Lu was the first to see it, and also asked the system. System, is this martial skill really immune to death? System, of course, in fact, there are not many powers of heaven and earth that need to be invoked to be immune to death. The real difficulty is to be immune to death anytime, anywhere, or, to be immune to damage. In the skill description, the system undoubtedly set a text trap. That is to play the effect of immunity to death, only during the duration of the martial arts, and it is only immune to death, not immune to damage. Because to open the body of the evil spirit, it is necessary to burn vindictive energy, even one's own blood. The more intense the battle, the faster the vindictive energy or blood will be burned. At the moment when the fighting chi and blood burn out, if they are not out of danger, I am afraid that they will not be able to survive. When it comes to playing with text traps, you are really experienced. Qi Li had already guessed how those magical skills that could be immune to death could be learned so casually. However, this did not hinder the enthusiasm of the customers in the store for the evil body skill book. Moreover, since the body of evil skill is a self-created skill of the system, if you want to increase the level, you cannot simply use skill points to add it. Instead, it requires the evil body skill book and skill points to be used together. Each level of the evil body skill requires a evil body skill book and a skill point. This is also the reason why the body of evil skill book is so hot recently. And the price on the trading system has been high. Store manager, the explosion rate of this evil spirit's body skill book is still low. After Ling Xiao came out of the evil warrior dungeon, he immediately began to complain about Qi Lu. The blood wolf who brushed the book with Ling Xiao also agreed. The higher the value of the skill book, the lower the explosion rate. Don't you know that? Qi Li's fluttering words blocked all Ling Xiao's complaints. The low explosion rate of the skill book is the consistent style of the system. What's more, it is such a powerful self-created skill. If you don't take the opportunity to dig more spiritual crystals, the black heart written on the system's face will probably fade. Then why don't you come and bring us 2 brushes, the store manager? Ling Xiao changed the subject and invited him again. No, it's too tiring to play the evil warrior dungeon. Qi Lu quickly waved his hand, expressing that he was not interested. The Ghost Warrior copy, its background is the origin of the big map of the Ghost Warrior frontline. The two countries are at war, and the treasures discovered are the secrets of the evil spirit warriors. This evil spirit warrior is also known as the Undead Warrior. And this dungeon of the evil spirit warriors, under the attack of a large number of evil spirit warriors, lasted for half an hour until the reinforcements of the frontline city arrived, even if the dungeon task was completed. The number limit is 4 to 8 people. A full half an hour. And because the evil spirit warriors are extremely difficult to eliminate, the experience gain rate is far lower than the battlefield copy. If it wasn't for the final settlement, the evil spirit's body skill book might be revealed. Qilu really didn't know how many teams could survive. This is simply torment. But it is precisely because of the evil spirit's body skill book that the evil spirit warrior dungeon is more popular than the first 3 dungeons. Since the store manager is unwilling to come, let's brush it again. Do you still have enough time for Xuanhuan? Ling Xiao habitually flipped through the trading system to see if there were any new skill books on the shelves, and then asked. I can swipe again. Okay, I took another picture of the body of an evil spirit, which is comfortable. The blood wolf was also looking at the trading system. It's all a habit formed during this time. Tisk, it's only 2 seconds later, you guys are really fast. Ding. Request support. Ding. Ding. Request support. The membership card made a clear sound, and the blood wolf frowned, and immediately took out the membership card. The guild message is displayed above. Captain, there are brothers outside Yunwu City, and they encounter orcs, and they can't hold it anymore. Everyone in the guild who sees the news, please come to support. The location is outside the Cloud Forest. Orc? What's going on? The blood wolf frowned and stood up immediately. Blood wolf, what's wrong with you? Ling Xiao asked aloud when he noticed that the blood wolf suddenly stopped moving in the copy. It's nothing, some brothers are in trouble, I'll come when I go. The blood wolf didn't say anything about the orcs, because he didn't know what happened. Need help? Ling Xiao asked, concerned. I don't need it for the time being, it shouldn't be a big problem. Bloodwolf shook his head and hurriedly left the Chila shop. Outskirts of Cloud Forest. More than a dozen members of the Blood Wolf squad were surrounded by a group of orcs. There are traces of fighting on the ground, and black-red soil stained with blood. Each member of the Blood Wolf squad has large and small wounds on their bodies, and a few of them have to be supported with weapons before they can stand up. The leading orc looked at the dead worm in the palm of his hand, then raised his head and said indifferently, "Where is the catalytic stone? If you don't hand it over, this is your burial place." Pooh. The mercenary holding the big sword spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "What is the catalyst stone? I don't know what it is." I don't know? If you don't know, why do you have the aura of fighting chi in the place where the catalyst stone disappeared? The leading orc sneered. There are many places where our grudges erupted. Who knows what you are talking about? The big sword mercenary sneered. You are stubborn, it seems that you are unwilling to hand over the catalyst stone. The leading orc's face turned gloomy. Leader Naxian, since they won't say it, it's the same when they bring it back to the tribe for torture. Next to the leading orc, a thin orc said. You don't need to say this, the leading orc Naxian said coldly, do it, capture it alive, and bring it back to the tribe for torture. Yes. The waiting orcs took their orders and immediately attacked the dozen or so mercenaries surrounded by them. They are the elites dispatched this time to find the catalyzing god stone under the leadership of the master-level Naxian. It is easy to capture these non-professional mercenaries. The members of the Blood Wolf squad were injured in the previous battle. Fighting now, it is not the opponent of these orcs at all. Naxian stood outside the battle circle, his face always gloomy. The battle process was nothing to see. Na Xian thought about how to report Toth High Priest after returning to the orc tribe. Found it. The group of orcs over there, let Grandpa look this way. Just as this one-sided battle was about to come to an end, a loud screeching sound suddenly came from outside the cloud forest. Na Xian raised his head and saw a group of mercenaries flying over from a distance. Beastman Chops, how dare you come to make trouble outside Yunwu City? Bloodwolf raised his holy light knight sword and approached slowly, his eyes fixed on Na Xian. This is the leading beastman at first glance. Reinforcement, how did you pass the news? Na Xian squinted his eyes and asked curiously. You don't need to take care of this matter. You hurt my Bloodwolf brother, are you ready? Bloodwolf gasped, pointed the tip of his sword at Na Xian, and said angrily. Get ready? If you don't hand over the divine catalyst stone today, you won't be able to leave alone. Na Xian is also a master-level powerhouse after all. He was pointed at by a professional class with a sword, and the anger in his heart immediately rose. The Grandmaster level aura also erupted. Grandmaster level, no wonder you dare to say such a big thing. The Bloodwolf was oppressed by this momentum and his chest was tight, and he said through gritted teeth. If you only have this ability, then you will all be buried here today. Na Xian snorted coldly and slapped the Blood Wolf with a slap. This seems to be an ordinary palm, but the Blood Wolf knows that it carries unparalleled power. The power of the master class is definitely not something that the professional class can resist. Brothers, fill up the state and go all out. The Blood Wolf met Na Xian fearlessly, took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth, and then inserted the holy light knight sword into the ground. The holy light shines. With a loud shout, the Blood Wolf's vindictive energy poured into the holy light knight's sword crazily. In an instant, the holy light shines like a dazzling scorching sun, shining one of everyone in the Blood Wolf squad. At that moment, a shadow of a knight holding a giant shield appeared behind the Blood Wolf, standing between heaven and earth. Although the night phantom is only fleeting, but that majestic and vast aura was enough to make people palpitate. Bam! Na Xian's attack hit the Blood Wolf's chest. The holy light seemed to condense a giant shield, which actually shook Naxian back and forth. What is this? Na Xian looked at the holy light on the Blood Wolf in disbelief, and a huge wave surged in his heart. The phantom of that fleeting night exudes a mighty aura that is definitely not weaker than a peak heroic powerhouse. Even better than the Beast King and High Priest of the Orc tribe. Could it be that this mercenary is holding a weapon that has been blessed by power of a hero-level peak powerhouse? Blocked. The Blood Wolf is not at all surprised by this scene. Holy light, the duty of a knight is to be brave and fearless. Where the holy light shines, the user is in a state of absolute defense, but cannot attack, and all the attributes of the allies are doubled, lasting 10 minutes and cooling down for 12 hours. When the Blood Wolf was not as strong as it is now, he used Holy Light to stop an Iron Mountain Beast. Iron Mountain Beast, which is good at collision, is not weaker than a Grandmaster in terms of strength. Now, the Blood Wolf is stronger, and the power of the Holy Light will naturally be stronger. It's just that the stronger the enemy blocked, the greater the loss of the Holy Light Knight's sword. The Blood Wolf doesn't know that the Knight of Light Sword can use Holy Light Shine a few more times. No, the hero class of Cloud City is not a knight. The weapons in the hands of this mercenary are treasures brought from the ruins. Na Xian suddenly thought of this. The hero level of Cloud Mist City, after several trials, the information obtained should be the ice element magician. The mercenary in front of him now, the knight sword in his hand, must be a treasure brought out from the ruins. Only the treasures in the ruins can have such power. Thinking of this, Na Xian couldn't help showing a trace of greed in his eyes. Treasures have been inhabited by the virtuous since ancient times. If you can take the initiative to hand over the knight sword in your hand, I can let you go. Naxian did not hide the greed in his eyes, and said directly to the blood wolf. Oh, a joke. If I give you the night sword, I'm afraid it will only die faster. The blood wolf sneered, unmoved at all. The members of the surrounding blood wolf squad, after using the medicinal pill, with the blessing of the holy light, their strength has stably controlled those orcs. In the absence of Naxian, victory is only a matter of time. Since you are stubborn, then I can only kill you and take the night sword from your corpse. After a few minutes of confrontation with the blood wolf, Naxian suddenly found something wrong. If I guessed correctly, you can't move in this state. Cut. The blood wolf grinned and didn't answer. Looks like I guessed right, then I'll wait for your state to end before killing you. Naxian's face showed a gloomy look. What do you want to do? Blood wolf widened his eyes. I can't move you now, then I'll kill the others first. It's really refreshing to see your desperate expression before you die. A creepy smile appeared on the corner of Naxian's mouth. You bastard, come back to me. The blood wolf was horrified and hurriedly shouted loudly. Even with the blessing of the holy light, it is absolutely impossible for the professional class to be the opponent of the master class. This is the gap in the realm. It's also a power gap. Not everyone has a monster-level fighting talent that can leapfrog an undefeated. Not every race has power far beyond that of other races. Looks like I guessed right again. Naxian grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, and slowly walked towards the members of the blood wolf squad who were fighting other orcs. Go back to me. Damn. The blood wolf roared unwillingly, but after the holy light is turned on, it cannot move unless the duration expires. Yo, it's been a long time since I saw such an unwilling expression from you. But at this moment, a voice that was very familiar to the blood wolf rang suddenly. Tiger Hunt. After the blood wolf heard the sound, he shouted in surprise. You still remember my voice? I thought I was on a mission for 2 days, and you forgot about me. Husho took a few steps and came to the blood wolf. If I hadn't read the guild news in the membership card, I would have never expected to see your expression. Tiger Hunt smiled heartily. I knew that it was the most correct decision to pull you into the Blood Wolf Guild. Go and stop that Grandmaster-level orc. I will be able to recover in just 2 minutes. The Blood Wolf said anxiously. 2 minutes, no need, it's better for you to continue to maintain this state. Husho carried the dragon-marked giant axe, and the Grandmaster-level aura suddenly burst out. You have actually been promoted to the master level. The Blood Wolfsmud really has a feeling of going from hell to heaven. Of course, otherwise why would I do this mission? Husho smiled, and then suddenly let out a violent shout, that orc bastard over there, let me meet you. Naxian stopped at the moment Tiger Hunt's momentum erupted and turned around slowly. Who are you? You dare to interfere in the affairs of the orc tribe, aren't you afraid of causing trouble for yourself? Naxian warned coldly. I won't come here if I'm afraid of getting into trouble. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Come on. Husho threw the dragon-marked giant axe off his shoulders, and the axe blade slammed heavily on the ground. The power of the holy light was blessed by Tiger Hunt, which made his strength more than half stronger. Since you don't listen to the advice, then I'll show you what kind of power Aerial Master has. Naxian grinned, revealing sharp teeth. Vindictiveness burst out of his body, lingering around him. The Grandmaster-level aura that erupted soared once again. Most of the people of the orc tribe believe in the power of their own flesh, and they have very few choices in the weapons they use. The same is true for Naxian. Moreover, after being promoted to the master level, the fighting chi can be condensed into an entity, and it will not fall behind on weapons. Boom! There was an explosion under Naxian's feet, causing countless gravel to fly towards Tiger Hunt. On the ground, a circle of cracks suddenly shattered, and Naxian flew out, like a thunder, extremely fast. As far as speed is concerned, Na Xian is at the forefront of the master class. If it's just fast, it doesn't do anything. Hu Shou raised the dragon-patterned axe and counted the time in his heart. When it comes to attack speed, in the single-player mode of the combat power improvement arena, whether it is a swordsman or a battle mage, it must surpass the master-level orc in front of him. Hu Shou admitted that he really couldn't keep up with the attack speed of the battle mage. However, as Tiger Hunt said, if it is just a fast attack, it is useless in the face of an opponent whose combat skills are far superior to one's own. Coming. Hu Shou frowned, and he could clearly feel the fluctuations of dou qi around his body. Na Xian's attack speed is indeed top-notch. It was only a moment when he stirred up gravel to cover his attacking movements and came to Hu Shou's side. Change to other Genmo master-level powerhouses, and it is very likely that they will not be able to react. This is also the foundation of Na Xian. It's a pity that what he encountered was a master-level powerhouse trained by Devil in the battle-strengthening arena. Long way. Tiger Hunt seized this fleeting opportunity, and his fighting chi poured into the dragon-marked axe. The terrifying dragons might burst out instantly, like a monstrous wave, slapping at the incoming Na Xian. Although the skill strength of rare weapons is not as good as the dragon bone armor in Qi Li's store manager's suit, the dragon might burst out. However, the strength of the dragon that burst out of the dragon-patterned axe in an instant is also a heroic dragon. Even if it's just the strength to be promoted to hero level. But for Na Xian, it was like a thunderbolt that slammed into his mind. Immediately, his mind was in a trance. It was this trance that made Na Xian's movements pause for a moment, and Husha grabbed his body. You lose. Hu Shou raised the dragon-patterned axe, and the fighting chi swept through the whole body, and a terrifying power erupted. Under the blessing of the holy light, it became even more tyrannical. The seal of the brave emerged directly from the wrist. Brave level skill, heavy slash. Dragon-marked great axe effect trigger, smash. With an axe, its momentum is like opening a mountain and cracking rocks, and the sound of breaking through the sky is like a scream that ripped apart the sky. White light flashed, and a splash of blood was startled. Puff. Blood spurted out of Na Xian's mouth uncontrollably. The smashing effect directly shattered Na Xian's body protection aura. The giant force was introduced into Na Xian's body through the axe blade, and the terrifying wound rolled over, revealing the white bones inside, and the blood spurted wildly outwards like no money. With just one blow, a Grandmaster-level powerhouse completely lost his ability to fight. Blood Wolf, I think it will be good for you to follow me and play support in the future. Tiger Hunter flipped his wrist and shook the blood off the axe blade, making fun of the Blood Wolf. Go away, I'm a guardian knight, who will help you. The duration of the holy light was just over, and the Blood Wolf's feet were soft, but fortunately, there was a knight's sword supporting him, so he didn't fall down. Powerful skills must have corresponding high consumption. After using the holy light, it is only a Blood Wolf of the professional class, and there is not much combat power. Fortunately, Tiger Hunt arrived in time. If you don't get promoted to the Grandmaster level quickly, then I'm afraid you can only help me in the future. Hu Shou also relaxed after confirming that Na Xian was no longer able to fight. This time, it was the Blood Wolf team's turn to have a Grandmaster, while Fjorks did not have a Grandmaster. Na Xian clutched the wound tightly, blood still oozing from his fingers unstoppably. Hu Shou's fighting chi was still raging in his body, and Naxian tried to lift the fighting chi several times but failed to restrain the injury. Impossible, you can't be this strong. Na Xian gritted his teeth, his face distorted due to blood loss and pain. You don't understand this, but the boss has been emphasizing to us that knowing ourselves and knowing our enemies, we will never be in danger in 100 battles. Most of the battles are not head-to-head, but so-called weak points. Hu Shou carried the dragon-patterned axe and walked towards Na Xian, talking ash walked. Unless the two are similar in strength and combat skills, as long as there is a gap in one item, the battle will end soon. This battle is not because Na Xian's strength is not as good as Tiger Hunt. In terms of rank alone, Na Xian, who has been promoted to the Grandmaster level long ago, is definitely stronger than Tiger Hunt, who was promoted to Grandmaster level not long ago. But the bad thing is that Na Xian's fighting skills are not as good as Tiger Hunt, but he still underestimates the enemy. As a result, Hu Shou seized the opportunity, and at the moment when Na Xian was intimidated by the dragon might, he directly attacked with all his strength, disintegrating the combat effectiveness of Na Xian, who was completely defenseless. It's a pity that Na Xian understood it too late. It turns out that I underestimated the enemy. Na Xian gritted his teeth, his face turned pale. Now that you understand, then please go on your way. Hu Shou raised Fedragon-marked axe. As Na Xian said, Tiger Hunt is not willing to provoke the orc tribe unless it is necessary. After all, in the orc tribe, there are really 2 hero levels, and if they really want to kill a Grandmaster level, I am afraid no one will care. Therefore, none of these orcs can be let go. Na Xian, whose vindictiveness had long since collapsed, no longer had the ability to resist. At the moment Tiger Hunt arrived, these orcs were doomed to be wiped out. Orc Tribe, Sacrificial Hall. The high priest, who was sitting cross-legged on the futon in the hall, suddenly opened his eyes. Deep eyes emerged from the shadows under the hood, and looked in the direction of the cloud forest. Na Xian's aura has disappeared. Could it be that the Ice Emperor did it? No, there is no heroic aura. It shouldn't be the Ice Emperor who took the shot, but the person who stole the catalyzing stone has a master level. The high priest's thoughts turned back, and his eyes were taken back. Since it wasn't the Ice Emperor who took action, it means that he will not participate in this kind of struggle. The Goryeo Empire should get the news, and then it will depend on their actions. The sound in the sacrificial hall soon disappeared. The high priest bowed his head slightly, and returned to the beginning, like a statue. In the cloud forest, the news of the battle between the orcs and the mercenaries soon reached the ears of the surrounding forces. The Goryeo Empire, which is on the border of the cloud forest, got the news right away. The orc tribe has begun to send out the master class. Are they testing the cloud city? After the Goryeo Empire's South Commander received the news, he immediately thought of this matter. There may be hero-level things in Yunwu City. Since the orc tribe tried it, they also passed the news to the Goryeo Empire. And after the last time, after the heroic coercion really broke out in the cloud forest, this matter was confirmed. Although the heroic coercion burst out, it has the breath of the dragon family. But if there is another hero level in Yunwu City, how can there be other powers that can let such a dragon clan unscrupulously release his coercion? It's just that after that incident, the heroic powerhouse never showed up again. The attack of the orc tribe this time is undoubtedly a test. They are testing the hero level of Cloud City, whether they will take action and participate in this event. The hero level didn't make a move. Military Lieutenant Xuanhuan took a piece of white paper from the desk, took out a quill, and began to write the news that needed to be reported. They don't need to know if the hero is going to shoot. They just need to know the attitude of this hero. Is it affiliated to the Huangyuan Empire, or lives in seclusion in the Huangyuan Empire? That's great. I took another picture of the evil spirit's body skill book. Ling Xiao couldn't help but cheer. As long as he gets another evil spirit body skill book, Ling Xiao will have 30 copies, and then he will be able to raise the evil spirit body skill to level 30 in one go. It must be explained here. The skill points in the New World mode are not obtained only by leveling up. In fact, if skill points can only be obtained by leveling up, then there is no way to add points to such a huge skill tree owned by each class. In addition to the automatic acquisition of skill points, you can also use spirit crystals to buy them in the store, or use items that increase skill points. In short, as long as you are willing to pay Krypton gold, you can get it. In this regard, the system is still very generous. The only limitation is that its own level will limit the level cap of martial arts and magic in the skill tree. This is not a problem that Krypton can solve. This is a matter of principle. The body of a 30th level evil spirit, Ling Xiao, you are really willing. Xuanhuan sat aside, his tone was rather surprised. After brushing the evil spirit warrior dungeon, the explosion rate of the skill book was really impressive, so most of Ling Xiao's skill books must have been received through the trading system. The evil body skill book is not cheap in the trading system. What's this? The evil spirit's body skill must be upgraded to level 30 to show its true power. Ling Xiao made an expert appearance and began to point out Jiangshan. The body of the 30th level evil spirit is not only for the increase of the increase rate with the increase of the skill level. More importantly, it is for the body of the enhanced evil spirit. So that's the case. Blood Wolf nodded in agreement. Since the encounter with the orcs outside the Cloud City, the Blood Wolf squad has been recuperating in the city for the past few days. At that time, the skill level of the body of the evil spirit is sufficient, and it will not be so embarrassing. It is a pity that for the Blood Wolf, it is obviously more valuable to use the holy light to illuminate the body than to use the fighting spirit to use the body of the evil spirit. However, if the body of the evil spirit can be raised to level 30. Even after the Blood Wolf used up the holy light, he still had enough energy to fight. There's only one copy left, Blood Wolf, let's go and try a dungeon together. Ling Xiao greeted. Just to try how powerful the body of the evil spirit is. Okay, I want to try it too. Blood Wolf readily accepted the invitation. A copy of the Ghost Warrior, enter. There is no plot at all in this dungeon. There is only a letter that first appeared in the hands of the team captain, which reads, "Please be sure to guard this place and wait for the arrival of reinforcements." Then there are a large number of evil spirit warriors, which began to frantically impact the player's front. It is precisely because this is a defensive dungeon, so the team that brushes the book basically puts the meat shield at the front, and then is contained by the magician at the back. It would be better to have one or two priests. Unfortunately, the priest class is really rare. Rao is so, there are often teams unable to withstand the impact of the evil spirit warriors, thus causing the dungeon to fail. But fortunately, Ling Xiao and Xuanhuan were considered high-level play. The Blood Wolf has resisted, and the left front must not be lost. The long spear in Ling Xiao's hand swung wildly, and all the evil spirit warriors that rushed up flew back. I know, but I can't stand it anymore. The Blood Wolf grimaced, holding Ashield in one hand, and the knight's sword in the other hand swept out from time to time. The team members behind them are also trying their best to push the evil spirit warriors back. However, in the face of the wave-like offensive of the evil spirit warriors, it is really not enough. Persistent dungeons are really unfriendly to offensive rank. Ling Xiao even activated the body of the evil spirit, and he was about to bunable to withstand it. Hey, is this the body of an evil spirit? Did you use it like this? Qi Li happened to pass by Ling Xiao, and when he saw the scene in the crystal ball, he asked with some doubts. It's not like this, how else can you use it, store manager? Don't make any trouble, I'm about to beat the dungeon. Ling Xiao said with a bitter face. No wonder you fought so hard. Qi Li was not in a hurry, just stood beside the booth and watched Ling Xiao and his team fight. Then, because of the opening of the body of the evil spirit, the fighting ki was exhausted. Then, it was overwhelmed by the evil spirit warriors. Finally, the copy fails. If I had known, I wouldn't have created so many offensive ranks. Ling Xiao said angrily after he left the dungeon. Alas, I really can't defend myself. Blood Wolf also sighed. Don't talk about you rookies. As long as you have the body of an evil spirit, you can beat the evil spirit warrior as well as a full offensive class. Qi Li couldn't help but say aloud. Boss, I know you can't learn the body of an evil spirit, but you don't need to take this opportunity to talk about our dishes. The blood wolf spread his hands. Chi Li's class in the New World mode is a great magician, which is well known. I have nothing to do. I have to tell you what you are doing, but you haven't noticed it. If the body of the evil spirit is closed by itself, is there no cooling time? Chi Li asked, with an expressionless face. When Ling Xiao and Xuanhuan heard the words, they looked at each other, and both saw confusion in each other's eyes. You really don't know? Chi Li's eyebrows twitched, showing a dumbfounded expression. Store manager, just say what you want to say. Ling Xiao felt as if he had caught something, but he couldn't remember it. Don't you guys turn on and off in seconds? Chi Li pointed out. The body of the evil spirit is a continuous augmented martial art with no cooling. Unless it is forced to close after being immune to death, it is in a state of no cooling. In this case, it is completely possible to open the body of the evil spirit at the moment of shooting, and close the moment when it is closed. So as not to waste a trace of grudge. It's just that to achieve this level, the requirements for combat awareness and multitasking ability are very high. For Ling Xiao and Xuanhuan, they haven't thought about this kind of use for the time being. But now that Chi Li mentions it, they can be said to be stunned, showing an expression of sudden realization. Manager, you are really amazing. You can't even learn the skills, yet you understand how to use it at such a high level. Ling Xiao looked at Chi Li in talk. As expected of the boss, we easily thought of something we couldn't think of at all. Xuanhuan also had an expression of there is still such a use on his face. People in the New World mode also learned about the use of the body of evil spirits through the propaganda of Ling Xiao and Xuanhuan. For a while, the store was all shocked by Chi Li. And he was surprised at Chi Li's understanding of combat skills and his ability to use them in actual combat. Chi Li could only pretend to be profound with his expressionless face. This has nothing to do with combat skills. This is all about the understanding of skills. This group of guys from other worlds came into contact with online games for the first time, so it is certain that the understanding of game skills is not in place. But Chi Li did not expect that this was too inappropriate. Go ahead, don't worry about me. Chi Li waved his hand, avoiding these shocked gazes, strolled to the corner, found a booth and sat down. Not to mention the liveliness in the Chi Li store. On the 5th day that Zhuo Zijing joined the Broken Waves mercenary squad, Qi Yang gathered all the members of the Broken Waves mercenary squad, and then led by Zhuo Zijing, came to the ruins of the dragon. Thousands of miles of ruins are still the same. Zhuo Zijing, are you sure you remembered correctly? Qi Yang followed behind Zhuo Zijing and suddenly asked aloud. Don't doubt me, I said this is my boat certificate, so I can't be wrong. Zhuo Zijing snorted coldly and walked forward without any hesitation. The dragon's ruins are truly off the beaten track. Compared with the uninhabited Great Desert, it is not too much. Time passed slowly, and under the leadership of Zhuo Zijing, the ruins that stretched for thousands of miles also began to change slightly. Wait, Zhuo Zijing, this is a white bone. Qi Yang noticed that among the ruins, there were many skeletons out of nowhere. Looking at the dried blood on it, it seems that it hasn't died long. I just don't know why, in such a short period of time, the flesh and blood have disappeared, and only this pile of bones is left. What's going on? Qi Yang keenly sensed something wrong. The sharp eyes immediately turned to Zhuo Zijing. Has it arrived already? Zhuo Zijing's eyes were a little dazed, staring at white bones among the ruins, and a look of pain suddenly appeared on his face. What's wrong with you? Qi Yang also noticed the pain on Zhuo Zijing's face. Here is the corner of the sealed land, and the place where the entire army of the Broken Rock mercenary team was wiped out. Zhuo Zijing's face became very ugly, and he seemed very reluctant to think about it. What? Qi Yang was startled in his heart, and immediately pulled out a long sword, looked around vigilantly, and shouted loudly, "Everyone is on guard, this is the place of seal. Ready to respond to possible dangers." Even the rock-shattering mercenary team was broken here. Although Qi Yang is arrogant, he also knows that according to the real situation, the Broken Waves mercenary squad and the Broken Rock mercenary squad are only half a pound, and even the Broken Waves mercenary squad is even weaker. There is no need to be so vigilant. Before the sealed land is opened, there will be no danger. Zhuo Zixing's face flashed a trace of struggle, but it was quickly covered up. "You guys are ready, I'm about to open the sealed land now." "It is good." After Qi Yang responded, he also pulled out another long sword, took a few steps back, and his vigilant gaze also fell on Zhuo Zixing. The members of the Broken Waves mercenary team also began to step back, and they surrounded Zhuo Zixing faintly. "You still don't believe me, either." Zhuo Zixing took out a glass bottle from his arms, which contained more than half a bottle of blood. "This is the blood of strict law, the blood of the cursed power of the dragon's breath. Open it, sealed land." Snapped. Zhuo Zixing directly smashed the glass bottle into the ruins, and in an instant, the glass splashed and the blood burst out, flowing wantonly on these broken bricks and broken tiles. A dazzling light suddenly appeared on the ground. That is the pattern of the sealed land. The blood in the glass bottle flowed down from the broken bricks and tiles, and was quickly swallowed by the pattern. Everyone's attention was attracted by the pattern of the sealed land. This is the sealed place of the ruins of the dragon, and there are treasures of the dragon family buried in it. How can people not expect it? After the array pattern swallowed all the blood that Zhuo Zixing smashed out, it emitted a dim light, and then scorching dragon blood slowly emerged from the array pattern. It's really dragon blood. Qi Yang could feel the surging power contained in the blood that emerged from the pattern. Dragon blood has been regarded as a kind of treasure since ancient times. The purer the dragon's blood, the more precious the dragon's blood flowing in the body of the high-level dragon clan. Whether it is used to temper the physique, or used as an extremely rare material to refine high-level alchemy potions, it is the best choice. In particular, some extremely precious alchemy potions, in which dragon blood is used as a material, cannot be replaced by other materials. Often the effects of these alchemy potions are extremely powerful. Although these dragon blood pools are not used, even if they are collected and sold to those alchemists, the spiritual crystals earned are enough for him to leave a life without being a mercenary. There is actually dragon blood. It seems that there are treasures of the dragon family buried in this sealed land. When Qi Yang saw the dragon's blood, he completely believed what Zhuo Zixing said. If the dragon family hadn't sealed the treasure here, how could there be Samic dragon blood here? Brothers, after entering the sealed land, take out all the treasures inside first, and then we will distribute these treasures when we are in a safe place. As long as there are enough treasures, I promise, everyone has a share. Qi Yang raised a hand, and after attracting everyone's attention, he first explained the rules after entering the sealed land. If there is a scramble for treasures in the sealed land, who knows if it will attract other dangers? Please wait a moment, after the dragon's blood is scattered, the entrance to the sealed land will open. Zhuo Zi was standing at the front, staring at the pattern, and said, "Captain, do you need to collect dragon blood?" The members of the Broken Waves mercenary team suddenly asked aloud. "I don't need it for the time being, the treasures of the dragon family are more important, and the dragon's blood won't run if it is put here." Qi Yang waved his hand, indicating that there is no need to waste time. Dragon blood is not water, even if it is roasted by flames, the fiery dragon blood will not evaporate. Unless the energy in the dragon's blood is completely dissipated, the dragon's blood will dry up. However, when the Broken Waves mercenary team was staring at the pattern, the dragon blood scattered around slowly surrounded everyone, and then formed a simple magic circle on the ground. This subtle movement, under the cover of the ruins, was not noticed by any Oni at all. The dragon's blood has been dispersed, why hasn't the entrance appeared yet? Qi Yang stared at the pattern, and after waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour, he asked angrily. However, this time Shu Zijing did not answer Qi Yang's words, but looked behind Qi Yang in horror. Of course the entrance won't appear. The treasure of the dragon family, I just a lie to deceive you. A cold voice suddenly appeared behind Qi Yang. The bloodthirsty and brutality in the voice gave people a chilling feeling of her. Qi Yang was shocked. He never thought that someone could appear behind him without him noticing. If this person deliberately attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. When Qi Yang thought of this, the cold hairs on his back stood up, he turned around suddenly, and a very familiar face appeared in front of him. Strict law. Qi Yang said through gritted teeth. It's not clear whether it is hatred of Yan Lu, or anger that Shu Zijing led to him. Isn't that Shu Zijing who escaped from me? Why are you back? Are you not afraid of dying this time? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yan Lu's mouth, and he stared at Shu Zijing as if to greet him, generally speaking. He was naked, with dragon marks on his chest and back that appeared because of the dragon's blood. And the burning traces behind it due to the curse of the dragon's breath have faded to the point where you can't see clearly unless you look carefully. Afraid of death? Are the brothers of the Broken Rock mercenary squad willing to die? Shu Zijing looked at Yan Lu without fear, and asked angrily. If their deaths can become a part of my strength, then their deaths are valuable. I believe they will also be happy for me, the leader of the Rock Shards mercenary team. Yan Lu let out a permeating laugh in his throat. The thirst for strength and the long-term immersion in dragon blood have made Yan Lu's spirit tend to go crazy. The power, contained in dragon blood, after all, belongs to the power of the dragon family. For the human race, that was extremely violent energy. Those who have been immersed in dragon blood for a long time without any problem in their spirits are all evil spirits who are tough enough to endure all kinds of hardships without changing their face. You've gone crazy, Yan Lu. Shu Zijing couldn't help sighing. With a gloomy face, Qi Yang suddenly said, Shu Zijing, you lied to me, right? You want to use the strength of my Broken Waves mercenary squad to avenge the Rock Broken mercenary squad. That's right. Shu Zijing knew that at this time, there was no need to hide. So, the dragon treasures in the sealed land also lied to me, right? Qi Yang's face became more gloomy, and then asked, coldly. That's right. Shu Zijing still nodded. Okay, I appreciate your honesty now. Qi Yang sneered and didn't ask any more questions, but looked at Yan Lu. No matter how big Shu Zijing's problem is, he will talk about it again after Yan Lu has been resolved. Yan Lu, I really can't imagine that you were dragged in by the sealed land, and you could come out alive. Qi Yang also heard about the dangers of the sealed land. At this moment, I have to praise, Yan Lu's life is great. The sealed place was originally a gift left by our ancestors to the remnants of the dragon ruins, not something you can get your hands on. Yan Lu raised his right hand and said slowly. Since you are here, then stay and be my strength. Yan Lu, I admit that your strength is indeed stronger than mine, but it would be too arrogant if you want to keep all of us here. With the last sentence, Qi Yang's voice rose sharply and asked sharply. Arrogant? If you leave after the dragon's blood has spread, maybe I'm arrogant, but now, it's too late for you to leave. Yan Lu sneered, flipping his raised right hand. With the palm up, a firm grip. Roar. A roar of a giant dragon, like a thunderous thunder, rang out suddenly. The magic circle, composed of dragon blood scattered under the ruins, jumped up quickly, then suddenly rose from the ground and attached to Yan Lu. Condensed into a pair of dragon blood armor. A terrifying coercion emanated from Yan Lu. In the aura of the peak of the master level, there is also the blessing of Longwei, which makes the pressure stronger by at least 30%. It turned out to be Longwei. Qi Yang's face was also pale, and there was a look of panic on his face. He had no idea that Yan Lu could actually drive the power of Long Wei. This is not to say how powerful Long Wei is, but when it comes to deterrence against the weak, Long Wei can definitely be among the best. This is racial repression. The sealed land is my territory, and none of you want to leave here alive. Yan Lu let out a loud laugh, his clenched right hand opened, and a mass of fiery dragon blood condensed on the palm of his hand and waved forward suddenly. The dragon's blood shot out like a sharp arrow. The members of the Broken Waves mercenary team had no time to dodge, and were penetrated by the dragon's blood in their chests. What? Captain, save me. The team member who was hit by the dragon's blood, before he could even say a complete sentence, stared at the hole in his chest with terrified eyes, and fell down softly. The blood spurted out along the broken bricks and tiles, and flowed to the ground. Then it was quickly swallowed by the formation pattern of the sealed land. You bloody bastard! Qi Yang knew that Yan Lu's rank was a boxer, but he didn't expect that after wearing the dragon blood armor, Yan Lu's long-range attack was so powerful. The double swords clenched in his hand swept across, and Qi Yang stopped Yan Lu's second round of dragon blood blows. Sword Warrior is Qi Yang's class. And the double sword is Qi Yang's unique martial skill in the master class, which can occupy a place. Shuazijing, I don't care if you lied to me before, now, you protect my team members for me. Qi Yang shouted. There is no such thing as a mercenary squad leader who does not love his own team members at all. Unless it's a lunatic like Yan Lu. With the strength of Yan Lu, after obtaining the blessing of the dragon blood armor, the ordinary professional class is killed by one move in front of Yan Lu. Geolithic bulwark. Shuazi nodded, waved his staff, and formed a rock and soil barrier for the members of the Broken Waves mercenary team to hide. Even if you protect them now, what's the use? No one of you can escape at all. Yan Lu gave a strange laugh, and his figure flashed. Dragon blood armor can actually increase other attributes. Qi Yang was startled when he saw Yan Lu's disappearance. In the next instant, Yan Lu appeared in front of Qi Yang, and a heavy punch suddenly slammed. After the heavy fist, blessed by the dragon's blood armor, it was like a thunderbolt, and the terrifying speed almost distorted the air. Qi Yang only had time to cross his swords and protect him in front of him. Yan Lu's heavy punch was already close to Qi Yang's chest. Crack, dash. There seemed to be a slight cracking sound, and Qi Yang flew out like a rag that was thrown away. The two long swords in his hand flew and spun in the air, and finally inserted into the ruins. Following the light, you can find small cracks on the long sword. Under the blessing of the dragon blood armor, Yan Li's attack was so terrifying. How could you have become so much stronger in just a few days? Shuazijing's hand clenched his staff and couldn't help trembling, shouting in disbelief. The power of dragon blood is so wonderful. These are the ancestors of the ruins of the dragon, the best gift they left me. Yan Lu laughed wildly, the surging power in his body made him want to vent out. The dragon race is worthy of being one of the most powerful races in the world. Just the power of dragon blood makes people so crazy. Cough, cough. Qi Yang, who was lying in the ruins, clutched his chest and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. The tingling pain in his chest made Qi Yang know that his ribs were definitely broken. It's really terrifyingly strong. Is the power of the dragon clan so terrifying? Qi Yang breathed carefully, and every time he exerted force, there would be a pain in his chest that made people sweat. The power of the dragon family is of course strong. Look back at the thousands of miles of ruins under your feet. Back then, it was a prosperous empire. It's your honor to be able to feel this powerful force before you die. Yan Lu stretched out his body and stood there calmly, a kind of cat-and-mouse joke. I would never admit it was an honor. Qi Yang slowly got up from the ground, walked slowly to the two long swords inserted in the ruins, and pulled out the long swords with force. Hush, that hurts. The pain in his chest made Qi Yang take a deep breath. If that's the case, then let me see how wonderful your despairing expression is under this power. Yan Lu laughed playfully, and appeared in front of the rock and soil barrier while his figure flashed. Boom! Only one punch, solid defensive magic, and rock and soil barriers collapsed in an instant, turning into a pile of clods. Dragon blood condensed on Yan Lu's palm. The dragon's blood that flew out was like a rain of blood in the sky. Those mercenaries who were hiding behind the rock and soil barriers didn't have time to react, and the dragon's blood flew in front of them. Puff! Puff! In just a few seconds, the members of the Broken Waves mercenary team had already lost more than half. Looking at the fallen players one by one, Qi Yang's face became more and more vicious. But at this time, Qi Yang will no longer shout. This will not have any effect other than making the strict law more rampant. A large amount of blood flowed to the ground along the ruins, and was devoured by the pattern frantically. In a place that no one noticed, a faint light appeared at some point. The more people sacrificed, the more power I got. The power of the dragon's breath curse, I can't feel it anymore. While Yan Lu frantically slaughtered the members of the Broken Waves mercenary team, the burning traces behind the dragon's breath curse had slowly disappeared. This is my power. Contacting the curse of dragon breath has always been Yan Lu's greatest wish. The power of dragon blood was on him, making Yan Lu feel more powerful than ever. Qi Yang, say your last words. Yan Lu finally returned to Qi Yang and said with a playful expression. Last words. Leave it to yourself. Qi Yang raised his head abruptly, raised all his grudges, and launched an attack. The two swords, one positive and one negative, slashed from Yan Lu's left shoulder to his right abdomen. Even though Yan Lu has the blessing and protection of dragon blood armor, Qi Yang is still a master at the master level in the final analysis. All the vindictiveness, the sinking of the boat, desperate. The power that burst out is definitely not to be underestimated. With the playful expression still hanging on his face, Yan Lu had already been split back out, and two gaps appeared on the dragon blood armor, revealing the wounds on the chest and abdomen inside. I underestimate you, I didn't expect you to have such spare power. Yan Lu did not cover the wound on his chest and abdomen, but let the blood flow outward, but the expression on his face had become fierce. Exceeded the prize, ahem. Qi Yang spat out a mouthful of blood again, and then coughed violently as if was choked. So it looks like this is your last word. Yan Lu said in a cold tone, and Thedragon's blood in his hand also condensed. Boom. However, at this moment, a violent tremor suddenly appeared on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the vibration began to spread around, the broken bricks and tiles in the ruins began to move around, and cracks appeared in the ground. As soon as the crack appeared, it began to expand rapidly, forming a bottomless crack. Whether it is a rubble or a bone corpse, as long as it is close to the crack, it will all be swallowed up. What's going on? The power of the sealed land has begun to weaken. Yan Lu was also attracted by this change, and temporarily had no time to take care of Qi Yang in front of him. Seeing this opportunity, Shuzi immediately condensed a stone pillar and took Qi Yang away from Yan Lu. I didn't expect you to save me in the end. Qi Yang said with difficulty when he saw Shuzi beside him. You'd better talk less now. Shuzi reached out and pressed Qi Yang's chest lightly, and then took out a bottle of alchemy potion from his arms. Fortunately, the ribs are not displaced, so drink the healing potion first. At this time, Qi Yang no longer had the strength to doubt Shuzi. After taking the medicine, he poured it directly into his mouth. Feeling the faint flow of energy in her body, she said, to be honest, I still hate you. I know that I alone can't make up for the deaths of so many brothers. Shuzi didn't look at Qi Yang, but looked at Yan Lu. They're not your brothers. Qi Yang said resentfully. It will be in the future. Shu Zijing sighed and seemed to be muttering to himself. Yan Lu once saved my life. I've been a mercenary with him for 8 years. I never imagined that one day, he would actually destroy the Broken Rock mercenary team with his own hands. I hate him, but I can't kill him myself. So I used you. Sorry, I will use the rest of my life to make up for those dead brothers. Let's walk out of the ruins of the dragon alive first. Qi Yang snorted coldly and looked at Yan Lu. Although Yan Lu was attracted by the changes in the ruins of the dragon at the moment, as long as the ruins of the dragon return to calm, I am afraid it will be the death of Yan Lu and Shu Zijing. With the strict rule of dragon blood armor, it is definitely not an opponent that Qi Yang and Shu Zijing can deal with. What's more, at this moment, Qi Yang has no fighting power. The shaking began to subside gradually. Qi Yang and Shu Zijing also began to have tension and worry in their eyes. However, under the worried eyes of Qi Yang and Shu Zijing, the dragon blood armor on Yan Lu's body began to disintegrate gradually, turning into dragon blood spilling on the ground, and then being swallowed by the formation pattern of the sealed land. How can this happen? How can this happen? No, no. This is my power. You can't take my power away. Yan Lu felt the power in his body begin to flow away rapidly. He couldn't help roaring hysterically, trying to grab back the spilled dragon blood with his hands. But no matter how hard she tried, it was useless. Qi Yang and Shu Zi looked directly at each other, and both saw the doubts in each other's eyes. However, at this moment, Yan Lu has no intention of taking care of Qi Yang and Shu Zijing anymore. The disintegrating dragon blood armor even took away the power of Yan Lu himself. If he couldn't stop it, Yan Lu would soon be unable to keep his master-level power. Roar! A roar of a giant dragon suddenly came out from the crack above the earth. The dull roar, like a muffled drum, pounded in the hearts of Yan Lu and the others. Puff! Puff! Yan Lu, Qi Yang, and Shu Zijing were all spared, and Qi spat out a mouthful of blood and was exhausted. The dull roar sounded like a heavy hammer, slamming on the 3 of them violently, sending the 3 of them flying out. The ground began to collapse, as if there was a bottomless abyss beneath the ground. Countless stones were swallowed by the cracks. Only a crack like a huge mouth of the abyss remained. Just when the 3 thought it was over, a more terrifying roar came from the crack. Roar! Accompanied by a roar that resounded through the sky, a terrifying species that burned cold white fire all over its body, waving its huge wings, flew up from the crack. Then he rose into the sky, stayed in midair, and looked around. Shadows cast over the sky. Yan Lu and the others all widened their eyes, and their pupils shrank suddenly. What is this? No, it's impossible. Under the ruins of the dragon, there is still such a terrible thing buried. The terrifying species that stayed in midair waved its wings, and in its eye sockets was burning like a real fire, and looked coldly at the 3 people on the ground. A terrifying aura shrouded the earth. The 3 of them were so oppressed that they couldn't even utter a word, so they could only grit their teeth and spit out 2 words between their teeth. Bone dragon. That's right. The terrifying species that flew out of the crack was a skull dragon. That is the legendary species that can be compared with the dragons of the dragon family. It is the remains left behind after the death of the heroic dragon. Because of extreme resentment, unwillingness, and the obsession that is enough to penetrate life and death, it is a species that can be born. This is an extremely rare species. Even in the annals of the dragon race, there are few records of bone dragons appearing. The bone dragon's combat power will never be weaker than its previous combat power. That is to say, once the bone dragon appears, its strength, at the lowest level, will also start at the hero level. A bone dragon of this level, even if he blows casually, can blow Yan Lu and the 3 people to his knees. What's more, this skull dragon is still a bone dragon buried under the ruins of the dragon. In the war between the human race and the dragon race, I don't know how many people from the human race and the dragon race were killed, and they were all buried under this land. The overall strength of the human race in that period was not as low as it is now. The dragons sent out to fight against the human race, and it was the elite powerhouse among the dragons. If it weren't for the Dragon Emperor being restricted by the powerhouses of the human race and not being able to take action directly in the war, I am afraid that the Huang Empire would not be able to leave any survivors. Call. The bone dragon above the sky exhaled a hot breath from its mouth. The cold white fire burning on the bones replaced the flesh and blood on the bone dragon's former body and became its current body. In the eye sockets, the fire that burned like a substance could even be seen as cold and violent like an abyss. As expected of a species born out of resentment, unwillingness, and obsession. Shuo Zijing didn't even dare to let out the air at this moment. Qi Yang also gritted his teeth, desperately holding back the pain, trying not to make a sound, so as not to offend the terrible species in the sky. Yan Lu looked at the bone dragon with a pale face, indescribable horror in his. You are, from the Huang Empire. The bone dragon spit out this sentence slowly. At the same time as he spoke, there was still fire swirling between the sharp teeth. When Yan Lu heard these words, not to mention the bloodless paleness on his face, even the blood in his body was half cold, and the whole body was even colder. The relationship between the dragon and the human race was not harmonious. The anger and hatred of these dragons who died in the Huang Empire back then could not be quelled. Master Bone Dragon, when the grievances of the past were all the grievances of our ancestors. We might as well let it go. Yan Lu's teeth chattered, biting his head, and stammered. Past? The fire in the bone dragon's eye socket jumped violently. If it's just me dying, it's just a sacrifice for love, but why do you guys? Why do you want to harm my daughter? At the same time when the bone dragon said these words, the fire on his body skyrocketed, and his tone was even more severe and icy cold. Yan Lu listened to the bone dragon's words, and the blood in the whole body was already cold. He did not expect that this skull dragon was actually the youngest son of the Dragon Emperor before his death. The Prince of Dragons. I am afraid that among all the dragons who died in the Huang Empire, the Dragon Prince's resentment towards the Huang Empire is the deepest. Damn. Yan Lu knew that there was absolutely no hope of reconciliation between himself and the bone dragon. The desire to live drove Yan Lu to raise all the grudges in his body and run away from the bone dragon. The master-level vindictiveness was fully displayed, making Yan Lu's speed as fast as lightning, and only a black shadow flashed, and the person had already appeared 100 meters away. It's not enough, it's faster, it's faster. Yan Lu knew the terrifying aspects of the dragon clan, and now he ran away, only to hate that he had lost 2 legs. Qi Yang and Zhuozi were stunned. This speed is much faster than when I was fighting before. Yan Lu didn't take us seriously before, and has been playing with us all the time. Although Qi Yang didn't want to admit it, Yan Lu's strength was indeed above him. Especially after eliminating the curse of the dragon's breath and obtaining the dragon's blood to forge his body, his strength has risen to a higher level. Escape. You bastards will only bully the weak and run away. Seeing Yan Lu running away, the bone dragon suddenly became extremely angry. With a big mouth, the terrifying dragon breath spurted out. The dragon's breath mixed with ghost fire became more powerful. The speed of the dragon's breath was far higher than the speed of Yan Lu's escape. I saw the cold white fire flashing, and Yan Lu, together with the ruins under his feet, instantly turned into nothingness. Didn't even hold on for a breath. Under the breath of the dragon, everything returns to nothingness. At the master level, it is impossible to stop the dragon breath of the bone dragon. Qi Yang and Zhuozi were seeing this scene, and they were so frightened that their hearts became cold, and their eyes were blackened. The cold sweat on his back had already wet his clothes. Even Yan Lu couldn't stop the dragon breath from the bone dragon, not to mention the seriously injured Qi Yang and Shuo Zijing, whose physique was not comparable to the Doqi class. As long as the bone dragon is unhappy, the two of them will become the souls of the dead under the dragon's breath. However, after the bone dragon got rid of Yan Lu, he did not look at Qi Yang and Shuo Zijing again, but instead looked at the ruins of the dragon. Qi Yang and Shuo Zi were in the ruins and dared not speak. I can only pray silently in my heart, the bone dragon has forgotten them. Has the Huang Empire perished? Did my father do it? It would have been great if he had released me from Long Island back then. The bone dragon flapped its wings and stayed in the sky, as if recalling something. I can't feel the breath of the dragon family, no, I must find a suitable trustee as soon as possible. The bone dragon looked around, flapped its wings violently, and flew out of the ruins of the dragon. Only Qi Yang and Shuo Zi were left sitting on the ruins, looking at each other. The direction the bone dragon is flying seems to be Cloud City. At this moment, Yunwu City is still a peaceful scene. Since the Grandmaster-level monsters in the Cloud Forest have divided their territories, they will no longer attack mercenaries and caravans that enter the forest for no reason. It was because of the Grandmaster-level warcraft that made the Cloud Forest appear even more lush. The monster forest with the existence of high-level monsters usually attracts more monsters to keep. After all, the existence of these high-level monsters also provides protection for the low-level monsters in this monster forest in disguise. Let those mercenaries and hunters not dare to hunt and kill low-level monsters. With the flourishing of the Cloud Forest, the Cloud City built on the Cloud Forest has become more prosperous. And in a small alley in Yunwu City. Inside the Qile store. Boss, long time no see. Sheer, long time no see. Ying Shui and Ying Feng ran into the store and greeted them loudly. Being held by his old man and being bored in the imperial city for a long time, the two of them were bored. It turned out to be the two of you, come in and have a look. Qilu glanced at the two of them, said hello, and leaned back on the sofa. Hello. Yu Shi'er smiled in return. It's been a long time, I thought that after you went back, you were enjoying yourself at home, so happy that you didn't want to come over. Ling Xiao teased the two with a bucket of instant noodles. It's not that we were locked at home by my old man, and we are not allowed to come out. Ying Feng couldn't help but start pouring bitter water. Don't say a few words. Ying Shui immediately pinched Ying Feng and reminded in a low voice. But it was too late. Outside the door of the store, a tall, sturdy, spirited old man with white hair but not showing any signs of age, pushed the door forward and walked in. Even though he was dressed in casual clothes, he still had an air of arrogance. Boy, you said just now that I won't let you out. Why, is it difficult for you to stay at home for 2 more days? Ying Kuang walked up to Ying Feng and stared. Master, Grandpa, how dare I can stay at home for 2 more days, I'm too happy. Ying Feng's face changed, and he said flatteringly. Humph, it's better to be slick, girl Shui. Ying Kuang snorted. Grandpa, don't talk about Xiaofeng, boys still prefer to go out. Ying Zhu immediately greeted him. Ying Kuang waved his hand and said, I know, that is to say, he said a few words, lest you be like your dad and your eldest brother, and stay home all year long. Grandpa, Dad and eldest brother are also leading soldiers to fight, how can they come back when they say it? Ying Shui said with a smile. The old man is actually just complaining. Whose elders don't want their children and grandchildren to be full, their children and grandchildren around their knees, to enjoy the happiness of a family. It's a pity that the Ying family was born in the military. The children and grandchildren of the Ying family have been out for war all the year round. Yeah, Grandpa. Ling Xiao saw that Ying Kuang entered the store, and immediately said hello. Ying Kuang was a man of the same generation as Grandpa Ling Xiao. In terms of seniority, Fire Emperor Ling Ao should also be called uncle. It's just that above the court, the monarch and ministers are more senior. It's Ling Xiao, but you're good. The imperial city is so busy, but you are hiding here to enjoy leisure. Ying Kuang said with a smile. Ah? Is there such a thing? Ling Xiao stayed in Yunwu City for a long time, and was somewhat out of touch with the news of the imperial city. Not many people know about this matter, and it's not looking for you. You'dn't have to worry too much. Ying Kuang didn't say anything, which means it's really not a big deal. And the old man didn't want to say it, and Ling Xiao didn't dare to ask. Okay, girl Shui, take me to see this store. I want to see what good things are there. It's worth talking about every day at home. Ying Kuang also remembered the official business of coming to Yunwu City this time. Ying Kuang originally wanted Ying Shui and Ying Feng to stay in the imperial city for a few more days. After all, I just finished participating in the college competition and won a victory, so I should stay at home and celebrate. It's just that Ying Feng was talking about the small shop in Yunwu City every day, which caught the interest of Mr. Ying. In his opinion, there is something worth talking about in those small border towns. The imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire is the most prosperous city-state. Staying in the imperial city honestly, there are many places to have fun. Okay, Grandpa, come with me. Ying Shui first brought Ying Kuang to the shelf area. Although some new products often appear in Qi Li's store, if there is anything you don't understand, just ask Yushir directly. With Ying Shui's introduction, Ying Kuang's face became more and more shocked. Ying Kuang came out of the army. In his early years, he was a famous general when he fought with the late emperor in the southern and northern wars. As for the equipment and pills on the shelves, just listening to Ying Shui's introduction, you can understand how valuable these things are in battle. If the soldiers can be fully equipped with these equipment and medicine pills, they can definitely at least double their combat effectiveness. Girl Shui, are you sure you're not wrong? Ying Kuang asked in disbelief. After all, just listening to the descriptions of these products, even the top forging masters would be difficult to create these equipments. And the magical functions of many weapons and armor sound more like a treasure of gold, rather than a piece of equipment created by a blacksmith. Those medicine pills are even more unheard of. But if the effects that Ying Shui said were not exaggerated, these medicinal pills were definitely more than twice as powerful as those expensive alchemy potions. Just relying on the uninterrupted healing effect and the speed of the effect, it is necessary to throw away most of the alchemy potions. Grandpa, the things in the boss's store will only have better effects, and there will never be any falsehood. Ying Shui said with great certainty. This matter is the unified point of view of all customers who have been to the store. The goods in the Qila store are as long as the value for money and the value for money. It will never make you feel like you are at a loss. Even if the price is really black at first glance, when you compare it with the effect of the product, you will feel that the seemingly black price before you is definitely the price of conscience. Weapons, armors, medicinal pills, these things are all valuable things. Ying Kuang looked at the goods on the shelf and said excitedly. If the soldiers of the Yuanyuan Empire can be replaced with these weapons and armors, a certain amount of medicinal pills will be distributed. Ying Kuang can guarantee that the army of the Huangyuan Empire will definitely be an invincible and invincible hero, which can make the surrounding forces fearless. It's a pity, let's not talk about whether the inventory of these products is enough. As long as you look at the price on the shelf, Ying Kuang knows that even if treasury of the Huangyuan Empire is emptied, it is impossible for all soldiers to be equipped with these weapons and armors. What's more, it is impossible for the national treasury to allocate only military spending. The Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Households, the Ministry of Industry, the Ministry of Punishment, and the Ministry of Rights are all waiting to use the money. Among them, the Ministry of Industry is a big spender of money. Oh, what a pity. Ying Kuang couldn't help sighing. Although Ying Kuang is no longer leading the army, as a general of the township, Ying Kuang is from the bottom of his heart and wants to make the army of the Xuanhuan Empire stronger. Only when the force is strong can the Xuanhuan Empire become more prosperous. Grandpa, there are other things. Ying Shui could probably guess why Mr. Ying sighed, but she didn't say much. Then let's look at other things. Ying Kuang's view of this small store has also changed after seeing the shelf area. I really underestimate the world. In such a small border town, there is such a magical shop. I have to say, this store does have something worth talking about. If it weren't for the lack of spirit crystals, Ying Kuang would have wanted to directly empty all the goods in the shelf area. Grandpa, old sister, come here, I found a good thing here. When Ying Shui and Ying Kuang came out of the shelf area, Ying Feng shouted in front of the pet card changing machine. This thing is a very novel thing for Ying Feng. No, it should be said that for people who have never seen pet cards and know nothing about summoners. Pet card? After Ying Feng copied Yuxier's introduction, Ying Shui was still a little confused. Yes, I just drew the pet on this card. Ying Feng laughed and took out a pet card, then waved the pet card. Come out, Death Knight. This sentence, it is not necessary to shout before summoning a pet. But I don't know why, every person who summons a pet will subconsciously shout out this sentence full of chinai. Qi Le can only understand this. Who didn't go to secondary school when they were young? As Ying Feng's shout fell, a black air appeared out of thin air in the lobby off the store. Immediately afterwards, the black air spread to the surroundings, instantly forming a gate nearly 3 meters high. What is this? The old man Ying Kuang deserves to be a tyrant who came out of the battlefield. Even after so many years of recuperation, his vigilance is still not at all. The door that was condensed by the black qi exuded a faint evil spirit, which was immediately noticed by Ying Kuang. This evil spirit is condensed from death. Before Ying Feng could speak, the armored bone horse showed its head from the gate. Immediately afterwards, there was a death knight who rode on a bone horse, wore heavy armor, held a knight's spear, and only revealed a pair of scarlet eyes from under the visor of his helmet. As the Death Knight came out of the gate completely, the gate where the black gas condensed collapsed. Then it turned into a thick black mist, lingering around the Death Knight. The black fog made the Death Knight's figure looming. And that faint evil spirit became stronger. Grandpa, this is the pet I'm talking about, not the enemy. Ying Feng hurriedly explained, seeing that the old man Ying looked vigilant. After the Death Knight came out, he also jumped off the bone horse, knelt down on one knee, and bowed his head to Ying Feng to swear allegiance. Of course, the ceremony of allegiance will only appear when the Death Knight is summoned for the first time. It's like binding a pet card. After that, the pet card cannot be traded. I see. Ying Kuang nodded slightly. Although he felt the evil spirit from the Death Knight, he did not feel the slightest hostility. This is the pet card. Ying Shui stared at the Death Knight with some envy, and asked aloud, are there any cute pets? On the other hand, the old man Ying Kuang stroked his beard thoughtfully and thought, is this the alchemy product of space magic combined with spiritual magic? However, they will not go into the details of what the pet card is. Just like using alchemy potions, you don't necessarily have to know how this thing is refined. They are more thinking about the role of pet cards. Enhance your combat power. That's enough. It's really a good thing, but unfortunately it's too expensive. Ying slapped his mouth wildly, and finally sighed again. It can be said that Mr. Ying has a thorough understanding of the role of pet cards. Especially after seeing Ying Feng summon the Death Knight. If the introduction is not exaggerated, as long as the pet is cultivated, the activated skills are not very tasteless, and its combat power is definitely not weaker than the summoner himself. Even some high-quality pets, the combat power is far stronger than the summoner himself. But, just as Ying Kuang thought, the price of raising a powerful pet is too high. These pets can guarantee absolute loyalty, which is indeed a good thing for some famous children and royal family members. But for ordinary soldiers, it is just an extravagant hope. Pet cards are only suitable for training into extremely powerful sharp knives, but cannot be popularized. This has to be said, is a huge regret. However, after thinking so much about Ying Kuang, it had little effect on Ying Feng and Ying Shui. With Ying's family background, it is easy to cultivate a few pets. Take me to see other things. Ying Kuang's view of this remote shop has completely changed. It can even be said that it completely subverts the concept of madness. If it wasn't for Ying Feng and Ying Shui to bring him to Yunwu City, he would never have imagined that there would be such a magical commodity. The only thing left is the combat power improvement training room. Grandpa, I believe you will like it. Ying Xuanhuan resisted the urge to draw pet cards, and first introduced the combat power improvement arena to Ying Kuang. In particular, the New World mode is highlighted. Oh? There is such a magical alchemy product. Ying Kuang's interest became stronger. If the pet card is to create a team of sharp knives, and the equipment and elixir use external force to strengthen the comprehensive combat power, then the combat power to enhance the arena is undoubtedly to strengthen the strength from the inside. What's more, the price of the Battle Strength Promotion Arena is not expensive. Although it cannot be used by every soldier, it is enough to cultivate elites only. If an army can have a team of strong enough elites to open up roads and front off mountains and build bridges when encountering water, then the combat effectiveness of this army can at least increase by more than 30%. It is invaluable for boosting morale. When marching to fight, morale comes first. Ying Kuang deeply understands this truth. Therefore, the top powerhouses will be prohibited from participating in the war. Because a top powerhouse can definitely cause a devastating blow to the morale of an army. Good, good, good. Ying Kuang said 3 good words in a row, which was enough to prove how excited he was. Just training elites, and then equipping these elites with the weapons and armor of this shop, plus medicinal pills, this money, the national treasury can still afford. Even if the treasury does not give face to the Ministry of War. Ying Kuang had to go to the Ministry of Household for an explanation and ask them to allocate the money. As long as there are these elite soldiers, the overall strength of the Huangyuan Empire will have to rise by at least 30%. Just as Ying Kuang was about to experience the 3 modes of the Battle Power Enhancement Arena, a familiar face suddenly entered Ying Kuang's line of sight while searching for a location. President Gu. Who called me? Gu Pingchuan was brushing the dungeon, when suddenly someone shouted, his hand shook, and half of his blood was directly smashed by the enemy's magician. Old man Ying, why did you come here? Gu Pingchuan raised his head dissatisfied, then saw Ying Kuang, and said in surprise. Gu Pingchuan was only the dean of the Brilliant Academy. He secretly came over to play, and left the affairs of the academy to Meng Xiangyu and Wu Zuozhou. But Ying Kuang is the general of the Zhenghua of the Huangyuan Empire. He is not staying in the imperial city. What is he doing in Yunwu City? President Gu, you really made it easy for us to find out. Ying Kuang smiled helplessly after seeing Gu Pingchuan. Looking for me? What are you looking for me for? Gu Pingchuan showed a puzzled look. If it's a matter of the college, you can find Meng Xiangyu or Wu Zuozhou to solve it. Gu Pingchuan has delegated a lot of power to Meng Xiangyu and Wu Zuozhou in order to go to the Qila store to play for 4 hours a day. With the cooperation of the 2 vice presidents of Douqi and Magic, most things can be handled with full authority. President Gu, it's really impossible for Dean Meng and Dean Wu to deal with this matter. It was the Fire Emperor who said he had something to discuss with you, and I was just helping out with errands. Ying Kuang said that he didn't mean it. Ling Ao is looking for me, It seems that there is indeed an urgent matter. Gu Pingchuan said a word in the communication system, then exited the dungeon and went offline from the New World mode. Although Gu Pingchuan is addicted to the New World model, he still has clear priorities. As the ruler of a country, Ling Ao was in a hurry to find him, so there must be something important to discuss. After getting up, Gu Pingchuan seemed to remember something, and suddenly said, "By the way, if you really want to find me, just ask the 2 juniors in your family to contact me." What? Ying Kuang was taken aback for a moment, not knowing why. Membership card. Gu Pingchuan waved his hand and walked out of the store without elaborating. "President Gu, where are you going?" After Ling Xiao entered the New World mode, he found that Gu Pingchuan was offline, and he looked up just to see Gu Pingchuan walking to the door of the store. "Go to the Imperial City. Wait for me, Dean Gu, I'll go with you." Ling Xiao remembered that the old man Ying Kuang had told him before that someone in the Imperial City was looking for him, and he said it quickly. Leaving Ying Kuang reacted from his daze, his eyes widened, and he shouted at Ying Feng, who was still in front of the pet card swap machine, "Ying Feng, come here and explain to me what a membership card is." "Ying Feng, this can be considered a disaster." Originally, only Ying Kuang and Ku Zhen, the highest-ranking ministers, knew about the matter of the Fire Emperor Ling Ao looking for Gu Pingchuan. It is impossible for Ying Feng to take the initiative to ask about this kind-of thing. Now being asked about the membership card, I'm afraid I'll be beaten again when I go back. Why did Ding Gu leave? The copy hasn't been finished yet. Qila looked out of the booth and found that Gu Pingchuan had already left. Less people, forget it, the few people are fine, anyway, there are only a few minutes left, and the reinforcements are coming. Qila glanced at the surging evil spirit warriors in front of him. All cheer up, I don't want more than 20 minutes of hard work to be wasted. Yashui City, Yashui Pass. After Lingyun came to guard Yashui Pass, the expeditionary army of Xingyao Empire started to march as if they knew the movement of the garrison enthusiast of Xuanhuan Empire. A distance of 200 miles is not too far for an army. But it can evade enemy raids very well. The army of the Xingyao Empire has begun to move. Send the scouts to me, and you must keep abreast of the enemy's movements at all times. The magician team gave me the traps and magic cloths. Don't arrange them too densely, and leave a way for people from the Xingyao Empire to come in. Let the magician troops not be stingy with the magic core, and the magic circle is fully arranged outside the customs. I want to let the people of Xingyao Empire know what is catching turtles in the urn. The Yashui Pass has entered the first level alert, and the soldiers are on standby at any time. After Lingyun came to Yashui Pass, he began to order in an orderly manner. Yashui Pass has also entered the first level alert state, waiting for the expeditionary army of the Xingyao Empire to attack. One day is not enough for the army of Xingyao Empire to come to Yashui Pass. Lingyun sat in the coach's tent, sorting out the news from all over the world. Report, Lord Captain, there is news from the scouts that the Xingyao Empire Department is camping 50 miles away from Yashui Pass, and the bonfire has been lit. A soldier entered the tent, landed on one knee, and said respectfully. 50 miles away, no accident, they can come to Guanwai tomorrow. Lingyun nodded, indicating that he understood, then waved his hand and sent the soldiers back. The army of Xingyao Empire set up camp outside Yashui Pass and lit a bonfire, indicating that they would not attack at night. Otherwise, it is impossible to light a bonfire and tell the defenders of Yashui Pass that they have come. And 50 miles away, this distance was also chosen very appropriately. It just stopped outside the trap magic arranged outside the Yashui Pass, which ensured the safety of the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army camp, and also avoided the possibility of the western garrison of the Xuanhuan Empire going out of the city in the middle of the night to make a sneak attack. As Lingyun expected, it was peaceful overnight. The next day, The sky just lit up with fishmaw white, the campfire of Xingyao Empire went out, and the army started again, approaching Yaxuiguan. Ling Yun also came to the Cliffwater Pass early. In such a big battle, Ling Yun, as the head coach, couldn't possibly be absent from the command. Eagle Eyes. The magician who followed Ling Yun released an auxiliary magic, which blessed Ling Yun with the ability of farsightedness. This commonly used auxiliary magic is a low-level magic that most magicians will learn. I only heard from my father about a war of this scale back then. Now it's my turn to be the coach, which is really exciting. Ling Yun looked into the distance, looking at the mighty Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Army, and his heart was filled with pride. Auxiliary magic was released one by one, allowing Ling Yun to roughly estimate the number of enemy troops within sight. Nearly 500,000 expedition troops, that huge number, gathered into a huge torrent, which made people daunting. The Xingyao Empire is really willing to pay for it. The entire Yaxuhui Pass is just a western garrison of less than 400,000, and the Xuanhuan Empire is an empire that started out with a war, and the number of soldiers has always been complete. But the Xingyao Empire, which started with faith, was willing to spend 500,000 expedition troops. Outside the Yaxuhui Pass, the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force, like a long dragon, is slowly approaching. The small team of magicians who followed in the front waved their wands and shed their magic power. Magic investigation. The weak magic power spreads around like a ripple. Ling Yun stood at the head of Yaxuiguan City, frowning slightly. It seems that this time, the expedition general sent by the Xingyao Empire is not a guy who can only pray. Magic detection is also a low-level auxiliary magic, mainly used to detect trap magic. However, because the level of magic detection is too low, many high-level trap magics cannot be detected, so there are not many magicians who learn this magic. But for the army, before marching to siege the city, using magic to reconnaissance is already the first step. After all, most of the soldiers are not strong practitioners, and the magician team in the army is also not very strong. A magician who can use high-level trap magic that cannot be detected by magic detection will not be willing to stay in the army. Lock the flag of the enemy army. I want to see who the expedition general is this time. At the same time Ling Yun gave the order, the magician beside him released the vision and foresight magic, locking the flag of the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force. Under Shui's banner is a big man with a national character and a big face, wearing silver-white heavy armor and riding a tall horse. The steed was also draped in heavy armor, making the big man and the steed 2 times bigger than the surrounding cavalry. On the side of the heavy armor, there was also a halberd nearly 3 meters long. Looking at the body of the halberd, it has the thickness of an average person's forearm. It turned out to be this person to lead the army, the dragon general and knight of the Xingyao Empire, Rong Yuqua. Ling Yun slowly spit out the big man's name. Rong Yuqua, a famous general of the Xingyao Empire, is known as the Dragon Knight. Professional level spear knight, at the pinnacle of Grandmaster level, born with divine power, extraordinary courage, and brave champion. It can be said that the entire Xingyao Empire's military power, except for the 2 heroes of the Paladin and the White Priest, is all supported by this Dragon Knight. And the horse under Rong Yuqua is also not simple. It is rumored that the horse of Rong Yuqua has a trace of dragon blood, and is called the Dragon Blood Horse. It has extremely strong endurance and is quite spiritual, and will not be afraid of the fierce aura on the battlefield, nor will it be frightened by the coercion of ordinary powerhouses. This is also one of the reasons why Rong Yuqua is called the Dragon Knight. Smash the magic trap that has already appeared, and the whole army spreads out in the shape of a long snake. Pay attention to the abnormalities on both sides. Rong Yuqua's loud and clear voice sounded. The Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force immediately began to spread beyond the front line. The magic traps on both sides of the army were smashed to pieces under the magic detection, and there was nothing to hide. Rong Yuqua took out the huge halberd from the armor of the dragon-blooded horse and waved it to the side, making a hunting sound. Who is the main general guarding Yashui Pass, and dare to show up? The dragon-blooded horse carried Rong Yuqua to the front of the army, and his rough voice sounded. Call array. This is a contest between the main generals before the battle between the two armies, and it is also a very good way to improve the morale of the army. Once the leader of a certain party is at a disadvantage, the morale of the soldiers brought by the leader will definitely drop. Rong Yuqua, Yashui Pass has always been guarded by my Lingyun. You came to call outside my Yashui Pass, but you are ready to die? Lingyun shouted loudly, without showing weakness. It turned out to be the fourth prince of the Xuanhuan Empire. You are not enjoying the imperial city, but you have come to such a fierce area, but there is no one in the Xuanhuan Empire? Rong Yuqua sneered, and instead of answering Lingyun's question, he asked a question instead. My Xuanhuan Empire is full of talented people, how can you guess? Lingyun sneered. Since there are so many talented people, why let you, a stinky young boy, come to guard such an important place as Yashui Pass? Rong Yuqua asked loudly. Lingyun's expression changed when he heard the words. This Rong Yuqua is still a famous general with hundreds of battles, just a few words, and Lingyun was speechless. The last sentence, no matter how Lingyun responded, was inappropriate. Admitting that you can't do it is definitely a heavy blow to morale. If it is said that his strength is superior, compared with famous generals such as Rong Yuqua, Lingyun has no military achievements, and he has no court at hand, which is not enough to convince the public. Since General Rong Yuqua is full of confidence, let me, Lingyun, give it a try. Is your name as a dragon general and knight a real thing, or is it a false name? Lingyun knew that this time, he was already at a disadvantage. So he immediately shouted loudly and stopped this call. Oh, I don't need to bother a hairy boy to recognize my reputation as Rong Yuqua. Rong Yuqua pointed with a halberd in his hand and said loudly, Magician, set up a cloud ladder. The earth element magician in the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army immediately waved his staff and released the magic that had already begun to condense. Countless earth walls rose up from the ground, leaning against each other at different heights, like stairs that could climb to the sky. The soldiers who followed immediately rushed up the stairs made of mud walls and rushed towards the cliff water pass. Destroy the ladder, and throw a large-scale magic to the place where the enemy soldiers are densest. Lingyun also began to command the battle. Outside the Yashui Pass, the magic power surged, and all kinds of magic began to explode outwards crazily. Flame, hail, wind blade, thunder light, ground thorn. Various magical elements are intertwined, or fused, or exploded, and the brilliant light released shines on the faces of everyone on the battlefield. And under this brilliant light, is the battle song of iron and blood. The magician's temptation is only the first step. The cloud ladder made of earth walls is connected to the city wall of Yashui Pass. As long as a team of soldiers from the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force rushes to the city wall, it means that the battle of the soldiers begins. Rong Yuqua stood under the handsome flag, his loud voice, mixed with fighting spirit, echoed on the battlefield. With every command, the soldiers' attack direction and the magician's magic release can be dispatched to the place where it is most needed. And Lingyun, who had no experience in wars at all, even after hearing Rong Yuqua's command, he could only be exhausted. The battle between the two armies is by no means a simple battle of the strong. The factors that need to be considered are far more considered than those of the strong. As expected of a famous general of the Xingyao Empire. Lingyun frowned, watching the ever-changing battlefield situation on the city wall. Even if he has the advantage of defending the city, Lingyun can still see that the advantage of the army of the Xuanhuan Empire is decreasing. As far as the strength of each soldier is concerned, it is true that the Xuanhuan Empire is relatively strong. But on the battlefield, the courage of one person is useless. Ling Yun's command and control of the battlefield situation are completely inferior to the battle-hardened Rong Yuqua, and he can only be led by Rong Yuqua's nose. The advantage of the defending side is being lost bit by bit. Moreover, the one-word snake formation that Rong Yuqua first laid down minimized the role of the magician. The long and tight formation is flexible enough, and the magicians distributed throughout the formation can release the magic shield at any time. A large number of area-based spells lost their original attack power. The long snake flicks its tail, and once it entangles the Yashui Pass, it is enough to crush all the advantages of the western garrison of the Xuanhuan Empire. You stinky little boy, your ability to lead troops to fight is still far behind. Rong Yuqua rode a dragon-blooded horse and stood outside the Yashui Pass. In addition to commanding, he could take time out to call out a mockery. Influencing the command of the enemy's main general is also one of the strategies on the battlefield. Damn it, go, open the magic circle to me. Ling Yun was not a peaceful character in the first place. He was suppressed by the command of the war between the two armies, and he was upset. Now being provoked by Rong Yuqua's words, he immediately became annoyed. The messenger conveyed Ling Yun's order. The magicians guarding outside the magic circle immediately took orders, mobilized the magic power in their bodies, and injected them into the magic circle. Outside the Yashui Pass, the magic core buried in the ground was instantly ignited by magic power, releasing the energy contained in the magic core. Sure enough, there is a magic circle. Although the expression on Rong Yuqua's face changed a little, it soon returned to normal. This situation is clearly within his scope of consideration. Before the magic circle was opened, it was just a bunch of magic nuclei buried in a special position. If the location was not known in advance, it was basically impossible to detect it. It's just that arranging the magic circle consumes a lot of magic core, and after the energy in the magic core is exhausted, the magic circle will collapse, so it has little use. However, it is not uncommon to use it on the battlefield. A novice conductor is a novice conductor. The team shrouded in the magic array take out the magic core, and set up the array with the magician in the array as the center. Rong Yuqua's reaction speed is very fast. After Ling Yun ordered the magic circle to be turned on, Rong Yuqua's order immediately followed. The magic circles that Ling Yun ordered people to set up outside the Yashui Pass before the war were all attack-type magic circles, which would continuously release attack-type magic to attack those trapped in the magic circle, until the energy in the magic core is exhausted. However, before Ling Yun was happy, he found out. In the magic circle, the people of Xingyao Empire quickly gathered together, and then a small protective magic circle was quickly arranged. How could this be? How could this be? Ling Yun's eyes widened, and he was stunned for a while, forgetting to command. The magic circle that Ling Yun regarded as a killer had caused such a low casualty to the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary army. This made Ling Yun really unacceptable. Although the temporarily arranged protective magic circle cannot completely defend against the power of the attacking magic circle, it can also greatly weaken the power of magic. This greatly reduces the casualty rate of the Star Empire expeditionary force. Although it slowed down the enemy's offensive, this was not what Ling Yun wanted most. However, Ling Yun had also experienced a lot of battles, and after a brief absence of attention, he immediately ordered. When the magic circle is holding most of their troops back, all those who boarded the city wall will be sent back. You made a correct decision, but the time I estimated is about to come. I hope you can bear the next news. Rong Yuqua looked at the soldiers who were gradually repulsed on the city wall, and the expression on his face did not change at all. Is there a time when famous generals are hard-mouthed? It really is just a false name. Ling Yun said condescendingly on the city wall. I hope you'll be in the mood to say such things later. Rong Yuqua said calmly, ignoring Ling Yun's ridicule at all. Humph, you still think about whether Xingyao Empire will redeem you after being defeated by me. Report. Lord Lieutenant. The panicked voice of a messenger interrupted Ling Yan's sarcasm that he wanted to continue. What's wrong, you're so panicked? Ling Yan asked in a low voice. A bad premonition suddenly appeared in his heart. Sir, Yashui City, 100,000 enemy troops suddenly appeared, and now Yashui City has been occupied by the Xingyao Empire. The news from the messenger confirmed Ling Yan's hunch. Yashui City. Ling Yan suddenly looked at Rong Yuqua outside Yashui Pass. You made the sudden increase in the cargo caravans. Of course it's me, a frontier city that has been preparing for war all the year round. When there is no war, the amount of food and grass suddenly increases, don't you have any doubts? Rong Yuqua sneered. It's a teleportation array. Even if Ling Yan had no war experience, he still wanted to understand Rong Yuqua's strategy. The expeditionary army on the front made no secret of their marching trails, just to attract Ling Yan from Yashui City to Yashui Pass. The sudden increase in the cargo caravan, even for the sake of darkness, will transport the materials for the construction of a one-time teleportation array into Yashui City in batches. If 100,000 troops are thrown into the Huangyuan Empire, it is just a piece of meat thrown into the tiger's mouth. But if it is used to flank the cliffs, it is completely enough. An army of 600,000 people, a one-time teleportation formation capable of transmitting a 100,000-strong army, you really made a lot of money. Ling Yan said through gritted teeth. The veins on his forehead burst out. Yashui Pass is a barrier for the Huangyuan Empire to guard the western border. Once this barrier is broken, the army of the Xingyao Empire can drive straight in at any time and enter the interior of the Huangyuan Empire. But even this barrier is so important. Compared with the 600,000 troops allocated by the Xingyao Empire, and the materials that are enough to arrange a one-time teleportation array to transmit 100,000 troops. The blood capital of the Xingyao Empire still exceeded Ling Yan's imagination. Xuanhuan, I must win the Xingyao Empire. Rong Yuqua pointed at the halberd above the city wall with a firm gaze. After the magic circle collapses, launch a general attack. Yan. Sheila sat on the long leather sofa and stretched hard. There are not many things in the store now. With Yu Xiao guarding the store, Qi Lu has very little to do. Most of the time, it is replenished after the store is closed at night. There are only so many customers who often come to the store for the time being. After getting familiar with it, it is also very worry-free. At least anyone who dares to make trouble in the store has not yet appeared. Because of Qi Li's strength, it became more and more mysterious in the mouths of these familiar customers. In particular, those who knew Gu Pingchuan made great efforts in spreading Qi Li's strength. Just when Qi Libai was bored and counted the number of customers in the store. System, host, the system senses that there is a powerful aura rapidly approaching Yunwu City. According to the system's judgment, it should be the breath of the dragon race. What? Qi Li asked subconsciously. System, the system feels that there is a strong aura that is rapidly approaching Yunwu City. According to the system's judgment, it should be the breath of the dragon race. Can you hear it clearly? After repeating it again, the system also asked a very humane question. Although the tone is not very good. No, I heard what you were saying clearly. What I asked was, what's the matter with the breath of the dragon clan? Qi Lu decided to explain his problem. System, there is a strong dragon from the dragon family who is approaching Yunwu City. Host, your chance to complete the task has come. Qi Lu was silent for a moment, and then tentatively said in his mind, the strong person in your mouth should not be something I can handle now. Just kidding, so far, Gu Pingchuan alone can be called a strong man by the system. That's a heroic powerhouse. For an opponent of this level, unless he can come to the store, otherwise, it will be good for Qi Lu to escape, and would you like to kill him? The blood of the dragon, the bone of the dragon, the soul of the dragon. Can you get these things without killing a giant dragon? System, this kind of small problem, the host, please solve it by yourself. Ha ha. Qi sneered, and there were a lot of very dirty words in his stomach. Due to the image of the store manager, he was too embarrassed to scold them. For Qi Lu to deal with a heroic dragon with his current strength, the system might as well say that it is more reliable to change a host. But thinking of this, Qi Lu suddenly remembered something. This time, why did the system take the initiative to mention the task? Recently, the system has been changing in the direction of shrewdness. 8 very turn, he wants to swallow his reward. I wish he, the host, would forget the task. Could it be that this time the mission, the items that need to be collected, are the things that the system urgently needs? It's not impossible. Qi Lu rubbed his chin, pondering this possibility in his heart. If this is the case, then the maneuverability of this mission will be great. Qi Lu can still think of a way to get some benefits from the system from this task.